Jiang Bai, an unremarkable youth caught in the throes of adolescence, found himself ensnared by a mysterious system that promised to reveal his heart's desires. With little understanding of the situation, he unwittingly embarked on this journey. However, the system failed to mention that his first moment of significance, perhaps disgrace, would occur in a restroom, confronting the enigmatic Lin Qiye. System, what happened to the promised revelations? Why does my story begin with a confrontation in a restroom? Witness the struggles of the most ordinary of youths, Jiang Bai, as he navigates this absurd beginning and endeavors to survive without incurring the wrath of Lin Qiye. Chapter 1. The Confrontation in the Restroom. I hear you think highly of yourself. A black-haired youth shoved a frail boy against the wall, disregarding his pleas for mercy. This boy, Jiang Bai, was not originally from this world yet. Having arrived, he resolved to live fully. Thus, his first step in this strange realm was to shed the remnants of his past. Observing the bewildered boy cowering by the restroom wall, Jiang Bai's eyes glimmered with a strange desire, yearning to possess this fragile being. Just as he approached, a commotion erupted outside the restroom. Irritated, Jiang Bai tugged at his collar and issued a threatening remark to the trembling boy before stepping out into the chaos. Outside, a group of spirited youths were embroiled in a heated debate, led by a familiar figure, Lin Qiye, an athletic prodigy from the neighboring class. Rumor had it that he was on the verge of being recruited by a prestigious sports academy, though Jiang Bai felt no connection to him. He had come to this world under the influence of the system, with the sole aim of fulfilling its demands. Yet, it was the boy shielded by Lin Qiye that captured Jiang Bai's attention. The black-haired youth, bound by a dark satin blindfold, stood resolute, embodying courage far beyond his supposed frailty. His unwavering gaze met Jiang Bai's, as if he could see through to his very essence. Jiang Bai had perused novels and animations of this world, but was captivated by the visage of the nocturnal goddess Nyx, which led him into this realm. However, his understanding was superficial. He barely recalled the plot, having been more invested in collecting Nyx's merchandise than in the narrative itself. The protagonist's name eluded him, though it seemed to contain Lin. Regardless, his purpose here was singular: to complete the task set by the system and meet his destined individual. Thus, even though the boy before him bore a striking resemblance to the character, Jiang Bai was indifferent. His lack of familiarity with this spy circle rendered him unconcerned. Who, after all, would bring a guide dog to school? After sizing up the group, he cast an inquiring glance at his subordinate. A shifty-eyed lackey in oversized school attire leaned in and whispered, "Boss, it's no use." Lin Qiye refuses to budge. He insists on taking that blind boy into the restroom, and the rest of class 2 is acting just as stubborn. Frowning at the report, Jiang Bai queried, "Did you not offer them something?" "I did. I offered them 5 packets of spicy strips." The lackey lamented, "That was my food supply for the week." "Well then, why are they still here?" Jiang Bai tilted his head in confusion. The lackey nearly laughed at his naivety, realizing that they hadn't accepted anything otherwise. They would have left by now. But they didn't accept it. The lackey's voice was barely a whisper, yet Jiang Bai clearly heard. He was perplexed who would refuse spicy strips, a treasured currency? Did they lead such comfortable lives that they sought to experience the struggles of the common folk? Yet, Jiang Bai refrained from asking, for such inquiries would diminish his stature. With a flick of his hand, he swept aside the hair from his forehead, revealing eyes as dark as obsidian. He approached the irate Lin Qiye and demanded why. Eschewing the customary slapstick confrontations typical of school narratives, as such actions were uncouth and barbaric. Since taking command of his subordinates, Jiang Bai had outlawed such crude behaviors and mandated that each of them memorize and recite the 12 core socialist values thrice daily before him. Though absurd, it remarkably raised the overall demeanor of the school's delinquents, earning him the tacit approval of both teachers and even the principal. After all, academic performance was secondary. What truly mattered was the moral character of the child. With teachers no longer treating them with disdain, the delinquents found themselves less averse to learning. Though their grades did not soar dramatically, they improved nonetheless, and crucially, they began to heed their teachers' guidance and obey group directives. This shift garnered further support from teachers for Jiang Bai's smuggling endeavors. As turning a blind eye seemed a small price to pay if it could alter the fates of struggling students. Lin Qiye regarded the striking youth before him, swallowing hard. He was well aware of Jiang Bai's reputation. Since taking over the gang from the former leader 6 months ago, he had implemented a series of reforms to rehabilitate their image, even earning the principal's recognition with an award for educational excellence the previous week. Many girls in class had become infatuated with Jiang Bai, and even some academically challenged students found themselves improving under his influence. Yet today marked Lin Qiye's first day at school, and Lin Qiye could not afford to retreat. What if Lin Qiye only allowed Wang Xiao to accompany him in the future? This was a rare opportunity, and he needed to ensure that Lin Qiye heard no damaging rumors before forming an opinion, lest his reputation suffer throughout the school. However, Lin Qiye remained indifferent, a golden sheen flickering beneath his closed eyelids. He perceived Jiang Bai's actions toward the frail boy in the restroom and questioned why he should yield to someone who bullied the weak. Pushing past the hesitant Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye scorned the coward and advanced forward. This provoked a smirk from Jiang Bai. Was Lin Qiye truly blind, or merely feigning ignorance? As he sidestepped Lin Qiye's arm, a mischievous idea sparked in Jiang Bai's mind. He lunged for the exposed part of Lin Qiye's head, but was deftly evaded. This only piqued Jiang Bai's interest. He pressed forward, cornering Lin Qiye against the wall. Yet Lin Qiye was no easy target, though the mortal realm had not fully awakened within him. The surrounding 10-meter holographic projection was an invincible force. He deftly maneuvered to evade Jiang Bai's advances, his grip on the guide dog's cane unwavering. Jiang Bai seized one end of Lin Qiye's cane, raising it against his waist, while his other hand pressed against the wall, effectively trapping Lin Qiye between the two. The very tool intended for navigation became a means of binding him. In a mere flash, Jiang Bai had Lin Qiye apprehended, unable to break free. In a moment of exasperation, Lin Qiye raised his chin, his eyes obscured by black satin, as he gazed at the striking young man before him. What do you want? I need to use the restroom. Nothing much, just curious to see your eyes hidden beneath the black cloth, Jiang Bai replied, pulling down Lin Qiye's blindfold amidst the onlookers. With a swift motion, he unveiled Lin Qiye's concealed visage. You scoundrel! Give me back my black satin. Can't I even go to the restroom in peace? Chapter 2. Opening the treasure chest for grand prizes. Two sun-kissed, handsome youths huddled closely in the corner, and Lin Qiye watched with growing concern, but he was blocked by several equally formidable individuals. Jiang Bai found amusement in Lin Qiye's defiant demeanor and audacious words. Little brother, you are currently in my grasp. Don't you realize that I hold all the cards here? What could possibly embolden you so? Or do you harbor some undisclosed secret that piques my interest? He leaned closer to Lin Qiye, his breath warm against his ear. Lin Qiye stiffened, instinctively wanting to retreat, but found himself unable to back away any further. Yet surrender was not in his nature. I came here to use the restroom. Do you expect me to go to your home instead? Suddenly, Lin Qiye stepped forward, gripping Jiang Bai's open collar and pulling him down. So, Jiang Bai, will you allow me to use the restroom? As he looked at Lin Qiye's tightly shut eyes, Jiang Bai's emotions surged like a tide. What did this mean? Here he was, attempting to uphold justice, only to be schooled by someone who barely reached his shoulder. Enough was enough. Jiang Bai's right hand grasped the black satin, tightening around the hand that clutched his collar, applying slight pressure. Lin Qiye, who had initially thought he could simply go to the restroom, now felt a painful sting in his wrist, astonished by Jiang Bai's unexpected strength. Truly, he was worthy of his title as the leader. However, Lin Qiye refused to relent in such matters, a smirk gracing his lips. If you don't let go, I might just scream. Jiang Bai studied the youth before him, his expression inscrutable. This boy was undeniably reckless, yet he was no saint himself. Is that so? I would very much like to hear how you would scream. A gentle breeze tousled Jiang Bai's hair, and he smiled brightly. Lin Qiye, gritting his teeth, felt an urge to slap this audacious guy, but with his hands restrained, he found himself helpless. Thus, Lin Qiye shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! There's someone attempting to assault a disabled person." All eyes turned towards the confrontation between Lin Qiye and Jiang Bai. Director Wang, just emerging from the restroom with damp hands, pretended to check his phone while discreetly approaching the scene. However, Wang's movements drew Lin Qiye's attention, and he felt a wave of dread as he recognized Wang's intent to record the incident. Lin Qiye's face darkened instantly. Was everyone here out of their minds? Shouldn't a normal person, upon encountering such a situation, be outraged and denounce this thug before him? Instead, it seemed they were more interested in shipping them together. Jiang Bai, feeling the scrutiny of those around him, instinctively stepped back. Yet, at that moment, the insistent voice of the system echoed in his mind, leaving him with no choice. Host, how can you consider retreating? You are merely one step away from dragging Lin Qiye into the restroom. unlocking the achievement, the protagonist's restroom companion, and claiming a blue treasure chest. This isn't just about your rewards, it directly impacts our system's performance. Jiang Bai listened to the system's absurd ramblings, unsure how to deal with Lin Qiye. Once in another world, the system had promised him rare collectibles for completing its tasks. But upon arriving in the realm of slaying gods, he realized he had boarded a sinking ship. The so-called tasks required him to achieve certain milestones, or else no rewards would be triggered. To fulfill these objectives, Jiang Bai had diligently absorbed knowledge he had previously struggled with in school and had even managed to dominate the local delinquents. The others were beyond saving, having resigned themselves to their fates, and Jiang Bai decided not to waste further effort on them. After 6 months of hard work, Jiang Bai excelled academically, becoming the second-best student at Songnan No. 2 High School, trailing only in Xingyu. He quickly became the darling of every teacher, surpassing even in Xingyu. Jiang Bai not only elevated the school's admission rates, but also enhanced its reputation. Even experts from economically advanced regions and major cities came to learn from Songnan, bringing immense pride to the principal, while Jiang Bai was revered by the education committee. Despite the government's claims of equal opportunity for every child, Jiang Bai was the only one who genuinely succeeded. Moreover, a delinquent from the previous graduating class had unexpectedly turned his life around, gaining admission to a prestigious university just 4 months before the exam. This feat had catapulted Jiang Bai's prestige to new heights. Yet, despite all this, the frustrating system only bestowed upon him a few large treasure chests, the highest being a green 5-star and never surpassing the blue 5-star level. Did this imply he was destined to follow this blind boy around to accumulate achievements? Although Jiang Bai was reluctant to admit it, the system's intentions were clear. With a sigh, Jiang Bai smiled and released his grip, taking a few steps back. You win, you win. The boy's soft laughter and sincere apology made it hard to remain angry, especially when such a radiant youth bowed before him. In the distance, a few girls watching felt a twinge of displeasure as the boy they admired lowered his head to someone else. Once Lin Qiye noticed Jiang Bai genuinely stepping back, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully process this, Jiang Bai dashed forward, hoisting Lin Qiye over his shoulder. Little brother, didn't you say you needed to use the restroom? And didn't you just accuse me of assaulting a disabled person? Let's go fulfill your request right now. With those words, Jiang Bai cleared the fog from Lin Qiye's mind in an instant. Despite his desperate attempts to escape, he found himself unable to break free from Jiang Bai's hold, even scraping his hand in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye watched as Lin Qiye was carried off to the restroom, silently mourning for him. It wasn't that his brother lacked strength, it was simply that Lin Qiye was too endearing. Chapter 3. What are you talking about? Lin Qiye found himself cradled in Jiang Bai's arms as they entered the restroom. Meanwhile, within Lin Qiye's holographic projection, Lin Qiye was still gesturing for him to stay, yet his feet were retreating several steps back. This stark contradiction revealed Lin Qiye's cowardly nature, causing Lin Qiye to lose any hope of support from those individuals. Instead, he continued to pat Jiang Bai's back, though Jiang Bai remained unfazed by Lin Qiye's resistance. Having already acquired 3 treasure chest rewards, Jiang Bai gained formidable abilities in learning, physical enhancement, and the much-coveted, beloved by all, as well as space magic. The learning and physical enhancement rewards were triggered when Jiang Bai secured the top score in the final exam, while beloved by all was activated after he took over the Flying Dragon Gang. The space magic ability emerged after he successfully managed a group of local ruffians in Songnan, resulting in a green tier 5-star treasure chest reward. These accolades propelled Jiang Bai's prestige and abilities to their zenith. The first reward alone rendered further study unnecessary. Yet, in pursuit of better business acumen, Jiang Bai evidently preferred to continue his education within the school. Noticing Lin Qiye's fidgeting, Jiang Bai's patience began to wane. Didn't you say you needed to use the restroom? I brought you here, yet you seem displeased. This fellow was truly inscrutable. Jiang Bai resolved to limit his interactions with him in the future. Lin Qiye sensed Jiang Bai's concealed impatience, but felt no obligation to consider his emotions. They were of no concern to him. Is it just because you have better nutrition and look slightly better than I do? Just wait, once my nutrition improves, I will pin you down and make you call me daddy. The mere thought of achieving that with the aid of Mortal Realm's holographic projection made Lin Qiye smirk. Jiang Bai, feeling the laughter of the person on his shoulder, was tempted to toss him aside. How could someone being carried still find amusement in the situation? Was this guy truly a fool? The thought startled Jiang Bai, and he quickly set Lin Qiye down. Upon arriving at the urinal, Lin Qiye stared blankly at Jiang Bai. Puzzled. To his surprise, Jiang Bai made a startling comment. Didn't you say you needed to go? I've brought you here. Hurry up. After saying this, Jiang Bai stood aside, showing no intention of giving Lin Qiye privacy. Lin Qiye felt a wave of frustration. How did he end up with such a clueless brat? He tremblingly placed his cane aside, hands inching toward his belt, but ultimately turned his back to Jiang Bai and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you watching someone else use the restroom?" Only then did Jiang Bai realize his mistake and turned away, with Jiang Bai's back now facing him. Lin Qiye finally sighed in relief. Jiang Bai, with his back turned, couldn't help but smirk. He had indeed picked up on Lin Qiye's hidden abilities. While Lin Qiye had managed to conceal his talents, 2 instances inadvertently exposed him. The first was when Lin Qiye shielded him, where his calm demeanor caught Jiang Bai's attention. The second was when Lin Qiye had dropped his cane. Such familiarity could not be attributed to a mere new student. If Lin Qiye were truly familiar with the restroom environment, it would be preposterous. Each restroom's layout has subtle differences. And how could a blind person find the cleanest urinal better than those who could see? Moreover, after Lin Qiye had been set down, the sound of Jiang Bai turning around should have alerted him, yet this blind individual still sensed it. Coupled with the fact that the protagonist shared the surname Lin and had also been blind, and considering the system had issued rewards tailored to Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai was left unconvinced. If Lin Qiye wasn't the protagonist, he certainly wouldn't believe it. However, if merely being near the protagonist could trigger achievement rewards, it was advantageous. After all, achieving accomplishments was tiring, and as time passed, the achievements accessible to ordinary individuals would dwindle, leaving only the proximity to the protagonist as a viable path. Having clarified his future course of action, Jiang Bai shifted his gaze to the previously neglected individual in the corner, still trembling in fear, unable to meet Jiang Bai's gaze. As Jiang Bai approached, he sighed softly. "Why did you choose to do such a thing?" Upon hearing this, the frail boy became even more frightened, wanting to call for Lin Qiye's help, but was met with Jiang Bai's intense stare. Acutely aware of his wrongdoing, the boy clutched Jiang Bai's red and white school uniform, pleading desperately, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I won't cheat in the math quiz again. I truly lost my mind. I was foolish. I never imagined I would make a regretful decision over such a trivial 5 points. Brother Jiang, please give me another chance. I will change. I promise." The frail boy knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, having finished and dressed, approached, perplexed. "You're a gang leader and still resort to such antics?" Jiang Bai turned to face Lin Qiye, pondering why this handsome face was hidden beneath black silk. "What are you saying?" Jiang Bai, who had been fiddling with the silk, immediately pointed at Lin Qiye, scolding, "You little blind fool. How can you speak like that? Though I may be a small-time thug, I am an exemplary student. I recently brought home a gold medal for the school in a competition." As he spoke of his accomplishments, the frail boy sprang to his feet, standing defiantly before Jiang Bai. Despite being a head shorter than Lin Qiye, he exuded a newfound strength. "You shall not speak ill of Brother Jiang. Although he can be a bit childish at times, he excels academically. Though he is a gang leader, he is handsome and kind, and though he lectures us, he treats us to meals with his competition winnings when we are hungry. You may see many flaws in Brother Jiang, but he is the best brother to me and the leader of all of us at Sangnan No. 2 High School. Ever since he transferred here 6 months ago, those older boys who used to threaten us have disappeared, and some have even returned our money. This time, it was my fault. I betrayed Brother Jiang's trust by cheating. I am in the wrong." Having said this, the frail boy fell into Jiang Bai's embrace, sobbing, leaving Lin Qiye utterly dumbfounded. He could not comprehend how someone who appeared so much like a rogue could possess such kindness. Had the world truly changed so drastically during his time away? Chapter 4. The ultimate sword of Soul Ray, confounded by the complex relationship between the two. Lin Qiye felt dizzy and left the restroom without even asking Jiang Bai for the black silk. The journey was smooth, as Jiang Bai's entourage understood his personality and refrained from troubling Lin Qiye at that moment. Although Lin Qiye and others were eager to know the experiences of Lin Qiye, they refrained from asking anything. After Lin Qiye departed, Jiang Bai glanced at the somewhat worn black satin in his hand, lost in thought. However, before he could take any further action, the frail boy waved his hand in front of Jiang Bai and asked, "Brother Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Bai shook his head and sternly replied, "Next time, you must not read ahead. Even if you find it difficult, bring it to me, and I can teach you." "I'm sorry, Brother Jiang. I have let your trust down," the boy apologized. Jiang Bai merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You should not apologize to me. Rather, you owe an apology to your own guilty conscience." The boy's tears spilled over the edge, but in an effort to save face, he stifled his sobs. Jiang Bai gently ruffled the boy's hair and said, "If you have anything to discuss, you can talk to Wenchong and Zhutai. They will relay it all to me." "Yes, I understand. Then, goodbye, Brother Jiang, the boy replied, wiping away his tears with his sleeve as he walked towards the bright corridor. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Jiang Bai grasped his arm and slipped something into his pocket. He then gave the boy a gentle push, and the boy stumbled out of the restroom. The bell rang, signaling that there was just 1 minute until class began. Jiang Bai then tucked his hands into his uniform pockets and strode out with long strides. Brother Wei, the timid mouse approached, hesitatingly speaking. Jiang Bai playfully punched Mouse on the head. Of course, we're going to class. I have no habit of skipping. Mouse, cradling his head in mock grievance, replied, I know we need to go to class. I was asking which class you were attending so we can lend you our books. Realizing his oversight, Jiang Bai recalled that he had been attending physical education classes for 3 consecutive days and had completely forgotten about this detail. Mouse nodded vigorously and dashed off towards the homeroom teacher's office, but suddenly turned back. Oh, brother, do you need anything else? Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. Bring me some scissors, needle and thread, and chalk. After receiving the detailed request, Mouse took off immediately, and Jiang Bai sauntered towards Class 8. By the time he arrived in the classroom, the math teacher had already distributed the test papers. Oh, I somewhat missed the challenge of your questions. The problems from those teachers still don't compare to the practical ones you provided, Sister Zhang. If you have a couple of problems, do share. Jiang Bai grinned. Having executed this charming tactic on numerous occasions, he knew it would please the teacher while requiring minimal effort on his part. Sister Zhang chuckled and waved her hand, insisting she was not that impressive. Nonetheless, she produced 2 sheets of paper from her bag filled with an array of problems. Jiang Bai sighed, took the papers, and settled into his seat to solve them. Yet, while working, he felt a gaze upon him, but whenever he looked up, he found no one. Since the emergence of Beloved by All, Jiang Bai's popularity had soared, making him a star figure in the school. However, before the fervent fans could approach him with love letters, he had already received special permission from the school authorities to attend any class of his choosing. Thus, he often traversed the campus through the underground passages, only occasionally seen by others during class hours. Fortunately, Jiang Bai had also acquired powerful abilities in spatial magic, allowing him to set spatial points in every classroom and facility, enabling instantaneous travel with just a thought. After a few repetitions, he discovered the one watching him was a girl with a bob haircut. While he held no negative impression of her, they were not acquainted. Once he confirmed there was no ulterior motive behind her gaze, Jiang Bai focused on the problems Sister Zhang had assigned. The sound of his pen gliding across the pristine paper filled the air, and before long, he had completed the exercises. Glancing at Sister Zhang, who was still monitoring the other students, he paid her little mind. Lazily reclining in his seat, he adjusted his cushion and opened the system. System, display my panel. The Gula Gugu system obeys the host's commands. Host, Jiang Bai. Age, 18. Abilities, basic mastery of spatial magic. Titles, Star Scholar, Physical Education Star, Leader of Rascals. Guiding Light for Troubled Youth, Restroom Abductor, Expert Adoration Recipient. Inventory, 1 blue level 5-star treasure chest. Though the title sounded somewhat unflattering, at least he possessed a blue level treasure chest, far superior to the red level 2-star chest that yielded decomposed mouse corpses, a thought that nearly made him retch. Over the past 6 months, the 3 most useful treasure chests had been these abilities, and the other chests were reasonably good, while he sometimes felt dissatisfied with the so-called rewards. These chests could be materialized in reality. By trading these treasure chests, Jiang Bai could live without worrying about his livelihood. Open the treasure chest. Yes, at your command. The system categorized these treasure chests by rainbow colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, with red being the lowest and violet the highest. Each level was further divided into 1 to 5 stars, and the type of treasure obtained depended entirely on the host's accomplishments. After a dazzling opening animation, Jiang Bai eagerly anticipated the item to be revealed, wishing he could fast-forward time. Nix's limited edition figurine. Nix's limited edition figurine. Nix's limited edition figurine. Jiang Bai could hardly believe his eyes. He was incredulous that such a coveted item would not be his. However, upon seeing what was actually revealed, all interest dissipated. It was merely a toy sword radiating with multicolored light. While it appeared to be of fine quality, it lacked a sheath and was even unopened. How could this possibly be a worthy treasure from a blue level 5-star chest? This wretched system must be cheating me. Ding. Please review the sword's attributes before apologizing to this system. Could it be that after viewing the attributes, the item would appreciate in value? To his surprise, the blue attributes indeed caught Jiang Bai's attention. Treasure, Ultimate Soul Ray Sword. Abilities, 1. Elemental Control. The Ultimate Soul Ray Sword possesses the extraordinary ability to command all elements of nature. When the power of 5 stars sparkles, the wielder can unleash a formidable elemental storm through the sword's movement. The Star of Illusion can manipulate water flows, forming colossal water tornadoes. The Star of the Moon can summon radiant moonlight, releasing the chilling cold that freezes all. The Star of Fire ignites the sword with blazing flames, transforming it into a scorching fire dragon. The Star of Wisdom cleverly directs the storm's path through profound understanding of the elements. And the Star of Healing can mend the wielder's injuries sustained in battle while enhancing the sword's power. 2. Time-space distortion. This sword possesses terrifying powers to distort time and space. Its master can tear open rifts in time and space using the sword's power, drawing enemies into chaotic temporal currents. In the face of lethal attacks, the wielder can infuse energy into the sword to distort time, briefly rewinding to the moment before the attack, thus evading danger. 3. Light purification. As a symbol of the power of light, the ultimate soul ray sword possesses formidable purifying abilities. When the energies of the 5 adorable knights converge upon the sword's body, the blade emits a dazzling radiance, dispelling all darkness and evil forces. Creatures tainted by dark forces, when illuminated by the radiant light of the sword, shall have their souls purified and their sanity restored. In the face of dark magic's onslaught, the luminous energy emitted by the sword can effortlessly counteract the effects of dark sorcery, transforming it into pure, radiant power. The resonance of the ultimate soul ray sword, when wielded, allows the spiritual strength of the 5 adorable knights to harmonize with the blade, emitting a special wave that directly intimidates the souls of their adversaries. This overwhelming aura not only instills fear in the hearts of enemies, causing them to lose their will to fight, but also inflicts tangible harm upon their souls, shattering their essence. Note, it has been discerned that the host does not possess the power of 5 stars, hence, the power has been directly infused into the ultimate soul ray sword. The host need only comprehend the spirit of the 5 stars to fully wield the ultimate soul ray sword. After reviewing this entry, Jiang Bai exclaimed in astonishment. This sword, he mused, must surely surpass even the simplest of celestial swords. After all, its might is said to be capable of cleaving through anything. However, the intricate power of the ultimate soul ray sword makes mastery a formidable challenge, which could be part of the balance at play. Acknowledging this, Jiang Bai accepted the sword's existence, shifting his focus to the paper before him, aware that Sister Zhang would not tolerate any mistakes. After discovering 2 more erroneous hypotheses, he submitted the blank paper along with the exam to teacher Zhang, subsequently departing the classroom amidst the envious gazes of his classmates. As Jiang Bai reached the bottom of the stairs, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Yet he vanished from sight in a flash. Chapter 5. I had no idea you possess such refined taste. Jiang Bai waited for an extended period in the school's pavilion until Brother Mouse finally arrived with lunch and the items he needed. Big brother, why do you need these things? Brother Mouse inquired, perplexed as he fiddled with the assortment laid out on the stone table. It was indeed curious that his elder brother had taken to handling items typically favored by girls. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai must have his reasons, and Brother Mouse resolved to follow his lead. Jiang Bai pushed aside the mushrooms from his lunch with disdain, casting a glance at Brother Mouse, who was meticulously categorizing the items, and chose to remain silent, focusing solely on his meal. Once he finished his lunch, he turned his attention to the items on the stone table. He instructed the remaining followers to refrain from seeking his company until tomorrow, urging them to focus on their studies. Meanwhile, he needed to prepare for an upcoming dungeon raid. A flicker of excitement shone in Jiang Bai's eyes, fueled by anticipation for the life that awaited him. He had traversed to this world to witness the living embodiment of Nyx, and Lin Qiye, being Nyx's son, was his direct link. If he was to meet Nyx, he would strive to maximize Lin Qiye's favorability. Sun Si observed Jiang Bai diligently sewing a piece of black cloth in the pavilion, feeling a sense of dissonance. However, the midday sun cast a warm glow upon Jiang Bai's features, revealing a handsome youth intently engaged in his task. Sun Si began to understand why so many girls harbored secret affections for his brother. Even boys would find it hard to resist his charm. With a flawless visage, remarkable talent, and an amiable yet commanding demeanor, he offered the warmest comfort in times of sorrow. Such perfection was bound to attract admiration, for it is human nature to pursue the light. After a few moments of watching, Sun Si quietly hurried back to the classroom. Jiang Bai glanced toward the bushes where Sun Si had been crouching, and once he noticed the boy had departed, he exhaled deeply. The afternoon light filtering through the branches of the pavilion created a dappled pattern of shadows, which made Jiang Bai feel a bit drowsy. Yet, he was determined to complete this small gift. He resolved to take a brief nap while attending class beside Lin Qiye. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. As the sound resonated in his ears, Jiang Bai began to tidy up the disarray around him. Jiang, what are you doing here? A familiar voice exclaimed from behind, startling him. Jiang Bai turned his head stiffly to see a girl with a high ponytail rushing to his side, embracing his arm. Are you feeling down? This girl, Gao Min, had become acquainted with Jiang Bai after he dealt with some unlawful individuals outside the school with the help of the system. However, her overly enthusiastic demeanor sometimes proved to be a source of annoyance for Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai discreetly withdrew his arm, gathering the litter around him, preparing to dispose of it. What brings you here now? Class just ended, didn't it? Gao Min observed Jiang Bai's busy demeanor with a hint of surprise. Despite being the only girl beside him, Jiang Bai remained oblivious to her feelings. She leaped behind him, playfully tapping his shoulder. What's wrong? I just stepped out of the classroom to check on the greenery. I didn't come specifically to find you. Jiang Bai paid little heed to Gao Min's words, suspecting he understood her intentions. However, he felt no romantic inclination towards her and was not interested in pursuing such matters at the moment. Gao Min watched in frustration as Jiang Bai took the black silk ribbon, her foot tapping in agitation. The ribbon appeared to be a gift intended for a girl. Why not mentioning it? Did it imply that Jiang Bai had feelings for someone else? In that instant, Gao Min was taken aback, her composure shaken. Yet, Jiang Bai remained unfazed. This was not his fault. He had never acknowledged Gao Min's unspoken affection, rendering it a one-sided sentiment. Li Fei poked Lin Qiye, who was slumped over his desk in slumber, attempting to rouse him. However, Lin Qiye was in a deep sleep due to the earlier events and remained oblivious to Li Fei's calls. Qiye, wake up. Class has started. But Lin Qiye did not stir, and unexpectedly, someone Li Fei never anticipated appeared outside the classroom door, dressed in a red and white school uniform. Jiang Bai rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, a black silk ribbon tied around his wrist, albeit an old one. The students waiting for their history teacher turned to greet him, but Jiang Bai silenced them with a finger to his lips and quietly took a seat beside Lin Qiye. Jiang Bai had previously dealt harshly with Li Fei, and now, even if he wished to ignore the situation, it was unavoidable. After all, Li Fei's pranks had targeted him. If he were to endure such antics without retaliation, he would no longer be the champion of altruistic deeds. He had adjusted the pranks devised by Li Fei and instructed Sun Si to lead Li Fei into a trap of his own making. Though Li Fei possessed some intelligence, his lack of cleverness was well known. After being provoked by Sun Si's words, Li Fei rushed headlong into the trap, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Yet, when questioned by teachers, he blushed and denied any knowledge, even attempting to halt the investigation when school authorities mentioned reviewing the surveillance footage. Jiang Bai noticed Li Fei's guilty expression with indifference. He understood that he could not please everyone. His focus was solely on his own desires. After all, his ultimate goal had always been Nix alone. Observing Lin Qiye, who was peacefully breathing at the desk, Jiang Bai pulled out a feather from somewhere, chuckling softly before continuing with his little prank. However, before Jiang Bai could withdraw his hand, Lin Qiye had already grasped Jiang Bai's wrist, rendering him unable to escape. I was unaware that Brother Jiang possessed such refined tastes. Had I known earlier, I might have indulged him in playful company. Chapter 6, New Silk Ribbon. Jiang Bai gazed at Lin Qiye's closed eyes, feeling a twinge of unease that he quickly cast aside. After all, I am merely assisting Lin Qiye with his studies. What if he falls behind in his classes? This is not a matter of refined taste. I am indeed aiding your education. Jiang Bai suddenly leaned closer to Lin Qiye, tilting his head. After all, you are still not awake, are you? Lin Qiye was rendered speechless by Jiang Bai's questions. He had indeed been asleep, unable to open his eyes, a fact known to the teachers as well. Li Fei, seated behind them, observed their intimate interaction and couldn't help but agree in his heart. These two fellows are remarkably close, having only met for the first time yet already holding hands. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of others, particularly for Han Ruorio, a girl who harbored feelings for both Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye, suffering in silence. Lin Qiye abruptly released his grip on Jiang Bai's arm, his neck flushed. He felt an odd familiarity with Jiang Bai, despite having never met him before. This made Lin Qiye suspect that Jiang Bai harbored ulterior motives. While Jiang Bai indeed had distinct intentions towards Lin Qiye, with others, he possessed a somewhat indifferent attitude, yet with Lin Qiye, even the simplest gesture could yield high scores for his Gula Gula system. Most importantly, Lin Qiye was the son of Nikes. Establishing a good rapport with him would eventually allow Jiang Bai to meet his idol. This realization shifted Jiang Bai's focus entirely onto Lin Qiye. After all, when it comes to choosing between congee and steamed buns, Jiang Bai knew which he preferred. I need not your concern. This is my own affair, Lin Qiye said hurriedly, attempting to suppress his inner turmoil. However, he did not anticipate Jiang Bai moving the wooden bench closer to him. From his coat pocket, Jiang Bai produced a black silk ribbon and gently suggested, "But your ribbon has fallen into my possession. Let me assist you in tying it back on. After all, I was the one who removed it. The sunlight is rather harsh on the eyes." These words stirred ripples within Lin Qiye's heart. over the years of blindness. Apart from his aunt and young Jean, no one had ever offered him such unsolicited kindness. Come, turn your head this way. Jiang Bai did not expect Lin Qiye, who had previously been as prickly as a hedgehog, to suddenly become docile. Yet this was preferable. If Lin Qiye were to fidget, it would complicate matters. Jiang Bai folded the black satin ribbon thrice, gently aligning it with Lin Qiye's eyes before slowly wrapping it around his head. During this process, the classroom fell into an utter silence. Everyone was watching their actions, with some girls discreetly pulling out their phones to record the moment. Does it hurt? Jiang Bai had finished wrapping the ribbon and was preparing to tie it. If not secured tightly, it could easily come loose. However, if too tight, it might cause Lin Qiye discomfort. Thus, Jiang Bai's voice softened, yet in the stillness of the classroom, it rang out like a bombshell. It does not hurt. Tie it a bit tighter, Lin Qiye replied, his voice trembling slightly. He wished to reject Jiang Bai's proximity, yet there seemed to be an inexplicable allure about him. Whenever Jiang Bai was near, all worries and anxieties dissipated, replaced by a strange sense of positivity. After securing the ribbon into an elegant knot, Jiang Bai asked, "Would you like to touch it?" Upon hearing Jiang Bai's inquiry, Lin Qiye reached up to feel the ribbon adorning his eyes. However, as he did so, he sensed something amiss. He turned to Jiang Bai and inquired, "Whose is this? My black silk ribbon is not like this." As he spoke, Lin Qiye attempted to untie the ribbon, but was swiftly stopped by Jiang Bai, who laughed and said, "This is a new one I made for you at noon today. Your old one was simply too worn out, with several holes in it. Consider this as a birthday gift from me. Do not refuse it, aside from you. I cannot envision gifting black silk ribbons to anyone else." Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Qiye, who seemed poised to protest, and immediately straightened his posture, adopting the demeanor of a diligent student. "But my birthday is on October 5th. It is far too early for that," Lin Qiye replied, somewhat exasperated. Jiang Bai tilted his head and said, "I know, but who says that birthday gifts can only be given on birthdays? This is your birthday gift for your 19th year, and you must accept it." Jiang Bai's surprising assertiveness did not repel Lin Qiye. Rather, it was a testament to Jiang Bai's charm. Otherwise, had it not been for Jiang Bai's charismatic appeal, his earlier insistence on helping Lin Qiye would have likely diminished any goodwill. Lin Qiye traced the white cloud patterns on the black silk ribbon, lost in thought. Could it be that someone other than his family could be so kind to him? His mortal realm divinity perception clearly indicated that his old black silk ribbon was now tied to his right hand, quite conspicuously. Lin Qiye chose to remain silent. To argue further would be ungrateful. I listened outside the corridor for quite some time when our history teacher, panting, entered the classroom. Yet, upon stepping in, she was taken aback. According to her usual experience, there should have been some commotion, but upon entering, the class was unusually quiet, with only a few scattered conversations. And those were merely discussions of historical topics. This left her momentarily bewildered, but she soon spotted Jiang Bai sitting next to Lin Qiye. "Xiao Jiang, what brings you here?" the history teacher exclaimed with delight. Jiang Bai was typically more inclined towards science courses, making his presence in her class a pleasing surprise. This incident made Sue's small vanity swell, and though she longed to shout to the heavens, the lesson was still ongoing, so she contained herself. "Very well, class. Today we shall discuss the frontier management of the Han Dynasty." Jiang Bai, feeling bored, borrowed a sheet of paper from a girl nearby and began doodling, occasionally looking up to respond to Sue's teachings, providing ample emotional support. Lin Qiye sensed Jiang Bai glancing in his direction now and then. Yet he could not fathom what Jiang Bai was up to. Thus, he focused his attention on the teacher's lecture, jotting down the words champion marquee. Chapter 7. Apologies. The evening breeze stirred the hair of the youths, a testament to their vibrant youth. On the playground, boys made plans to continue their soccer matches the following day. In the corridors, a few girls discussed where to purchase new hairpins for Saturday. At the school gate, several vendors clamored for customers to buy their evening snacks. Jiang Bai casually draped his arm around Lin Qiye, skillfully navigating past a group of infatuated girls blocking the classroom door. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Bai remained by Lin Qiye's side, with dinner delivered by Sun Si and bathroom trips squeezed in during class time. Had it not been for the knowledge that many were aware of Jiang Bai's fondness for girls, they might have already begun shipping the pair. However, a topic about Bai Yi had already emerged on the school's forum. The video of Jiang Bai tying a black satin ribbon around Lin Qiye had garnered over 10,000 likes and shares, undoubtedly signaling a sensation throughout the school and the significance placed on this friendship. As Lin Qiye felt the warmth of the enthusiastic girls around him, his ears flushed crimson, though he could not discern the reason. Yet, when Lin Qiye finally regained his composure, he had already maneuvered through the crowd. Meanwhile, Li Yifei and Jiang Qian continued to struggle amidst the throng of girls, causing Lin Qiye to dismiss these trivial matters. It was only after they exited the classroom building and felt the weight of numerous gazes upon them that Lin Qiye weakly spoke. Now that we're out, could you perhaps release my hand? Jiang Bai, however, did not relent, holding on tightly despite Lin Qiye's attempts to break free. What do you intend to do? Lin Qiye inquired, to which Jiang Bai replied, your guardians were intercepted by my admirers, and to compensate you, I am compelled to accompany you. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smirk at Jiang Bai's words, reassuring himself that this would spare him much trouble the following day. After a while, Jiang Bai finally lowered his arm from around Lin Qiye's neck. Suddenly, Gao Min appeared behind them, startling Jiang Bai. Let us run, he exclaimed, seizing Lin Qiye's arm and sprinting away. Lin Qiye, though possessing decent physical fitness, was momentarily taken aback, but nonetheless followed Jiang Bai's lead. The summer evening breeze caressed the young man's chest, while the emerald leaves of the poplar trees fluttered down onto the path he ran, imprinting the fervor of youth. Their rapid breaths signified the intensity of their escape, and their tightly clasped hands reflected their shared urgency. Lin Qiye's heightened awareness sensed the changes in their surroundings as they dashed forward, a sight that belied the blindfolded boy shrouded in layers of black cloth. Jiang Bai's erratic direction, first veering left, then suddenly running backward, confounded Lin Qiye, yet his intuition assured him that they were indeed moving closer to the school gate. This perplexed Lin Qiye, but being unable to see, he chose not to voice his thoughts. Damn this system, what a wretched thing, he lamented internally. Realizing that such abilities required personal insight and practice to master, or he would be limited to the most rudimentary telekinesis. Fortunately, he had initially drawn the learning ability, or else Jiang Bai could not have so swiftly grasped the art of spatial magic. As they reached the street, Lin Qiye began to shake off Jiang Bai's grip, the meaning behind his actions unmistakable. Yet, Jiang Bai remained oblivious, holding on firmly and refusing to let go. Thus, Lin Qiye was pulled across the street, his guiding cane wedged beneath his arm, while his other hand grasped a takeout box of turkey noodles, a fast food burger, and a chicken wrap, with a blueberry milk tea and coconut water dangling from the other side, transforming him into a veritable tree of delicacies. Jiang Bai finally released Lin Qiye's hand and turned to face him, unable to suppress a laugh. Lin Qiye, why do you always wear such a gloomy expression? He teased, stepping closer to pluck the last candied hawthorn from the skewer. Come, open your mouth. Though Lin Qiye was not in the best of spirits, he complied and opened his mouth. Observing Lin Qiye's obedient demeanor, Jiang Bai stuffed the candied hawthorn into his mouth, ruffled his hair, and declared, boys should smile more, that's what girls like. Suddenly shifting the topic, Jiang Bai asked, do you have a girl you like? Jiang Bai was not surprised by the answer, considering Lin Qiye's emotional naivety in the original narrative. Disappointment flickered across Jiang Bai's face, but he quickly brushed it aside, knowing he would eventually see what Jialan looked like, and thus, there was no need to dwell on the matter. Lin Qiye followed closely behind Jiang Bai, feeling that proximity would offer comfort. Even though he only needed to remain within 10 meters of him, he was uncertain whether Jiang Bai knew where he lived, yet Jiang Bai exuded an aura of omniscience, reminiscent of the sun. Indeed, Jiang Bai was a blazing sun, rising majestically and illuminating the world around him. As they strolled, their conversation remained sparse. Given Lin Qiye's constrained mobility, Jiang Bai frequently tore off pieces of burger meat or used chopsticks to offer him forks of turkey noodles. Whenever Lin Qiye felt thirsty, Jiang Bai was quick to bring the blueberry milk tea to his lips. As the evening sun gradually dipped behind the undulating mountains, a chill enveloped Lin Qiye's back, prompting Jiang Bai to take his backpack. In Jiang Bai's playful words, I haven't carried a backpack in ages. Let me savor this arduous burden once more. Given Jiang Bai's insistence, Lin Qiye couldn't refuse. The powder blue backpack hung at an angle on Jiang Bai's tall frame, his physique exuding strength, with visible veins beneath his rolled-up sleeves. As Lin Qiye trailed behind, he murmured softly, I'm sorry. Huh? Lin Qiye, what did you say? I didn't catch that, Jiang Bai replied, puzzled by Lin Qiye's sudden apology. What? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that? Jiang Bai genuinely hadn't understood Lin Qiye's mumbling and wished to hear it again. However, this inadvertently triggered Lin Qiye's irritation, causing him to fall silent. Annoyed, Lin Qiye thought Jiang Bai was intentionally mocking him, prompting him to stride ahead angrily, leaving Jiang Bai at a loss. Is it really that easy to upset him over just a few words? How will I manage my interactions with this guy in the future? Just then, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully earning the title of the first apology of the protagonist. This achievement has unlocked a blue level 3-star treasure chest. Please check it promptly. Staring at the notification, Jiang Bai was at a loss for words. While he indeed coveted the treasure chests, he felt conflicted about the system's insistence on keeping him close to Lin Qiye. Valuables were important, but what distinguished this from manipulating Lin Qiye or deceiving his feelings? For a moment, Jiang Bai found himself harboring a slight disdain for the so-called system, even reducing his interactions with Lin Qiye thereafter. Yet the system seemed to sense Jiang Bai's thoughts and swiftly presented a new feature. Ding! The system has been updated. A new feature has been introduced to assist the host in achieving various accomplishments. The ability to perceive others' affection levels. Perceiving others' affection levels? Jiang Bai was momentarily amused by this, realizing it was yet another tactic to tether him to Lin Qiye. Since arriving in this world, the achievements related to interpersonal connections had been primarily accomplished by Jiang Bai himself, with Lin Qiye being the only exception. Now, being shackled to this so-called protagonist felt akin to becoming Lin Qiye's appendage. As a genius, Jiang Bai accepted admiration from others and welcomed challenges from those who deemed themselves worthy. However, the notion of sacrificing his pride to curry favor with someone he perceived as inferior was unacceptable, even if Lin Qiye were destined for greatness. It mattered not to Jiang Bai. He would not yield, nor would he be compelled. Jiang Bai gazed at this newly developed feature, neither accepting nor rejecting it, yet silently pondering how to extricate himself from this place. After all, he had no desire to be a mere accessory to the protagonist, compelling him to seek an exit. However, his longing to see Nick stirred a conflict within him, leaving Jiang Bai in a tumultuous state of mind. For the time being, he decided to cast these thoughts aside, opting to minimize his interactions with Lin Qiye. Nyx was a sight he was determined to behold. With a flicker of intent, Jiang Bai tapped into the functionality area to assess others' affections towards him. Unsurprisingly, many had a favorability rating exceeding 70. Yet, a few outliers, whose admiration was alarmingly excessive, Jiang Bai deliberately chose to overlook, as he had no recollection of them, while their feelings towards him appeared rather peculiar. After perusing for quite some time, Jiang Bai's gaze fell upon Lin Qiye's glowing 15, leaving him perplexed. He could not fathom the motives of this seemingly useless system, after all. Even the representation of favorability had to be peculiar. Was it truly impossible to thrive outside the protagonist's realm? Wait, it seemed that was indeed the case. Blast. Had he known, he would have opted for the adjacent ancient romance. Host, this is due to the cosmic consciousness being embodied in Lin Qiye. Thus the achievements you attain are largely influenced by the cosmic will residing within him. So that was the case? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Bai came to a realization. The cosmic will of this world indeed seemed to be intertwined with Lin Qiye. Consequently, interacting with Lin Qiye became less daunting. However, what the system did not explicitly state was that the favorability cap for Lin Qiye, endowed with cosmic consciousness, was merely 50. As the remaining divine essence was sealed away by the cosmic will, rendering it impervious to influence. Otherwise, the universe would be unable to replicate itself, presenting a significant dilemma. Jiang Bai stared at Lin Qiye's meager 15 favorability rating, inwardly lamenting his lack of charm. He resolved to seek out an unfamiliar individual to gauge his allure. Otherwise, he would have to return this charismatic title. After resolving these musings, Jiang Bai had yet to open the blue-tier 3-star treasure chest when an odd odor wafted into his nostrils. It turned out they had unwittingly wandered into the alleys of the old city. The pitch-black night was punctuated by a few scattered stars. With the bright moon suspended in the sky, though the sunlight it reflected was incomplete, Lin Qiye's heightened perception allowed him to discern the surroundings more clearly than Jiang Bai. However, he too caught a whiff of the strange scent, though the source was already 10 meters away, leaving Lin Qiye oblivious to what it was. But Jiang Bai found himself confronted by a creature towering 2 meters, baring its pristine teeth in grotesque drool towards him and Lin Qiye, inciting a surge of anger within him. After enduring enough vexation from this accursed system, did this creature truly believe it could survive an encounter with him? The ghoul-like figure, driven by a long empty stomach, advanced towards the duo. Yet a lingering sense of threat kept it at bay, prowling nearby, with claws resembling those of a bear and a face oscillating between laughter and weeping. It emitted a foul stench that was putrid and decaying. Jiang Bai, who harbored a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, felt as though this creature had been sent by the system to channel his frustration. Lin Qiye, what is the furthest distance you can sense? Jiang Bai assumed a combat stance, preparing to retaliate against this audacious beast. Startled by the sudden inquiry, Lin Qiye stammered, I can't perceive anything within a 10-meter radius, including underground. I see. Then take 5 steps back and silently count to 1 minute. Chapter 9. Decapitation. The black satin of Lin Qiye's attire fluttered in the evening breeze. Just as Jiang Bai's commanding voice echoed, the ghoul charged forward. Jiang Bai noticed a wooden branch nearby. With a flicker of spatial magic, it materialized in his hand. The alley was narrow, offering little cover for their forms, Yet Lin Qiye obediently stepped back 5 paces. He then stood 5 steps away. Clutching the coconut juice Jiang Bai had yet to finish, a wooden branch had unexpectedly appeared in Jiang Bai's hand, causing Lin Qiye to raise an eyebrow. It seemed that not only did he possess unique abilities, but this Jiang Bai also held his own secrets. However, such knowledge was not meant for Lin Qiye, as Jiang Bai had not disclosed anything. Jiang Bai observed the advancing ghoul, channeling silver spatial magic into the wooden branch. The previously fragile branch now shimmered with a silvery light, elongating by 3 inches. Lin Qiye began his silent countdown. 1 second. The ghoul was upon them. Jiang Bai bent low, striking at its lower regions with a swift slash. The blade, imbued with a cold silver light, grazed the ghoul's knee. It emitted a hoarse howl. Staggering backward as foul, viscous fluid seeped from under its dark robe. Lin Qiye continued counting, his focus unwavering. 3 seconds. From the corner of his eye, Lin Qiye noticed the flickering light at Jiang Bai's fingertips, reminiscent of a candle on the verge of extinguishing. The ghoul's wound writhed, splintered bones producing a wet, grinding sound as several dark red tendrils emerged from the severed limb, coiling towards Jiang Bai's wrist. The silver light on the wooden branch surged, distorting the space around them, and the tendrils were shredded into pulp by an unseen blade. Jiang Bai spun around, thrusting the branch toward the ghoul's forehead, but as it neared, several tendrils resisted its advance. For seconds, Lin Qiye's pupils constricted slightly. A cackling laughter erupted from the ghoul's throat, as rotting skin split to reveal a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, creating a cacophony that rippled through the air. Jiang Bai grunted, the branch splintering inch by inch. Droplets of blood oozing from his hands, suspended in midair, crystallizing into crimson ice. His perception spread like a web, capturing every sound of the ghoul's bones scraping against one another, its dark red skin oozing black liquid, and its gaping maw filled with fangs. Each breath accompanied by a low growl, as if echoing from the depths of a hellish abyss. Jiang Bai stood at the center of the alley, the wooden branch shimmering with silver light. The power of spatial magic surged through it, slicing the surrounding air into delicate patterns. Lin Qiye's gaze remained fixated on the battlefield, silently counting the seconds. 20 seconds passed in an instant, and Jiang Bai had already exchanged several blows with the ghoul. Its attacks were fierce and unpredictable, claws enveloped in dark mist, eroding the air around them. Jiang Bai, aided by his agility and spatial magic, maintained a delicate distance from the creature. Inwardly, Jiang Bai calculated the ghoul's tenacity. He could sense that with time, its assaults grew increasingly frenzied. Each collision sent a tingle through his arms. 30 seconds. Lin Qiye continued his silent count, swallowing hard. The ghoul lunged first, its form a swirling shadow, claws rending the air with a piercing shriek that assaulted the eardrums. Jiang Bai lightly tapped the ground, dashing toward the left like a silver streak, the wooden branch sweeping through the air with a whoosh. The ghoul howled, arching backward, its body bending unnaturally, its claws barely missing Jiang Bai's clothing, which disintegrated in an instant. The destruction of his attire ignited a flame of rage within Jiang Bai. You shall perish. 25 seconds. Jiang Bai seized the moment of the ghoul's attack, thrusting the wooden branch with all his might. This strike encapsulated all his strength and the entirety of his knowledge of spatial magic. The ghost-faced creature seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to evade, only to discover that the surrounding space had become solidified. It let out a terrified shriek as dark mist surged around it, desperately trying to break free from its bindings. But it was too late. Jiang Bai ceased his playful antics. The silvery radiance emanating from the branch in his hand suddenly pierced through the terrifying form of the ghost-faced creature. However, as Lin Qiye scrutinized the battlefield before him, an eerie silhouette loomed behind him, observing both figures. Not only did Lin Qiye perceive this, but Jiang Bai also noted the ghost-faced creature lurking in the shadows. The branch in his hand vanished, the silvery glow escaping his grasp. Jiang Bai's figure propelled forward, sprinting towards Lin Qiye's rear. How swift! Lin Qiye's pupils contracted. As Jiang Bai rushed, the branch reappeared in his hand. And as he looked at Lin Qiye standing still, their forms exchanged places. Jiang Bai seized the momentum to spin, the silver light on the branch suddenly swelling, and in that moment, spatial magic erupted. The once ordinary branch elongated in an instant, transforming into a spear aimed at the chest of the ghost-faced creature. Yet, the ghost-faced creature was not a mere beast. It possessed intelligence and would not succumb without a fight. It inhaled sharply, its chest ballooning like a sphere, and black mist erupted from its pores, forming a putrid barrier. Jiang Bai's gaze turned icy. With a flick of his wrist, the branch shifted from a thrust to a sweep, the silver glow slithering past the mist, targeting the creature's throat. The ghost-faced creature reacted with remarkable speed, its forepaw striking the ground as its body soared into the air, its hind legs coiling like a drawn bow before launching. This forced Jiang Bai to sidestep rapidly, his back colliding with a brick wall. Yet he used the momentum to leap upward, bringing the branch down in a powerful slash. The ghost-faced creature raised its claws to defend. And at the moment their claws collided with the branch, the silver radiance clashed violently with the black mist, producing a piercing hiss. Lin Qiye distinctly sensed that the ghost-faced creature's claws were visibly corroding under the effects of spatial magic, black fragments cascading to the ground. 40 seconds. Lin Qiye anxiously pressed his fingertips into his palm. Jiang Bai, although already beaded with sweat, fought with increasing fervor. He understood that the narrow alley restricted the ghost-faced creature's agility, thus the terrain was advantageous for him. In this moment, Jiang Bai feigned an attack towards the creature's upper body, raising the branch as if to cleave, but suddenly crouched low, sweeping the branch along the ground. By the time the ghost-faced creature realized, it was too late. Its hind leg was struck by the silver glow, its dark red skin splitting open, and black blood gushed forth. This caused the creature to howl in pain, stumbling backward under Jiang Bai's relentless assault. In Lin Qiye's perception, the ghost-faced creature's aura grew increasingly chaotic, yet more ferocious. It suddenly opened its maw wide, a cloud of black toxic mist billowing forth. Jiang Bai hastily held his breath, springing backward on his toes. The toxic mist corroded the walls, the bricks sizzling as they disintegrated into powder. Only 20 seconds remained. Jiang Bai calculated in his mind, his gaze sharpening. He would not go back on his word. A minute. Not a second more. He gripped the branch tightly, spatial magic swirling furiously around it, the silver glow illuminating the entire alley. The ghost-faced creature seemed to sense death approaching, roaring as it charged. Claws and toxic mist unleashed simultaneously. At that moment, Jiang Bai moved. He darted forward like a silver flash, targeting the creature's vulnerability. Empowered by spatial magic, the branch transcended logic, piercing through the creature's seemingly impenetrable defenses and precisely striking its heart. The ghost-faced creature's pupils dilated in fear. It attempted to struggle, only to find the surrounding space solidifying like a spider's web. Time was up. Jiang Bai intoned coldly, and the silver light on the branch erupted into a blinding brilliance. The ghost-faced creature emitted a sharp, agonized scream as its body was torn apart by the spatial magic, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing into the night wind, the dim alley returned to silence. Jiang Bai exhaled deeply, turning to face Lin Qiye, his legs growing weak as he nearly collapsed to the ground. It's over, right? Aren't I impressive? I promised a minute, and I delivered within that time. Jiang Bai's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet remained resolute. Lin Qiye gazed at the branch in his hand, its glow fading, then glanced toward the dark corner at the end of the alley, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. That minute of fierce battle felt to him like an eternity. Yet Jiang Bai had stood firm, an immovable mountain, completely shielding him from danger. The night wind blew, carrying a trace of blood. Yet it also helped Lin Qiye gradually regain his composure. The world now began to unveil a mysterious corner to him, making him acutely aware of his own frailty and the necessity for personal growth. Chapter 10. The Sea King's fishing method. Jiang Bai's legs felt ephemeral, fatigue settling heavily upon him. Such intense combat had taken a toll on his body, yet his recent display of bravado had illuminated the limits of his strength. Am I handsome? Lin Qiye turned around, envisioning Jiang Bai, half-crouched and panting heavily, yet his voice remained steady and powerful. He approached, carefully helping Jiang Bai to his feet. You're the most handsome, brother Jiang. Jiang Bai shrugged off the compliment indifferently. What does it matter how he calls me? We likely one T grow close. I knew it, Jiang Bai replied confidently, then subtly withdrew his arm from Lin Qiye's grasp. Aware of Jiang Bai's movement, Lin Qiye bore no resentment, simply standing obediently by. Jiang Bai sensed something amiss, as if a certain middle-aged man, who should have appeared to promote something, was notably absent. You don't know where I live? How did you bring me here earlier then? Lin Qiye asked, exasperated. And you didn't ask about my home before, making it seem like you knew everything. That kind of ruins the grand image you've built in my mind. Jiang Bai's previously towering, gentle, and mysteriously powerful image in Lin Qiye's mind now bore traces of human emotion, making Lin Qiye feel that Jiang Bai was not merely a gentle breeze on the surface, but rather someone who kept others at a distance. This more authentic Jiang Bai resonated with Lin Qiye's understanding of humanity. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's exasperated tone, Jiang Bai squinted his eyes, appearing somewhat at a loss. I saw your information at the student council president's office, but then my mind wandered to how to embroider, and I forgot your address. Jiang Bai adjusted his backpack, his fingers tapping together nervously. Lin Qiye, supporting his head, approached Jiang Bai, and as they passed the corpse of the ghost-faced creature, he couldn't help but kick it twice. He extended his right hand towards Jiang Bai. This outstretched hand was Lin Qiye's first plea for help after 10 years of darkness. It was his second initiative, The first had been when he mentioned the angels on the moon to the doctors, which led to him being sent to a psychiatric hospital. This afternoon had been pivotal in nurturing his interests. Since his blindness, few had dared to joke with him. Jiang Bai's light-hearted banter made Lin Qiye feel that he was no different from others. However, what truly instilled hope in Lin Qiye was the silk fabric adorned with auspicious clouds that Jiang Bai had crafted by hand, his first gift from someone outside his family. In his mental exploration, the intricate clouds on the fabric appeared vividly, as if fluttering in the wind. Additionally, Jiang Bai wore the black silk ribbon that had been tied around Lin Qiye's wrist for 10 years, further solidifying Lin Qiye's conviction that Jiang Bai was unlike anyone else. Coupled with Lin Qiye's desire to become as formidable as Jiang Bai, he was determined not to be harmed by such monsters, allowing his aunt and adjutant to rest easy. Jiang Bai stared intently at Lin Qiye's outstretched palm, his eyes filled with suspicion. What had caused this guy to change so oddly? To validate his conjecture, Jiang Bai promptly checked Lin Qiye's affection level. The conspicuous blue entry clearly displayed Lin Qiye's affection at 25, leaving Jiang Bai perplexed. This affection level showed little increase. How could it be akin to those individuals whose affection surpassed 80, who often sought profound bonds of friendship? Although Jiang Bai found this perplexing, he respected the situation nonetheless. By the way, do you have any extra rooms at home? Jiang Bai hesitantly inquired of Lin Qiye. My clothes are somewhat dirty, and my uniform has a damaged corner. I would like to go to your home to mend them and take a shower. Jiang Bai's request came out a bit stutteringly, as it was rather unreasonable. However, Lin Qiye decisively affirmed it without a hint of hesitation. Little did Jiang Bai know that his series of moves had utterly bewildered the innocent and naive Lin Qiye, who still clung to the fiery fantasies of a typical adolescent. First, he made an unexpected entrance, showcasing his strength and reliability, and then, in this unforeseen setting, he displayed his gentleness and capability, instilling both trust and curiosity in Lin Qiye. Thus, the first step was a success. Capturing the attention and curiosity of his prey served as effective bait to draw them in. Next, he aimed to appear beside Lin Qiye unexpectedly, demonstrating his unique care and tenderness. What could be more alluring than the exquisite cloud-patterned silk that he had painstakingly crafted over an afternoon? Moreover, Jiang Bai had tied a piece of that silk around his wrist, which further signified another layer of importance. This constituted the second step. One can distinctly sense that a person holds a special place for you, especially when surrounded by numerous superior alternatives. Yet they choose to remain by your side. Lin Qiye had been incessantly reminded of this by Li Yifei and others since Jiang Bai's arrival beside him that afternoon. Once curiosity and gentleness were secured, the next phase involved showcasing one's charm. Jiang Bai's solo performance had undoubtedly awakened Lin Qiye's admiration for strength. People are inherently drawn to those who excel beyond themselves, particularly youngsters like Lin Qiye. The author succinctly refers to these 3 steps as the king of the sea fishing method, as long as one possesses sufficient resources and capabilities. One need not worry about anything else. This exemplifies a classic archetype, as Jiang Bai perfectly embodied the requirements in every step of the king of the sea fishing method. Therefore, dear readers who are currently pursuing someone you admire, make sure to diligently learn from the course tailored for you by Jiang Bai and me. However, at this moment, Jiang Bai remained unaware that his actions had left the pure-hearted Lin Qiye consumed with thoughts of how to discuss martial arts and skills with him. Meanwhile, the moon hung high in the sky, while a ghostly figure roamed the dark alley, hunting its prey. Chapter 11. Returning home, the dim streetlight flickered erratically, casting a long shadow of a tall figure on the ground, obscuring its details. Scattered cigarette butts littered the ground, all consumed by him. After finishing a cigarette, he discarded the butt and crushed it under his weathered military boot before rising to his feet. Checking the time on his phone, Zhao Kongqing turned and stepped into the void of no restrictions. The captain and the others must have dealt with those few escaped rats. He only needed to clean up the aftermath, although Zhao Kongqing yearned to fight alongside Shen Mai and the others on the front lines. He had no restrictions, only his close combat skills and military training. The only sound in the deep alley was the echo of Zhao Kongqing's footsteps. Aside from that, he seemed to hear nothing else. Indeed, the captain and the others were formidable. The voice crackling through the earpiece caused Zhao Kongqing's blood to momentarily freeze. What do you mean you haven't arrived yet? So, there are at least 3 ghostly figures still around? The thought of potentially slaying the mysterious beings sent a surge of dormant, once unstoppable blood rushing through his veins. He too could strike down a ghostly figure, showcasing extraordinary prowess. This anticipation quickened Zhao Kongqing's movements. He could hardly wait for those ghostly figures to appear. Eager to eliminate them, the black long box in his hand was swiftly set down, followed by a sharp sound. The long knife was drawn, glimmering with a crystalline sheen. The blade was firmly grasped in Zhao Kongqing's hand. The marked, It was exceptionally well maintained. This indicated the degree of care he devoted to the knife. As he stepped across the cobblestones, a faint scent of blood wafted to his nostrils. He was all too familiar with this scent. Having emerged from a sea of corpses himself, Zhao Kongqing quickened his pace, the seemingly endless darkness behind him threatening to consume him. His dark green military boots splashed through puddles, the blade trailing along the cobblestones, leaving a slender silver streak. The stench of decay and blood intensified as he abruptly halted at the corner ahead, where two distorted shadows were sprawled on the ground. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating the ghostly figure's shattered skull, the cut as smooth as a mirror, with dark purple brain matter sizzling and evaporating along the silver glow. Space cut, he crouched down, his fingertips hovering 3 inches above the corpse. The unhealed wound still exhibited subtle spatial waves, as if someone had sliced through the ghostly figure at the molecular level with an invisible blade. This was certainly not the style of Chinmai's team, nor any technique recorded by the Watchers. Moreover, the captain and the others had yet to arrive. This was the work of someone else. Suddenly, the earpiece crackled with static. Old Zhao, 2 of the 3 ghostly figure signals have disappeared. What is your status? I understand. Zhao Kongqing yanked the earpiece from his ear and stuffed it into his pocket. He focused on the blood hole in the throat of the second corpse, noting the icy crystalline silver flakes around the opening, evidence of energy overload leading to spatial crystallization. Sounds of splintering would echoed from above. The third ghostly figure hung upside down on a clothes rack, its centipede-like legs gripping a rusted pipe, with its abdomen gaping open and viscous tendrils dripping from the wound. Zhao Kongqing stepped back, observing as the dripping liquid corroded the stone slabs, creating honeycomb-like holes. This creature was evolving. The energy residue from the previous 2 corpses was being absorbed. Was the ghostly figure truly this bizarre? It seemed to consider him a collector of corpses. He grinned, the tip of his blade tauntingly tapping the ground. The clang echoed through the alley just as the ghostly figure's abdomen suddenly ejected poisonous spines. But Zhao Kongqing anticipated the attack, rolling aside. The spines pierced the ground where he had just stood, and amidst the exploding toxic mist, he leaped off the left wall with his military boots. As the blade made contact with the pipe, Zhao Kongqing twisted his waist with force. The entire clothes rack was torn down with brute strength, and as the ghostly figure lost its balance and fell, the long knife glimmered with cold light as it struck upward. The sensation of the blade hitting the hard shell made his pupils contract. The edge, meant to sever the legs, was caught by the hardened skin, jolting him with a painful recoil. The ghostly figure's cracked head suddenly spewed acidic liquid. Zhao Kongqing recoiled, the acid barely grazing his nose as it burned through his military coat. In the moment his back slammed against the brick wall, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and hurled it with precision, the cold gleam embedding itself in the ghostly figure's right eye. Amidst its piercing scream, Zhao Kongqing used the wall for leverage to lunge towards the long knife lodged in the clothes rack. The moment he grasped the warm hilt, he spun and slashed. This time, the blade was enveloped in dark red energy, a skill he had briefly learned with the captain's assistance. Using a portion of one's own vitality to enhance the potency of one's techniques, thus increasing the likelihood of a fatal strike. The skin of the demon-faced man was as fragile as thin paper beneath the blade, and 3 of his legs snapped at the roots. Black blood splattered against the wall, corroding it into a face-like indentation. Kneel before me. Zhao Kongqing's thunderous command echoed as the blade pierced the demon's knee. As the creature fell to its knees, a putrid wind stirred up debris, yet he suddenly relinquished his weapon, his fist enveloped in blood, aimed fiercely at the opponent's temple. With a dull thud, the demon's skull shattered, and its remaining legs suddenly surged, a poisonous stinger lunging towards his back. In that critical moment, Zhao Kongqing managed a grin. The feigned opening he had deliberately created bore fruit. Just as the stinger was a mere half-inch from his spine, the dagger embedded in the demon's eye socket erupted. A specially designed phosphorus bomb ignited, turning the monster's head into a fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kongqing grasped his long knife, the blade slicing through the fiery curtain. The charred body collapsed heavily to the ground, yet Zhao Kongqing froze. The phosphorus light illuminated a half-bloodied silver button nestled among the debris beside 2 demon corpses. He crouched down, his fingers tracing the dark patterns on the button's edge. It was the only item left behind by the one who had slain the 2 demons. Who could you possibly be? He pondered, recognizing the formidable prowess of the individual. He tightened his grip around the button, blood seeping between his fingers. Suddenly, a roaring engine echoed from afar. Chinmai's team was approaching in their van. Zhao Kongqing hastily stowed the button in his inner pocket, crushing the silver fragments beneath his boot. As the spotlight swept through the alley, he leaned against the wall, smoking, with 3 charred corpses at his feet. Quite efficient. Old Zhao, a team member remarked as they jumped out to inspect the bodies. Wait, these 2 have fatal wounds from my new incendiary bombs. Zhao Kongqing, exhaling smoke, interjected. The effect is rather impressive, isn't it? As the moonlight was once again devoured by dark clouds, he reached for the pocket concealing the button. Jiang Bai, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Qiye's hand, urging, "Hurry and tell me which floor your home is on." However, Lin Qiye remained transfixed, gazing at Jiang Bai. They had been wandering the old district, yet somehow found themselves in a different area altogether. This led Lin Qiye to suspect that Jiang Bai's abilities were likely related to spatial manipulation. Chapter 12. Lodging. Following Lin Qiye's guidance, Jiang Bai ascended the stairs. But his unfamiliarity with the terrain led him to encounter several obstacles. For instance, his height caused him to strike his forehead against an overhead partition upon entering the building. Or, due to the dim light of the night, he misstepped, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's swift reflexes, Jiang Bai would have tumbled. Although Lin Qiye's eyes were blind, his keen mental perception allowed him to vividly sense Jiang Bai's predicament and embarrassment. Were it not for the damage to his clothing, Jiang Bai might never have ventured here, Lin Qiye mused, considering Jiang Bai's brilliance. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. For this place was a home created alongside his aunt and Ajin, a residence they had cherished for many years. While others might find it tiresome or undesirable, Lin Qiye felt otherwise. "Be careful, it's hard to see here," Lin Qiye remarked, exasperated, after Jiang Bai nearly stumbled once more. Despite possessing immense combat prowess and an astute intellect, he seemed as directionless as a newborn. Is it merely a matter of having lived here a few more years? If it were me, I could navigate with my eyes closed. Yet, despite such thoughts, Jiang Bai clung tightly to Lin Qiye's hand, fearful of misstepping. The warmth of Jiang Bai's palm and the cold sweat born of anxiety stirred a peculiar emotion within Lin Qiye. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins. Yet before the intensity could escalate further, a gentle light broke through the haze of his thoughts. A cheerful, youthful voice resonated from the open doorway, dispelling the unusual feelings in Lin Qiye's heart. The wooden stairs creaked softly under Jiang Bai's feet. Lin Qiye gently adjusted Jiang Bai's wrist to steer him left, skillfully avoiding a cracked board on the third step. The musty scent mingled with the aroma of soy sauce wafting from above as Jiang Bai gazed at the flickering tungsten bulb around the corner, only to be abruptly pulled to the right. "Duck!" Lin Qiye's warning came just in time, as Jiang Bai's forehead grazed a sagging clothesline. The damp cotton of his shirt brushed past his nose, imbued with the fragrance of sun-dried fabric. The boy's face, adorned with a silk ribbon, turned towards him in the soft glow. Andy likes to hang clothes in the stairwell. The sound of a porcelain spoon scraping against the bottom of a clay pot echoed from the kitchen. Lin Qiye's fingers suddenly tightened as he hurried Jiang Bai down the corridor, filled with jars of pickled vegetables. As he lifted the curtain embroidered with peonies, the steam enveloped Jiang Bai's face. On the simple square table lay 2 sets of chopsticks, while a blue and white porcelain plate held a steamed base, glistening with a layer of congealed oil. His aunt was stirring the pot with a long-handled spoon, the dark brown broth shimmering amber in the fire's glow. As she turned, her apron snagged on the edge of a porcelain jar, and Lin Qiye instinctively reached out to steady the teetering glass container. She ladled a quivering spoonful of gelatinous sauce over the rice, golden droplets seeping into the fluffy white grains. Lin Qiye bowed his head, steam leaving darkened marks on the edges of his silk ribbon. His fingers brushed the bowl's rim. The warmth felt just right for consumption. The clay pot contained last autumn's dried bamboo shoots, now infused with sauce, bursting with the fragrance of the mountains. "All right, eat up," his aunt exclaimed. "This little student is joining us. By the way, what is your name, young man?" "I'm Jiang Bai. Annie just calls me Xiao Jiang." "All right, Xiao Jiang. Make sure to have plenty." This delighted her. "Try this." His aunt suddenly picked up the fattiest part of the fish belly. Jiang Bai hurriedly held out his bowl, but the sauce splattered onto the embroidered eyes of the tablecloth. Lin Qiye heard the rustling of fabric. Swallowing hard, he recently ranked in the top 10 in the mock exams. Is that so? Then he should help Qiye out more. His aunt's smile crinkled the corners of her eyes as she pushed the soup-filled bowl towards Jiang Bai. This child has been. She suddenly fell silent, the spoon clinking against the bowl's edge, the ticking of the kitchen clock now distinctly audible. Jiang Bai abruptly lifted his bowl and took a hearty sip, the silver chain around his neck glinting as he swallowed. "Annie's cooking is much better than the cafeteria's. Qiye always steals my braised pork." Yet this lie was transparent, as Lin Qiye had only just arrived at school that day. But they did not care, or rather, nearly everyone present was aware of Lin Qiye's circumstances. The boy coughed, his neck flushing crimson. "Slow down," his aunt chuckled, adding a braised egg to his bowl. "The kitchen is still warming up the sweet rice dumplings." As she turned to unveil the steamer on the stove, Lin Qiye suddenly brushed his hand against Jiang Bai's hand. The damp sensation was fleeting, like an accidentally spilled tea stain. Jiang Bai glanced back at Lin Qiye in confusion, finding it strange. Yet he did not check Lin Qiye's status panel and remained oblivious to the fluctuating affection levels. At that moment, Lin Qiye's affection level rose to 45. Lin Qiye nervously placed the final grain of rice into his mouth, the tips of his chopsticks unintentionally producing a faint clinking sound against the bowl's rim. His aunt brought over a plate of heated pickled radish, the porcelain dish emitting a dull thud as it met the wooden table. Oh dear. The sweet rice dumplings aren't ready yet. Once they are, I'll bring them to you. For now, enjoy this pickled radish. It's homemade. Far healthier than what you find elsewhere. Sure thing, Aunt, Jiang Bai said as he picked up a piece of caramel-colored braised pork. Followed by a slice of pale pickled radish, droplets of oil trailing down his chopsticks and staining the tablecloth in a small, dark circle. Xiao Jiang, his aunt suddenly spoke. Her bony fingers rubbing against her apron. Your accent doesn't seem local. Lin Qiye's chopsticks clattered onto the table. Jiang Bai, cheeks puffed, looked up to see the young man fumbling to retrieve his chopsticks, fingers trembling slightly. He is my classmate. Lin Qiye interjected hastily, his throat constricting anxiously as he added. He's here to tutor me. Oh, his aunt elongated the syllable, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Bai's sleeves, stained with ash. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the subtle silver patterns on the boy's collar. Suddenly, her eyes crinkled into a warm smile, the wrinkles at the corners forming a gentle fan shape. Tutoring is wonderful. Qiye truly needs it to improve his grades, or I would be quite worried. A faint blush crept onto the back of his neck, and his silk-ribboned eyes shimmered with a golden hue in the soft light. Drink your soup, he said, his voice muffled as if squeezed from his chest. Jiang Bai hurriedly took the soup bowl, drank a quick sip, and then immediately stood up. Aunt, where's your bathroom? May I take a shower first? The atmosphere here feels quite strange. Despite having witnessed countless high society gatherings, he found himself bewildered today, longing only to escape the peculiar ambience. His aunt, noticing the sweat beading on Jiang Bai's forehead, kindly pointed him in the right direction. Lin Qiye watched Jiang Bai's hasty retreat, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Aunt, I'm full too, Lin Qiye said, pushing his bowl aside, and only after hearing the bathroom door close did he rise. His aunt merely nodded. Beginning to clear the table, Yang Jin had already finished his meal and was in another room doing homework. The steam wafting from the door crack carried a damp citrus scent, a remnant of his aunt's homemade pomelo peel soap. Clothes, he croaked, his throat feeling as if stuffed with cotton. A damp wrist emerged through the crack of the door, droplets of water falling onto the tiled floor. Lin Qiye bent down to hand over a neatly folded shirt, the edges of the silk ribbon dampened by the steam. The moment their fingertips brushed, he felt his heart race, pounding painfully against his eardrums. Qiye, his aunt's voice floated from the other end of the corridor, is Xiao Jiang staying overnight with us? The boy abruptly turned, his head colliding with the door frame with a muted thud. He clutched his head, stammering, it's too late. His words faded amidst the sound of Jiang Bai pushing the door open. Through the rising mist, Jiang Bai emerged clad in Lin Qiye's old shirt. The sleeves rolled up to his elbows, droplets still trickling down his hair. I sincerely apologize for intruding so abruptly, Jiang Bai said, glancing at Lin Qiye with understanding. His aunt waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. I'm delighted that Qiye has such a good friend. It's no trouble at all. Well, that's good. Thank you, aunt. She quickly departed, returning to her own tasks. Jiang Bai's charm was undeniable, having already garnered a 73 favorability rating with Lin Qiye's aunt. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lin Qiye, suddenly aware of Jiang Bai's current appearance, felt his throat dry. He turned away to grasp his pajamas, hearing the faint sound of fabric tugging as Jiang Bai struggled with his jeans caught at the hips. A bit tight, he muttered. The metallic clinks ringing like raindrops against a window. As his aunt passed with a laundry basket, she announced, I'll make pomelo tea, and the sweet dumplings are ready. I'll bring them to you. Jiang Bai, oblivious, asked for directions to Lin Qiye's room before striding directly there. As a boy, Jiang Bai felt no discomfort sharing a bed with another boy. He had played in the sand with Sun Si before. When the bathroom door closed again, Lin Qiye buried his face in cold water, the rush sending a sharp sting to his eyes. Emerging in a loose cotton nightgown, he found Jiang Bai sitting cross-legged on his bed, damp hair leaving water stains on the pillow. The sewing kit is on the third shelf of the bookcase. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai, who was about to open a treasure chest, abandoned it, focusing instead on mending his school uniform to avoid being caught by the student council the next day. Lin Qiye turned away, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the threads of his nightgown. The moonlight framed Jiang Bai's silhouette in silver, his rolled-up pant legs revealing slender ankles. The rustling of fabric accompanying his rummaging. Lin Qiye stepped forward to assist. After a while of searching, Jiang Bai found nothing, while Lin Qiye located it quickly. When the cool scissors pressed against his palm, Lin Qiye realized he was gripping the sewing kit too tightly. I'll do it myself. In unison, they both bent down to retrieve it, their foreheads colliding with a thud. Lin Qiye let out a muffled grunt, the silk ribbon slipping askew. In his blurred vision, Jiang Bai's slightly reddened nose resembled a moon shrouded in mist. Flustered, he fumbled to retie the ribbon, only to tie it into a tight knot. Observing Lin Qiye's flustered movements, Jiang Bai sighed. Stay still. A warm breath suddenly approached. Jiang Bai's fingers brushed through the hair behind Lin Qiye's ear, deftly untying the tangled ribbon. Lin Qiye held his breath, feeling the warmth of Jiang Bai's fingertips graze his heated earlobe. The citrus scent mingling with the aroma of grass filling his nostrils. Moonlight quietly crept up the window frame, casting their intertwined shadows upon the wall. Like two vines entwining in the night. Chapter 13, Shall We Share a Blanket? Lin Qiye Favorability, 50. As his heart raced fervently, Lin Qiye's breathing deepened. Bewildered by his sudden passion, having felt entirely normal just moments before. Every sight within 10 meters replayed vividly in his mind. And as he watched Jiang Bai untie the ribbon for him, a strange tightening gripped his heart. He felt he understood, yet remained confused. He recognized that his feelings were tied to Jiang Bai, yearning to continue their connection, but he soon regained his composure. This desire had come too swiftly, too fiercely. No. Perhaps it was the completely unfounded yearning that terrified him. Lin Qiye had only just met Jiang Bai, so how could he already feel such overwhelming need for him? This left Lin Qiye feeling dazed, the waves of warmth within him receding. Lin Qiye Favorability, 43. Jiang Bai had long since silenced the system. Unless he actively sought information, the achievements he attained would not disappear but linger in the system's space. After skillfully untying a knot Lin Qiye had inadvertently tied, Jiang Bai neatly folded the ribbon and placed it on the table. Today, I'll review everything the teacher taught, and we'll see if you can grasp it. Jiang Bai stood before the table, clutching a sewing kit and scissors in one hand while reaching for his backpack with the other. Within it lay his notebook, which he could utilize to assist Lin Qiye in catching up on his notes. Lin Qiye sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes closed. All right. I'll follow your lead, he uttered in a voice tinged with a hint of dryness, eliciting no further thought from Jiang Bai, as they had only just met that day. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Bai, in another realm, a small white creature was nearly beside itself with frustration. How can this be? I've enhanced Jiang Bai's allure to Lin Qiye to 200%. How can he still resist? Are these two somehow unwell? This was none other than the unreliable system known as Gulaguzu, which had searched high and low for a genius capable of fulfilling its objectives, ultimately settling on Jiang Bai. Though the system found satisfaction in Jiang Bai, it would have preferred not to choose him if alternatives had existed. The hazy moonlight streamed through an infinite expanse, illuminating the two youths by the window. You must memorize this arithmetic sequence formula, and these theorems as well. Look. An arithmetic sequence refers to a series where the difference between each term and its predecessor is a constant. He then presented a problem. Given the arithmetic sequence 37, 57, 26, determine the general term formula and the sum of the first terms. Can you solve it? After explaining the specifics of arithmetic sequences to Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai casually posed a question. Two round, sparkling eyes gazed expectantly at Lin Qiye, hoping for a precise answer. Yet Lin Qiye, propping his head with his left hand, pondered for a long while, bewildered as to why an arithmetic sequence was named as such when the latter number was greater than the former. Noticing Lin Qiye's confusion, Jiang Bai sighed and pulled out a sheet of scratch paper to elucidate further. Firstly, we need to utilize the general term formula of the arithmetic sequence. Here, 1 represents the first term, and D signifies the common difference. As Jiang Bai spoke, he inscribed the formula on the paper. The problem states 37. So substituting 3 into the general term formula yields 3127. Lin Qiye nodded along, though his brow remained furrowed. And then? How do we use that second condition? Patience. Jiang Bai replied. Next, consider 5726. Similarly, applying the general term formula gives us 514716, thus 572111026. I think I'm starting to grasp it. Lin Qiye's eyes brightened, recognizing that this presented 2 equations that could solve for 1 and D. Exactly. Jiang Bai commended, multiplying both sides of 127 by 2 to arrive at 21414. By subtracting 21,414 from 211026, one could derive the value. Jiang Bai swiftly calculated on the paper, arriving at 612, 2. Substituting 2 back into 127 allows us to find 13, Lin Qiye interjected eagerly. Precisely. Jiang Bai exclaimed with a smile, now that we know 13 and 2. The general term formula transforms into 32121. And what about the sum of the first terms? Lin Qiye inquired. To find the sum of the first terms, we apply the formula in 2 times, first term last term. Jiang Bai patiently explained, substituting 13 and 2 to yield 3,122, which simplifies to 22. So that's how it is. Lin Qiye exclaimed in enlightenment. You're remarkable. Your explanation made everything clear. Jiang Bai closed the scratch paper and patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder. As long as you master the formulas and practice diligently, it won't be difficult. Next time you encounter such questions, you'll surely manage just fine. Meanwhile, Auntie, who had been eavesdropping from outside the door, realized it was a subject she found entirely incomprehensible and ceased her listening. After an entire evening of mathematics, Lin Qiye felt utterly exhausted, yearning to climb into bed and sleep. Jiang Bai, seated on a bench, watched Lin Qiye reclined on the bed, his face a portrait of fatigue. And couldn't he help but chuckle? That was merely a few questions. How about we engage in some historical analysis for relaxation? Jiang Bai twirled a black pen between his fingers, the silvery moonlight casting its glow upon his dark hair, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Lin Qiye, already drained of cognitive energy, let out a pained wail. Ah, Jiang Bai, dear brother, spare me. Jiang Bai then spread his hands in feigned helplessness. But your foundation is somewhat lacking, and while you may understand these definitions, you struggle with their application. Without additional practice, it simply won't suffice. A palpable silence enveloped the air. However, Brother Jiang, I have memorized all the definitions. Lin Qiye straightened his back, asserting, who else can claim to have learned and memorized these formulas so swiftly? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai offered genuine praise. Indeed, compared to others, you are already quite impressive. Very well, you should rest now. I'll see if I can manage to sleep on the sofa, he concluded, placing the black pen down. With his legs clad in the school uniform he had mended, while helping Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai gathered all the textbooks and stood to stretch. The youth, clad in a pristine white shirt, appeared ethereal under the soft glow of moonlight and the dim lamp. Lin Qiye's gaze lingered on Jiang Bai's slender waist and pale collarbone, prompting him to swallow hard. Jiang Bai cast a lingering look at Lin Qiye, sensing an unsettling intent emanating from him. However, today was supposed to mark Lin Qiye's awakening of the mortal realm, and having vanquished 2 specters, it would likely cause some repercussions. Remaining close to Lin Qiye would afford him a better opportunity to observe the unfolding situation. After solidifying his thoughts, Jiang Bai nodded. Yet, glancing at the blanket on the bed, he hesitantly pointed to it. Shall we share a blanket? Chapter 14. The Awakening Elixir. Jiang Bai gazed at the blanket pinned beneath Lin Qiye, uncertain. It was early summer, and the nights were not particularly cold. Yet Jiang Bai cherished the sensation of having something covering him. Without a blanket, he feared he might find it difficult to sleep, compounded by the fact that he had a tendency to steal blankets. Hence, he posed the question. Lin Qiye had already sat up straight, having instructed his aunt not to tidy the room prior to his shower, leaving Jiang Bai with no option but to either sleep on the sofa or share the bed with him. What's the matter? If you find it unacceptable, I can look for a clean blanket in the cupboard, Lin Qiye suggested, feigning a search. Hearing this, Jiang Bai felt a touch embarrassed to press further and reluctantly explain some of his peculiarities to Lin Qiye. Previously, while resting at the homes of Sun Si and others, his classmates or friends would typically prepare guest rooms for him. Perhaps Lin Qiye's aunt was simply too busy to arrange a proper room. I have a tendency to steal blankets at night. You might catch a cold if you share one with me. Yet Lin Qiye displayed little reaction, merely nodding slightly. Anything else? Initially shy, Jiang Bai abruptly lifted his head and quickly shook it. That was a significant issue, for Lin Qiye's current physical condition appeared far from ideal, despite his usual commitment to physical fitness. Yet Lin Qiye truly could not see. Even though he possessed the mortal realm ability, it was not true sight. And there remained a considerable difference. Shall we rest then? Lin Qiye ventured, uncertainty lacing his voice. We must rise early for class tomorrow. Lateness would be unfortunate. His tone was tinged with trepidation, prompting Jiang Bai to hesitate before discarding his slippers. Alas, move a little closer, or I shall tumble from the bed. Yes, yes. This is quite delightful. This way, I can fully experience the most perfect sleeping posture on the entire bed. I must say, Lin Qiye, you certainly know how to indulge yourself, even placing calming incense by the bedside. I have no idea where one acquires such incense. It seems you even have ash from the incense within. Move a bit closer. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to sleep here. Is this very costly? Upon hearing Jiang Bai's slight grumbling, Lin Qiye keenly noted the key details within. Calming incense, incense ash, and materials that even Jiang Bai finds hard to procure. How did it manage to acquire them? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and Jiang Bai remained mute. If Aunt could secretly obtain such precious calming incense without Lin Qiye's knowledge, it clearly demonstrated her deep affection for him. This calming incense is not particularly hard to make, but it is evident that it was crafted by hand, not by industrial machines. Furthermore, Aunt has added incense ash, indicating she has likely volunteered in those temples. And this has been for quite some time. One might assume that her sincere wishes have been heard by the divine beings that have descended to this realm. Otherwise, how could a sacred angel tenderly kiss the forehead of a blind, destitute youth? After some time of squeezing against Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai successfully pushed him to the edge of the bed. Well then, let us sleep. Glancing at Lin Qiye, who wished to shift closer, Jiang Bai promptly held back Lin Qiye's chest with his hand. Lin Qiye's affection level, 50. Hearing this, Lin Qiye no longer insisted, merely pretending to sleep on the side, while his spirit continued to secretly observe Jiang Bai's subtle movements. Jiang Bai slightly rose, confirming that Lin Qiye was indeed asleep, before opening the system panel to begin drawing from the treasure chests. This night, the system had granted Jiang Bai several green-level treasure chests, including 2 5-stars and 1 3-star, with the remainder being yellow level 3 and 4 stars. System, activate treasure extraction. After silently reciting a phrase, the system interface rapidly transformed, revealing treasure chests adorned with exquisite gems, one after another, each unveiling magical treasures and abilities contained within. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the awakening elixir. 3. Appearance. 1. Talent. 1. Appearance. 1. Charm. 1. Personal space with a radius of 100 miles. Stamina. 1. Transformation magic. The continuous prompts from the system left Jiang Bai feeling euphoric, as if he were floating amidst the clouds. While he could comprehend these enhancements, the awakening elixir's true nature puzzled him. It was the first time he had drawn such a treasure, leaving him somewhat at a loss, especially considering the system's unreliability in the past. System, enlighten me on the purpose of this awakening elixir. Could it be that once consumed, I will awaken my own hidden potential? Jiang Bai voiced his doubts internally while observing the lagging system interface, sighing inwardly. How did he ever agree to bind himself to this troublesome entity? Detecting the host's inquiry, we shall now provide answers to the host's confusion. Treasure, awakening elixir. Effect, awakens the hidden potential of the user. No, is it truly that straightforward? Jiang Bai stared at this treasure, astonished by its simplicity and how aptly it aligned with its name, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, which was atypical for the system. Display all information, including potential adverse effects and various scenarios post-consumption. Should there be any omissions, I shall not complete another task. Jiang Bai was acutely aware of the system's hidden motives. If one does not inquire thoroughly, they are bound to suffer the consequences. Dear host, that is all the information available. There are no additional details. If the host wishes to know the specific effects, why not have this elixir consumed by your bedside companion? After all, he is the protagonist, and the powerful protagonist aura will not lead to his downfall. I knew it. With a cold snort, Jiang Bai utilized his intuition, causing the space magic in his hands to shimmer. As silver light flickered, his palm pierced through the void, directly grasping a white, ethereal figure. And then he tightened his grip. Hey, host, cease this at once. What are you doing? This is impossible. This cannot be happening. How did you manage to block my perception? This is so painful, so terrifying. You can directly grasp my form from the void. I will tell you everything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai finally released his grip. With a cold snort, he spoke indifferently. You had better not conceal anything from me. Otherwise, I will not let you off lightly. Host status, space magic. Chapter 15. What should I do? After using the awakening elixir, the individual will develop a strong interest in the first person they see and will become exceedingly excited, making it difficult to easily free themselves. The mechanical voice of the system, cold as it may be, conveyed a hint of tremor and fear that Jiang Bai could discern. If only it had been this way from the start, then I would not have had to reveal my trump card. A chill ran through Jiang Bai's thoughts. He was a genius. After being brought into this world by the system, he understood that he must not allow the system to comprehend everything about him. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall into a completely passive position. Thus, on the very first day, he had already forged a contract with the system. And a contract is not to be violated. Jiang Bai agreed to bind himself to the system under the condition that he would gain the ability to shield the system from perceiving his status. A condition that was irreversible, allowing him to navigate the world of slaying gods with confidence. The night was thick as ink. The rooftop of the old residential building appeared particularly serene under the moonlight, with only the gentle breeze whispering against the walls, producing a faint rustling sound. After managing the system, Jiang Bai remained cautious in his heart, slightly leaning forward to softly inquire of the lying Lin Qiye. Are you asleep? His voice was gentle, as if fearing to disturb the night. Lin Qiye's voice suddenly emerged, weary yet clear. Not asleep. What's the matter? Jiang Bai hesitated no longer. He seized Lin Qiye's arm, and with a flash, like a dark specter, he instantaneously appeared on the rooftop. Lin Qiye's eyes were tightly shut. Jiang Bai knew he could not see. So he handed him the awakening elixir, softly instructing, "Drink this." Lin Qiye asked no further questions, accepting the elixir and drinking it in one gulp. He trusted that someone like Jiang Bai, who had risked his life to save him, would not harm him. And he had nothing of value that Jiang Bai would scheme against. In an instant, a faint wave enveloped him, akin to ripples forming in a lake when a stone is thrown. This peculiar wave emanated from Lin Qiye himself, leaving Jiang Bai somewhat perplexed. He could barely recall. But it seemed Lin Qiye had also been referred to as the god of causality. Could it be that this had directly awakened Lin Qiye's causal powers? Just then, a blazing golden beam of light descended from the distant moon, like a colossal spear, precisely enveloping Lin Qiye. The brilliance was so dazzling that even Jiang Bai, having witnessed many grand spectacles, could not help but squint, his heart racing. The mechanical voice of the system, rarely displaying a hint of trepidation, echoed, unknown detection of a special energy fluctuation beyond the system's known parameters. Jiang Bai's heart sank instantly. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Qiye within the light beam, watching as his figure gradually became blurred, yet appeared to be reshaping within the radiance. Amidst the fiery golden light, a voice of authority resonated, seemingly drifting from the endless cosmos. "I am the Seraphim Michael, guardian of the moon. This child is now my envoy." Jiang Bai clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Seraphim? The steadfast guardian, who has stood watch on the moon for millennia without a hint of complaint, is indeed a source of astonishment. Although Lin Qiye remains unawakened this evening, he will inevitably come to realize that he is the divine of Songnan. But what purpose does this angelic sovereign serve? Is it to thwart the emergence of causality using miraculous powers? He gazes at the radiant column of light, within which Lin Qiye's form flickers amidst the golden glow, surrounded by ethereal wings that appear to materialize. Yet, these wings are not entirely pure, tinged with a hint of crimson, exuding an eerie and majestic aura. System, I sincerely hope you are not concealing anything. Atop the building, the temperature surged dramatically, and golden luminescence illuminated every corner, transforming the once dilapidated rooftop into a sanctified space. Those wayward souls yet to return home were drinking by the roadside, collapsing in fear at the sight of the blazing golden pillar. A weary single mother, who had just lulled her child to sleep, leaned out her window for a moment of respite, silently wishing upon the golden beam that nearly brightened the entire night sky. Jiang Bai could sense the power within that radiance, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, as if it were a reminder of an existence that transcended his understanding. Lin Qiye's body began to tremble, not from pain, but from the stirring of awakening power. His breaths grew deep and resonant, each exhalation seemingly in harmony with the distant moon. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, aware that he must tread carefully, yet a tide of confusion surged within him. The awakening potion he had procured from the system was initially thought to merely grant him abilities, yet it had inadvertently drawn the attention of the Seraphim. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's voice broke through, now imbued with an authoritative resonance, as if each word could reverberate through the soul. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted, fixated on Lin Qiye. "Are you Michael?" "I have temporarily borrowed his vessel," the voice declared. "This child, he is the child of miracles, capable of resonating with me." "Ah, the child of miracles?" To exploit him in such a manner is hardly benevolent. To burden a mere child with the weight of everything is nothing short of absurd. Just as Jiang Bai was about to voice his dissent, the golden pillar abruptly contracted, causing Lin Qiye to sway precariously, nearly losing his balance. Jiang Bai rushed forward to steady him. At that moment, although Lin Qiye's eyes remained closed, they seemed to flicker with light, on the verge of opening. "What has transpired?" Lin Qiye murmured, his voice regaining its usual frailty. Jiang Bai helped him sit, his gaze vigilantly scanning their surroundings, though the seraph's presence had dissipated. The shockwaves from the golden pillar lingered. "Everything is fine. The potion is simply taking effect," he whispered, though his mind raced with thoughts of whether Michael's emergence was mere coincidence or an inevitability. Did the system truly know nothing? For a moment, Jiang Bai felt an urge to confront the system once more. As for those who viewed Lin Qiye as merely a pawn, he would eventually pay them a visit. Meanwhile, on the moon, the figure of the seraph Michael flickered within the brilliance, surveying the earth, his gaze fixed upon Lin Qiye. According to the plans he had devised with the celestial sovereign, today was meant to be the day Lin Qiye awakened of his own volition. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, devoid of any distinction. On the rooftop, Jiang Bai observed Lin Qiye, a sense of unease settling in his heart. He understood that from this moment forward, events had spiraled beyond his control. Lin Qiye bore the mark left by the seraph's direct descent. Was this a blessing or a curse? He recalled the contract he had signed with the system, the ability to shield himself from its perceptions now serving as his sole safeguard. If the system were to sense his shock and anxiety, would it take action? "I feel a surge of power within me." Lin Qiye broke the silence, raising his hand. Though unseen, he seemed to sense the energy flowing through him. Jiang Bai inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. That's good. You will grow stronger from now on. He stood and gazed into the distance, the city's lights twinkling in the night. Yet he sensed that tranquility was about to elude this city. This was not merely the impact of recent events, but also the unsettling intuition that this Tsangnan was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Lin Qiye nodded, opting for silence. He bent down to examine the mark, which seemed to retain a trace of sacred energy. A gentle touch caused his fingers to tingle. This cannot remain, Jiang Bai murmured, conjuring a flash of silver energy that obliterated the mark entirely. He understood that the seraph's appearance would undoubtedly draw attention from certain entities. If discovered by those with ulterior motives, Lin Qiye would become a focal point. Lin Qiye should not be shackled by moral constraints. He should not bear any great responsibility. He was merely an ordinary youth wishing to bring peace and a better life to his family. Upon returning to their room, Jiang Bai urged Lin Qiye to lie down while he settled into contemplation beside him. The system had remained silent throughout the recent upheaval, offering no guidance. Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai called softly, I think I had a dream. It was quite vague, Lin Qiye replied, furrowing his brow. I only remember light. And a voice speaking of a representative. Jiang Bai's heart tightened, though he maintained a composed facade. It might be a side effect of the potion. Don't dwell on it too much. Lin Qiye nodded, lapsing into silence. Jiang Bai studied him, his mind racing with calculations. The sudden consciousness of the Seraph Michael undoubtedly had its purpose, and as Lin Qiye's representative, what fate awaited him? How should he navigate these tumultuous waters? Questions swirled in his mind like a tangled web. As the night deepened, the city's clamor gradually faded, leaving only the soft sound of breathing in the room. Jiang Bai remained seated, alternating his gaze between Lin Qiye and the window. He knew that from this day forth, everything would change. That awakening potion, once an unplanned move in his strategy, had unleashed an unforeseen upheaval. He recalled the moment he signed the contract with the system, believing he had everything under control, only to realize now that the depths of this world were far more perilous than he had imagined. System, I hope you refrain from playing tricks, Jiang Bai silently vowed. Otherwise, even with a contract, I will ensure you do not have it easy. Meanwhile, on the distant moon, Michael's brilliance flickered once more. He gazed upon the earth, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Interesting humans, intriguing contract, my representative. Let us see how you dance in this chaotic world. Yet, he was bound to guard the moon eternally, unable to depart. However, this fragment of divine awareness would remain tethered to Lin Qiye's consciousness, watching over him. Although the tempest atop the building had subsided, Jiang Bai understood that this was merely the beginning. The power within Lin Qiye, the scrutiny of the seraph, and the lurking presence of the system, all were like pieces on a chessboard, beginning to move. He clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would not allow himself to be passive. Lin Qiye, what manner of being are you? Jiang Bai whispered, glancing at the figure on the bed, pondering how he might leverage this unpredictable variable. Outside, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a corner of the curtain, letting moonlight spill into the room, illuminating Lin Qiye's long lashes in that fleeting moment. Chapter 16. A stroke of luck. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Lin Qiye half opened his eyes, instinctively reaching to silence the bothersome alarm clock, but before his fingers could touch the cold surface, they encountered something warm, soft, and sweetly fragrant, reminiscent of grapefruit. Suddenly alert, Lin Qiye opened his eyes wide, turning to see the person asleep beside him. The early morning light bathed their bedside, with Jiang Bai leaning against one side of the pillow, still lost in dreams. The golden light, tinged with a hint of crimson, illuminated Jiang Bai's delicate face, momentarily rendering Lin Qiye spellbound. Jiang Bai, awakened by the incessant ringing of the alarm clock, rubbed his eyes and gazed at Lin Qiye, who was propped up on her side. The cacophony in his head echoed like a relentless train. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Jiang Bai sent Lin Qiye tumbling off the bed before she could utter a single word. Ah, that hurts. Jiang Gu, what are you doing? Lin Qiye exclaimed, rubbing her bottom in confusion. She couldn't comprehend how the Jiang Bai who had treated her ailment the previous night was now acting so coldly. Could it truly be, as that Han Ruo had said, that some people would deny their kindness after the pants were pulled up? Jiang Bai observed Lin Qiye, who was now seated on the floor, one hand massaging her rear while the other supported her. Yet it was the pair of bright eyes peeking through the strands of hair that captivated him most. She was the first person he saw after taking the potion. Realizing this, Jiang Bai quickly jumped off the bed to help Lin Qiye up. Ah, it seems I was so entranced by sleep that I forgot you were still on the bed, he said apologetically. A gust of wind swept through the window, lifting Lin Qiye's hair and revealing a glimmer of gold hidden in the shadows, causing Jiang Bai's heart to sink. What startled him further was that Lin Qiye had opened her eyes, and the first person she saw was him. To be cautious. He gently placed a hand on her forehead and asked softly, "You're not catching a cold, are you? Your forehead feels a bit warm. Perhaps we should go to the hospital for some medicine? And how is it that your eyes have suddenly opened? Shouldn't we take the day off and return to school tomorrow?" Jiang Bai was uncertain. He was wary of the mysterious and unreliable system that might lead him into trouble, given its notorious nature. Though touched by Jiang Bai's concern, Lin Qiye shook her head. "I'm perfectly fine. I slept well last night. As for my eyes, I believe they could open last night." "Really? Then let us quickly change clothes and head to school," Jiang Bai replied. After observing Lin Qiye for a moment, he was reassured that she seemed to be fine, prompting him to push his doubts deep into his heart, striving to avoid dwelling on them. Yet, in his mind, he pondered why Lin Qiye had not exhibited the symptoms described by that useless system. Could it be that the miraculous arrival of the Archangel Michael had dispelled the side effects of that wretched potion? Unsure of what had transpired, Jiang Bai resigned himself to this theory, as it was the only explanation that made sense. Lin Qiye noticed Jiang Bai still seated on the bed, hesitating. "What's wrong? Do you have something else to do? Didn't I tell you to hurry and change? Are you frozen in place? Did Michael hit you so hard that it scrambled your brain?" She teased, worried, pointing at Jiang Bai, unsure of her intentions. Lin Qiye directed him to shift slightly to the left. However, no matter how Jiang Bai moved, her finger followed suit. Just as Jiang Bai was about to lose his temper, Lin Qiye spoke up. "How can I change clothes with you standing there?" Her voice was soft and laced with an unnoticeable shyness, which Jiang Bai failed to detect, instead responding with a puzzled expression. "Does it really matter?" Jiang Bai shrugged. "By the way, can you find me a pair of loose-fitting pants? These jeans are a bit tight. Also, what do you want to eat later? I'll ask Sun-Si to grab something for us, so we can eat directly when we get to school." Standing in front of Jiang Bai, Lin Qiye tried to calm the heat rising to her cheeks. Since meeting Jiang Bai, she found herself easily flustered, her heart racing, wondering if she was indeed unwell. She turned to the wardrobe and retrieved her outfit and school uniform jacket. As for the loose clothing Jiang Bai requested, she rarely had such attire. But she believed this piece would suffice. Outside, birds chirped intermittently, and the sounds of Yang Jin washing up faded away until the door slammed shut. After glancing at a brief introduction to transformation magic and understanding how to use it, Jiang Bai was finally ready as Lin Qiye finished changing. She gazed at him with wide eyes, eager for him to hurry so they could go to school together. Jiang Bai chuckled at the basketball uniform Lin Qiye had picked out for him. "What is this? Are you trying to change my style?" Though he had always cultivated an image of a cool, scholarly genius, he had never showcased any talent in basketball, much to the dismay of many. "Today just happens to be gym class. Let us play basketball together," Lin Qiye responded nonchalantly, her face betraying no blush. "Then why are you dressed like an artsy youth?" Jiang Bai countered, a hint of defiance in his voice. "You should wear this too. Otherwise, I won't cooperate." With that, a silvery gleam flickered in Jiang Bai's hand, and Lin Qiye's shirt vanished, landing in his grasp. Before she could react, Jiang Bai swiftly slipped the basketball uniform over her head. The whole exchange happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Qiye bewildered, unable to comprehend the speed of his actions. "Are we wearing matching outfits?" she asked uncertainly. "But I already have a black one." "Perfect. You're Lin Qiye, so you'll wear white. I'm Jiang Bai, so I'll wear black. It's called contrast. You see?" Jiang Bai tossed Lin Qiye's shirt onto the bed, and together they rummaged through the wardrobe for the clothing she had mentioned. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye, each donned in their basketball uniforms, hurriedly grabbed their backpacks and dashed out of the classroom, relieved to arrive just in time. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck. Chapter 17. The clothes ended up on me. The midday sun cast a warm glow. Yet Jiang Bai's expression darkened. With Lin Qiye's eyes now open, he had tied a silken ribbon of auspicious clouds around his left wrist. While it was inconsequential if he were alone, the fact that he had tied a black ribbon around his right wrist yesterday held significant meaning. Especially when Lin Qiye inadvertently revealed the auspicious cloud pattern, it left many impressionable young girls and boys in tears, their fragile hearts shattered. Jiang Bai was perplexed. How could Lin Qiye merely show off her ribbon, and yet his admirers reacted so dramatically? Did they assume he would no longer assist them with their studies? But he hadn't announced any such decision. What was the source of their sorrow? In a vague understanding, Jiang Bai sensed he grasped something important, yet it remained elusive, leaving him in a state of frustration. He had spent the entire morning sitting beside Lin Qiye without even taking a sip of water. As the bell rang, Jiang Bai wearily lifted his head from Lin Qiye's shoulder and straightened his back. Forget it. With all that matters, food is the priority. Jiang Bai extended a hand towards Lin Qiye and said, "Let's go have a meal." The two handsome boys strolled out of the classroom, entwined with each other, under the watchful eyes of their classmates. while Lin Qiye, sitting behind them, seethed with jealousy. How could Jiang Bai so effortlessly win Lin Qiye's affection? Sitting across the room, Han Ruo felt a twinge of unhappiness, despite her admiration for the closeness shared between Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye. For instance, when Jiang Bai merely raised his right arm slightly, Lin Qiye would instinctively lean in, or when Jiang Bai tilted his head, Lin Qiye would promptly extend his fingers to massage Jiang Bai's temples. Both of these boys were her type, especially Jiang Bai, who was a dream partner for countless girls and boys alike, while Lin Qiye's handsome visage had also captured the hearts of many. However, it seemed that the two were genuinely becoming an item. While she could enjoy the sight of these two godlike boys daily, it was disheartening to know she could not partake in their affection. Others indulging in love was one thing, but it left her feeling a bit starved for attention. Ruo, aren't you going to eat? A gentle voice broke through her sulking. She jolted upright. A girl with a ponytail lightly tapped on the table with a clenched fist. While missing out on love was disappointing, having porridge was still a decent option. With a newfound objective in mind, Han Ruo eagerly stood up, wrapping her arms around Wu Shuqin's, affectionately dragging her towards the dormitory. My dear Shuqin, let us skip the cafeteria's dreadful meat and go to my dorm for the spicy hot pot I bought. In the school broadcasting room, Jiang Bai had initially taken Lin Qiye to the restroom, intending to use spatial magic to escape the school. However, considering it was Lin Qiye's first time, he opted for a more cautious approach. Instead, he procured 2 buckets of spicy instant noodles from Sun Si and searched for a safe location, eventually selecting the broadcasting room. The school's broadcasting room boasted some of the most advanced equipment, yet it was often rendered useless, plagued by sudden interruptions and static during important announcements. After much anticipation, the music played was frequently deemed out of sync with current trends, leading to abrupt halts. Thus, when Jiang Bai stealthily unlocked the broadcasting room, Lin Qiye's eyes widened in surprise. The purple curtains, dimmed by sunlight, created an intimate atmosphere between the two. Jiang Bai noticed Lin Qiye staring at him, feeling somewhat awkward. Why are you looking at me? The soft purple light illuminated Jiang Bai's face, prompting Lin Qiye to unexpectedly think of mangosteen, its hard purple exterior encasing soft, delectable flesh. Jiang Bai seemed to embody this contrast. His cool demeanor and talent formed a protective shell, yet he radiated boundless warmth and kindness. Well then, what should we do next? Lin Qiye inquired, feeling a tad uneasy. By the way, don't you think it's getting a bit warm in here? He exaggeratedly lifted the hem of his white basketball jersey, revealing his toned physique. Is it? I don't think so, Jiang Bai replied, placing the buckets of noodles down and searching for the light switch, which he finally managed to turn on. Lin Qiye caught a glimpse of Jiang Bai's preoccupation and felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. The broadcasting room was equipped with a water dispenser, a remnant from when students would read scripts on air, accompanied by a few unopened bottles of water. The considerate Lin Qiye prepared the noodles while sitting beside Jiang Bai, keeping him company as they listened to an English listening exercise. Although Lin Qiye wished to suggest an alternative, Jiang Bai's glance urged him to comprehend the situation silently. Understanding his cue, Lin Qiye obediently remained quiet. He then brought over the noodles, having already peeled back the lid. However, an unexpected force caused a button on the radio to malfunction, momentarily diverting their attention. Suddenly, the campus broadcasting system erupted with melodious lyrics and tunes. Lin Qiye, hurry up and give it to me, I want to eat. The fate is not over. It flies away with the nightmare. Wait, who allowed you to go first? Didn't anyone teach you the rules? Should I discipline you? Fine, you've opened it. It's too troublesome now, just hand it over. Oh, make sure to catch it. What are you talking about? If I can hold on to this, I might as well not be Jiang Bai. The wind lashes and the rain beats, refusing to retreat. I raise my glass to admire the sunset. Wandering as a chivalrous soul, sword in hand, traversing the peaks. Hey, eat slowly. It's all yours. There's no need to compete. You got it on my clothes. Chapter 18, Shattered Dreams. Lin Qiye exclaimed. Move over a bit. You're too close. Hey, why is your face so red? Is it too hot? I told you to take it slow, but you didn't listen, and now look at you. Han Ruo was at the dormitory manager's office, pleading for hot water. From the balcony, she distinctly heard Jiang Bai's magnetic voice uttering such blatant remarks, making her yearn to join them. The previously stern dormitory manager turned, bewildered. What did you say you wanted? A bottle of hot water. You can get it yourself. I need to check on the broadcasting room. The manager hastily pocketed her keys and rushed out, reminding, make sure to close the door. Got it. Although Han Ruo longed to witness the intense interaction between the two handsome boys, she was aware that there was another beauty in the dormitory. One should not be too greedy. She would make do with what she had. After all, The school forum would surely have someone detailing the entire event, sparing her the need to be present. At that moment, after placing the noodles down, Jiang Bai wiped away the splattered broth with a tissue, only to lift his shirt to his nose, his expression sour. This is all your fault. Now it smells like this. Lin Qiye lowered his head, unable to meet Jiang Bai's gaze. He had glimpsed a hint of pale skin, enough to spark his imagination. Meanwhile, the system hidden in the void lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. It had just nearly maximized Jiang Bai's charm towards Lin Qiye, even altering permissions and dangerously modifying Lin Qiye's will, inducing a subconscious dependency on Jiang Bai. However, Lin Qiye was, after all, the embodiment of this universe's will, and such modifications drained the system's entire reserves. Nonetheless, witnessing Lin Qiye's bashful face filled the system with satisfaction. The more affection Lin Qiye developed for Jiang Bai, the greater the harvest of despair and resentment when the time came, allowing it to gain more from the universe's consciousness. It learned this lesson well after suffering significantly in the past. Lin Qiye obediently sat beside Jiang Bai upon hearing his words, and together they commenced their meal. However, just as they picked up their forks, the door to the broadcasting room swung open. A robust voice resonated through the air. Xiao Jiang, how could you engage in such behavior at school? Did I not mention before that if you wish to date, I have a beautiful niece? If that doesn't work, my son is also available. Yet, you chose to pursue someone so close to home and boldly announced it? A middle-aged man entered the broadcasting room. But what he encountered was far from the lively scene he had anticipated. Instead, he found two handsome youths in basketball attire seated before the broadcasting desk, slurping instant noodles. The midday sun cast a gentle glow on Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye's hair, imbuing the moment with a refreshing youthfulness. Jiang Bai regarded the approaching director Li with confusion. Director Li, what brings you here? Is it really necessary for you to personally come and catch me just for eating instant noodles? Lin Qiye quickly set aside his noodles and sat up straight. Director Li fixed his gaze intently on Lin Qiye, unable to comprehend how this young man had managed to attract their school's most illustrious flower. He realized that the broadcast had been a misunderstanding. Yet the entirety of the school had overheard the conversation, leading to widespread misconceptions about Jiang Bai. This predicament prompted him to ponder how to rectify the situation. The prodigious Jiang Bai was their crowning jewel, and the risk of tarnishing that reputation left Director Li in a state of distress. Perplexed, Jiang Bai concluded that eating was of utmost importance and resumed his meal. Is this all right? The teacher seems a bit displeased, Lin Qiye whispered close to Jiang Bai's ear, catching a whiff of the citrusy fragrance lingering in his hair. Ignore him. He thrives on dampening spirits. Let us continue, and you must try mine. It appears to be better than yours. Director Li, hearing Jiang Bai's vague musings, was tempted to intervene and silence him. The tousled strands of hair danced in the breeze, and the sounds emanating from Jiang Bai's lips left Director Li at a loss, his thinning hair resembling the weed's trampled underfoot. Jiang Bai, after your lunch break, you must urgently deliver a speech on the playground. I will send you the script shortly. Director Li finally devised a plan after much contemplation. Nonetheless, it felt unjust to the other student. Jiang Bai, while somewhat puzzled, acknowledged the school's considerable authority granted to him, thus improvising a speech seemed manageable. However, such endeavors typically warranted additional compensation. Placing his noodles down, Jiang Bai extended a finger towards Director Li. Oh, understood. As Lin Qiye and Jiang Bai walked through the school grounds, they felt the eyes of their peers scrutinizing them in an unusual manner. Jiang Bai disliked the way they gazed at him, a mix of mockery and scrutiny. To ascertain their focus, he grasped Gao Min, who had been lingering behind them. Startled by Jiang Bai's sudden grip, Gao Min's bloodshot eyes revealed something amiss. Gao Min, has someone harmed you? Jiang Bai inquired gently, noticing the tear stains on her cheeks. At that moment, Jiang Bai's kindness felt like a cruel twist to Gao Min, who had just endured an embarrassing broadcast featuring the two of them. Lin Qiye, who had been standing behind, quickly moved forward and blew on Jiang Bai's right hand. Jiang Bai, meanwhile, stared blankly in the direction Gao Min had fled, pondering whether she had been rejected by someone. Was it possible she had developed affections for someone else in such a short span? Such thoughts bewildered him. Unbeknownst to him, he had shattered the hearts of countless youths that afternoon, disrupting their dreams. Chapter 19. The cat's call. He did not distance himself from Lin Qiye, for being close to him yielded many accomplishments, albeit peculiar ones, yet the rewards were undeniably enticing. What troubles you? Aren't you going to sleep? Lin Qiye, positioned near the door in the classroom, found himself shielded from the sunlight. The air conditioning rendered the formerly stifling atmosphere cool, and soon the classroom was filled with the soft sounds of breathing. Unable to sleep, Lin Qiye leaned against the desk, observing Jiang Bai's troubled expression with concern. Ever since Jiang Bai encountered that girl, he had changed. Was it due to his affection for her? The thought of Jiang Bai potentially holding hands with that girl, sharing moments of romance, caused Lin Qiye's heart to ache inexplicably, leaving him perplexed and troubled. However, upon gazing at Jiang Bai's features, he felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps it was because Jiang Bai was the only classmate who had ever stayed over at his home. Lin Qiye silently justified his feelings, reluctant to admit or believe them. It's nothing. The instant noodles from lunch were just a bit too spicy. He sensed the peculiar stares from those around him, but that was their concern. How they perceived his relationship with Lin Qiye was irrelevant. Their bond was innocent, and he had no fear of scrutiny. Thankfully, Director Li had not questioned him about possessing the broadcasting room keys, at least ensuring that the third party would not face repercussions. Suddenly, Jiang Bai noticed his own reflection in Lin Qiye's eyes, stirring a desire to draw closer and glimpse the image of himself reflected therein. Lin Qiye held his breath. Jiang Bai was too near. The citrus scent enveloped Lin Qiye, while Jiang Bai's wide eyes remained fixated on his. Seated behind them, Li Yifei observed the two, nearly on the verge of a kiss, and felt a strong urge to comment. Instead, he discreetly pulled out his phone, capturing a photograph before promptly laying down to rest. Yet, moments later, a forum post on the campus platform, White Knight, emerged from an account named Super Handsome Guy, featuring a striking image. The usually aloof and distant male deity was gazing with deep affection at the raven-haired youth beside him, whose appearance rivaled Jiang Bai's. The latter's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, the reason for which was well understood. This photograph ignited a frenzy on the already bustling campus forum. Chirping gossip. Wow. The Jiang Bai in this photo looks incredibly handsome. I have never seen him display such depth of emotion. When will he gaze at me like that? Starry Night. Both of them look fantastic. Which side should I support? Bai Yi or Yi Bai? They all sound so melodious. Anonymous. Look at the tenderness and curiosity in Bai Shen's eyes directed at our Yi Gil. How can that not be love? And Yi Ji's subtle smile surely conveys affection for Bai Shen. How can that not be love? Lin Qiye had no inkling that his slight gesture, made in concert with Jiang Bai, would be captured and disseminated wildly. As for Jiang Bai, the other protagonist, he remained indifferent to such trivial matters. Once the image gained traction, he would still reap the rewards of achievement, regardless of whether the reputation garnered was good or bad. After all, if the illustrious guiding figure who leads wayward youths to the right path has emerged, then it is not unreasonable for a so-called catalyst for adolescent romance to appear as well. After all, they are merely achievements to be rewarded. Why bother with the details? After a while, Jiang Bai grew weary. Observing Jiang Bai turn away to sleep, Lin Qiye also leaned on the edge of the desk to take a nap. On the other side of the classroom, Han Ruo glared at the two close companions with barely concealed envy. Meanwhile, Wu Shuqin watched Lin Qiye, who was gradually succumbing to slumber, her gaze imbued with unwavering tenderness. This scene was mirrored in the expressions of other girls and some boys in the class. After all, both were objects of envy and could hardly be allowed to remain internalized. But they had no opportunity to intervene. Who uttered such words? The system, lurking in the shadows, consumed the emotional energy generated by these ephemeral miracles, smirking coldly. If I am here, no one among them shall be taken away, else I shall no longer be known as the Gulaguzu system. With this declaration, the system intensified Lin Qiye's affection for Jiang Bai, while simultaneously drawing out the tender warmth within Jiang Bai's heart to bestow upon Lin Qiye. This artificial romance was gradually reaching its climax. Yet each performance on this stage could encounter unforeseen challenges. How could it possibly unfold entirely according to script? This artificial intelligence remained oblivious to the existence lurking behind it, an entity that reveled in their antics. A sudden meow caught the attention of the nearly slumbering Jiang Bai, who abruptly raised his head, scanning the surroundings. Lin Qiye, who had been focused on Jiang Bai, was momentarily taken aback. What is it, Bai Gil? Jiang Bai slightly rose, attempting to quietly shift his chair. As he heard Lin Qiye's inquiry, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Lin Qiye, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly followed Jiang Bai as they quietly exited the classroom. Observing this, Han Ruo gestured to Wu Shuqin, and the two stealthily followed them out. Li Yifei, who had already fallen asleep, was jolted awake by Jiang Bai's movement. Initially ready to unleash his wrath, he noticed Wu Shuqin and trailed behind the group. Soon after, Wang Xiao, Lu Yuan, Jiang Qian, and others joined in, unwilling to miss out on the unfolding drama. In no time, the entire class had followed Jiang Bai's lead to escape the midday break. The teachers in the monitoring room watched this bewildering scene unfold, unsure of how to respond. However, they quickly reported it to Director Zhang. As he sipped his tea, the news of the entire class fleeing startled him immensely. Was this the beginning of his professional downfall? Chapter 20. Playing ball, a throng of dozens trailed behind the two boys, yet miraculously, Jiang Bai remained unaware of their presence. Lin Qiye, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Jiang Bai, observing Lin Qiye's leisurely pace, yearned to pull him closer. Fortunately, they managed to evade detection. Otherwise, Lin Qiye would have surely noticed. After a while, Lin Qiye remained uncertain about what Jiang Bai was searching for, but chose to follow him like a devoted bodyguard. The afternoon sun filtered through the sycamore leaves, casting dappled light on the stone pathway, when Lin Qiye suddenly halted. A faint whimper emanated from the grass. Soft as crumpled silk. Wait. He extended his hand to stop Jiang Bai from charging ahead, crouching down to part the layers of wood sorrel. Nestled within a pile of dried leaves, a small white creature stirred, raising its mud-speckled face with timid, glassy blue eyes. It's a kitten, Jiang Bai exclaimed, lunging forward. His knee striking the stone ground without regard for the pain. The frightened little one recoiled, but Lin Qiye gently enveloped it in his uniform jacket. By Gu, be gentle. It seems to have an injury on its hind leg. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai held his breath, his fingertips trembling in midair. The kitten's right hind leg bore dark red scabs, its fluffy tail affectionately wrapping around Lin Qiye's wrist. Shall we take it to the infirmary? Jiang Bai's voice was soft, akin to the gentlest summer rain, dispelling the heat of the day. He looked up, dandelion fluff caught in his hair, and said, Use the bruise ointment you left on your bedside table yesterday. Lin Qiye's ears flushed crimson as he lowered his head, placing the kitten into Jiang Bai's arms. Hold pressure on the wound. I'll fetch some bandages. Before he could finish, a sudden crash from behind the low wall startled them. 20 heads popped up from the wall, with the Ife in the lead, holding half of a scallion pancake. You guys, Lin Qiye's pupils dilated, the kitten in his arms startled and scratched Jiang Bai's hand, leaving 3 red marks. Jiang Bai's complexion paled. When had he ever been injured? Unless he genuinely lacked understanding of the situation, he would never tolerate failure. Now, however, he was experiencing a novel sensation thanks to Li Yifei and his gang. Li Yifei fumbled to escape over the wall but was kicked into a rose bush by Wang Xiao. Ah, don't let me catch you, he shouted. Who dares to kick my butt? I said to maintain a 10-meter distance. A chorus of muffled groans arose from the crowd. Who brought the reflective snack bag? He suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Bai, his warm breath brushing against his ear. Should we give these fools a fright? Lin Qiye took a step back, his throat tightening, but before he could react, Jiang Bai spun around, lifting the kitten high. Since we've been discovered, why not build a temporary palace for the esteemed Baiyu? Jiang Bai immediately squatted down, fashioning a crown from grass blades for the dirty little cat. Declaring their first mission to the convenience store for codfish sausage. By Gu, old Li is investigating early romances, Li Fei cried, his head adorned with rose petals as he hurriedly got to his feet, honestly accepting the shopping list Lin Qiye had just written. As the crowd surged toward the convenience store, no one noticed the glinting lenses at the third-floor window. Director Li watched coldly as Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye's antics transformed him from a composed individual into a more carefree one. Oh well, they mean well. I'll let it slide this time. Half an hour passed. The warm midday sun bathed the playground in a honeyed hue as the dean's polished shoes clattered against the podium. Dozens of students squatted with their heads bowed beside the track, each adorned with a cat paw hairpin, a temporary purchase from Jiang Bai's class fund. Campus bullying? Group gambling? Director Li's voice rose, exasperated as he clutched the confiscated pieces of the makeshift palace. And you 23. You tracked a classmate just to witness 2 pieces of fish stick come to life. It's codfish sausage, Jiang Bai corrected softly, as the kitten licked his bandaged fingers. Lin Qiye discreetly shifted left, shielding himself from the director's spittle. Jiang Bai. Director Li's pen punctured the attendance sheet, as a representative of the school. What punishment do you deserve for leading the violation of school regulations? Just as Lin Qiye pondered how to alleviate Jiang Bai's predicament, the crowd erupted in a synchronized clearing of throats. Lin Qiye turned in surprise to see Li Yifei discreetly gesturing a signal, a plea for help from their class. Yet Jiang Bai had already ascended the flagpole platform, his hair flowing in the gentle breeze. First, I apologize for occupying public resources. He bowed with his palm pressed against his heart, while his concealed hand formed a gesture for the crowd. Yet, His Highness Baiyu imparted a significant lesson to us. Suddenly, a meowing sound echoed through the playground's loudspeakers, reverberating throughout the school. The squatting students swiftly retrieved their hidden support banners from their pockets. Lin Qiye gazed at the makeshift cat bed on the podium, finally comprehending why Jiang Bai insisted he upgrade the sound system. Sunlight illuminated the corners of his unconsciously upturned lips as the boy smiled radiantly and exuberantly, embodying the reckless abandon and folly unique to youth. Brewing sweet elixirs within the passage of time. Jiang Gu, how are you so dazzling? Jiang Bai, who had just descended from the stage, leaned in closely, straining to hear Lin Qiye's murmured words. A few strands of the boy's hair nearly tickled Lin Qiye's nose, almost prompting a sneeze, which he managed to stifle. What did you just say, Lin Qiye? Can you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it on stage, please? Jiang Bai playfully pouted. This was a little trick he had just discovered today. Lin Qiye seemed unable to resist the charm of someone so handsome pleading with him. Observing the dashing youth before him, Lin Qiye's Adam's apple rolled, revealing his current unrest. It's nothing. Is that so? All right then. Jiang Bai noticed Lin Qiye awkwardly turning his head away and chose not to press further. By the way, let us play basketball together during PE class later? Sure. Chapter 21. The speech as dusk painted the horizon a honey-orange hue. The concrete basketball court radiated with the lingering warmth of the day. Lin Qiye spun the basketball on his finger as he approached the three-point line. The satin of his wristband unfurling in the evening breeze as if it sought to carry the last rays of sunlight skyward. Suddenly, Jiang Bai emerged from behind. His hand reaching out, sending droplets of warmth from his sweat splattering onto Lin Qiye's neck, the black satin edges brushing against his flushed ear. What a cheat, Jiang Gu. Lin Qiye laughed as he turned, retreating with the gust of wind lifting the hem of his white shirt, mingling with the scent of lemon-scented laundry detergent. Jiang Bai had already blocked all his escape routes. The old satin of his left wristband swept across Lin Qiye's forearm with each defensive maneuver. Like an unspoken secret Morse code. In the moment they both leapt, the setting sun perfectly wedged between the rim and Jiang Bai's taut shoulder line. Lin Qiye caught the refreshing scent of grapefruit-scented shower gel from Jiang Bai's black jersey, a fragrance both invigorating and not overly sweet. As the basketball kissed the backboard and swished through the net, their sweaty palms collided midair, producing a crisp sound. Jiang Bai hooked his arm around Lin Qiye's neck. Pulling him closer, and beneath the damp strands of hair, he noticed the cloud-like satin entwining with Jiang Bai's faded black silk. The shadows of the sycamore trees at the court's edge melded the two into a complete silhouette until Jiang Bai suddenly pressed his forehead against Lin Qiye's shoulder. Was that feint just now mimicking my earlier move? Lin Qiye flicked Jiang Bai's loose wristband knot with his fingers, easing his touch as he grazed over the reddened bone. Why are you still wearing such an old thing? The last syllable faded into the parabolic arc of the water bottle Jiang Bai tossed. The setting sun blended their swaying shadows into the rolling basketball, resembling an everlasting totem of youth. Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Qiye's damp hair, retrieving 2 tissues from his pocket. What's wrong? It can still be used. That was just after Jiang Bai had been called back to the podium by Director Li, who handed him another script. He was unaware of its contents, but Jiang Bai's expression was grim as he shot several puzzled glances at Director Li. To uncover the script's content, Lin Qiye, having regained his vision, employed the ability of Mortal Realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found he could control his mental probing ability. With Jiang Bai by his side, Lin Qiye hesitated to use this seemingly unfair advantage to pry into Jiang Bai's thoughts. It would be unjust to him. Moreover, Lin Qiye had an inkling that Jiang Bai would disapprove of him snooping, and the mere thought of Jiang Bai disliking him twisted his heart painfully. After opening his eyes, the range of his mental probing expanded from 10 meters to 20 meters, allowing him to glimpse the text on the white paper. Near Jiang Bai. The guidance director adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, pressing his fingertip against the bolded black words on the printed speech. Lin Qiye's gaze was fixated on the disheveled strands at the nape of Jiang Bai's neck, tousled by his uniform collar. The director's voice droned like a damp cloth soaked in ice water, as Lin Qiye watched his friend take the microphone. The segment of satin on his wrist created fleeting shadows with each movement. He could sense the tension in Jiang Bai's fingers gripping the script. The keywords highlighted in red regarding the normalization of student relationships coursing through his nerves like a sharp sting. Yet, as Jiang Bai began to speak, his voice flowed like the clear waters of a stream thawing in early spring, so pure that even the hum of the projector seemed to quiet. Last Wednesday, during the torrential rain, I witnessed an elderly lady fall at the bus station while I was with Qiye. When he rushed to help her, the hem of his school uniform pants became completely muddied. He glanced down at his wrist, the curve of his smile recalling the warmth of their fingertips brushing against each other while caring for His Highness Baiyu. The director mentioned that students should help one another, which is a form of kindness, right? The scorching midday sun cast moving shadows on Jiang Bai's script, and he abruptly folded the heavily marked paper into smaller pieces, tucking it into his pocket, his fingers absently rubbing the satin edges. When we practice basketball together, we discuss math problems. He teaches me about geometric auxiliary lines, and I help him memorize English vocabulary. The homeroom teacher stated this is mutual promotion, a hallmark of a civilized campus. He raised his gaze to the director standing beside him, his expression momentarily vacant behind the lenses. If boys cannot be too close to one another, labeling it as abnormal sexual orientation, does that not contradict the values of equality and justice and socialism? Lin Qiye's fingertips trembled subtly beneath his sleeve, witnessing the warmth surging within Jiang Bai, reminiscent of the fervor they had shared the previous day while facing that sacred angel on the rooftop. It was during that moment when Jiang Bai had received the speech notes, a thought flickering through his mind. They want me to cast light as shadow. Yet light itself is the answer. True friendship should not be confined by labels. He paused, retrieving the crumpled script from his pocket, which contained assertions about proving one's sexual orientation as normal. However, I believe that true normalcy allows all sincere emotions to bask in the sunlight. The guidance director's cough caught in his throat, while Jiang Bai stood tall and radiant on stage, and Lin Qiye gazed at him, lost in thought. The golden sunlight casting gilded edges upon their youthful figures. As Jiang Bai descended the stage, he intentionally brushed against Lin Qiye's shoulder, and the latter clearly heard the unspoken words from his heart. You're still wearing that tattered satin. It pairs well with mine. When the meeting concluded, the wind stirred the papers on the podium, and beneath the title of Prosperity, Democracy, Civilization, and Harmony, Jiang Bai's earlier words rippled like a stone cast into a lake, revealing that the true embodiment of core values lies not in rigid separations, but in the equal embrace of warmth and shadows under the sun. Much like the satin on their wrists. Hey, you lost the game just now. You owe me a bottle of iced water. No cheating. Lin Qiye chuckled absent-mindedly. I know. Do you want ice cream? I want matcha. All right, let us go. Chapter 22. If you find it appealing, indulge yourself. Night enveloped the world, stars twinkling above. The streetlights cast warm yellow patches across the summer night as Lin Qiye adjusted the zipper of his school uniform to his collarbone, while Jiang Bai reached over to neatly fold the hem of his collar. Beneath the red and white school uniform, two segments of basketball jerseys peeked out. The number 7 in white occasionally brushing against the number 0 in black, reminiscent of piano keys dancing in the night. How many times had it been said that the collar should be turned this way? Jiang Bai's voice mingled with the sounds of bicycle bells and laughter, his thumb seemingly unconsciously grazing the nape of Lin Qiye's neck. Behind them surged a crowd clad in identical uniforms, the echoes of laughter shattering the thick air of May's sweltering heat. A heavy military coat, saturated with the scent of smoke, loomed before them, the edges of a photograph trembling between the fingers of a middle-aged man. In an instant, Jiang Bai stepped forward, the number 0 jersey brushing against the sleeve of the number 7, their elongated shadows cast by the street lamp merging into a shield-like shape on the ground. Do you recognize this place? Zhao Caoqing's voice rasped like sandpaper against rusty iron pipes. His bony fingers prodded the photograph, dark red stains embedded beneath his nails. The image depicted golden beams piercing the night sky over the old town, Lin Qiye standing at the center of the halo as if kissed by a deity, while Jiang Bai's silhouette was frozen in a protective stance before him, the black satin dissolving into tattered butterflies in the night breeze. Suddenly, Lin Qiye felt the silk of his right wrist heat up. That was the moment Jiang Bai had fed him that oddly flavored potion the previous night. How had this fellow managed to capture it on film? What repercussions might this have for Jiang Bai? For a fleeting moment, Lin Qiye's thoughts drifted away, while Jiang Bai regarded the man in the military coat with growing impatience. With a smile, Jiang Bai rested a hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder, his index finger tapping lightly against the edge of the photograph. The distant reprimand of the director of education reached them, yet Zhao Caoqing suddenly drew near, his murky pupils igniting with hawk-like intensity as he clearly observed the trembling hands of the two youths at their sides, shaking in synchrony. Come with me. You have no choice. Zhao Caoqing's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the two to hear distinctly. However, Jiang Bai was disinclined to accept Zhao Caoqing's authoritative demeanor, which felt reminiscent of detaining a prisoner. Did he truly believe himself superior? The response to Jiang Bai came in the form of the evening breeze and the students meandering around them, yet Jiang Bai, gazing at Zhao Caoqing's expressionless face, had already gleaned the answer. Given that you are aware of my abilities and still dare to confront me here, do you believe I would refrain from revealing our existence to the crowd? Jiang Bai circled around Zhao Caoqing, his gentle voice echoing in Zhao's ear. But how can you be so certain that I wouldn't expose all of us? Allow me to clarify. Is it because I have long presented myself as harmless that you deem me amiable? However, one must understand that even a cornered rabbit will retaliate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Caoqing finally exhaled, for Jiang Bai's words indicated his unwillingness to become adversarial with the Night Watchers. The expression Zhao displayed stemmed largely from uncertainty regarding Jiang Bai's stance. The agent of the Archangel Michael could not afford any slip-ups, and Jiang Bai's combat prowess was evident from the remnants left in that alley. If Jiang Bai were to oppose the Night Watchers, it would result in a significant loss of strength. Furthermore, Zhao Caoqing had meticulously uncovered Jiang Bai's recent maneuvers in Songnan, which is why he dared not treat Jiang Bai with the same levity as before, fearing that any dwindling goodwill would further diminish. Yet now, Jiang Bai's remarks reassured him that Jiang Bai was unconcerned by his offense, thus leaving room for their potential alliance with the Night Watchers. Consequently, Zhao Caoqing breathed out, gesturing invitingly. Let us find a cake shop to sit for a while. I shall brief you on the current situation. Lin Qiye felt a twinge of unease. Inching closer to Jiang Bai's back, yet his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing betrayed a hint of curiosity. This sudden appearance of the man stirred a sense of apprehension within him, as if he might enact something that would cause him to lose something dear. Standing behind them at the school gate, Director Li observed the two figures walking side by side, his gaze distant. It seemed he too had once shared a bond with a brother during his youth. One who walked with him through all trials, be it punishment for skipping school, deception in lotteries, or striving for victory in competitions. They had always been together. He could only hope that these two would not find themselves drifting apart due to misunderstandings, as he had. Alas, he was truly worrying over trifles. Did he not understand what sort of child Jiang Bai was? Why meddle further? What folly? At the Yin Yi cake shop, Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye followed Zhao Kongqing's lead into the establishment, which remained open despite the late hour, approaching 9:30. Please, take a seat and see what you would like to eat, Zhao Kongqing said, gesturing to a QR code for ordering. Jiang Bai wasted no time. Effortlessly using spatial magic to retrieve Zhao Kongqing's phone from his pocket, his fingers aglow with a faint white light as the device unlocked. Zhao Kongqing watched Jiang Bai's movements intently. The ethereal glow around his fingers seemed to morph their appearance. Could it be that, beyond spatial abilities, he possessed other transformative magic? Yet, Zhao Kongqing refrained from asking. The information gathered by Wen Qima had illuminated for Zhao Kongqing that Jiang Bai was not one to engage in morally coercive acts, and that the primary aim of the agent of Michael, standing beside him, was indeed Jiang Bai. Thus, he knew he must alter his approach. Which is why he had not brought Lin Qiye to a hotel but instead to this cake shop. As they awaited their cakes, silence enveloped them. Please enjoy at your leisure. Your cakes have been served. A sweet voice chimed in their ears. A youth with chestnut short hair and rose-colored eyes, donned in an apron, was setting down the cakes. He beamed at Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye, his joyous smile rendering Lin Qiye momentarily spellbound. How beautiful, Jiang Bai replied, if it's so lovely. You might as well gaze at it to your heart's content. Chapter 23. We can go for a visit. Within the cake shop, the warm yellow lighting cast a play of shadows across Zhao Kongqing's face as he delicately set his fork on the edge of his porcelain plate. The metallic clink resonating distinctly in the quiet space. The night watcher's role, in essence, was to engage with the darkness lurking in the shadows. He lifted his gaze, a certain resolve gleaming within his murky eyes. The light you see is maintained by someone shielding it from the darkness. At this, Jiang Bai scoffed, such lofty rhetoric. Yet the darkness persists in the background, merely refraining from interfering in ordinary lives. It serves little purpose. True darkness does not vanish. And I find it futile to belong to an organization that claims to protect ordinary people without genuinely intervening in the world's affairs. While they safeguard countless lives, those obscured in the shadows remain in peril. Robberies, murders, thefts, human trafficking, these wreak havoc on families, and this world may not be worth such relentless struggle. If the Night Watchers perceived only the vulnerability of those they protected, Jiang Bai held a more comprehensive view. Simple protection cannot shield everyone. Only through transformation can greater numbers be safeguarded. Lin Qiye instinctively clenched the hem of his clothing, but Jiang Bai leaned forward, feigning keen interest as he probed. What specifically? It can't be as cliché as ghost hunting, can it? Zhao Kongqing let out a hum, retrieving an old compass from his pocket. Its needle spinning wildly. Take the photograph of you two for instance. That is the angel Michael, designated as number 003. He has chosen Lin Qiye as his agent, bestowing part of his capabilities upon him, thereby granting him the power to battle the creatures you encountered yesterday. Sounds almost like a janitor, Jiang Bai quipped. Zhao Kongqing disregarded the teasing and continued. The team is currently shorthanded, especially individuals with unique abilities like yours. He glanced at Jiang Bai. When Qima has looked into your background, spatial magic is a rare talent that is valued everywhere. A tour is acceptable, Jiang Bai suddenly interjected. Lin Qiye turned in astonishment to find a glimmer of excitement in Jiang Bai's eyes, but whether to proceed depended on how interesting they were. Zhao Kongqing sighed in relief. About to speak, when Jiang Bai interrupted with a smile, let me clarify. If we find it dull during the tour, we'll leave immediately. As they exited the cake shop, night had fallen. The neon lights on the street swayed in the early summer breeze. Lin Qiye gazed at Jiang Bai's profile. Unable to contain himself any longer, are you really going? Aren't you curious? Jiang Bai retorted, the streetlights casting elongated shadows. Besides, we must ascertain whether they will cause us trouble. He spoke casually, yet Lin Qiye understood that Jiang Bai, always seeking excitement and challenge, could hardly be indifferent to the enigmatic night watchers. Kicking a pebble along the roadside, Lin Qiye muttered, I thought we would just continue going to school and playing basketball forever. And then what? Jiang Bai turned his head. Apply for college? Find a job? He suddenly halted. gazing into the blurred outlines of distant buildings. Qiye, don't you think this world conceals too many secrets? Take the existence of the Archangel Michael, for instance. Neither of us is aware of it. Moreover, this world needs change. Will you accompany me? Lin Qiye fell silent as Jiang Bai continued. I don't want to be trapped in this monotony for life. Look at my spatial magic. You were chosen by the Archangel. We should not be ordinary. He spoke deliberately, each word seemingly weighed with careful consideration. The Night Watchers might be an opportunity, not only to uncover the origins of these abilities but also to, he suddenly chuckled, to engage in cooler and more meaningful endeavors. Like being a hero? Lin Qiye couldn't help but interject. Jiang Bai's words stirred a ripple in his heart. Those desires hidden beneath textbooks and uniforms, those fantasies ignited during late-night basketball games. All stirred restlessly at the mention of the Night Watchers. No, it's about being ourselves. Jiang Bai reached out to catch a falling leaf. Do you remember? I always mentioned that these little challenges are hardly challenging at all. Now that the opportunity has arrived, shall we give it a try? The wind lifted the hem of Lin Qiye's uniform as he looked into the light in Jiang Bai's eyes. An expectation of the unknown, an ambition for the future, and a tenacity to be together. All right, let us try. He heard his own voice, imbued with the unique courage and nervousness of youth. Jiang Bai beamed and clapped him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. In the worst-case scenario, if we get into trouble, we'll just run together. I'll fly you away with my spatial magic. They resumed walking. Jiang Bai began to chatter excitedly about his imaginative vision of the Night Watchers base. Perhaps it's filled with all sorts of high technology. Like something out of a sci-fi movie. And as soon as you enter, they welcome you to the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Jiang Bai attempted to feign interest in the Night Watchers base, though he felt he might not belong there. Lin Qiye, however, was different. He had no system. He was entirely on his own. Lin Qiye chuckled at Jiang Bai's musings, surprised by this side of him, his earlier anxiety dissipating significantly. He suddenly recalled the short-haired boy in the cake shop, remembering the halo of light around his fingertips while arranging the cakes. This world truly concealed another dimension. Waiting for them to open that door. Jiang Bai, what do you think will become in the future? He asked suddenly. We will become what we wish to be. Jiang Bai replied at last. Perhaps formidable Night Watchers, or, he lowered his voice, perhaps people who unravel all the secrets. But regardless, we certainly will not become mundane adults. Lin Qiye envisioned the future Jiang Bai described, feeling something within him begin to grow. The assumptions of normalcy, the predictable routines, quietly shattered in the conversation of that night. He recalled Zhao Kongqing's recounting of the Night Watchers' missions and Jiang Bai's impatient expression, as well as his own image standing in the halo of light in a photograph, not kissed by a deity, but chosen by fate. Oh, and during the tour. Don't wander off, Jiang Bai suddenly cautioned. If we encounter danger, I can't afford to be distracted looking for you. Who would want you to find me? Lin Qiye retorted. If there's real danger, I might run faster than you. Oh really? Then don't ask me for passes next time we play basketball. Jiang Bai, you keep bringing up basketball. Last time it was your fault. Their laughter melded into the night, the streetlights stretching their shadows long, resembling two swords pointing toward the future. In the distance, the secrets of the Night Watchers flickered in the darkness, while the youths marched toward the unknown, unafraid, filled with hope, and a bond unique to them. Regardless of whether the path ahead was illuminated or shrouded in darkness, they would face it together. In the shadows, a figure watched Jiang Bai, eyes brimming with displeasure and calculation. Chapter 24, Transformational Magic in the Empty Room. A solitary youth leaned pensively against the sofa, lost in thought. The moonlight fell softly, and the surrounding silence enveloped Jiang Bai in an unsettling, indescribable fear. This was a residence provided by the system, although he lacked family companionship. At least he did not need to worry about making a living, and the system could prepare anything he lacked. Yet, why did he still feel an emptiness within? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Bai inquired within himself, System, did I truly agree to this contract solely because I could see Nix? He waited long for a response from the system. Ding. Do you have any questions, host? He understood that despite being its most fervent supporter, he had not been reckless enough to abandon family and friends for this unfamiliar and perilous world. So what was the true reason for his arrival in this realm? Endless doubts and other questions surged within Jiang Bai, threatening to overwhelm him. He gazed at the ceiling, the faint patterns on the pristine wallpaper evoking a sense of helplessness. This world was fraught with danger, yet the system had endowed him with the ability to protect himself, sparing him from concern about the mysteries surrounding his situation. The flowers become increasingly mesmerizing, he mused. Having witnessed the beauty and thrill of this world, Jiang Bai began to appreciate it. However, he seemed to have forgotten something crucial. Though it hardly mattered. Otherwise, why would he allow the system to refrain from mentioning it? In this self-deception, Jiang Bai gradually cast these thoughts aside. reasoning that whatever challenges arose could be met with resilience. System, display my panel. In the pitch-black room, a panel visible only to Jiang Bai suddenly materialized. He scanned it quickly. Aside from a few differences in the items section, everything else appeared unchanged. But was it real or merely an illusion? Even the system was uncertain. After all, this was a discovery Jiang Bai had prompted. Without his consent, it could not perceive anything. After giving one bottle of awakening potion to Lin Qiye, only 2 remained, and Jiang Bai had already formulated a plan for them. If memory served, there was a medical genius at their school. In the items section, besides the 2 potions, there was also the ultimate soul ray sword. This weapon required the power of 5-star knights combined with the life force of Princess Naya to annihilate dark forces completely. It was powerful. Yet Jiang Bai was not a 5-star knight and had no Princess Naya. The system had considered this. So the ultimate soul ray sword contained the essence of 5-star power but lacked the life force of Princess Naya. Therefore, as long as Jiang Bai could move the sword, he would be able to wield it. In other words, Jiang Bai needed the spirit of a 5-star knight, the trust of the star of illusions, the love of the star of the moon, the courage of the star of flame, the sacrifice of the star of 10, and the wisdom of the star of intelligence. As Jiang Bai carefully observed the 5 admirable virtues, he found himself filled with unwavering trust in himself and a complete absence of cowardice towards any challenge. Intelligence was synonymous with his name, yet he discovered that love and sacrifice truly posed a perplexing dilemma. Nevertheless, he believed that practical experience was essential to ascertain their validity. A resplendent burst of colors illuminated the space as a long sword, entirely clad in crimson, manifested in his grasp. His fingers delicately brushed against the blade, where several gemstones sparkled at the hilt, yet only the platinum gem radiated a vibrant glow. Wisdom? Was this the sole attribute bestowed upon him? This seemed implausible. Jiang Bai exclaimed in disbelief, questioning his own trustworthiness and courage, pondering whether his solitary journey into this realm was insufficient. He vented his frustrations. Yet the system remained as silent as a quail, uttering not a sound. After a prolonged tirade, Jiang Bai, fatigued, sought refreshment from the refrigerator. Meanwhile, the system, nestled in the void, smirked, fully aware of its own shortcomings. How dare it question him, it mused, seemingly devoid of any shame. Jiang Bai held no faith in anyone, including himself, and his heart was awash with fear and trepidation. He feared abandonment by the world, worried that he might go unnoticed, and dreaded a reality where he was no longer welcomed. As for love, could such a concept truly be associated with him? Had he not been rescued from obscurity, the system might have been deceived by him as well. However, the ultimate sword of Solii was not something to be trifled with. And Jiang Bai lacked even the capacity to experience love. Sacrifice? Who would dare demand such a thing from him? As the system, which had been the subject of Jiang Bai's scorn, felt a chill down its spine, the sensation quickly dissipated. Jiang Bai silently sealed this rift in space, realizing that the system held many secrets about him, and he would seek retribution in due time. It must divulge everything it had consumed. Otherwise, Jiang Bai would no longer bear the surname Jiang. Alas, it seemed he could only wield 1/5 of the sword's power for the time being, a regrettable limitation. After casually tossing the sword into a fabricated space, Jiang Bai began to experiment with the newly acquired transformation magic. This was a formidable spell, and although he was unaware of the reasons behind his mastery of so many magics, he saw no reason to refuse it. A pale light shimmered as Jiang Bai's form gradually vanished, replaced by a plump rabbit adorned with a pair of large, gray ears. Suddenly, he realized the lack of enjoyment in this transformation. The tall figure of Lin Qiye appeared in his mind. Perhaps he should pay Lin Qiye a visit? With this thought, Jiang Bai transformed once more, morphing into a bat that soared out the window toward Lin Qiye's residence. Chapter 25. Seeking the Heart in the Pitch-Black Night. A bat flitted through the illusory city like a shadow. Tireless, the darkness was his domain, and in the obscurity, he needed no eyes to navigate. After transforming into a bat, Jiang Bai fully comprehended this newfound knowledge. In the dim environment, vision lost its significance compared to daylight. After endless flight, the black bat leapt toward the suspended power lines. The small figure vanished, only to reappear as a cuckoo, its call echoing as it approached Lin Qiye's window. Through the translucent white screen, Jiang Bai clearly observed the cold sweat beading on Lin Qiye's forehead, suggesting he was ensnared in a nightmare. This sight stirred anxiety within Jiang Bai, yet he surmised that he was indeed venturing into that realm. Who are you? Just as Jiang Bai pondered whether to seek the system for the ability to enter Lin Qiye's dreams, a cool, familiar voice pierced the air behind him. The small cuckoo turned to reveal a youth clad in a red hood, appearing significantly younger than Lin Qiye, yet bearing a striking resemblance in his features. At his feet, A fierce-looking black dog glared at Jiang Bai. Yang Jin, observing the bird transform into a handsome youth, displayed no astonishment. He had already awakened. However, this world was unlike any other. God loves all, but he loves one above all. I shall ask you once more, who are you? Yang Jin's eyes bore a mole, now obscured by his furrowed brow. After shaking out his garments, Jiang Bai glanced at the defiant little black dog, wishing to slap it into submission to assert his dominance. Turning back to Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai gently caressed the black satin on his wrist. I am merely a wanderer who has stumbled into this realm by accident, seeking my purpose for existence. Wanderer? Yang Jin's eyebrows furrowed skeptically, questioning why a seeker of purpose would come to him. The small black dog at Yang Jin's feet barked defiantly. Believe it or not, I have shared my reason for being here. Now, shouldn't you reciprocate and reveal your secret? After all, that is only fair. Isn't it? Jiang Bai felt no fear in the presence of divinity, after all. This youth, still lacking hair, hardly seemed capable of causing him harm. Yang Jin scrutinized the audacious young man before him, recognizing a blend of irreverence towards the divine and admiration for the talents of the youth of the great Xia. With such promising individuals, the future of the great Xia seemed secure. Contemplating this, Yang Jin suppressed his inner fury and attempted to maintain a friendly demeanor. How about we share a drink? I will disclose all I know, and you shall share your insights in return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Both harbored intentions. Jiang Bai yearned for truths about this world, while Yang Jin sought to understand the motives of this individual, who, possessing powers rivaling the divine, chose to masquerade as a harmless figure near his brother. Soon, Jiang Bai summoned the power of space, and when it enveloped Yang Jin, he offered no resistance. Nor did the little black dog. Jiang Bai silently appraised Yang Jin, pondering whether he might indeed be a reincarnated deity, possessing such courage and resolve to venture directly into this realm. This implied a profound trust in his own abilities. Yet, what did it matter? Even if he were divine, Jiang Bai felt no fear. Riding the waves of space, boundless melodies and smiles resonated throughout. Gentle breeze, sweep away the dust and sand of this place. Radiant sun, cast your light here, spreading life and joy throughout. As Jiang Bai's divine words flowed forth, the surrounding space solidified, light radiated in all directions. Verdant grass sprouted from the ground, and a gentle breeze tousled Yang Jin's hair. Such a miracle astonished even this reincarnated deity. Displaying such flair is somewhat excessive. To wield such power with the strength of the ocean is unwise. Yet, observing Yang Jin's expression, it appeared that this display had successfully impressed him. The glow of the transformation magic flickered as a delicate piece of cinnabar transformed into a set of tables and chairs. Jiang Bai gracefully took a seat and gestured for Yang Jin to join him. After Yang Jin settled down, the little black dog lay obediently at his feet, behaving as if they were meeting for the first time. Hearing Yang Jin's proposal, Jiang Bai contemplated briefly, simultaneously conjuring a tea set from the void to pour tea for Yang Jin. Many thoughts raced through his mind, yet he was particularly eager to uncover the origins of the divine beings in this world. I wish to learn about the origins of the gods. This statement caused Yang Jin's dark eyes to fixate on Jiang Bai for an extended period. After a deep sigh, he gradually revealed the origins of the divine beings. The gods are the most peculiar entities. We are born from the faith of all things, yet we are not entirely bound by the believers. Take our great Xia for instance. The gods emerge from the worship of the populace. We leverage the aspirations of the masses to manipulate the laws of the world, merging our own power to forge our own laws, and then supplementing the strength of the world's laws. This autonomy is the primary reason we possess self-governance, as we have contributed our own foundational laws to enrich the world. Therefore, one could argue that you are also a part of this world. After listening to such a lengthy discourse, Jiang Bai arrived at this conclusion. Indeed, a part of the world. However, there exists a distinction. For instance, the supreme god, the main god, and the secondary gods each wield varying degrees of authority over the world. Just as the jade pure primordial heaven lord surpasses the Olympian god King Zeus in strength, it is purely because the primordial lord's integration with the world's laws is several times that of Zeus, who merely refines the laws of thunder. The law of light and thunder bears weight across various pantheons, thus Zeus's strength pales in comparison to that of the primordial lord. Even if the primordial lord has just ascended to supremacy, he can still stand toe-to-toe with an established figure like Zeus. Now, please enlighten me on the whereabouts of our great Xia's ancient deities, such as Niwa and Shinong, as well as other ancient gods from different pantheons like the sacred cow from Norse mythology and chaos from Greek mythology. In response, Yang Jin shook his head slightly, admitting his ignorance regarding the current locations of these great deities. Consequently, Jiang Bai had no choice but to relent. Now, You must reveal your purpose to me. Me? I am merely a seeker of the heart. Chapter 26. Why not simply fall for someone? The radiant sunlight bathed the entirety of Songnan, yet Jiang Bai lay in bed, observing this illusory scene, feeling somewhat detached from reality. After sending a message to directly from his phone placed on the bedside, he wrapped himself in the blanket and drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, directly, stationed at the school gate to catch tardy students, glanced at the message on his phone, nearly moved to tears. It was all that boy's fault. Otherwise, why would his prized student skip school? Unbeknownst to Jiang Bai, the overly imaginative director Li had linked his absence from class with his closeness to Lin Qiye. Had Lin Qiye attended class today, he might not have received a warm reception from Director Li. However, Jiang Bai remained oblivious and uninterested in such thoughts. It wasn't until 12 noon that he lazily awakened. Picking up the phone he had tossed aside, he realized it was already midday, prompting him to rise and freshen up, yet he was uncertain of what to do next. After ordering takeout, he began browsing the school forum. Aside from the usual commendations directed at him, there were several announcements about other teachers winning awards. However, Jiang Bai felt no interest as he could attain such accolades himself. While scrolling through the forum, he stumbled upon a peculiar topic. This forum was strange, lacking the engaging introductions of others, merely presenting the term double male lead. With a curious mindset, he decided to take a peek, albeit cautiously verifying that his current account was indeed a secondary one, fearing that someone might trace him through the internet. Once assured, Jiang Bai clicked on the topic. Yet, he soon regretted it. The latest posts within the topic questioned who was on top between Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye. Shocked, Jiang Bai reread the topic 3 times before fearfully exiting and tossing his phone onto the nearby couch. Had they lost their minds? How could they suggest such a thing about himself and Lin Qiye? Their acquaintance barely spanned a week. How could anything develop so rapidly? His feet, now drawn toward the couch he once adored, stepped barefoot onto the wooden floor, yet instead of the usual thrill and joy, it felt akin to treading on a path strewn with nails, making the journey arduous. As his palm made contact with the brick once more, Jiang Bai regretted his decision to explore this topic. But having already engaged, he resolved to dismiss such trivialities. His fingers swiftly glided across the screen, and soon he found himself back in the topic. His eyes scanned the discussions, questioning phrases like Bai Yi follows him and families, wondering if he was in the wrong place. Though displeased by their comments, a smile lingered on the handsome youth's lips. His fingers continued to swipe until he landed on the most liked video. Under the bright classroom lights, Jiang Bai supported Lin Qiye's head, instructing him not to move, while his hands deftly tied a satin ribbon around the back of Lin Qiye's neck. Afterward, Jiang Bai beamed a proud smile at Lin Qiye. Perhaps it wasn't he entirely out of the question. Jiang Bai abruptly slapped his own forehead. How could he entertain such thoughts? Lin Qiye was a prominent figure, while he was merely a drifter with no place challenging the established order. Was he merely jesting? Hours later, Jiang Bai, with a flushed face, stepped outside to dispose of the trash. He casually donned a red sweatshirt, paired with deep blue shorts, and slipped on some sandals before heading out. The afternoon sun was not as harsh as it had been at noon, yet it still made Jiang Bai hesitant to open his eyes. After donning a hat, he used his phone to navigate to the Peace Affairs office, embarking on foot to locate this long-established squad in Songnan. He maneuvered past an elderly woman selling mung bean soup, inquired with an impatient grandfather about chess, and sidestepped a sudden puddle on the ground until he finally spotted the small shop nestled on Jiannan Road. As he pushed the door open, a crow model on a stand within the shop emitted a startling shriek, causing the wind chimes behind the door to sway. A beautiful girl with fiery red hair swiftly emerged from the back room, her expression one of bewilderment as she regarded the youth who triggered the crow's alarm and the wind chimes. How could such a young boy be here? Hello. Welcome to the Peace Affairs office. My name is Hong Ying. How may we assist you? Hong Ying skillfully took out paper and pen, preparing to hear Jiang Bai's tale of woes. Observing the curiosity and eagerness in Hong Ying's eyes, Jiang Bai steeled himself and sat down. The girl named Hong Ying had just reached the threshold of her power, yet Jiang Bai felt no fear. However, he was aware that she was not alone. Behind her lay formidable strength. Moreover, she did not appear as innocent as she seemed. Upon sensing the crow model's warning, a faint aura of heat emanated from her. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bai parted his lips to share his story. My name is Jiang Bai, a prodigy. Yet, I seem to lack the ability to love this world, even though many around me profess their love and admiration, willing to engage in any endeavor with me. Yet, this is of little consequence. They are drawn to me for my talent and praised appearance, following societal trends to elevate me, but within them lies an insatiable desire. I have already lost the capacity to love here. What am I to do? Jiang Bai's large eyes gazed placidly at the girl before him, her fiery hair dancing in the breeze from the fan. With a black pen poised on her lips, she swiftly devised a solution. Since that is the case, why not simply find someone to love? Is this not unfair to that individual? After all, misunderstandings are bound to arise during this process. What if, in the course of events, that person develops feelings for me before I reciprocate? Wouldn't that only serve to frustrate him? It would be prudent to clarify matters in advance. Allowing him to prepare himself, perhaps I could devise a suitable excuse. Is that the way forward? I understand now. Having grasped the course of action, Jiang Bai stood and departed. As he reached the door, he uttered a few ambiguous remarks. The day after tomorrow, in the Old Town. Chapter 27. Meeting the youth again after leaving the Peace Affairs office, Jiang Bai found himself unconsciously returning to the cake shop he had visited the previous day. After a prolonged silence, he finally pushed the door open. Welcome to our establishment. Please take a look at our offerings, greeted a girl with long, golden hair tied in a high ponytail and deep, dark eyes. She appeared strikingly beautiful, and Jiang Bai was captivated by her presence. The girl waved her hand in front of Jiang Bai, saying, "Sir, what would you like? Our mousse cake is truly exceptional." As Jiang Bai focused on the name tag hanging from the girl's neck, he realized her name was Lin Qiye. She was evidently an employee of the cake shop. While the owner might have been preoccupied and thus did not notice his arrival. I would like to see your boss. Where is he?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Bai spoke. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qiye's smile widened, and she replied, "Oh, so you're here to see my dad too. It seems you were drawn to him as well. Dad, someone is looking for you." A clattering sound emanated from within the shop as the somewhat disheveled owner, Su Yin, emerged, covered in flour. Upon recognizing Jiang Bai as the customer from the previous night, her eyes brightened. "Little guest, what brings you back? Do you wish to have the same cake as yesterday? I'll prepare one for you right away. Please have a seat and relax for a moment." Su Yin's enthusiastic demeanor puzzled Jiang Bai, yet he said nothing further and obediently took a seat, awaiting the adorable shopkeeper to bring him the cake. During the wait, Jiang Bai conversed with Lin Qiye and learned that they had been in Songnan for quite some time, merely waiting for someone. As for the identity of that person, Lin Qiye was uncertain, simply following her father's instructions. After a while, the sun cast a warm orange glow as Su Yin dashed over with a matcha cake. "Tada! Isn't this cake simply perfect?" Jiang Bai examined the cake closely. Its presentation was indeed exquisite. Delicate green tea leaves adorned the top, with a few drops of coffee liquid beside the plate. "It looks wonderful. By the way, Su shopkeeper, there is something I wish to inquire about." Jiang Bai finally articulated his purpose, causing Su Yin to lose her cheerful demeanor. Taking a seat opposite Jiang Bai, Su Yin clasped the teacup, took a gentle sip, and extended her hand toward him. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Speak your mind." Jiang Bai furrowed his brow. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean you've been waiting for me?" "This means that since my demise, I have been anticipating your arrival, Jiang Bai. We hail from the same world. But I arrived first and experienced the trajectory of this world's development before failing utterly and tragically. Fortunately, a divine being granted me another chance. However, I am reluctant to relive the experience, even if it seems unfair to him. This time, the world has chosen you, Jiang Bai. You are its designated redeemer. If anyone can save him, it is solely you. I have come to offer you a warning, urging you to avoid making mistakes." As Su Yin spoke, Jiang Bai remained perplexed, shaking his head slightly, indicating his lack of comprehension. Su Yin merely smiled, and a sacred flower blossomed at her fingertips. The golden bloom descended into the center of Jiang Bai's forehead, sinking into the depths of his consciousness. "You will understand in due time. If you cannot find that person for now, simply pursue what you believe is right. Do not dwell excessively on other matters. The ship will navigate the bridge when it arrives. Often, what appears daunting can be overcome by steadfastly following your will." Raising his hand to touch his forehead, where the flower had entered, Jiang Bai looked at Su Yin, whose figure had begun to waver, her form nearly dissipating. After delivering those words, Su Yin vanished entirely, and the entire Yin Yi cake shop disappeared as well. Is there more than mere darkness lurking in the shadows? What of light and goodness? What does this mean? Jiang Bai murmured, puzzled by Su Yin's ambiguous statements and her cryptic demeanor. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bai turned and headed to the farmer's market, where the vegetables were currently the most affordable and relatively fresh. School. Lin Qiye, visibly agitated, tossed the exam papers onto his desk and angrily took a seat. That neurotic director had caught him today. He had not been late that morning, yet the director insisted otherwise. When he had excused himself to use the restroom during class, the director had barged in as if lurking inside the stall, kicking the door open. Lin Qiye, stunned at the intrusion, felt an urge to eliminate the director. Who would kick open someone's door while they were using the restroom? He had just been reprimanded by the teacher to redo an exam and was assigned 8 math worksheets. Lin Qiye was baffled by why Director Li seemed to have it out for him, especially since Jiang Bai had inexplicably not shown up for school that day. The absence of Jiang Bai had already ignited a fire of frustration within him, and now Director Li was focusing solely on him. What's wrong? Li Yifei? Do you have something to say? Just then, a wave of screams erupted throughout the classroom. Lu Yuan is dead. A monster. Quick. Let us escape through the back door. Qiye, let us get out of here. That monster doesn't seem to understand human speech. Run. You fools. What good will escaping through the back door do? We're on the 3rd floor. Let us lower the curtains and jump out instead. Hurry up. Are you waiting to die? The cacophony of screams filled the air as the front door was barricaded by the monster, while the rear door was cluttered with debris, making it impossible to open quickly. It seemed that jumping out the window was indeed the only option left. Observing Wang Xiao organizing the others, Lin Qiye quickly stepped forward to assist. Chapter 28. Hydra, a massive lizard-like creature with 2 snake heads, its green skin glistening, not on flesh and blood. Yet it had yet to turn its gaze toward Lin Qiye and the others. However, once it finished feasting on Lu Yuan's sweet blood and flesh, it would surely seek them out as well. For now, life in this chaotic environment seemed tolerable, as they were not being pursued by the 2-headed serpent monster. Though it appeared temporarily occupied, none dared to wager their lives on that possibility. After all, the current situation had it blocking the front door, while the rear was nearest to it, cluttered with too many items to open. No one was willing to be the hero, as no one knew whether they would survive. The stench of decaying flesh and blood permeated the classroom. Lin Qiye pressed his back against the mottled white wall, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Her voice was shattered by the gnashing of the 2-headed serpent monster. Lu Yuan, her desk mate, was being torn apart by the right serpent head, while the left one suddenly reared up, its grayish-white vertical pupils scanning the trembling curtains, which were still adorned with the star decorations crafted by the class during last month's artistic performance. At this moment, only 4 or 5 individuals remained in the classroom, and the demise of the formidable Lu Yuan instilled a sense of despair in the others. Unwilling to wait idly for their fate, Lin Qiye edged along the wall, his shoes crunching over a protractor he had dropped. A rusty iron rod was wedged between the desks of the 3rd group, its metallic surface coated with a pale yellow powder from the class bulletin board, which Wang Xiao had used to outline its frame. Grasping the rod firmly, Lin Qiye suddenly felt the serpent's tail slam against the ground, its pus sizzling beneath the wall poster of the class's code of conduct. Strike its neck, shouted the frail art student Zhao Zixuan, flinging a paint bucket left over from art class. The crimson paint obscured the creature's vision. Lin Qiye swung the iron rod, rust mingling with the monster's green scales, where a half-broken blue-black pin borrowed from Li Yifei was embedded, its nib glistening with pus. The inscription on the cap now faded. The front door's metal cabinet crashed down violently, while the rear door merely cracked open a palm's width. Jiang Qian fixated on the flickering sound-activated lights, a chill creeping down her neck. As the class monitor, she was acutely aware that the alarm system had been reported to the homeroom teacher by Li Yifei last week, prompting maintenance workers to come for repairs. To the ventilation duct on the 3rd floor, Lin Qiye grasped her wrist, the iron rod leaving a trail of slime on the wall. He had just used his mental probing ability to survey the area and discovered that the skylight in the storage room on the 3rd floor led directly to the rooftop. The storage room on the 3rd floor was filled with the scent of the sweet and fishy breeze from the playground's locust trees. Wang Xiao, using his bare hands, dismantled the fire hydrant's water pipe, and his eyes brightened at the sight of Lin Qiye's iron rod. We have 2 more rods in the lower compartment of our class's storage cabinet. As the sports committee member, he had hidden the backup iron rods meant for reinforcing the class fund safe there just last week, the rods adorned with red ribbons from the sports meet. Li Yifei squatted by the window, twisting the curtain fabric. The logistics team left the repair tools on the toilet tank. A glint of cunning flashed in his dark pupils as he surveyed these familiar items. After all, a few of the children had recently transformed that bothersome logistics director, who had been calculating the logistics funds, and the snake demon was all too eager to turn that individual into a pile of useless bones. The sound of concrete crumbling echoed from below as the serpent's head smashed through the ceiling, its fan blades caught in its serrated jaws. Li Yifei swung the iron rod towards the serpent's eye, metal clashing against bone. This rod had been intended to incapacitate Jiang Bai, but he had abandoned that thought. The serpent's tail swept through, and Lin Qiye pried open the plastic steel window with a second iron rod, rust mingling with the remnants of the class's bronze plaque. Jump! Wang Xiao vaulted out the window just as the serpent's tail snapped the steel flagpole in the center of the classroom. As Lin Qiye grabbed the hollow steel pole, he saw Li Yifei being dragged towards the storage cabinet, his iron rod still wedged against the serpent's fangs, blood dripping onto the athlete's cheering poster. Li Yifei emerged from the dented iron door, gripping a half-pulled steel pen from the monster's neck. Its nib still attached to a fragment of the pen cap, that had broken 3 days prior when borrowed from Lin Qiye. Flames erupted, twisting the metal instruments bearing the class emblem. Jiang Qian exerted all her strength to cleave through the rear door passage with the iron class plaque. The alarm finally blared, mingling with the sound of the top glass dome collapsing and the dying wails of the two-headed serpent, akin to a sunset sinking into the west. Inside the second-floor girls' restroom, Lin Qiye leaned against the wall, checking his wounds by the firelight. Not far away, the iron rod Lin Qiye had left beside the monster's corpse lay motionless, its blackened rod entwined with a red ribbon, maintaining the arc from its last strike. But soon, the two-headed serpent ceased its pain moans. Instead, a series of peculiar joyous sounds erupted. The serpent danced with glee, and behind it, an elusive figure also swayed in a dance of destruction, a hauntingly seductive voice echoing in the serpent's ears. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye could eerily hear that figure whispering to the two-headed serpent. "Arise, stand tall. My dear child, you are the most perfect offspring I rescued from Olympus, the progeny of Hydra. Your lineage shall transform into the mightiest beast under the blessing of destruction. Foolish descendants of Hydra, you should not squander your energy on meaningless sacrificial rites, nor blindly adhere to rigid dogmas. Instead, seek to understand the truths of the universe. Explore the essence of life. Rather than futilely resisting fear, calm yourself, recognize the root of your fear, and glean genuine strength from within." Lin Qiye listened quietly, a growing terror swelling within him. It was a baseless fear that felt as if that presence had descended before him, waiting for the completion of this dance of destruction to take his life. "Did you hear anything?" Lin Qiye stammered, but at that moment, Jiang Qian and the others merely shook their heads, not comprehending his words. Lin Yifei's face, however, appeared grim, as if he had realized something. Yet, the laughter and noise that should have filled the campus had vanished. Even the sounds of fleeing and screaming were absent. It was as if they had been cast aside. Chapter 29, A Warm Home Ding-dong, Ding-dong. Jiang Bai, carrying 2 large bags of vegetables and fruits, heard a warm female voice from behind the door, and the smile at the corner of his mouth did not fade. His aunt, filled with joy, opened the door and immediately welcomed him inside, deftly taking the items from his hands while expressing her concern. "Little Jiang, what brings you here? And with so much, this must have cost a pretty penny." Her face beamed with happiness, and although her words carried a hint of reproach for his extravagant spending, they were overshadowed by her delight at his visit. Of course, aside from the doctors who came to recheck on Qiye and some government officials, the neighbors were well aware of their family's struggles and seldom intruded upon them. Jiang Bai settled onto the sofa, watching his aunt calculate the cost of the fruits and vegetables. "Auntie, please don't feel burdened. These were all grown by my grandmother and just sent over from the countryside. I can't possibly eat all of this alone, especially since I have school and no time to cook. So, I thought I'd bring these for you, and I'll just come over for a few meals. I hope you won't mind me dropping by every day." Hearing Jiang Bai's words, his aunt laughed heartily, her eyes shining with joy as they met his. The fruits and vegetables were enough to spare her family from grocery shopping for a week. Even though some couldn't be preserved, they could be consumed in the next couple of days. Jiang Bai's delivery was a timely relief, especially with a few days still remaining until her next paycheck. She turned to place the items in the kitchen and prepared a cup of floral tea for Jiang Bai, sitting down on a nearby wooden bench. "Little Jiang, what are you saying? Xiaoqi and you are such good friends. How could I possibly deny you a few meals? Moreover, since you brought these vegetables, if Xiaoqi disagrees, I will be the first to refuse." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, displaying her slightly loose muscles, as if to say, "See how strong I am? I won't let you be mistreated." This made Jiang Bai chuckle several times, and he accepted the floral tea his aunt offered, taking a sip. Looking around at the photographs, he felt that Lin Qiye had been quite adorable as a child. Little Lin Qiye had yet to see the Birdman standing on the moon. He held a pinwheel in his hand and smiled joyously and freely. Following Jiang Bai's gaze, his aunt understood and remarked, he was quite the mischievous one back then, always getting into trouble and refusing to listen. However, every time he went to the cow dung with that little boy, the child would be covered in filth, while he remained utterly spotless. Consequently, the other parents began to prevent their children from playing with Xiaoqi, fearing that their offspring might be led astray. Yet, it was evidently their children's lack of intelligence that caused them to get dirty, not Xiaoqi's influence. It was truly short-sighted of them to blame him. Whenever Lin Qiye was mentioned, Annie's smile became even more endearing, and her words flowed without pause. She harbored an immense love for Lin Qiye, a sentiment that transcended ordinary familial affection. This was love, one of the most selfless forms of love in the world. "Auntie, may I learn how to cook from you? I wish to prepare meals for myself in the future." Jiang Bai's voice trembled slightly, a pang of pain gripping his heart. He was puzzled as to why he felt this way. Shouldn't he be happy knowing Lin Qiye had such a caring aunt? Yet, the ache in his heart persisted. Was it because Lin Qiye would no longer be able to enjoy Andy's cooking? Yes, it must be so, for what other explanation could there be for this sudden discomfort? If Jiang Bai were to dwell upon it, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, it was a memory he preferred to forget, lest he be unable to guide himself away from it in time. After all, it was best not to revisit forgotten matters. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Auntie readily agreed. They entered the kitchen together, and with the charm of her amiable demeanor, Annie seemed unconcerned about the inconsistencies in Jiang Bai's dialogue. While guiding him on how to select vegetables and edible leaves, Jiang Bai attentively absorbed every detail, fearful of missing a single lesson. Soon, under Annie's expert tutelage, he successfully prepared a simple dish of tomato scrambled eggs. Excellent work, Xiao Jiang. For your very first attempt at cooking, this is truly impressive. You have a remarkable talent. Auntie praised him generously, embodying the essence of motherhood, tender, kind, and radiating maternal warmth. When Lin Qiye lacked parental care, she willingly assumed the responsibility of looking after him. And even after Yang Jin's arrival, she treated them both equally. Even though Lin Qiye faced the grim possibility of never seeing again, she never wavered in her efforts to treat him. When he was sent to the Sunshine Mental Hospital for his nonsensical ramblings, she remained steadfast, covering the exorbitant medical expenses. Andy was the epitome of a traditional Chinese parent. She loved her own child and cherished her brother's child with equal fervor. Her heart was filled with love, kindness, and a selfless simplicity. As Jiang Bai gazed upon this unpretentious woman, a fragment of his fractured heart felt as if it had been mended. Meanwhile, a crescent-shaped gem atop the ultimate soul ray sword, nestled in his personal space, shimmered with a silvery glint. Andy, I wish to learn how to prepare more dishes. Will you teach me? Of course. Auntie's smile, illuminated by the warm light, penetrated Jiang Bai's heart. The last rays of the setting sun cast a gentle glow upon her hair, bestowing upon her an ethereal aura. In no time, the orange sky was cloaked by the serene night, and the dinner laid out on the table was a feast for the senses. Yang Jin sat silently at the table, and Xiao Heilai was unusually subdued. This warm household was just a person short of completeness. After placing a bowl of black-bone chicken soup down, Jiang Bai settled into his seat beside Yang Jin, eager to serve him more rice, when he heard Yang Jin's voice. Brother, something seems to have gone wrong. Chapter 30. I brought him back, brother. Something seems to have gone wrong. Yang Jin sat at the dining table, his expression inscrutable. Auntie had just stepped out to the restroom, which was why he felt bold enough to speak to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, perplexed by Yang Jin's words, struggled to comprehend the situation. Lin Qiye was fine, studying and eating at school. How could anything have happened? Was the troublesome Nantua serpent demon now targeting Lin Qiye instead of him? What do you mean? Be clear. Jiang Bai put down the spoon he had been about to use, fixing his gaze intently on Yang Jin. What has happened to Lin Qiye? Yang Jin's fingers hovered in the air, tracing a dim point of light that appeared to be shrouded in dust, drifting aimlessly. I placed a spell on my brother that allows me to know where he is and what has transpired. But now, the spell is conveying that he is not in our current time. He has vanished. This home would be incomplete without him. Give me half an hour. I will ensure the food remains warm. Just then, Auntie emerged from the restroom, her hands still wet. Hey, where did Xiao Jiang go? Auntie glanced around, puzzled by Jiang Bai's absence. Ah, I'll go get some drinks then. Don't children these days prefer some sort of beverage? She said, moving to put on her shoes by the shoe cabinet. Yang Jin remained silent at the table, making no move. Auntie noticed Jiang Bai's sports shoes by the shoe cabinet, but said nothing, merely inquiring about Yang Jin's drink preferences. Mom, having you is wonderful. What nonsense are you talking? Hurry and finish your homework so you can sleep early. Make sure to complete your tasks. At the teaching building, Jiang Bai arrived, but found nothing amiss. Perplexed, he stepped into the lobby where two mirrors stood. His reflection gazed back, but strangely, when he turned to leave, the reflection did not vanish. Instead, it eerily turned its head, revealing a chilling smile. Listening to the sounds of study emanating from the classrooms, Jiang Bai felt an inexplicable irritation. How could they continue as if nothing had happened? What is going on? He muttered. Yet, the students around him continued as if they were machines, reciting their lessons in rhythmic unison. He traversed each floor, even entering Lin Qiye's classroom, but found no trace of him. It was as if he had vanished without a remnant, lost to time. Meanwhile, these people seemed to have forgotten his existence. A phenomenon that only occurred within the confines of this campus. Who is this Lin Qiye? How dare he treat my Baishin this way? Such remarks confirmed Jiang Bai's suspicions. But what was this mystery aiming to achieve? Why possess such formidable power merely to erase their memories? And where had Lin Qiye gone? Moreover, Jiang Bai's nose twitched. There was a hint of alcohol in the air. Could it be the creature he feared? If so, finding the nexus point would allow him to proceed with his plans. But where could this nexus be hidden? Perhaps it was concealed by the lurking monsters in the most unexpected places. Ah, hide and seek, how uninteresting. The ultimate soul ray sword appeared in Jiang Bai's palm, the crown gem of wisdom radiating a brilliant glow. In an instant, Jiang Bai found himself atop the teaching building. The starless, moonless night suddenly darkened as ominous storm clouds gathered, a violent tempest swirling around Songnan, yet bound by an unseen force that ensnared the building. You have made it impossible for me to find Lin Qiye, thus, you shall not survive. The raging storm whipped around Jiang Bai, his crimson attire becoming the eye of the tempest, while the students within the building remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. They only sensed a sudden gust of wind, the windows trembling, yet no destruction ensued. Jiang Bai had long since imbued the entire educational building with spatial magic. He did not wish for these innocent souls to perish. Yet he could not allow the situation to appear too contrived. Thus, he resorted to this rather foolish strategy. The spiritual energy of the sea realm dissipated momentarily by 2/3, with the remaining energy tasked with restraining the storm from spreading. However, Jiang Bai was unafraid. He had confidence in his prowess and believed the monster had already detected his presence. Its hesitation to attack stemmed solely from its trepidation of his strength. Since you dare not strike at me, then let me bestow upon you the courage. I shall grant you the opportunity. Just as the tempest swirled violently, forming a pillar of wind that connected heaven and earth, a creature with the head of a crocodile, the upper body of a lion, and the lower body of a hippopotamus suddenly charged forth, opening its gaping maw towards Jiang Bai. Chapter 31. A grueling battle on the rooftop of the educational building. A striking youth grasped a longsword, his form flickering before vanishing from sight. The monster, having suddenly appeared in Jiang Bai's former position, displayed its vicious fangs, dripping with a nauseating saliva that left corrosive liquid in its wake. Just as the creature prepared to lunge at Jiang Bai once more, a fierce gust transformed into a blade, striking the vast rear of the hippopotamus. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching roar, but Jiang Bai paid it little heed. After all, this brute had devoured the memories of others regarding Lin Qiye, and it was rather dim-witted to have been lured out by him. The true threat lay with the drunken figure lurking in the shadows. As Jiang Bai readied to deliver another strike to the mindless creature, a sudden waft of intoxicating aroma enveloped him, causing the monster to vanish from his sight. In the next moment, Jiang Bai's form re-emerged, standing atop the educational building, winds howling around him, yet leaving him undisturbed. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning every ripple in his surroundings. You wish to play hide and seek within the crevices of time and space? He murmured, a confident smile gracing his lips. Do not forget, I am Jiang Bai. With deft hands, he formed intricate seals, the transformation magic flowing through him like an invisible torrent. In an instant, his figure began to twist and reshape, taking on the likeness of Lin Qiye. However, this was not mere mimicry. He wove the threads of spiritual energy to replicate Lin Qiye's essence, even aligning the frequency of their souls with meticulous precision. The bait is set. It remains to be seen whether you shall take the hook, he whispered, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Concurrently, he manifested an illusion of Lin Qiye, directing it towards the 3rd floor of the educational building. The true Jiang Bai, meanwhile, concealed himself within the folds of space, enveloped in a faint magical aura, his carefully laid double-layered spatial trap. Should the enemy make even the slightest move, the first layer of the trap would activate, while the second layer was prepared for any countermeasures. As Lin Qiye traversed the corridor on the 3rd floor, the air shimmered with an eerie ripple. A monstrous hand, cloaked in black scales, lunged forth towards Lin Qiye's throat. Jiang Bai smirked from the shadows. He had anticipated that the enemy would not fall for his trap so easily. He adjusted the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, slightly disorienting Lin Qiye's essence, as if he had sustained a minor injury. Simultaneously, he cast a layer of mental confusion magic around the trap, misleading the enemy into believing it had been breached. As expected, the monstrous hand reappeared, this time with greater speed and an unstoppable momentum. A glimmer of anticipation sparked in Jiang Bai's eyes. Here it comes. The second layer of the spatial trap activated, warping the entire 3rd floor as if time had come to a standstill. The hand was ensnared, and Jiang Bai seized the moment to reveal himself, his ultimate sword, Solii, radiating with brilliance. Now, let us conclude this farce. Yet, at that moment, the monstrous hand split into myriad tendrils, attempting to break free from the trap. But Jiang Bai was prepared. He guided his spiritual energy, merging the transformation magic with the trap. The instant those tendrils brushed against the trap's edge, they began to entwine, forming a chaotic mass. Did you think you were the only one capable of transformation? Jiang Bai scoffed. In the realm of transformation magic, as long as the master of magic does not intervene, I remain the sole sovereign. With a commanding shout, the space within the trap solidified completely. The monstrous hand was frozen, immobile, Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Bai discovered an entrance to the spatial crevice, a hidden dimension behind the mirror. He became a streak of light, rushing into the mirror. Inside, he found himself in a nearly shattered void, where the sky hung inverted with rivers, and the ground's solid rocks crumbled like tofu. Flames sprouted like weeds, easily harvestable, while the tempest roared like mountains, immovable. At the heart of this realm sat Lin Qiye upon a dark stone, flanked by several monsters engaged in hushed discourse. A strikingly handsome man, burdened with a massive wine gourd, bore a distinct sword wound on his arm. A creature, previously eager to consume Jiang Bai, now licked Lin Qiye's face with its foul saliva from its crocodilian head. Additionally, there was a serpentine monster with 5 heads and a lizard-like body. As they became aware of his presence, Jiang Bai swiftly concealed himself within the void, evading their scrutiny. Meanwhile, the system, which had idled for so long, finally relayed all pertinent information to Jiang Bai, granting him an invaluable skill for exploring this world. In order to compensate the host for the losses incurred and to prevent the host from suffering from a lack of information, this system has specifically granted the host a vital tool known as the retrieval ability. Retrieval ability can access all information regarding the host and those around them, ensuring the host's survival. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversaries is paramount to ensuring victory in battle. Understanding the capabilities of all foes and allies is essential for navigating the treacherous landscape of conflict. To ensure flawless survival, the host is advised to wield this ability with utmost caution. Observing the system which had only now developed this ability for him, Jiang Bai felt an urge to eradicate it, but the time was not yet ripe. He immediately employed this newfound capability. Instantly, the information regarding the 3 monsters materialized before Jiang Bai's eyes, and he realized he was bound to face a fierce struggle. Name: Ammut, imposter. Affiliated pantheon: Egyptian. Abilities: in Egyptian mythology, Ammut's primary duty is to judge the souls of the deceased in the underworld. During the judgment, Ammut waits beside the scales, where one side holds the deceased's heart and the other a feather symbolizing truth and justice. If the heart is heavier than the feather, it signifies guilt, and Ammut will promptly devour the heart, preventing the soul from entering the afterlife, thereby erasing the deceased's memories and existence. Thus, Ammut is regarded as the guardian of the underworld's order, executing punishment upon guilty souls, with the act of consuming hearts leading to the complete dissolution of memories alongside the soul. Flaw: due to expulsion by a mysterious entity, it has lost its judgment power, retaining only the ability to consume others' memories and its inherent formidable combat prowess. Name: SHTTG, false. Affiliation: Japanese pantheon. Ability: transformation and illusion. He can metamorphose into a handsome youth, captivating young women with his striking appearance to lure them into danger, thereby increasing the insidiousness and deceitfulness of his malevolence. Possesses a robust physique. In his ogre form, he reaches a towering height of 6 meters, with a muscular build, a red face, a nearly bald head adorned with disheveled short hair, 5 horns, and 15 eyes. He wears a checkered garment, is girded with beast hide, and possesses strength and physical prowess far beyond that of an ordinary being, rendering conventional attacks ineffective against him. He commands a legion of demons, leading a host of malevolent spirits including Ibarakidiji, Kumizji, Torakumidiji, Hashikumidiji, and Kinkumidiji, showcasing remarkable leadership and intimidation skills. Flaw: at this time, the slumbering SHTTG possesses only the ability to change shape and create spatial barriers, a gift from an indescribable entity. Name: Hydra, juvenile phase. Affiliation: Greek and Indian pantheon. Ability: regenerative capability. This is its most prominent trait. It possesses 9 heads, with the central head being immortal. When the other 8 heads are severed, 2 new heads rapidly sprout from the wounds, making it challenging for foes to eradicate it completely. Toxic assault: Hydra can exhale a noxious miasma, transforming its surroundings into a pestilent mire. Its blood and venom are highly toxic, inflicting lethal harm upon contact. Flaw: abandoned at birth due to the disdain of its father, Hydra was taken in by the god of destruction, Shiva, who nurtured its growth. The creature in front of the host is merely one of the many offspring birthed, possessing limited abilities. Chapter 32, Decimation concealed within the boundless void. Jiang Bai observed with a cold gaze as the 3 mythological beings whispered conspiratorially to Lin Qiye, subtly attempting to brainwash him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Bai gripped the ultimate soul ray sword and materialized beside Lin Qiye. At that moment, Ammut's elongated tongue was caressing Lin Qiye's back. Yet an incisive beam of sword light suddenly emerged from the intangible, aiming to sever its tongue. Boom! The already shattered space resembled a mirror, fracturing explosively into disarray. Amidst the fragmented void, the ultimate soul ray sword in Jiang Bai's hand began to hum. The silver light cascading from the blade resembled a celestial river, Yet at a certain moment, the ancient runes along the sword's spine ignited with a verdant shimmer, unleashing a tempestuous scale that erupted from Jiang Bai's center. So it is. As Jiang Bai's fingertips brushed the sword's edge, a whirlwind coiled around him, causing the space beneath his feet to ripple. The intelligent power of the ultimate soul ray sword resonated with the elements of wind and space. A much slender tongue lashed out once more like a steel whip, with viscous droplets corroding the void beneath. Jiang Bai, however, did not raise his sword to block. Instead, he closed his eyes in concentration. In that instant, 12 azure blades of wind coalesced out of thin air, intertwining into a net. Sizzle! The foul, severed tongue plummeted to the ground, and a much sickly green pupils dilated in shock. Jiang Bai had already taken to the skies, his garments billowing as countless blades of wind took shape behind him, forming wings. It is time to collect the interest. With a cold chuckle, the wings erupted into a tempest, sweeping through the fragments of space towards SHTTG. Arrogance! The skull beads adorning SHTTG's neck burst forth with a sanguine glow, as 9 ghostly hands emerged from the incantation array. Yet, the wind blades, upon touching the ghostly hands, inexplicably altered their trajectory, as if alive, slipping through the gaps in the incantation. This was Jiang Bai folding space into the wind's path. PFF. 3 ghostly hands were severed at the wrists, and SHTTG staggered back, the crimson sake gourd exploding open, unleashing a torrential sea of blood. Jiang Bai, however, twisted the sword's tip into the void, transforming the cyclone into a vortex that churned the blood sea into a rain of crimson. Lin Qiye, he suddenly bellowed, his voice carrying the force of the wind, shattering the spatial tendrils that had crept up behind him. There is a limit to feigning sleep. Lin Qiye, curled at the edge of the battlefield, felt his eyelashes flutter as Jiang Bai's irate voice resonated in his ears. Break free from the mental imprint using the method I previously taught you. Are you waiting for Hydra to pickle you into jerky? Lin Qiye's lashes trembled, and soon he stirred. However, it was evident that a glimmering golden divine light flickered in his eyes. As if responding to Jiang Bai's words, the 5-headed serpent lurking in the shadows sprang forth. The central head of Hydra spewed forth a cloud of corrosive black mist, while the other 4 heads conjured frost, lightning, and magma. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted, and he swung the soul ray sword to carve a crescent-shaped wall of wind, which began to corrode with a hissing sound. Troublesome. He clicked his tongue, swiftly pressing his fingertips against his forehead. As the golden sigil manifested, the wind elements across the battlefield converged frantically, coalescing into a translucent Eastern Azure Dragon upon the sword's edge. Wind domain. Azure Dragon break. The Azure Dragon's roar shattered the black mist, propelling Jiang Bai like a streak of light directly into Hydra's heart. However, the wound inflicted upon the colossal serpent began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. All 5 heads emitting mocking hisses. How can mere iron slay a god? Who says this is mere iron? Jiang Bai suddenly relinquished his grip on the sword, allowing the dragon-shaped soul ray sword to erupt within Hydra's body. Countless strands of wind shot forth from the serpent's pores, pinning it like a suspended specimen. And what can you claim to be a god? Lin Qiye, strike at its reverse scale. The sound of chains snapping resonated in the void. Lin Qiye, who had previously appeared vacant, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a tang knife of boundless divine brilliance manifesting in his palm, its blade glimmering like a shooting star as it pierced through the white scales beneath Hydra's 3rd head, an essential point marked by Jiang Bai's wind strands. Hydra's roar transformed into tangible sound waves, causing the already fractured space to erupt in a web of cracks. The 5 heads writhed amidst the blood mist, the central head's black mist coalescing into numerous skeletal phantoms, enveloped in the stench of death, surging towards Jiang Bai. A trivial trick, Jiang Bai scoffed, gripping the soul ray sword across his chest as the wind patterns along the sword's spine surged dramatically. He lightly tapped the void with his toes, trailing 7 afterimages behind him, each conjuring a different sword technique, layering 7 tempestuous barriers in an instant. Wind domain, 7-fold gate of life. The azure wind walls collided with the black mist, the corrosive hissing filling the air as the surface of the barrier shimmered with countless ancient runes. Boom! The icy blue breath and wind blades collided, and within the exploding ice crystals lay Hydra's spiritual spikes. Jiang Bai's temples throbbed, haunted by the wails of numerous vengeful spirits. Yet his grip on the sword remained steadfast as a mountain. He bit through his tongue, spitting a mist of blood onto the sword, which immediately emitted a dragon-like cry. Do you think I can be distracted by such tricks? A golden slit pupil emerged within his gaze, and the sword's edge erupted in a blinding azure light, shredding through the scales. Countless wind blades transformed into dragon scale-like blades, coursing upstream along the trajectory of the frosty breath. Lin Qiye's white light tang knife neared, just 3 inches from the reverse scale. The 2 heads on the right that spewed lightning and magma suddenly twisted their angles, intertwining crimson lava and azure lightning into a net of death. In a critical moment, Jiang Bai's left hand plunged into the void, yanking forcefully. Freeze. The folds of space enveloped the two serpent heads like a curtain, while chains of wind elements entwined around them. However, the backlash from this mythic creature's power caused Jiang Bai to bleed from his mouth and nose. He spat out the blood and roared. 3 seconds. That is sufficient. A golden divine light surged around Lin Qiye, and the tang knife split into 9 mid-swing. The blade light penetrated through the interwoven gaps of thunder and fire, accurately piercing the center of the reverse scale. Roar. Hydra's anguished cry shattered the void, and the struck serpent head began to carbonize from the wound. However, the frenzied assault of the other 4 intensified, as venom and flames wove a net of destruction, scorching the very air with a charred scent. Jiang Bai wiped the blood from his eyes and suddenly seized Lin Qiye by the nape, flinging him out of the encirclement. Go deal with those 2 rats. 100 meters away, Toku TG was pressing a skull bead against Amut's forehead, the 2 mythical creatures' bodies merging in a crimson glow. The newly born monstrosity sprouted crocodilian scales and demonic fangs, while 36 venomous tentacles writhed from its back. Want to merge, do you? Lin Qiye twisted midair and landed. Golden divine light cascading from his tang dao, ready to unleash a fiery onslaught. He cleaved through 3 incoming tentacles, black flames surging into the creature's body through the severed ends. Toku TG emitted a roar that blended 2 distinct voices, a mist of blood coalescing into countless blades of wine in the air. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to dodge, a swirling azure vortex, controlled from afar by Jiang Bai, lifted him into the air. Thanks. Seizing the momentum, Lin Qiye spun and struck down, his blade tracing a 100-meter arc of moonlight in the black flames. As the merging creature attempted to block with an outstretched arm, Jiang Bai appeared directly above it, thrusting the ultimate soul ray sword into the void with a forceful twist. Wind, prison, skyfall. The entire sky seemed to be overturned, a pressure of tons crashing down. The monster knelt on one knee, its scales cracking with a sound reminiscent of firecrackers. Lin Qiye's blade pierced through its chest, and as the black flames erupted from within, Jiang Bai pointed his sword towards the heavens, summoning a tornado that connected the earth and sky. Wind crush, dual obliteration. The azure dragon-like whirlwind collided with the black flame vortex, the merging creature disintegrating inch by inch in the interplay of light and shadow. Toku TG's true form erupted from the wreckage. Half of his body charred to cinders. Amut fared worse, with only the remaining skull having half its face flayed away by the wind blades. Jiang Bai, panting heavily, landed beside Lin Qiye, his ultimate soul ray sword embedded in the ground for balance. His right sleeve was already torn to shreds, revealing skin marred by a web of golden cracks from overexerting the wind element, which was now rebounding against his flesh. At the moment he grasped the ultimate soul ray sword, the elemental knowledge of the Star of Wisdom surged into him, granting him formidable power. Otherwise, he would have been doomed sooner or later. Can you still wield your blade? He asked, tilting his head, a bloodied smile gracing his lips. Lin Qiye gripped his sword tightly, his palm torn but resolute. That question should be directed at you. Suddenly, Toku TG erupted into maniacal laughter, his shattered demonic hand crushing the last 3 skull beads. Blood-red incantations crawled across the void, the entire battlefield beginning to collapse. Let us go to the grave together. Yomi no Hiragasaka. Jiang Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Host. This is a forbidden technique used in the mythic age to bury deities. The area within 100 miles will descend into eternal darkness. Be cautious. He grasped Lin Qiye's hand, their fingers intertwining, as the soul ray sword erupted in an unprecedented radiance. Let us take a gamble. The moment the sword tip pierced his heart, Jiang Bai's blood stained the wind patterns. With my essence, I call forth your true name. An ancient sigh echoed through the void, the sword's body revealing the colossal phantom of a beast entwined with wind and thunder. Blood streamed from Jiang Bai's 7 orifices, yet he laughed loudly. Do you see? This is the ultimate form of the soul ray sword. The Wind King Garuda descends. The colossal wings that obscured the sky shattered the blood-red incantations, the beast's phantom opening its maw to consume the entire forbidden area. Toku TG's wild laughter abruptly ceased as his body began to turn to dust under the gaze of the Wind King. No. This cannot. His last words were torn apart by the gale. Jiang Bai directed the sword, and Amut's remaining skull was crushed to a pulp by the wind pressure. As the storm subsided, Jiang Bai staggered to one knee. The soul ray sword reverted to its original form, save for a blood-red pattern on the hilt. Lin Qiye silently supported Jiang Bai's weakened form, embedding the Tang Dao in the ground beside him. Why go to such lengths? Jiang Bai rested a hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder, panting heavily, his head leaning against Lin Qiye's cheek. The trace of blood wafted into Lin Qiye's nostrils, his voice hoarse. Lin Qiye tightly embraced Jiang Bai, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 33. It's time to eat. We must go home in the shattered expanse of infinite space. Lin Qiye cradled the bloodied figure of Jiang Bai, silently weeping. This alternate realm conjured by Toku TG emitted groans akin to splintering wood. The fractured crystalline walls radiating phosphorescent blue shards from each crack. Lin Qiye knelt on the slanted ground. Jiang Bai's sweatshirt oozing strange droplets of blood that floated in the air, refracting the surrounding broken prisms and weaving a scarlet web between them. The turbulent space tugged at Jiang Bai's tousled hair, exposing the blood scab clinging precariously to his right earlobe, reminiscent of a dark red agate on the verge of falling. Brother, Lin Qiye swallowed, the taste of iron in his throat, pressing his palm against the festering wound on Jiang Bai's neck. The viscous sensation between his fingers brought to mind the pristine white that once adorned this place. Jiang Bai had always been adorably clean, insisting on bathing at the slightest hint of dirt, yet now he was forced to endure such filth. Jiang Bai's swollen eyelids fluttered, and as his blood-clotted eyelashes parted, they scattered fine flakes of skin, his unfocused pupils reflecting the trails of tears on Lin Qiye's face. Suddenly, the entire space flipped vertically. Lin Qiye's cheekbone colliding heavily with Jiang Bai's collarbone. The dull thud of their young heads clashing was accompanied by blood blooming from a fresh wound on Jiang Bai's sweatshirt, the result of the recent piercing by the ultimate soul ray sword, its edges still clinging to vaporizing purple crystal shards. On the count of 3, Jiang Bai grinned through his bleeding lips, his fragmented canine pressed against Lin Qiye's trembling throat. Just hold your breath. His bloodied index finger plunged into the gaping wound in his chest, extracting a smoking crystalline fragment and pressing it into Lin Qiye's palm. Lin Qiye's scream was drowned by the collapsing sound waves as the fibers of Jiang Bai's sweatshirt disintegrated at a rate of 3 centimeters per second between his fingers. The final glimpse of light froze upon the pulsing vein at the side of Lin Qiye's neck, beneath which lay unspoken emotions and unfamiliar feelings, now mingling with the blood trickling from Jiang Bai's nostrils, staining Lin Qiye's uniform in an eerie pattern reminiscent of peacock feathers. The surrounding space shattered like fragmented glass, pieces falling away until it seemed to rest in the palm of one hand. In a daze, Lin Qiye plummeted into the endless fissures of space. Yet the crystalline shard Jiang Bai had passed to him suddenly erupted in divine light, enveloping his body and guiding him toward a shimmering, white light within a prism. In the teaching building, Jiang Bai bent down to pinch some powder, sniffing it at his nose, frowning as he made his way to the restroom to wash his hands. He had never put all his eggs in one basket, ever since learning from Yang Jin that Lin Qiye might not be in this space. He had already employed transformation and spatial magic to deliver a letter to the Peace Affairs office, ensuring that should events unfold beyond his control, Chunmai and others would be there to handle the aftermath. This was merely one of Jiang Bai's precautionary measures. After unleashing an endless storm with the ultimate soul ray sword, he had concealed his true form. It was impossible for him to rescue Lin Qiye without putting himself at risk. However, when a mud appeared, attempting to harm Jiang Bai, and Toku TG unleashed an unfathomable number of dark claws, Jiang Bai understood that the opportunity had arrived. Thus, he divided his mental energy and, with the ultimate soul ray sword, ventured alone into that space, while his true self sought another method to breach that realm, aiming for a dual assault to dismantle it from within and without. Yet, it appeared that this method had yet to be executed, as another version of himself and Lin Qiye had managed to escape. As his figure flickered, Jiang Bai's presence vanished from the spot. On the rooftop, Lin Qiye lay bloodied and battered on the floor, his face contorted in pain, muttering about not wanting to be together and similar sentiments. Although Jiang Bai was uncertain about the exact events that had transpired, he could surmise a few things. He knelt beside the injured Lin Qiye, whose forehead shimmered with a magical glow. After a thorough examination, Jiang Bai discovered that Lin Qiye's wounds were not severe. The blood seemed to belong to another. Realizing that his own doppelganger was absent from Lin Qiye's side, he began to piece together the situation. "Qiye, please wake up. Are you all right?" Jiang Bai gently caressed Lin Qiye's cheek, softly urging him to awaken. However, Lin Qiye seemed reluctant to confront reality. Perhaps he preferred to remain in slumber. With a heavy heart, Jiang Bai exerted all his strength to hoist Lin Qiye onto his back, but as soon as he managed to do so, his steps faltered. "Lin Qiye, doesn't he seem that heavy, so why does he feel so burdensome now?" After regaining his footing, Jiang Bai dispelled the raging winds that enveloped the teaching building and subsequently vanished along with Lin Qiye. At the very moment Jiang Bai quelled the tempest, Hong Yang, Chunmai, and Si Shaonan rushed toward the building. Yet, they were too slow. Jiang Bai had already departed, and several figures descended from an unknown location. Sharp-eyed Si Shaonan immediately noticed these students in midair. "Captain, someone is about to fall. We must act quickly to save them. Let us move swiftly." We can discuss the contents of that envelope later. Understood. Upon entering Jiang Bai's upscale apartment, he staggered while carrying Lin Qiye inside. The dim light of the bedroom cast a warm glow as he laid Lin Qiye on the bed, feeling his arms grow weak. His gaze fell upon Lin Qiye's bloodstained sweatshirt, and he swallowed nervously, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the fabric, which felt unusually warm. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice quivering. As he struggled to unbutton the first clasp, his fingers shook violently, and once he finally managed to pull it apart, he averted his gaze. Unable to look at Lin Qiye's exposed skin, with each button he unfastened, his heartbeat quickened until the bloodied garment was removed, leaving his ears burning as if he had committed an indiscretion. After much internal conflict, Jiang Bai finally reached out to Lin Qiye's smooth upper body. As he supported Lin Qiye into the bathroom, warm water filled the tub, and he crouched down, his hand hovering above the towel. Amidst the rising steam, Lin Qiye's form flickered in and out of view. Jiang Bai bit his lip, closed his eyes, and mustered the courage to place the towel over Lin Qiye's sturdy shoulders. "It'll be over soon," he murmured, his voice trembling. Once Lin Qiye was dried off and dressed in fresh sleepwear, Jiang Bai sat on the edge of the bed and gently patted Lin Qiye's face. "Qiye, wake up." Lin Qiye's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling under the light as he hoarsely called out, "Brother." Jiang Bai's heart skipped a beat, his throat tightening. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Qiye unexpectedly grabbed his wrist. Although his grip was gentle, it sent a jolt through Jiang Bai's body. "What's wrong?" "Oh, are you hungry? But I can eat now, right?" Lin Qiye asked. "What are you afraid of?" He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Bai's ear, causing his face to flush crimson. "And no, I'm not afraid." Yet the quiver in his voice betrayed his unease. Walking side by side beneath the moonlight, Jiang Bai felt Lin Qiye's fingers tightly entwined with his own, his palm moist with sweat. Yet, Lin Qiye's hand playfully rubbed against the back of Jiang Bai's hand, making him shudder and momentarily lose his footing. "See, could you please behave?" he stammered, his voice softening. Jiang Bai was bewildered. How had a simple act of bathing Lin Qiye turned into this? Was it truly impossible for him to assist someone in bathing without it escalating? By the time they reached Lin Qiye's doorstep, their hands remained firmly clasped together. He did not wish to witness Jiang Bai vanish from his sight. Those monsters must be condemned. Jiang Bai's reckless gamble with his life for a future was unforgivable. In a state of panic, Jiang Bai attempted to push Lin Qiye away, only to find himself touching the firm muscles of his chest, causing him to retract his hand as if burned. Qiye, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qiye suddenly lowered his head, burying his face in Jiang Bai's neck. "Brother, come to pick me up next time." His voice was laced with laughter, sending shivers down Jiang Bai's spine. He nodded hastily. "I understand. Hurry inside." Yet the person in his arms refused to budge, their shared warmth enveloping them both. Jiang Bai felt a rush of heat flood his body, his heart racing with confusion. Yet he found himself reluctant to break away from the intoxicating intimacy. As the door swung open, Lin Qiye released Jiang Bai's arm but seized his wrist, holding on tightly. "This food smells delightful." In the quiet of night, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars. Lin Qiye had just finished his wash, clad in silky sleepwear. Droplets of water still cascading from his hair. Each drop left a trace upon the floor, while on the bed, Jiang Bai watched Lin Qiye, his shirt partially undone, a smile playing on his lips. "Why did you take so long to arrive? I've been waiting for you." "I'm here now. How do you want to play?" Lin Qiye tossed the towel onto the bedside table and glanced at Jiang Bai, who was seated with his fair neck exposed, swallowing hard. With a playful grin, Jiang Bai approached Lin Qiye, wrapping his arms around his neck. "Shall we play that game we spoke of? I've been eager to play for quite a while." "Then you must kiss me." "No. Then I won't let you down. You'll just have to stay attached to me." "You're being unreasonable." "Hurry and put me down. Sister Honging will come with my clothes soon, and if she sees us like this, we'll be in trouble." Lin Qiye rested his head against Jiang Bai's neck, greedily inhaling his scent. The arms encircling Jiang Bai's waist tightened slightly, and he felt Lin Qiye's heart pounding like a raging fire against his hands, leaving Jiang Bai momentarily stunned. Then, like a dragonfly touching the water, he pressed a kiss to Lin Qiye's left cheek before activating a spatial spell. When they reappeared, they were already behind Lin Qiye, recovering from his surprise. Lin Qiye turned to see Jiang Bai holding a bell, his expression curious. "What's this?" Lin Qiye knelt down, treating it like a new toy. Seeing Lin Qiye's innocent inquiry, Jiang Bai's expression darkened. "Haven't you watched the videos I sent you?" Suddenly, Lin Qiye stood up and embraced Jiang Bai, who was still fuming. "I went to buy you lollipops. I just haven't had the chance to watch them. I promise to watch each video 3 times later, okay?" Glimpsing Jiang Bai's expression, Lin Qiye added sweetly, "Brother Bai, please forgive me for this mistake. You are my brother." At those words, Jiang Bai found it hard to remain angry. Then let me explain the rules of this game again. We take turns ringing the bell, but we cannot let ourselves ring it. If we mistakenly allow the other to ring it, we can slap each other, as Jiang Bai outlined the rules. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Qiye's face. Brother Bai, can I change the punishment? I don't want to slap you. Jiang Bai pondered briefly. He too did not wish to be struck, so he nodded in agreement. The two then commenced their game. Ding. Lin Qiye lost. After a slight twist of his wrist, Jiang Bai chuckled, raising his eyebrows at Lin Qiye. Come on, Brother Bai. Gulp. Jiang Bai gazed at Lin Qiye, who resembled a seductress, swallowing hard before gently slapping Lin Qiye's firm cheek. After the slap, Lin Qiye looked at Jiang Bai in disbelief. Brother Bai, why was that so gentle? I believed it prudent not to strike too hard at the outset, for there would be more to come. Oh. Lin Qiye emitted sounds as if he were longing for a good thrashing, then flashed a smile at Jiang Bai. Continue. The two played for quite a while. Yet Lin Qiye seemed to be cursed, failing to win a single round until the later hours of the night when he finally secured a victory. Gazing at his own palm, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of regret. Then it's your turn. As if facing a life-and-death battle, Jiang Bai presented his fair, delicate face to Lin Qiye. However, Lin Qiye placed his somewhat calloused hand against Jiang Bai's cheek, gently saying, Brother Bai, have you forgotten? I promised not to strike your face. Oh? Then how do you intend to play this punishment? We should be going to sleep now, shouldn't we? You're not suggesting? Jiang Bai gestured with a cross, but Lin Qiye wrapped his arms around Jiang Bai's waist and lifted him. All right, Brother Bai. It's time for bed. It's already past midnight. Chapter 34. Qiye, my clothes. Lin Qiye felt no sense of discomfort. Instead, he tugged at Jiang Bai's wrist, leading him toward the door. Jiang Bai, already feeling dazed, winced as Lin Qiye pulled him painfully, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Lin Qiye, be gentle. It hurts. When Yang Jin emerged from his room with slippers, he spotted the two adversaries gazing at one another with deep affection. Not wishing to witness their display of affection, Yang Jin set the slippers down and went to help his aunt warm the food. Why? Lin Qiye stepped forward, softly questioning. Why do you resist my approach? Why can others do as they please with you, yet I cannot? Seeing Lin Qiye's eyes redden, Jiang Bai felt somewhat at a loss. What did he mean by resisting his approach? He had even washed Lin Qiye's back. How could he be resisting? Yet, he couldn't help but notice that Lin Qiye possessed a commendable physique. As Lin Qiye observed Jiang Bai's unperturbed demeanor, he swallowed hard, yearning to bring Jiang Bai entirely under his influence. All right, let us eat. Jiang Bai's aunt emerged, carrying a plate of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs along with garlic shoots and meat. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Bai immediately released Lin Qiye's hand to assist in serving the food. Lin Qiye stared blankly at Jiang Bai's figure, a mixture of reluctance and grievance simmering beneath the surface, yet concealed. His aunt disapproved of seeing him in such a state, and if she knew, she would surely inquire. At the dining table, Jiang Bai's aunt noticed Lin Qiye's pure blue pajamas and expressed her confusion. Xiaoqi, I remember you left wearing your school uniform and a short-sleeved shirt. How come you are now in pajamas that seem a bit too large for you? Jiang Bai, intending to explain for Lin Qiye, hesitated upon seeing his aunt's expression. This is Jiang Bai's pajama. My own outfit was accidentally torn by Li Yifei while playing games. Jiang Bai offered to mend it, but I couldn't go without clothes, so I borrowed his. Oh, I see, his aunt replied, seemingly unperturbed, perhaps believing every word Lin Qiye uttered. After this brief interlude, Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye shared almost no further interactions at the table, or at least that was how they perceived it. Unbeknownst to them, little Black Lie was so affected by their interactions that it refused to gnaw on the bone Yang Jin had given it. Woof woof. This is all dog food. Who would want to eat those rotten bones? After finishing the meal, Jiang Bai excused himself under the pretense of going to the restroom, and Lin Qiye, seizing the moment while Jiang Bai was still unprepared, pulled him into his room. Ah, help. Someone is trying to murder me. Lin Qiye chuckled at Jiang Bai's dramatic display. Standing beside the bed. Brother Bai, are you still afraid of me? Lin Qiye bent down, half kneeling before Jiang Bai, gently holding his hand and asking, Brother Bai, please don't leave me, all right? Jiang Bai opened his eyes, gazing into Lin Qiye's large, expressive ones, feeling somewhat bewildered. He did not understand why he should fear Lin Qiye, especially since he had not committed any wrongdoing. The only reason was that Lin Qiye had appeared quite dirty after his bath, prompting Jiang Bai to help him wash up. Lin Qiye, you're not catching a cold, are you? Jiang Bai withdrew his hand from Lin Qiye's palm and placed it on Lin Qiye's forehead. After this brief exchange, both felt a touch of awkwardness. Jiang Bai sat upright on the bed while Lin Qiye picked up a book, pretending to read earnestly. The night air condensed into a fine frost against the glass window, and the antique clock's pendulum swung listlessly. Jiang Bai curled up on the plush quilt, the warm yellow light casting a honeyed glow on his eyelashes, flickering as it illuminated the Picasso painting on the opposite wall. The faint scent of cedar from Lin Qiye mingled with the cool breeze from the air conditioner, lulling him into a comfortable state, almost ready for slumber. Suddenly, the clock's pendulum made a clicking sound, startling Jiang Bai awake. He looked up at the clock. The luminous hands were intertwined ambiguously over the Roman numerals, small particles of dust dancing in the warm light. Lin Qiye leaned against the wrought-tan headboard, reading, and upon hearing the noise, turned the hardcover book upside down on his lap. The indigo silk pajamas shimmered as he rose, revealing a glimpse of his pale collarbone. What's the rush? You promised to keep me company tonight. I can't take leave tomorrow morning. Jiang Bai, grasping the sweatshirt beside the pillow, suddenly froze, realizing the fabric felt cool against his fingers. Wait, this isn't my pajama. Why was he acting like a thief? Lin Qiye had already approached him, holding the shirt Jiang Bai had removed earlier, the satin fabric rustling with the wind. The lingering moisture from Lin Qiye's post-bath body, combined with the sweet scent of citrus shower gel, overwhelmed Jiang Bai. He stared intently at the droplets clinging to Lin Qiye's collarbone, his throat involuntarily tightening. Give it back. Take it yourself. Lin Qiye suddenly stood on his tiptoes, the buttons of his shirt loosening with the motion. Jiang Bai, taken aback by the playful glimmer in Lin Qiye's eyes, felt his ears flush crimson. As he reached out, Lin Qiye lifted the shirt higher, causing the neckline of his indigo pajamas to slip off his shoulder, exposing an expanse of pale skin. Jiang Bai stumbled forward, nearly falling against Lin Qiye's chest. The scent of cedar filled his nostrils as he grasped the silk belt, which slipped away from his fingers. Lin Qiye let out a muffled grunt as he fell backward, both of them tumbling into the soft quilt, causing the dream catcher hanging above to jingle. Are you part cat? Lin Qiye chuckled breathlessly, droplets cascading from his hair onto Jiang Bai's nose. Jiang Bai suddenly realized he was straddling Lin Qiye's waist, his palm resting on warm skin. Return my clothes. He nearly growled, tugging at the shirt Lin Qiye held tightly. In an unexpected turn, Lin Qiye flipped them over, pinning Jiang Bai beneath him, his damp black hair cascading down like a curtain, leaving Jiang Bai only able to see his dark eyes. The atmosphere thickened with tension when a knock on the door interrupted them. Xiao Qi, Auntie has warmed the milk. The door creaked open, revealing a woman holding a tray. In the warm yellow light, Lin Qiye's indigo pajamas were haphazardly arranged at his waist, while the gray-striped shirt hung half off the bed. Jiang Bai's fingers were still frozen at the open collar of Lin Qiye's shirt, the second button precariously dangling, revealing faint pink marks underneath. Oh dear. The woman hastily shielded her eyes with the tray, the milk in the enamel cup rippling. You young people. She stifled a laugh as she set the tray down on the dresser. Make sure to brush your teeth after drinking. As the mahogany door closed once more, Jiang Bai distinctly heard muffled laughter from outside. No, Auntie, you've misunderstood. Flustered, Jiang Bai scrambled to his feet, only to have the back of his head collide with the brass bed frame. Ignoring the pain, he snatched his coat and dashed towards the door, abandoning the nightgown. The early summer night breeze swept into the corridor, and the motion sensor lights flickered on with each step he took, pressing his flushed cheeks against the cool porcelain wall. He could hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart echoing painfully in his chest. Behind him, hurried footsteps approached. Lin Qiye, shuffling in his slippers, came rushing out, clutching a neatly folded indigo nightgown and shirt. Hey, the boy's voice was hoarse and breathless. Your zipper. Jiang Bai glanced down to find his sweatshirt unzipped, revealing a crumpled shirt beneath. He fumbled to pull up the zipper, but the metal teeth caught midway. Suddenly, Lin Qiye reached out to tidy his collar, his icy fingertips brushing against Jiang Bai's throat, causing him to take a half step back in surprise. What are you afraid of? Lin Qiye chuckled softly, though his ears betrayed him, flushed crimson. He lowered his gaze and thrust the shirt into Jiang Bai's arms, their hands brushing against each other, causing both to shiver slightly. In the distance, a stray cat wailed, and the motion sensor lights abruptly extinguished. In the darkness, Jiang Bai could hear the rustling of fabric. A warm breath approached suddenly, a feather-like touch against his forehead, carrying a hint of citrus freshness. Tomorrow, Lin Qiye's voice trembled. The amusement park has opened a haunted house. Jiang Bai clenched the fabric tightly in the dark. As the lights flickered back on, he caught sight of the galaxy swirling in the depths of Lin Qiye's eyes. If you want to ride the Ferris wheel, Jiang Bai turned his face away, his throat bobbing nervously. We should go early. Lin Qiye suddenly laughed, a sound as clear as wind chimes at the eaves. He stepped back towards his home, his gray and white striped clothing fluttering in the night breeze like butterflies. 7 o'clock. If you dare to sleep in, I'll pull your blanket off. Jiang Bai watched as Lin Qiye disappeared behind the door, then lowered his head to sniff the shirt in his arms. The scent of cedar mingled with a hint of citrus sweetness, reminiscent of the first toffee melting in winter. Chapter 35. Amusement Park. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice like delicate gold leaf, gently illuminating Lin Qiye's face. He sprang up from bed like a fawn kissed awake by the sun, rushing to the mirror. His fingers clumsily combed through his hair, while his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The promise made with Jiang Bai the night before felt like a sweet candy melting in his heart, making it race wildly, as if it housed a restless little deer. Before heading out, Lin Qiye sent a message to his homeroom teacher, requesting a day off. Whether the teacher believed him was a matter for another time. When Lin Qiye arrived downstairs at Jiang Bai's residence, he took a deep breath and dialed his number. The beeping on the line made his heart flutter. When a languid hello came from the other end, he quickly replied, "Jiang Bai, come down." A few minutes later, the unit door creaked open. Jiang Bai, clad in a simple white shirt, with tousled hair resembling a frizzy little creature, stood before him. Lin Qiye momentarily lost focus until Jiang Bai approached and said grumpily, "What are you staring at? Let us go." Grinning, Lin Qiye hurried to catch up. The two walked side by side toward the bus stop, the summer breeze brushing against them. Occasionally, their shoulders would touch, sending tiny electric currents through them, neither shying away but silently drawing closer. The amusement park gates swung open, and laughter poured in like a tidal wave. Lin Qiye purchased 2 tickets for the roller coaster. Jiang Bai gazed at the towering tracks, gulping nervously. "Isn't it too thrilling? What are you afraid of?" "I'm here." Lin Qiye tugged at his wrist, leading him into the line. Jiang Bai protested. "Didn't he say I wanted to go?" Yet the warmth of Lin Qiye's grip provided an inexplicable sense of comfort. Finally, it was their turn. As they boarded the roller coaster, Lin Qiye grasped Jiang Bai's hand tightly. It was cool and slightly sweaty. He turned to smile reassuringly. "Don't be scared. Hold on to me." Just as Jiang Bai prepared to retort, the ride began its slow ascent, only to plunge rapidly. The wind howled past their ears, and Jiang Bai instinctively tightened his grip on Lin Qiye's hand, screaming at the top of his lungs. Lin Qiye, however, shouted joyfully, "This is exhilarating." Yet his heart raced even more at the sensation of Jiang Bai's hand clasped in his. As the roller coaster twisted and turned, Jiang Bai's cries of surprise intertwined with Lin Qiye's laughter. When it finally came to a stop, Jiang Bai's legs felt weak, and he nearly stumbled as he stood. Lin Qiye was quick to steady him, and they faced each other, close enough to count each other's eyelashes. Jiang Bai's breath came in quick bursts, his cheeks flushed, eyes filled with a hint of panic. Lin Qiye gazed at him, a slight smile gracing his lips, prompting Jiang Bai to hastily push him away. "Let us go do something else." Yet the blush on his ears revealed his unease. Lin Qiye nodded, his heart sweetened like honey, dizzy with delight. Next, they arrived at the carousel, and Jiang Bai suddenly suggested, "Let us ride that." Lin Qiye chuckled in agreement. Choosing their steeds, Jiang Bai selected a white horse, while Lin Qiye picked the adjacent brown one, both horses standing close together. As the music played, the carousel began to turn, gently rising and falling. Lin Qiye admired Jiang Bai's focused profile, illuminated by the lights, appearing extraordinarily soft. He couldn't help but say, "By Gu, doesn't this feel like a fairy tale?" Jiang Bai smiled lightly. "Only you would think that." Yet his eyes held a trace of tenderness. As the carousel spun faster, their shoulders brushed against each other, and Lin Qiye caught the faint scent of laundry detergent mingling with the surrounding sweetness, intoxicating him. After dismounting, Jiang Bai suggested they ride the Ferris wheel. While waiting in line, Lin Qiye glanced at the crowd ahead, then at Jiang Bai, suddenly remarking, "I heard that making a wish at the top of the Ferris wheel is very effective." Jiang Bai shot him a sideways glance. "Do you really believe that? If it worked, your aunt would have brought you here countless times already." Yet a smile lingered at the corner of Jiang Bai's lips. As they ascended in the Ferris wheel cabin, the entire amusement park unfolded beneath them. Lin Qiye gazed out the window, while Jiang Bai watched Lin Qiye. When the cabin reached its peak, Lin Qiye turned and found himself locking eyes with Jiang Bai, both momentarily stunned. Lin Qiye softly said, "Jiang Bai." But before he could finish, Jiang Bai turned to gaze out the window. "Look, the view is beautiful." Lin Qiye smiled back. "Indeed it is." Yet his heart pondered that no scenery could compare to the person before him. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the park's restaurant bustled with activity. Lin Qiye purchased 2 grilled sausages, handing one to Jiang Bai. As Jiang Bai took a bite, he gasped, the heat catching him off guard. Lin Qiye quickly offered him water, chuckling, "Take your time eating. No one is going to snatch it away." In the afternoon, they arrived at the haunted house. Lin Qiye initially intended to act brave, declaring, "Come on, let us go in." Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow and followed behind him. The dim lighting and eerie music heightened the atmosphere, and when a ghost suddenly jumped out, Lin Qiye nearly screamed, instinctively shrinking back. Jiang Bai laughed, seizing his hand. "You coward." Embarrassed, Lin Qiye retorted, his face reddening. "I am not." After finally escaping the haunted house, The sunset painted the sky in hues of crimson. Lin Qiye observed Jiang Bai's face illuminated by the setting sun, summoning his courage to say, "Jiang Bai, I had a great time today." Jiang Bai lowered his gaze, kicking at a small stone on the ground. "Me too." Just then, they passed a vendor selling fluffy, cloud-like treats. Lin Qiye bought the biggest one. Handing it to Jiang Bai, "Here you go." Jiang Bai accepted it, accidentally getting sugar strands all over his hands. As Lin Qiye laughed and helped him clean up, their fingers brushed together, causing both to freeze. Lin Qiye gazed into Jiang Bai's eyes, softly saying, "Jiang Bai, but Jiang Bai suddenly stuffed a piece into his mouth. "Hurry up and eat, or it'll melt." Hearing this, Lin Qiye chuckled as he took a bite, the sweetness flooding his senses, yet his heart felt even sweeter. In the evening breeze, the two walked side by side, their shadows stretching long behind them. Lin Qiye cast a furtive glance at Jiang Bai, contemplating the endless days to come, yearning to revel in madness and merriment with the person beside him. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai was lost in thought about the tender kiss on his forehead and the countless touches of the day. As if a part of his heart had already been quietly filled by Lin Qiye, the lights of the amusement park gradually illuminated, resembling a carpet of stars strewn across the ground. Lin Qiye gazed at Jiang Bai's profile and softly suggested, "Let us continue to come out and play together." Jiang Bai remained silent, but nodded vigorously. The distant sound of cheerful music echoed like the rhythm of their youthful hearts, crafting the most enchanting melody in the tapestry of their adolescence. As they walked onward, the night breeze carried a hint of chill, prompting Lin Qiye to unconsciously lean closer to Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai glanced at him and asked, "Are you cold?" Initially, the stubborn Lin Qiye wanted to deny it. But Jiang Bai continued, "Then lean against me a little." This took Lin Qiye by surprise, yet he smiled and complied. At the bus stop, they waited for their ride. Lin Qiye admired Jiang Bai's profile, illuminated under the streetlight, and couldn't help but express, "Jiang Bai, I truly appreciate you keeping me company today." Jiang Bai chuckled in response, as if to say he and tea come merely for leisure. Lin Qiye joined in the laughter. When the bus arrived, they swiftly boarded and found a seat. Lin Qiye gazed out at the night scenery while Jiang Bai observed him. Words were unnecessary, yet the air was thick with a sweet, intimate atmosphere. They continued until they reached Lin Qiye's building, where Jiang Bai suggested, "Let us go upstairs." Lin Qiye nodded but added, "Let us talk about it tomorrow." Jiang Bai interrupted him, though a smile lingered on his lips. Their eyes met, and it felt as if 1,000 unspoken words were exchanged in that glance. Lin Qiye waved goodbye and ascended the stairs. Jiang Bai stood still, watching the illuminated window, unable to conceal his smile. Then, he glanced at the clouds gathering overhead, feeling a sense of foreboding. Surely, that fellow would be arriving soon. Chapter 36. The emergence of Mamble. As Jiang Bai lost sight of Lin Qiye, he muttered, "Mamble, are you not coming out yet? Are you waiting for me to fetch you?" Just then, a figure looming 3 meters high appeared behind him. This entity, referred to as Mamble, possessed a structure reminiscent of a bull, robust and powerful, with muscular limbs and steel-spiked wrist guards. Its head sported 2 horns, and its large, round eyes could serve as spotlights. Its back was equipped with flight devices, and its tail resembled a meteor hammer. At that moment, the system kindly provided Jiang Bai with all the information about Mamble. Name, Mamble. Source, Electric Boy. Auxiliary functions, its eyes can serve as spotlights. And it has flight devices on its back for mobility in various scenarios. Weakness, the head is its weak point, susceptible to attacks. A severe blow to the head would greatly impair Mamble's combat capability. Jiang Bai gazed at the Mamble robot he had summoned from a green 5-star treasure chest, feeling somewhat satisfied. Although it wasn't the lifestyle service robot he had envisioned, it was nonetheless a formidable combatant. In this vast realm, besides himself, only Chuuni was a force to be reckoned with. Now, with this powerful robot capable of rivaling the seas, he nodded in contentment. Mamble searched for its master, growing anxious when it could not find Jiang Bai. "Master, where are you?" It called out, "Please don't abandon Mamble. Woo, don't leave me." Jiang Bai struggled to suppress his irritation and gritted his teeth. "You foolish bull, could you lower your lofty head? No wonder you were defeated by that child, Electric Boy. What was the rationale behind your creation by Shabola?" Hearing this, the rugged Mamble lowered its head, looking down at Jiang Bai's disheveled hair after a day of play. Realizing his master had not forsaken him, Mamble joyfully picked Jiang Bai up, but the forceful embrace left Jiang Bai breathless, prompting him to quickly escape Mamble's grasp. Cough. "You clumsy bull, are you trying to suffocate your master?" Jiang Bai coughed, propped against the streetlight, while pointing an accusing finger at Mamble, embodying a mix of exasperation and affection. He finally understood why Shabola favored that green roast chicken that could merely boil instant noodles. With such a useless bull as a reference, who wouldn't he choose a chicken that warmed your bed and inquired about your well-being? The mere thought of roast chicken made Jiang Bai swallow hard. That night, Lin Qiye observed him, and he refrained from indulging too freely, fearing his antics might startle Lin Qiye. Mabel stood there, confused, unable to comprehend why its expression of affection was met with reprimand. Was it because its master disliked hugs? Yet, its character design was predicated on hugs as a display of love. Seeing Mabel's remorseful demeanor, Jiang Bai approached and patted its large belly. "It's all right. You were just a bit too enthusiastic. I didn't react in time," he consoled, though he knew that even had he reacted, the force would have been overwhelming. Mabel's strength was formidable, yet perhaps that was for the best. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's reassurance, Mabel beamed and thumped its chest with a massive hand. "Master, what is your bidding? I shall fulfill any task you set before me." Jiang Bai smiled at this and replied, "The reason for summoning you is, of course, because there is a task at hand. Otherwise, why would I call you out? My dear treasure, I prefer not to dirty my hands dealing with that Phantom King. But I cannot allow that special soldier to perish. For if that were to happen, Lin Qiye would inevitably join the Night Watchers." Jiang Bai was reluctant for Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers, as Lin Qiye had expressed his fondness for their current life. Thus, he resolved to safeguard Lin Qiye's existence. "Whatever you are unwilling to do, no one can force you to comply. After all, I am your brother." Mabel, shortly. "You shall eliminate a minor creature. Rest assured, with your strength, it will pose no challenge," Jiang Bai declared mischievously, situating himself atop Mabel's shoulder. Mabel clenched its fists, exhaling a warm breath. If it was a being designated by its master for termination, then Mabel would not hold back. It would ensure the task was executed without mercy. Perched upon Mabel's shoulder, Jiang Bai felt the sincerity in its words enhance his smile. This foolish bull may not be particularly intelligent, but its loyalty was commendable. Jiang Bai affectionately stroked its head, assuring, "Fear not. As long as you obediently follow my commands, I shall elevate you to the divine realm. And you shall become a deity. Thank you for your guidance, master." The coolness of Mabel's mechanical body contrasted with the warmth Jiang Bai felt. To attain divinity as a mechanical entity was indeed a unique path. Moreover, if memory served him right, the principles of the Olympian demigods should align well with Mabel. In a fleeting moment, the sky, which had been brewing for some time, unleashed a torrential downpour. Jiang Bai lifted his gaze to the raindrops, expressing mild disdain as he conjured an almost imperceptible barrier. This barrier existed within this space, yet remained detached from it. Since the last collaboration with the ultimate sword of Soul Rai, Jiang Bai has become increasingly adept at utilizing elemental magic, even developing a skill akin to an elemental barrier. However, due to the current limitations of mental energy in Haiding, he could only approximate a rudimentary form of this ability, thus he focused on its application in magical development. The spatial magic barrier they now possess is a product of this endeavor. By harnessing the power of water, a transient barrier is established, momentarily concealed within the water. Yet, due to the omnipresence of water in this rainy atmosphere, the barrier continuously shifts its direction and position. The anchor points are each drop of rain yet to touch the ground. Although Jiang Bai regarded this minor magic with indifference, Man Nyo was overjoyed. Although enveloped by the downpour, not a single drop fell upon him, an experience that left him both fascinated and amazed. However, there was no time for further amusement. For not far from them, a manhole cover suddenly trembled, hinting that something might emerge from beneath. "Man Nyo, you must not let me down. Rest assured, master. Man Nyo shall resolve all your troubles." Chapter 37. The Faceless King. After the onset of summer in Songnan City, the first torrential rain fell with ferocity, threatening to provoke flooding and bring calamity to many. However, the old district had implemented satisfactory drainage measures. Rainwater accumulated, forming rivulets that flowed towards the sewers. Yet, the manhole cover near Lin Qiye's home was anything but still. It seemed something fierce was about to burst forth, bringing untold chaos to the world. Audacious. To dare return here. Jiang Bai observed the manhole cover with cold amusement. If it dared to come, it should not expect to leave alive. Man Nyo, sensing Jiang Bai's intent, exhaled forcefully towards the manhole cover, poised to launch whatever emerged into the sky. On the other side of the old district, a scruffy middle-aged man clad in a brown trench coat and military boots hurried towards the area. "Hey Lao Zhao, can you hear me?" According to satellite navigation, the Faceless King is likely escaping towards either the old district or the commercial street. Hurry to the old district. If the Faceless King reaches your end, engage it in void domain, but do not engage in close combat. Even the captain was injured by that creature. Be careful not to fall prey yourself. It's always best to proceed with caution and avoid direct confrontation, especially since you lack the forbidden abyss. Zhao Kongqing dashed through the rain. But as he listened to Wen Qima's words through his earpiece, a surge of indignation ignited within him. "What do you mean, Wen Qima? The old district is filled with ordinary people lacking significant abilities and elderly individuals left alone while their children are away. Are you essentially abandoning them? These people are just as important as anyone else. Yet, all he received in response was Wenqima's heavy breathing and silence, which made Zhao Kongqing realize the truth. The residents of the old district had been forsaken. The rationale was simple. The commercial street attracted a larger crowd, and its residents were deemed to have greater value for salvation. Conversely, the sparse population of the old district meant that any potential danger posed a lesser risk than the havoc the faceless king could wreak on the commercial street. This thought filled Zhao Kongqing with resentment. Why should they be abandoned? They too have the right to live in this world. This is their inherent, fundamental right, one that should never be usurped by others, a right that belongs to every individual from the moment of their birth. If no one else would safeguard their rights and lives, then he, Zhao Kongqing, would, even if it cost him his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai gazed at the faceless king, standing nearly as tall as Man Yo, and felt a growing revulsion in his heart. This creature was responsible for Zhao Kongqing's demise, forcing Lin Qiye into the Night Watchers out of guilt, compelling him to embark on a path of defiance against the gods and the great old ones, ultimately leading him to live a life of such grandeur and brilliance. Today, I shall decree your death. Man Yo, eliminated. With a thunderous impact, Man Yo's fist collided with the air, exuding the raw power of Haijing without any concealment. He had initially intended to toy with it but hesitated. Was he truly toying with them? How could such a being from Haijing contend for territory in this small city alongside someone like him? Had his ancestors' words been erroneous? Perhaps he was not the strongest in the world after all. The faceless king wavered amidst the storm, yet Man Yo would not grant it a moment's respite. His fist, akin to a basketball, was already hurtling towards its face. Man Yo's strike, infused with crimson energy, shattered the faceless king's mask, releasing a plume of dark mist that hissed like a serpent. Empowered by Haijing, Man Yo's metallic form was a formidable weapon in its own right. Roar! The faceless king, with fingers like claws, lunged at Man Yo's throat. Yet, Man Yo seized its wrist, forcibly snapping its bones, the sound echoing clearly amidst the ruins, mingling with his chilling laughter. A mere creature from the Chuan realm could not breach Man Yo's defenses. Even approaching him might result in a series of devastating blows. At that critical moment, a silver flash descended from the heavens, forcing the faceless king back several paces. It was Jiang Bai, suspended 10 meters above the ground, where countless ice-blue runes sprawled beneath him like a spider's web, freezing rubble, blood, and even drifting dust within his transparent domain, his realm, where he dictated life and death. At this moment, he looked down upon the battlefield, his robes billowing without wind. With a subtle gesture, silver chains erupted from the void, pinning the faceless king's limbs to the ground. End this swiftly. Do not linger in battle. Jiang Bai's voice was as devoid of warmth as a specter. Man Yo coughed up a spray of blood, his fist igniting with crimson flames. As he leapt, the ground trembled beneath him, and his fiery fist descended upon the faceless king's head like a meteor. The dark mist surged, coiling around Man Yo's form, venomous fangs piercing his shoulder. Yet he crushed its skull with his bare hands. Fire and dark mist clashed, unleashing shockwaves that reverberated through the barrier. Jiang Bai furrowed his brow, reversing his palm to suppress the residual energy. With a thunderous crash, he formed hand seals, causing a fetid river of blood to surge from the depths, pale arms reaching for Man Yo's ankles. Jiang Bai sighed softly, his fingertips slicing through the void, causing the blood river to evaporate, the arms turning to dust. Stay focused, he coldly reminded. Man Yo, in a wild frenzy, tore open the faceless king's chest, extracting a pulsating heart. In a shocking turn, Jiang Bai shattered the heart mid-air, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. However, upon glimpsing the faceless king's visage, Jiang Bai recoiled in disgust, shaking his hand. At least they had rid the world of this repugnant creature. The pitiful faceless king hadn't even utilized faceless manifestation before being slain by Jiang Bai and Man Yo's combined assault. Man Yo turned to Jiang Bai, who had descended to the ground, and respectfully approached, awaiting his next command. Well done, Jiang Bai praised sincerely. A job well executed deserved recognition, and such acknowledgement brought joy to Man Yo, eliciting a gleeful laugh from him. Yet, soon, another figure emerged before them. Zhao Kongqing gazed upon the corpse of the ghost-faced king sprawled on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at the imposing 3-meter-tall savage bull, swallowing hard yet remaining silent. Did you kill this fellow? Chapter 38, Duck King Zhao Kongqing. The torrential rain fell like shattering stones onto the earth, and Jiang Bai observed Zhao Kongqing before him, sensing that he seemed to have something to say, yet lacked the reason or motive to voice it. Beside the savage bull, a 2-meter-long shadow of black fur stood resolutely on the ground, its chest punctured by a gaping hole, the heart forcefully ripped away by an unknown entity, its vitality steadily waning. Zhao Kongqing, what brings you here? Jiang Bai approached Zhao Kongqing, casting a minor spell of spatial domain upon him to shield him from the rain and prevent him from catching a cold. Yet, Zhao Kongqing bent down, reaching into the mangled body of the ghost-faced king. How did you manage to slay it? His inquiry was barely audible, nearly drowned out by the relentless downpour. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai discerned the envy and astonishment hidden within Zhao Kongqing's heart. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this creature, which could have cost him his life to withstand, had been so effortlessly vanquished by Jiang Bai. A sense of imbalance stirred within him. Yet it stemmed from the shackles of this realm, not from Jiang Bai's fault. Therefore, what he thought mattered little to Jiang Bai. Relying on the savage bull, of course. What else could I depend upon? Jiang Bai chuckled, giving the massive frame of the bull a pat. Zhao Kongqing's lips moved, yet he remained silent. Although he could not perceive Jiang Bai's true strength, the pressure he exuded felt no different from that of his captain. Why should he humiliate himself further? After contemplating, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. Gains are my fortune, losses are my demise. Then have you considered whether to join us, the Night Watchers? Zhao Kongqing pondered for a while before finally speaking. You possess such formidable power. Why not utilize it to benefit this world? To secure a livelihood for the myriad people of the Great Xia? Securing a livelihood for the myriad people of the Great Xia? Jiang Bai mused inwardly. Yet he felt a reluctance. The Night Watchers were indeed noble and luminous, but this was primarily for those ordinary people who were powerless. However, Jiang Bai was not such an ordinary being. He could be the most mundane flower, yet he could also shine as a brilliant bloom. Yet, the Great Xia's control over those with forbidden realms was exceedingly stringent. It seemed he would have to present sufficient leverage to secure his and Lin Qiye's freedom. Otherwise, the Night Watchers would not easily relinquish their hold over them. In that case, it appeared he had only that singular item to barter with. I am not so noble. And do you not think it would be cooler for someone like me to be a maverick hero? Jiang Bai remarked as he gestured with his hands as if summoning thunder, though the reality was far less dramatic. When Zhao Kongqing realized what was happening, his body began to shrink, and the shift in perspective instilled a sense of terror within him. Nonetheless, this novel experience incited curiosity, subtly shattering certain shackles within him, elevating Zhao Kongqing's perspective to witness vistas previously unseen. Quack! Quack! A black-feathered duck took Zhao Kongqing's place amidst the rain, droplets cascading down its dark plumage without leaving much trace. Jiang Bai approached, lifted Zhao Kongqing, took a whiff at his nose, and then tossed him to the savage bull. Honestly, at your age, you should be more mindful of your health and not smoke so much. It's truly unhealthy, savage bull. You must not emulate Zhao Kongqing. Jiang Bai chided Zhao Kongqing for his careless lifestyle, simultaneously lecturing the savage bull. This left Zhao Kongqing exceedingly displeased, emitting a series of quacking protests. Jiang Bai, however, was not one to tolerate insubordination. He shot a glance at the savage bull, instructing it to manage the situation. The bewildered savage bull promptly blocked Zhao Kongqing's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. However, Jiang Bai glanced up at Lin Qiye, who had remained nearby, and waved at him. Standing on the balcony, Lin Qiye blushed and waved back at Jiang Bai, oblivious to the nefarious magic that had transformed Zhao Kongqing into a duck. Half an hour later, a girl with striking red hair rushed over, her earpiece crackling with the frantic voice of Wen Qima. Hong Ying, be prepared. Old Zhao's location has been static for a while. He may have. Hong Ying let out an indignant roar. This is impossible. Old Zhao values his life above all. How could he sacrifice himself this time? He would never do that. Yet, upon reaching Old Zhao's designated location, she found only Zhao Kongqing's earpiece, with nothing else in sight. Oh, and a heartless ghost-faced king, dead beyond revival. While she was astonished by the demise of the ghost-faced king, her primary concern lay with Zhao Kongqing's whereabouts. Despite her relentless search, overturning the area in hopes of finding a trace of him, she found nothing. Next to the ghost-faced king lay a few dark feathers, but aside from that, there were no further clues. The girl, unable to find her friend, broke down in tears, bewildered as to why this seemingly ordinary mission had led to the departure of her friend and mentor. Within the earpiece, Wen Qima's comforting words persisted. Yet the torrential rain nearly drowned out his soothing voice, including the unexpressed affection he held for her. However, at the moment the deceased duck opened its beak, an obnoxious sound erupted, quacking incessantly. Quack! 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 Jiang Bai, unable to comprehend, observed Zhao Kongqing's gesticulations and made a slight deduction, soon understanding his intent. All right, old Zhao. Cease your clamor. Jiang Bai swiftly pressed Zhao Kongqing's two beaks together and continued. I now possess something that can awaken your unique, forbidden realm without any side effects. But you must remain quiet. If you agree, quack once. If you disagree, quack twice. Understood? Quack. Very well. Do you wish for me to assist you in awakening your forbidden realm? Quack. All right then, turn around. A little discomfort is normal. Zhao Kongqing, If your technique is poor, please do not meddle. Jiang Bai produced a bottle of dark green elixir from the void and had the savage bull pry open Zhao Kongqing's duck beak, pouring the contents into his mouth. Zhao Kongqing curled up on the floor, emitting low groans. This left Jiang Bai somewhat puzzled. Lin Qiye had not reacted this way during her previous consumption. Ding. The system bears no responsibility. Items obtained from the system have no expiration date. Well, it was not the system's fault. So where had the issue arisen? Jiang Bai fell into contemplation, while the savage bull, observing its master deep in thought, clasped its round head with its large hands, pondering alongside him. As the two massive palms touched the grayish-white horns, a beam of light shot from the savage bull's eyes towards Zhao Kongqing's body. Simultaneously, a panel displaying Zhao Kongqing's physical condition appeared before Jiang Bai. After reviewing the panel, Jiang Bai suddenly awakened to the realization that it was due to Zhao Kongqing's mental energy not having yet been transformed. Chapter 39. The Moon of Forgotten Life. Mental energy is one of the crucial metrics in the world of god-slaying, determining one's strength in relation to oneself and others. For ordinary individuals who have not awakened forbidden realms, their mental energy remains a mere flickering flame throughout their lives, with little hope of breakthrough. However, exceptions do exist. Under intense pressure, there lies a chance for mental energy to transcend. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare, and they may even lead to profound psychological harm, rendering one a mere vegetable devoid of consciousness. At present, Jiang Bai is observing the transformation of Zhao Kongqing's mental strength. Unlike ordinary individuals, who have not awakened as the Night Watchers of the Forbidden Ruins, their mental strength lies hidden within their consciousness, not outwardly manifested. The awakening potion bears a resemblance to the Divine Spirit's invocation, differing primarily in that the latter drains the user's innate gifts and potential, while the awakening potion forcibly excavates the latent talents residing within one's body. This excavation of talent entails a forcible engagement of mental faculties that have remained dormant for decades, an excruciating experience. Although these talents rightfully belong to oneself, their prolonged neglect results in a painful reawakening. As for why Lin Qiye did not endure such suffering previously, it is likely due to the miraculous arrival of circumstances. After all, not everyone is graced with the presence of a Michael to alleviate their anguish. Poor Zhao Kongqing is truly pitiable, and one cannot help but wonder when he will complete this transformation of mental strength. However, since it is bound to take a considerable time, Jiang Bai decides to retire for the night. Man Nyo is aware and encourages the master to rest early. That night, the thunder raged outside, and the rain pounded against the windows, creating a considerable din. Yet, Jiang Bai slept soundly. At the very least, he had altered some outcomes. Lin Qiye did not join the Night Watchers to save Zhao Kongqing, and Zhao Kongqing remained alive, even slowly awakening his own forbidden ruins in the comfort of his living room. Most importantly, his aunt could see Lin Qiye a little longer before her disappearance. The repercussions of these events also led to the system rewarding him with a purple level 3-star treasure chest, titled Guardian of Happiness. Aunt, I can heat the dishes myself. You need not tire yourself so, Lin Qiye assured as he helped his aunt, who was preparing to rise from the sofa to heat the food. I've grown up. It's merely a simple task of warming up some dishes. I am quite capable of it. Besides, if all else fails, I can simply use the microwave, he added. Hearing this, his aunt rubbed her sore lower back and settled back down. Xiaoqi, you've truly matured. I wonder which lucky girl will end up with such a handsome young man like you. She mused with anticipation. The mention of a girl caused Lin Qiye's heart to ache. His aunt was perceptive, merely choosing not to confront the matter directly. At the dining table, only the sounds of swallowing could be heard. Outside, the storm contrasted sharply with the warmth inside as his aunt gazed quietly at Lin Qiye, her heart swelling with boundless love. Just this once, please do not overexert yourself. Regardless of whom you choose to love, your happiness is what matters. This time, live for yourself, Qiye. Outside, rain continued to drip from the eaves, while Jiang Bai was stirred awake by the commotion outside. Annoyed, Jiang Bai felt the spatial rifts in his hands intertwining as he raised them, speaking with irritation. Man Yo, what on earth are you making such a racket about this early in the morning? Zhao Kongqing, what the hell are you doing? It's only 5 in the morning. If you want to sleep, can you at least let me rest? Jiang Bai's desperate outcry did not awaken Zhao Kongqing's conscience. Rather, it seemed to invigorate him further. He joyfully grasped Jiang Bai's shoulders, causing the intertwining rifts in Jiang Bai's hands to fall to the floor, creating a large hole. Zhao Kongqing, realizing his mistake, Zhao Kongqing lowered his head, but before Jiang Bai could issue a reprimand, he was swept up by Man Yo. Jiang Bai, grinning at Zhao Kongqing, who lay on his back staring at the ceiling, remarked, Old Zhao, you hardly look like someone who can afford to repair my floor tiles. How about I take you to find your boss to cover the cost? The mention of seeking Qian caused Zhao Kongqing to panic. While others may be unaware of Team 130 SIX's financial situation, as a veteran within the team, he certainly was not. If Qian found out about this blunder, he would surely face severe repercussions. Thus, to avoid Qian's special training, Zhao Kongqing ingratiated himself with Jiang Bai, saying, Xiao Jiang, this wasn't intentional. And if you hadn't been holding that white orb, I wouldn't have lost it. Zhao Kongqing desperately tried to absolve himself, yet Jiang Bai merely chuckled. Oh really? But the potion you drank cost 30,000. You'll need to reimburse me for that, right? Jiang Bai had a natural knack for shrewd dealings. That potion awakened your unique Forbidden Ruins, and it's the Forbidden Ruins sequence 089, Moonlight of Oblivion. Tell me, do you think that money was well spent? Was it worth it? Absolutely. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed. If it only takes this little sum to gain the chance to awaken 1's Forbidden Ruins. One can only imagine how many people in the entire realm would be clamoring for the opportunity. But who would desire a Forbidden Ruins like Moonlight of Oblivion? Chapter 40. A visit at this moment. Zhao Kongqing had long abandoned any hope of maintaining his dignity, for who would be carried around by a robot? Old Zhao, don't be so despondent, at least you're now famous. Who knows, you might even find a career in the internet realm, Jiang Bai encouraged. Playfully patting Zhao Kongqing's face, only to be pricked by the stubble on his cheek. He quickly wiped his hand on Man Yo's metallic body before dialing Lin Qiye's number. Hello? Hello, Qiye, hurry down. After breakfast. We need to head over to Zhao Kongqing's for a visit. Don't you remember? Oh, you're still getting ready? No rush, we're not in a hurry. After hanging up, Jiang Bai realized he hadn't washed his face after waking up. Such sloppiness was unbecoming, so he swiftly took his leave. Meanwhile, Man Yo continued to hold Zhao Kongqing firmly, granting him no opportunity to escape. Even when Zhao Kongqing attempted to stretch his arms, Man Yo did not allow it, as Jiang Bai had given no such command. After about 3 to 4 minutes, Jiang Bai, clad in a white t-shirt and a red checkered shirt, paired with sky blue jeans, reappeared on Man Yo's shoulder, ready to depart to the Peace Affairs office once Lin Qiye finished his morning routine. Noticing Jiang Bai's sudden appearance, Zhao Kongqing had already deduced that the mysterious figure who had slain those ghost-faced beings the previous night was indeed him. In a bid to probe deeper and discern Jiang Bai's true feelings, Zhao Kongqing hesitated slightly. Xiao Jiang, our treatment here is quite good. You might consider joining me as a colleague. Really? Then why can't you even scrape together a few thousand? You're not spending it all on some mistress, are you? Jiang Bai retorted, glancing at Zhao Kongqing's somewhat worn military boots, muttering under his breath. However, Zhao Kongqing did not catch the words, merely noticing the movement of Jiang Bai's lips. Just as Zhao Kongqing was about to persuade Jiang Bai again, Lin Qiye, wearing a blue and white hoodie, had just met with Jiang Bai and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Sudden affection from Lin Qiye caught Jiang Bai off guard, and he awkwardly patted Lin Qiye's back, eventually speaking stiffly. Qiye, isn't this hug a bit too tight? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye released Jiang Bai but kept his large eyes fixed on him. Jiang Bai felt somewhat uneasy under Lin Qiye's gaze, glancing at Zhao Kongqing, who was chuckling to himself, and felt a surge of irritation. With a swift motion, he slapped Zhao Kongqing on the backside, alleviating some of his frustration. However, Lin Qiye cast a glance at Zhao Kongqing, whose rear had been struck by Jiang Bai, and, feeling a twinge of jealousy, inquired, Brother, why have you tied up Zhao Kongqing? Isn't he supposed to guide us? Moreover, what gives you the right to strike him? Zhao Kongqing himself was perplexed. Just last night, he had been transformed into a duck by Jiang Bai and, after being forced to consume a vial of potion, had ended up in this peculiar state. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's explanation, Lin Qiye's envious gaze shifted to one of sympathy. Being ensnared by his own brother was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Even if one had not committed any misdeeds, Jiang Bai's eloquence could easily implicate you in the most ludicrous of scandals. However, that was Zhao Kongqing's predicament and had little to do with Lin Qiye. Grasping Jiang Bai's hand firmly, as if oblivious to the world around them, Lin Qiye said, Brother, I have a craving for egg pancakes. Would you accompany me to indulge in this delight? Jiang Bai, staring at the hand Lin Qiye held so tightly, found himself momentarily dazed, yet he nodded in a daze. Perhaps Jiang Bai was still somewhat bewildered, but Lin Qiye had already come to understand his own feelings. Thus he would neither hide nor conceal them. The system, concealed in the void, observed Lin Qiye's transformation with great excitement, rolling about in glee. Such rapid progress had been beyond its expectations, yet it was curious about what kind of exhilarating despair would arise after such swift emotions inevitably faded. This was the reason behind the system's exhilaration. Revenge on Jiang Bai was merely one facet, but completing its task while enacting that revenge would be the ultimate triumph. However, upon hearing laughter nearby, Jiang Bai clicked his tongue in distaste. The little system immediately fell silent, returning to refresh the reward pool. Damn Jiang Bai. He wouldn't even allow it the indulgence of venting its emotions. How irritating. As Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye approached their familiar breakfast stall, the aroma of egg pancakes wafted through the air. Lin Qiye accepted a pancake, his eyes brimming with satisfaction, taking a hearty bite and mumbling, "Brother, this pancake is as delightful as ever." Jiang Bai chuckled helplessly and took a piece for himself, though he said nothing. He felt that this simple breakfast was enriched by Lin Qiye's company. The two hastily finished their meal and made their way toward Zhao Kongqing, who was still firmly restrained by the hulking figure of Man Yo, looking utterly resigned, much like a hostage. Spotting this, Jiang Bai teased, "Old Zhao, your steed seems quite secure." Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes, unable to retort. As the three strolled through the streets, the imposing mechanical form of Man Yo drew considerable attention, its 3-meter height causing the ground to tremble with each step. Passers-by gawked, whispering amongst themselves, "Look at that robot. It's carrying a person. How strange. Why is that man being held by a robot? Is this some sort of high-tech showcase?" Flashbulbs popped as many pulled out their phones to capture the rare sight. Lin Qiye, however, remained blissfully unaware, gripping Jiang Bai's hand tightly, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, it's bound to be quite interesting once we go inside." Though Jiang Bai's hand was firmly held, he feigned disdain. "You find everything so novel." Yet, his steps unconsciously slowed to match Lin Qiye's pace. Zhao Kongqing, trapped in Man Yo's embrace, sighed, "Could you two consider my dignity? I feel like I'm being escorted." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you still care about your image? It's long gone, thanks to Man Yo." Lin Qiye burst into laughter, his bright giggles blending with the street's clamor, adding a touch of vivacity. Chapter 41. The transaction. Just a couple of days prior, Jiang Bai had ventured into the peace affairs office and left a note. However, it was evident that Chunmai and the others had paid little heed to Jiang Bai's message, as only Zhao Kongqing had made it to the old district. Perhaps they had not taken the words of this stranger to heart, even though the arrival of this young man had raised alarms among the harbingers of calamity. Nonetheless, when faced with the so-called trolley problem, the Night Watchers opted for what they believed to be justice and adherence to their principles, all for the sake of greater peace. Yet, Jiang Bai was unfazed. After all, he had dealt with a ghost-faced king. Lin Qiye, too, had not succumbed to guilt over Zhao Kongqing and opted to remain with his aunt rather than join the Night Watchers. At least some things had changed here, and Lin Qiye no longer had to live such a burdensome life. Under Jiang Bai's transformative magic, Man Yo had shrunk in size, now standing at a mere 2 meters tall, losing its former towering stature. After all, paying one's debts is a matter of principle. After Man Yo pushed open the office's large door, Jiang Bai surveyed the room's layout. There were no significant changes. Yet he noticed a white silk ribbon hanging from the rafters. Could it be that a member of Team 136, aside from Zhao Kongqing, had perished? Was it necessary for someone to die? Unfamiliar with the facts, Jiang Bai believed that such matters of summoning teammates should be left to Zhao Kongqing, a member of Team 136. Thus, with a glance from Jiang Bai, Man Yo stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Kongqing's behind. Smack. "Ah, you foolish cow, what do you intend to do?" "No, wait, Jiang Bai, what do you mean by this? I've already made everything clear to you. Why are you hitting me now?" Zhao Kongqing had never endured such indignity. Usually, he was the one bullying those who appeared meek. Who would have thought that the tides would turn, and he would find himself on the receiving end of punishment? Accompanied by Zhao Kongqing's cries, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan rushed out of the office, their faces still bearing traces of tears and smeared makeup, which tugged at Jiang Bai's heartstrings. How could such beautiful girls be reduced to such a state? All of this was the fault of Zhao Kongqing. Thinking this, Jiang Bai reached out to grab Zhao Kongqing's beard, prompting another yelp from him. After discarding the beard, Lin Qiye watched in trepidation, mentally vowing to shave daily. Jiang Bai's technique did not seem to belong to a novice. "Ah, Jiang Bai, I want to let this go," Zhao Kongqing shouted angrily, his features contorted in a grimace. Yet Hong Ying, upon seeing Zhao Kongqing still full of life, joyfully rushed forward to embrace his head. "Old Zhao, I'm so glad you're alive. I thought you were lost when I saw the locator in the old district." The girl wept, her tears falling onto Zhao Kongqing's face, the salty droplets not particularly pleasant, yet they brought a sense of fulfillment to his heart. "See? I'm perfectly fine." Zhao Kongqing attempted to comfort the girl, but found himself utterly immobilized by Man Yo's grip. Resigned, he continued to offer words of consolation. "By the way, how much money do you have now?" Instantly, Hong Ying, who had been crying, halted her tears upon hearing Zhao Kongqing mention money. She straightened up and, pulling a pink notebook from seemingly nowhere, declared, "On March 2nd last year, you borrowed 8 yuan from me for breakfast, and you returned 4 jiao. On September 27th, You borrowed 4,000 from me after temporarily advancing half a month's salary to the captain because you had no money for food. This new year, you borrowed 800 to buy a gift for your son, and I still don't know what you purchased for him. Currently, you owe me 40,092 yuan and 81 jiao. Will you pay in cash or mobile payment? I accept both, and card payments are not out of the question. Hong Ying's flowing red hair glimmered in the warm light, exuding a sense of liveliness, for this meticulous beauty was indeed quite approachable. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Kongqing stiffly turned his head towards Si Xiaonan, who was discreetly wiping her tears nearby. Well, Xiaonan, could you lend your Uncle Zhao some help? Otherwise, this is quite unbearable for me. I can't even move an inch. It's exceedingly frustrating. Si Xiaonan cast a furtive glance at Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye, who stood beside the bowl, then looked at the hands-on-hips Hong Ying, before speaking. Uncle Zhao, you still owe me 600. When will you repay me for the last time? Only then will I consider lending you more. Even Jiang Bai was taken aback. Zhao Kongqing appeared honest. Yet he was rather fond of taking advantage, borrowing money even from a young girl. He reached out to touch Zhao Kongqing's somewhat scratched face and quipped, Old Zhao, I had no idea you possessed such prowess. Just a little skill, just a little skill, Zhao Kongqing replied helplessly. Jiang Bai waved his hand at the bull. Let this fellow go. He seems incapable of repaying you in this state. Obediently, the bull followed the command and unceremoniously tossed Zhao Kongqing aside, causing him considerable discomfort. After being restrained for nearly 2 hours, Zhao Kongqing's arms ached unbearably, yet he refrained from complaining, knowing he had marred their floor. It was fortunate that they had not retaliated against him. The considerate bull, after tossing Zhao Kongqing down, fetched a chair for Jiang Bai to sit on. Master sits. The bull will massage your shoulders. Jiang Bai glanced at the chair, confirmed its quality, and then sat down with ease. Although the bull possessed formidable strength, its clumsiness in handling tasks could lead to unintended consequences. Thus, caution was prudent after all. Hong Ying stepped forward to assist Zhao Kongqing. While Si Xiaonan sent a message to their captain, Jiang Bai did not appear to be someone inclined towards benevolence. Si Xiaonan relayed. This is what Wu Xiangnan asked me to convey. Our squad 136 can assist you for Zhao Kongqing's sake, but do not push your luck. If you overstep, I'm afraid our capabilities as a second-tier city's Night Watcher team are limited. Jiang Bai, having grasped their intent, chuckled lightly. I possess a substance that can aid ordinary individuals in awakening their forbidden ruins. Perhaps someone here has the authority to discuss this with me? What? This is impossible. Chapter 42, Switching. The existence of a miraculous potion capable of awakening ordinary individuals' forbidden ruins left both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan astounded. This was tantamount to creating a vast reserve of Night Watchers. Even if such potions were scarce, individuals like Old Zhao, already a member of the Night Watcher team, could awaken their forbidden ruins, significantly reducing casualties. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Bai's declaration, both women lost their composure. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, exuding a faintly chilling aura, approached from outside. If you truly possess such a potion, we Night Watchers will naturally fulfill some of your requests, even if they seem unreasonable. The newcomer's gaze was sharp, a testament to years spent honing his sword and battling in countless arenas. Upon recognizing the man, Hong Ying greeted him warmly. Si Xiaonan, spotting Wu Xiangnan, quickly retrieved a chair for him to sit behind. Furthermore, regarding your claims about the potion that awakens others' forbidden ruins, this exceeds the authority of our Squad 136. I will escalate this matter to headquarters, and someone will come to handle it. Now, please explain whether this potion indeed possesses such efficacy. Otherwise, you want to even clear the first hurdle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai smiled. Even a formidable immortal swordsman, despite losing his sword heart, remained so valiant and clever. Wu Xiangnan, who had been poised to note the key points of their discussion, paused, then instructed Hong Ying to close the door and display an out-of-service sign. You seem quite knowledgeable, Wu Xiangnan remarked, tapping his fingers on the brown notebook. But are you aware that sometimes knowing too much can be detrimental? This sentiment caused Lin Qiye to worry for Jiang Bai, eager to pull him behind himself, but before he could act, the bull held him back. There's no need for Deputy Wu to fret. If I dare to speak such words, it indicates my confidence. Jiang Bai paused, glancing at Si Xiaonan. When do you intend to seek revenge, Deputy Wu? While that place may not vanish, it is wise to plan ahead, as this is a matter of life and death. Wu Xiangnan clenched and then relaxed his fist. After a deep breath, he glanced at the curious Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, unperturbed by their awareness. This matter was not a secret among the higher-ups, though revealing it could lead to complications. However, Jiang Bai disregarded Wu Xiangnan's demeanor as he produced a bottle of dark green potion, the very substance that had enabled Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing to successfully awaken their forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongqing gazed at the potion, exuberantly exclaiming, Deputy, this is the potion. It allowed me to awaken my forbidden ruins. Although it was somewhat painful, as long as I grit my teeth and endure, it's not insurmountable. Hearing Zhao Kongqing's words, Wu Xiangnan, who had initially dismissed Jiang Bai's comments, turned his attention. If this were true, it would hold tremendous significance for the entire realm of Daxia. Contemplating this, Wu Xiangnan retrieved his phone, hesitantly contacted a number he seldom wished to reach, and sent a message. He then glanced at Zhao Kongqing. Let us head to the training ground together to ascertain the veracity of this claim. Otherwise, I would struggle to report back. With that, Hongying promptly moved ahead to unlock the passage to the underground base. Jiang Bai and the others followed suit, prepared to ensure satisfactory after-sales service. As it was indeed a business matter, they could not allow their reputation to suffer while remaining oblivious. Lin Qiye trailed behind Jiang Bai, admiring his calm demeanor when confronting Wu Xiangnan, filled with longing. He too wished to engage with seemingly formidable individuals without displaying trepidation, unaware that he already possessed such courage and audacity, perhaps even surpassing Jiang Bai in certain aspects. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai was frustrated, yearning for more awakening potions from the system. Yet the obstinate system insisted on extorting him. Host, you are aware that a specific item is required for fixed demands, which leads to scarcity. Thus, an increase in payment is necessary. Listening to the system's words, Jiang Bai ground his teeth in frustration. Did this opportunistic entity believe it could evade his grasp? Did it not realize that merely issuing a reward or conversing with him would reveal its anchor point? It seemed the recent favorable treatment had made it forget its place. Soon, under Lin Qiye's astonished gaze and the bull's admiring gaze, Jiang Bai's right hand slipped through a rift, disappearing from sight. In the boundless void, the system, scheming to consume Jiang Bai's purple level 3-star treasure chest, suddenly felt a chill, but recollecting that it had long since relocated its coordinates, it relaxed. In this world, aside from the spatial ancestral deity cast into the temporal void, all others had been discarded to fill that gap. Who could confront it? Wait, could it be Jiang Bai? Returning to its senses, the system prepared to readjust its coordinates, but it was already too late. Jiang Bai's palm shimmered with the magical glow of transformation as he grasped the system's white, fluffy form. Before the system had the chance to escape, it was seized. Host, no one will like you like this. Such arrogance will deter any girl from appreciating a domineering man like you. Furthermore, if you refuse to sell, then simply gift me 10 bottles. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. In the capital city, within the Night Watcher's building, Zhuo Qing, dressed in casual attire, was attending to business when an unexpected message flashed on his phone. Upon discerning the content, Zhuo Qing's pupils constricted, and he immediately sent a message to Yi Fan. Shortly thereafter, a streak of azure light darted across the sky, heading directly towards Songnan. Chapter 43. Demonstration in the underground base of the Peace Affairs Office. Jiang Bai leaned against the wall, observing Zhao Kongqing and Wu Xiangnan standing in the center of the training ground, his expression impassive. Man Niu and Lin Qiye glanced at the novel equipment surrounding them, their eyes brimming with curiosity and wonder. Being a newly summoned life and a mere student, their fascination was entirely understandable. Yet, Jiang Bai's gaze remained fixed on the two standing in the center, his mind eager to unravel whether the awakening serum bore any side effects beyond the flaws pointed out by that wretched system. How did Jiang Bai resolve the issue of Zhao Kongqing being the first person he saw upon waking last night? It was quite simple. He had Man Niu adorn Zhao Kongqing with a pair of glasses, the lenses bearing a picture of Zhao Kongqing's wife extracted from his phone. This arrangement ensured that Zhao Kongqing need not worry about his spouse's fidelity, as his heart now had no room for other women. Could it be that the sudden arrival of Michael diluted the effects of the awakening serum to the point where even minor side effects vanished? Jiang Bai's thoughts drifted this way, largely due to Lin Qiye's recent peculiar behavior, which seemed aimed at garnering Jiang Bai's attention. If not for this, Jiang Bai could hardly fathom another reason for such conduct. Was it truly the case that he was beloved by all? How absurd. This was merely an impartial phenomenon, capable of enhancing others' favorable impressions of him without prompting such unusual actions from Lin Qiye. Thus, the only plausible truth remained. The delayed serum that Lin Qiye had taken nearly a week ago was finally beginning to take effect. As the individual Lin Qiye first laid eyes upon, Jiang Bai felt a hint of unease. He would rather endure a stab in the back than allow himself to be swayed by Lin Qiye, despite his decent appearance. Furthermore, Jiang Bai aspired to excel. How could he allow this young man to lead him astray? Even if he did falter, he would ensure he remained on top. Unbeknownst to Jiang Bai, Lin Qiye continued to gaze at his profile, seemingly oblivious to those around them. However, there was no hint of desire in his eyes. Any discerning observer could see that it was the expression of a younger brother admiring his older sibling, leaving Jiang Bai somewhat at a loss. Was he truly in danger? However, Jiang Bai had little time for contemplation. as Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongqing had already drawn their blades, engaging in combat. The clash of their knives reverberated. Both were seasoned combatants, adept at timing their strikes. Yet, Zhao Kongqing's physical prowess was slightly inferior to that of Wu Xiangnan. After all, the enhancement afforded by Wu Xiangnan's semi-oceanic mental power encompassed not only a boost in strength, but also an augmentation of his physical capabilities. After 3 consecutive strikes were parried by Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongqing, somewhat frustrated, raised his standard straight blade and declared, "Deputy, you better be ready to receive this." In an instant, a blade's shadow, reminiscent of cold moonlight, sliced through the air from Zhao Kongqing's weapon, taking on a crescent shape, gleaming with the purity of a new moon. Yet, it diverged in a remarkable fashion. Mid-flight, the blade's shadow split into 3. The additional 2 resembling the outstretched wings of a swan in their pristine elegance. This was none other than Zhao Kongqing's forbidden sequence 083, Moonlit Oblivion. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of 2 additional blade shadows, Wu Xiangnan's pupils dilated. The unexpected shadows disrupted his planned evasive maneuver, forcing him to retreat clumsily. He swiftly turned his blade, redirecting one of the shadows, while one shadow veered off the battlefield, and the other aimed for Wu Xiangnan's vital point. In a fleeting moment, Wu Xiangnan extinguished the blade shadow born of the pool boundary. As the smoke cleared, Wu Xiangnan approached Zhao Kongqing, precisely as Zhao had anticipated, and once again, he swung his straight blade. Noticing Wu Xiangnan closing in, Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed, and his aura surged like a tidal wave. With a powerful stomp, he sent debris flying, and his blade swooped down with the speed of a poised cheetah, targeting Wu Xiangnan. The long blade erupted with a tempestuous force, slicing downward at a treacherous angle, the air crackling with the sound of the blade's passage. Wu Xiangnan raised his sword to block, sparks flying from the metallic clash. Yet the immense force coursed through the blade, numbing his arm. Seeing this, Zhao Kongqing intensified his assault, the long blade whirling like a black whirlwind. Each strike imbued with tremendous power. Wu Xiangnan, caught in this relentless barrage, found himself on the defensive. One blade's glimmer grazed his side, tearing through flesh and fabric, blood seeping through his garments. He let out a muffled groan but did not retreat, seizing Zhao Kongqing's moment of recovery. He thrust his sword towards Zhao's chest with the grace of a dragon emerging from its lair. Zhao Kongqing was taken aback, hurriedly twisting to evade. His long knife sweeping horizontally, striking Wu Xiangnan's shoulder and sending blood splattering once more. Yet, a crystalline glow began to emanate from the wound, the torn muscle and blood vessels knitting themselves together like living entities. In mere seconds, the injury vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint red mark. This was Wu Xiangnan's forbidden sequence, rebirth. By infusing the power of rebirth into the necrotic cells, it demanded little energy. Yet it was the culmination of countless attempts on Wu Xiangnan's part. "Is this your full strength?" Wu Xiangnan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes igniting with fervent battle spirit. Not enough. With a roar, his aura transformed abruptly, and as he swung his sword, a tempest of sword energy erupted forth. Zhao Kongqing's expression grew serious, his feet retreating swiftly, his long knife raised defensively. However, Wu Xiangnan offered no respite, advancing like a shadowy specter, his sword strikes relentless, each aimed at a critical point. Zhao Kongqing fought while retreating, suddenly identifying an opening. He slashed downward with his long knife. Wu Xiangnan, caught off guard, suffered a deep gash on his thigh, exposing bone. Yet, he remained oblivious, as a flicker of light pulsed at the wound, and in an instant, he was restored to his former state, retaliating with a sword thrust aimed at Zhao Kongqing's throat. As their confrontation intensified, the battlefield became a tapestry of chaos. The ground cracked like spider silk, dust swirling and obscuring the sky. Each clash of blades resonated with the sound of thunder, akin to a storm erupting in the heavens. Despite the escalating ferocity of their conflict, Wu Xiangnan grew more formidable, his swordplay a relentless torrent of power, while Zhao Kongqing remained focused. Each block and counterattack executed with precision. Their forms flickered through the haze, blades weaving a deadly net of light and shadow. "They're remarkable, master," Man Yu remarked to Jiang Bai, who merely shook his head with a wry smile. "Remarkable? This is merely a display to intimidate him." Chapter 44. The deal is sealed. After observing the duel with a detached gaze, Jiang Bai noted that Zhao Kongqing exhibited no adverse reactions, which brought him a sense of relief. Thus, he could proceed with the substantial sale of this serum. After all, if the side effects of the awakening potion are too severe, it would be unwise to promote it extensively. Should any issues arise, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia would not spare Jiang Bai, the unscrupulous merchant, while contemplating the subsequent sales strategy. The infuriating little system in his mind began to stir again. "Host, would you like me to present you with a few more treasures? This time, I promise not to charge any extra fees, only the cost price." Having just been soundly reprimanded by Jiang Bai, the system had finally learned to be compliant. Especially in front of Jiang Bai, who was akin to a smiling tiger, the system secretly cursed him, wishing for its host to be thoroughly investigated by Lin Qiye. Oh, Lin Qiye, you must not let the seemingly unscrupulous Jiang Bai escape your grasp. Although Jiang Bai appeared handsome, understanding, and reasonable, such attributes could not obscure his transgressions against the system. Therefore, Lin Qiye, you must ensure that this villainous Jiang Bai is brought to heel, leaving him utterly bewildered and incapacitated. Jiang Bai sneezed several times, unaware of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, standing beside him, immediately removed his sweatshirt and draped it over Jiang Bai's shoulders. Jiang Bai coldly observed the conclusion of the battle between Zhao Kongqing and Wu Xiangnan. Noticing that Zhao Kongqing, though weary, was not gravely harmed, his anxious heart finally settled as he engaged in quiet conversation with Lin Qiye. The hurried voice of Wu Xiangnan abruptly shattered the serene atmosphere between them. Lin Qiye tightened his grip on Jiang Bai's sleeve, only to realize something and instinctively released it, his ears flushing with an unnatural hue. After their exchange, Jiang Bai adjusted his attire and followed Wu Xiangnan toward the conference room. Along the way, Wu Xiangnan, rubbing his sore shoulders, remarked, I never expected old Zhao to become so much stronger after awakening the Forbidden Abyss. The battle just now was quite taxing for me. Zhao Kongqing's prowess was indeed formidable. He had been a special forces operative for years, and with the enhancement of the Forbidden Abyss Sequence 083. Even if his mental prowess was temporarily insufficient, his combat strength was not to be underestimated, rivaling Wu Xiangnan's own. Even though Wu Xiangnan had deliberately held back considerably, to an extent that it could fill a river, Jiang Bai still smiled in agreement. Mr. Wu is no slouch either. But we must deliberate carefully regarding the matter of the potion. As they entered the conference room, the cold white light illuminated the space, and both took their seats. However, Jiang Bai's thoughts lingered on the fleeting moment earlier. Lin Qiye's hurried glance and their unintentional physical contact felt like a feather brushing against his heart. He struggled to regain focus until the sound of Wu Xiangnan unfolding documents broke his reverie. Yet, his fingertips continued to caress the edge of the sleeve that Lin Qiye had touched, as if trying to capture that ephemeral warmth. Wu Xiangnan, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, poured 2 cups of water, his fingers trembling slightly, causing a few drops to spill. The mishap elicited an awkward smile from him. But Jiang Bai remained unfazed, steering the conversation directly. Since Deputy Wu has sought me out, it seems you represent the higher-ups. Let us speak plainly. What do you wish to know? Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, Wu Xiangnan adopted a serious demeanor, retrieving his notebook. What are the side effects of this potion? If it is to be widely promoted, how can we ensure its safety? Observing Wu Xiangnan's sudden shift into a professional mindset, Jiang Bai leaned forward, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. Previously, Zhao Kongqing experienced no adverse effects after trialing it, and I conducted hundreds of experiments during its development. The side effects are minimal. Aside from a fleeting fondness for the first person who opens their eyes, there may be some discomfort during the awakening of mental powers. The only other issue is slight fatigue for a short period, with no harm to the body. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows as he noted it down. Then inquired, what about the cost and mass production? The higher-ups need to consider if they can bear the expense. Jiang Bai was prepared for this. Retrieving a data sheet from his pocket, the raw materials are easily obtainable, and I can provide the production process. While initial costs are higher, they will be halved with large-scale production. The information regarding these potions was acquired when Jiang Bai had just threatened the system, trading it for the potion's manufacturing method and a few other treasures using a purple-grade 3-star treasure chest. Although it seemed Jiang Bai had incurred a loss at that moment, it posed no significant detriment to him now. Wu Xiangnan perused the documents meticulously, occasionally frowning and then relaxing. Before looking up, what if someone awakens their abilities but cannot control them? Jiang Bai leaned back in his chair, hands clasped. We can implement a corresponding training program, and I will provide guidance. If the Great Xiao promotes this, I will take full responsibility. Wu Xiangnan regarded Jiang Bai for a moment, seemingly assessing his sincerity, before exhaling deeply and smiling. With your assurance, Mr. Jiang, I can report back with confidence. As their conversation unfolded, with each passing minute, Jiang Bai's heart gravitated further toward Lin Qiye. Mr. Jiang? Wu Xiangnan's tone became increasingly relaxed, and he closed his notebook. I will report your words faithfully. Jiang Bai stood, stretching his sleeves. Then I shall await your news. From a distance, he spotted Lin Qiye leaning against the wall, fingers twirling the drawstring of his sweatshirt. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Qiye looked up, his eyes sparkling like stars. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere grew suddenly still, as if an electric current flowed between them. Lin Qiye hurriedly stood upright, his fingers awkwardly clutching the drawstring. Is the discussion over? Yes, it went quite smoothly. Jiang Bai approached, his voice instinctively softening as his gaze fixated on Lin Qiye's lips, which were pursed in nervousness. Nearby, Zhao Conchen cleared his throat, signaling to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan immediately chimed in. How about you two take a walk? Standing here is a bit stifling. At their teasing, Lin Qiye's face flushed crimson, while Jiang Bai chuckled. Glancing sideways at him, shall we step outside for some fresh air? Lin Qiye lowered his gaze to the ground, taking a moment before softly agreeing. The two walked out side by side, the evening breeze tousling Lin Qiye's hair as it brushed against Jiang Bai's hand. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Bai caught sight of Lin Qiye's flushed neck, his throat constricting as he feigned nonchalance and leaned in slightly. I noticed you seemed to have something to say earlier. Lin Qiye hastily shook his head, his steps faltering slightly, causing his shoulder to brush against Jiang Bai's arm. The fleeting contact left both breathless. And while Lin Qiye seemed inclined to retreat, Jiang Bai subtly steadied himself, ensuring their proximity remained tantalizingly close yet distant. The orange-red light cast elongated shadows of the two. And Lin Qiye, gazing at the intertwined outlines on the ground, murmured, I was just worried that your discussion wouldn't go well. Hearing Lin Qiye's lack of confidence in him, Jiang Bai turned his head, his gaze resting on Lin Qiye's trembling eyelashes. As long as you are here waiting for me, it will not be unsuccessful. Lin Qiye's breath caught in his throat, and when their eyes locked once more, they were so close that they could see their reflections in each other's eyes. The wind ceased, and time appeared to stand still, with only the fervent beating of their youthful hearts resonating within their chests, longing to break through the unspoken tension and declare their unvoiced feelings to the heavens. Chapter 45. Shall we go to my place? The sun descended below the horizon, casting its remaining glow. Jiang Bai's fingers gently grazed Lin Qiye's hand, and in the distance, the cries of vendors closing their stalls broke the spell of frozen time. He took a step back, swallowing the words he had yet to voice. Would you like to come over to my place? The streetlights cast fragmented shadows beneath his lashes, and he had intended to prepare a delicious meal for Lin Qiye with the fresh base he had bought today. Lin Qiye looked down, kicking a small stone at his feet, his ears tinged with red in the twilight. If we go now, the market should be closed. The evening market at East Gate Alley is still open. Before his words could fully escape, Jiang Bai had already turned toward the bike-sharing station, the sound of his phone tapping against the screen echoing. With his back to Lin Qiye, he smirked, hearing the soft footsteps of Lin Qiye catching up to him. The evening breeze carrying the sweet scent of laundry detergent mixed with lime. As night fell, the nightlife of Cangnan began to awaken. Yet this had little bearing on the two young souls. The clamor of drunken bickering fills the air, while a yellow dog sprawls on the ground, its eyes reflecting the throng of people. Neon signs cast vibrant puddles of color in the damp alley, and shared bicycles splash glimmers of silver as they pass. Jiang Bai grips the back of a shared bike with one hand, while the other rests casually around Lin Qiye's waist. Make sure to choose the ones with a white frost, he advises about the bamboo shoots from Aunt Wang's stall. But his words are abruptly interrupted by the fish vendor's boisterous voice. Little Bai brought a date? I've saved the last 2 crucian carps for you. Lin Qiye, his face flushed, hurriedly waves his hands, but Jiang Bai stands up, pulling out a pouch of change. And Zhang, don't tease him. Can we swap the bass for crucian fish tofu soup instead? As he turns to speak, his warm breath brushes against Lin Qiye's earlobe, causing the youth to stumble backward into a cart piled high with foam boxes. Jiang Bai swiftly wraps an arm around him, his palm gently supporting Lin Qiye's lower back, while the plastic bag containing live fish arcs through the air, glinting like silver. Be careful. Lin Qiye looks down at the thrashing crucian fish within the bag, his eyelashes casting fluttering shadows beneath his eyes. Should the tofu be firm or soft? You decide. I'll follow your preference. Jiang Bai places coins into the weathered palm of an elderly vendor, receiving 2 mud-caked bok choy in return. However, as he weighs them, the old man unexpectedly tosses a handful of vibrant green scallions into the bag. A gift for you. Young people should smile more. In the apartment, the hallway lights illuminate sequentially with each step, revealing the crooked couplets beside the door frame as Jiang Bai retrieves his keys. Lin Qiye notices the faded characters for safety, repeatedly mended with transparent tape, and the slippers at the entrance are arranged at a 45-degree angle, reflecting the owner's thoughtful restraint. An apron hangs beside the microwave. Jiang Bai places the ingredients into the washing basket, the sound of running water mingling with the crisp clatter of porcelain plates. Could you slice some ginger for me if you're afraid of the fishy smell? He turns to offer a peeler, only to find Lin Qiye tiptoeing to reach a glass jar in the upper cabinet, the hem of his shirt lifting slightly to reveal a porcelain white waistline. Suddenly, cool fingertips brush against his lower back, causing Lin Qiye to gasp and tumble into Jiang Bai's embrace. You need to tell me when you're getting honey. A soft chuckle reverberates against their chest as Jiang Bai easily retrieves the jar, his breath caught in the sweet scent of honeysuckle mingling in Lin Qiye's hair. Yet, in that moment, the youth's heart races. As the oil in the pan begins to smoke, Jiang Bai suddenly grips Lin Qiye's hand holding the knife. You might hurt yourself. The cutting board emits a rhythmic thud as ginger shavings pile like snowflakes, unnoticed by either, as their ears flush with a shared warmth. When the Christian fish tofu soup finally boils, Lin Qiye emerges from the bathroom, having just washed his face. Steam clings to the glass lid, and the soup swirls into a creamy whirlpool. Jiang Bai, faint with hunger, lifts the lid of the rice cooker, only to find Lin Qiye floundering over a burnt tomato and egg dish. It's overcooked. In that position, Jiang Bai lowers his head to nibble at the edges of the egg pieces with the spatula. Lin Qiye can count the quivering lashes on Jiang Bai's eyelids, his own throat bobbing as he swallows. It's sweet. Jiang Bai suddenly lifts his gaze, the kitchen light casting a golden shimmer in his eyes. Did you add sugar? Huh? I might have confused the sugar with salt, Lin Qiye stammers, hurriedly rifling through the spice jars, only to turn and collide into the waiting embrace. Jiang Bai wraps his arms around Lin Qiye's waist, pressing him against the refrigerator door, his nose brushing against the heated earlobe. I was joking. It tastes great. Outside, the neighbor's news broadcast theme drifts in, while the soup in the clay pot bubbles gently. Their positions are intimate, and neither wishes to part. As Lin Qiye counts to 7 heartbeats, Jiang Bai finally releases his grip to turn off the heat, his silhouette framed by the warm yellow light as he turns to ladle the soup. The outline of his shoulder blades rising and falling beneath the cotton fabric of his shirt like fluttering doves. Will you accompany me to the library tomorrow to return the books? As Jiang Bai pushes a bowl of soup toward him, his fingertips leave damp marks on the table. Lin Qiye scoops up a piece of tofu, watching the tender white cubes float in the golden broth. Do you want to borrow Introduction to Astrophysics? Last time you mentioned you were interested. The final syllables dissolve between their knees, 2 spoons clinking crisply against the bowl's edge. The evening breeze stirs the blue checkered curtains, blending the aroma of Christian fish soup with unspoken words, creating the sweetest nectar of this early summer night. Within this tender atmosphere, they finish their dinner together. As Jiang Bai sends a message to his aunt about Lin Qiye staying over that night, while Lin Qiye heads to the bathroom for a shower, Jiang Bai listens to the sounds coming from the bathroom, shakes his head, and begins washing the dishes. Just as the water stops flowing in the bathroom, Jiang Bai places the last jade green bowl upside down on the drying rack. Water droplets slide down his wrist into his sleeve, chilling him and causing his fingers to curl instinctively. The frosted glass fogs up, and Lin Qiye's voice, enveloped in steam, collides against the tiles. Jiang Bai, on the 3rd shelf of your wardrobe. His sentence abruptly falters, like a cat's tail scalded by steam. As Jiang Bai steps out of the kitchen, the blue checkered towel spills a milky glow through the door crack. Lin Qiye's collarbone still glistens with undried droplets, a single drop of water trailing down his spine, silently disappearing into the loose folds of his cotton linen attire. Did you forget to bring your pajamas? He hears his own voice, dry and cracked like sun-dried tangerine peel. Suddenly, a spoon on the shelf tips over, shattering the stagnant air with a clatter. Lin Qiye takes a step forward, the damp scent of jasmine wafting over the countertop. Last time, you said you wanted to borrow my Feynman lectures on physics. The hem of the towel slips open by half an inch with his movement, causing Jiang Bai to jerk back, colliding with the refrigerator, which emits a startled hum. In a flurry, Jiang Bai scrambles to retrieve the mint green pajamas he had bought for Lin Qiye. As he tosses the crumpled fabric across, it topples over a bitter orange-scented diffuser on the countertop. The moment Lin Qiye catches it, the towel suddenly loosens, and Jiang Bai's swift turn causes his hair to snag on an unbuttoned cufflink of his shirt, amidst the entwined scents of jasmine and bitter orange. Both pairs of hands freeze at the edge of the towel, teetering between falling and not falling. Outside, a blue shirt left out to dry suddenly drops, like a canopy gently covering the summer night that had fallen silent after the cicadas. Chapter 46. The rescue team receives Jiang Bai's apartment. The steam from the bathroom has yet to dissipate, and Jiang Bai's fingers tremble slightly as they clutch the mint green pajamas. The spine of a book presses into his palm, causing a dull ache, yet it pales in comparison to the shock of the scene before him. Lin Qiye is loosely wrapped in a towel, droplets tracing down his collarbone, pooling within the hollow of his chest. He is on tiptoes, reaching for a notebook on the top shelf, the towel slipping open slightly, revealing the faint blue veins beneath his porcelain skin. Moments ago, Lin Qiye had rushed out after his shower, forgetting to grab his pajamas. But this striking image of a handsome youth emerging from the bath sends Jiang Bai's blood pressure soaring, as if a torrent were about to burst forth from his nostrils. Jiang Bai places the pajamas on the sofa, intending to call Lin Qiye over to change, only to find him engrossed in his former notes and some theoretical physics papers. This leaves Jiang Bai at a loss. If Lin Qiye discovers what he has done, it would be disastrous. Yet, the captivating image before him is not something he ought to be witnessing, and Jiang Bai hastily turns his head, swallowing hard. The pajamas are here. Even if his past actions were to be discovered, it wouldn't matter. He is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Thank you. As Lin Qiye turns, droplets fly from his hair, the scent of jasmine mingling with the damp air enveloping Jiang Bai. He steps back, accidentally bumping against the refrigerator with a thud, the cooling unit suddenly roaring to life, causing both to hold their breath in surprise. Fortunately, Lin Qiye, with his keen eyes, steps forward to grip Jiang Bai's arm, preventing items from the refrigerator's top from crashing down on Jiang Bai's head. However, this causes the notebook Lin Qiye had been holding to fall, its pages fluttering like leaves. At the moment their fingertips touch, a yellowed sticky note slips from the pages. Lin Qiye bends down to retrieve it, the edge of the towel brushing against Jiang Bai's bare ankle. Is this the observation record from the Tsangnan Observatory? Last month, I captured the Orion Nebula. Jiang Bai crouched down, casting a shadow that enveloped the other person in a narrow angle. His sudden proximity allowed him to discern the condition of Lin Qiye's back. The nape of Lin Qiye's neck still bore a faint blush from his recent bath. He forced himself to focus on the small text in the lower right corner of the note. I took this photo in the early hours of that day, when I was nearly asleep, but fortunately, I managed to rouse myself. The air suddenly thickened. Lin Qiye curled his fingers around the note, his voice barely above a whisper. So, at that time, your observatory remembered me while I was struggling to keep my eyes open. A sense of inferiority welled up within Lin Qiye, accompanied by a trace of sadness. He was so radiant and bright, while he felt like a rat in a sewer. Would the deity, elevated on the desk, be dragged down into the muddy mire by himself? Jiang Bai remained silent. He understood that Lin Qiye harbored unease and discomfort, stemming from a decade of blindness. Yet, this was not something Jiang Bai could resolve. If Lin Qiye continued in this manner, Jiang Bai would be powerless to assist him. Nevertheless, Jiang Bai believed that Lin Qiye could find his way out, for he himself was truly remarkable. This sentiment did not arise from any affection Jiang Bai felt for Lin Qiye, but rather because Lin Qiye embodied the very essence of the universe. He was the pinnacle of existence, and at times, Jiang Bai felt diminutive in his presence. Just the thought of that lofty universe playfully frolicking before him, calling him Brother Bai, made it hard to believe that such a vibrant individual should be shackled by past events for a lifetime. Yet, at this moment, that scar still lay heavy on Lin Qiye's heart. Did it hurt? He instinctively reached out to touch the tear-stained corner of Lin Qiye's eye. Jiang Bai hastily closed his eyes, yet still caught a glimpse of a porcelain-white blur in his vision. The sound of fabric rustling mixed with his racing heartbeat. And when he opened his eyes again, Lin Qiye had curled up on the bed, wrapped in a wrinkled shirt, his damp hair leaving dark stains on the beige pillowcase. I'll sleep on the sofa, Jiang Bai declared, grabbing a blanket to leave, but his sleeve was gently tugged. Just as Jiang Bai rummaged through the cupboard for a blanket, Lin Qiye curled up, offering half the bed. His eyelashes casting trembling shadows in the lamplight. The air conditioning is too cold. The old air conditioner emitted a low hum, and Jiang Bai lay stiffly on the edge of the bed. The sound of Lin Qiye turning over felt like feathers brushing against his nape. The warmth of jasmine wafting across the divide, pushing him to the brink. Jiang Bai, came the rustle of fabric in the dark. Do you remember when we first met? He certainly did. Lin Qiye had been shielded by Li Yifei, his eyes wrapped in black satin, yet seemingly capable of seeing everything, staring intently at Jiang Bai. Neither of them understood how they had become so close after that day. Why did you slip a lollipop into my pocket? Lin Qiye suddenly turned to face him, his nose nearly colliding with his shoulder blade. Because you looked unhappy. I thought a little sweetness might cheer you up. Jiang Bai felt his ears flush. Did you eat it? I did. It was deliciously sweet. Lin Qiye chuckled softly, his warm breath grazing Jiang Bai's collarbone. The lingering taste of lychee-flavored lollipop and an unopened barbecue-flavored biscuit. Moonlight seeped through the curtain, bathing Lin Qiye's eyes in amber. Jiang Bai gazed at the faint brown mole beneath his eye, suddenly reminded of the ethereal rose nebula swirling gently in the observatory's telescope, transforming cosmic dust from billions of light-years away into tangible beauty. His fingertips moved before his mind could catch up. By the time he realized it, his fingertip had already brushed against that slightly raised mole. Lin Qiye's breath hitched, his eyelashes brushing against the fragile veins on Jiang Bai's wrist. Jiang Bai. That sigh-like whisper became the spark. He turned, enveloping Lin Qiye in shadow, his knees sinking into the soft mattress. Lin Qiye's hand pressed against his chest, the warmth of his palm seeping through the cotton fabric, sending tingles down Jiang Bai's spine. The moment their noses touched, a sudden explosion echoed from outside. Fireworks bursting into the night. They froze simultaneously. Lin Qiye was the first to laugh, the corners of his eyes crinkling. Fireworks are banned in Songnan. It must be a gas canister at the night market that exploded. Jiang Bai buried his head in the crook of Lin Qiye's shoulder, muffled laughter resonating in his chest. The taut string of tension suddenly slackened, their foreheads touching as they giggled together until Lin Qiye gasped, pushing him away. Your leg is on my clothes. The moonlight in the latter half of the night turned humid. As Jiang Bai rested his head on Lin Qiye's arm, drowsiness began to envelop him, and he mumbled indistinctly, does the Orion Nebula really resemble a rose? Jiang Bai gently brushed the stray hair from Lin Qiye's forehead, more beautiful than a rose. From beside him came the sound of steady breathing, and Lin Qiye rolled over, embracing him like a bear, their hair tangling on the buttons. Jiang Bai gazed at his sleeping face in an awkward position until the morning light tinted the curtains a crabshell green. The dawn light was lavish, yet unforgiving. The hum of the refrigerator mingled with the chirping of birds, piercing through dreams. When Lin Qiye opened his eyes, he was met with Jiang Bai's gaze, mere inches away. The morning light cast a warm golden hue upon his pale skin, his eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyes. Just 10 more minutes, Jiang Bai rasped, his voice thick with warmth. Lin Qiye's gaze fixated on the rise and fall of Jiang Bai's collarbone with each breath. Suddenly noticing a half-embedded jasmine petal from their conversation last night, resting precariously on the bedside. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he leaned closer to that prominent bone. Just as his lips were about to touch, Jiang Bai suddenly opened his eyes, panic reflected in his pupils. Lin Qiye recoiled, the back of his head colliding heavily with the headboard. Seeing Lin Qiye's embarrassment, Jiang Bai approached and gently turned his fluffy head towards him, ruffling his hair. Does it hurt? Jiang Bai's hand trembled as he caressed the top of Lin Qiye's head. Your eyelashes poked me. Lin Qiye blushed and babbled nonsense, almost tripping over the blanket as he jumped off the bed. Jiang Bai watched him rush into the bathroom and buried his face in the still warm pillow, a grin stretching from ear to ear. By the time Jiang Bai finished washing up, Lin Qiye had volunteered to make breakfast in the kitchen. The aroma of frying eggs mingled with a hint of burning. Jiang Bai leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching as Lin Qiye tiptoed to rescue the wobbling ketchup from the cupboard. The morning breeze lifted the beige curtains, revealing the slender outline of the boy's waist in the morning light. The fire is too high, Lin Qiye exclaimed, hastily scooping up the burnt edges of the fried eggs when suddenly, warm flesh pressed against his back. Jiang Bai grasped his hand, guiding the pan, the egg mixture swirling into a perfect circle under the centrifugal force. This ensures even cooking. Lin Qiye elbowed him in the ribs. Showing off your physics competition gold medal? Just showing off this. Jiang Bai magically pulled a mint candy from his apron pocket, the wrapper shimmering with iridescence, the last piece from the observatory gift shop. His hand trembled slightly as he squeezed the ketchup, forming a red heart-shaped puddle. Sitting at the table, Jiang Bai eyed Lin Qiye suspiciously, who was staring at the distorted pattern on the plate, his ears flushing. My hand slipped. A distress signal? Jiang Bai took a bite from the corner of the toast Lin Qiye had nibbled. Then I should say, suddenly, the morning light was shrouded in shadow. Lin Qiye tugged at Jiang Bai's shirt collar, leaning in closer, his lips brushing against the thumb smeared with ketchup. Rescue team received. Chapter 47. What did you say? Jiang Bai reveled in the massage from Man Yo behind him, while Lin Qiye poured him warm milk, a scene of warmth. Yet, at that moment, his phone rang, causing Jiang Bai to furrow his brow in confusion. Who would be calling him so early in the morning? Director Li? But he had already agreed to participate in next month's biology, physics, math, and chemistry competitions. There was no reason for him to seek Jiang Bai again for any competition. Who could it be? Curious about the caller, Jiang Bai immediately asked Man Yo to pass him the phone. Observing the departing figure of Man Yo, Lin Qiye placed the warm milk on the table. What could be troubling him? Why did he leave so suddenly? Ah, my phone is ringing. I asked him to bring it to me. Jiang Bai took the warm milk, sipped it a couple of times, and then set it down. Lin Qiye, let us participate in the competition together next month. Jiang Bai's eyes lit up instantly. Discussions of such matters ignited all his interests. After all, having honed his learning abilities, he no longer needed to study extensively to grasp these principles. Thus, teaching others had become one of his greatest pleasures. Especially since Lin Qiye aspired to attend university, he could not follow the usual path. The upcoming Night Watch training camp was approaching, and Lin Qiye's abilities needed enhancement. Attending this camp was imperative. The university entrance was not merely Jiang Bai's expectation for Lin Qiye, but also his aunt's wish. Therefore, embarking on the path of competition was unavoidable. And the nearest competition was to be held in Songnan, representing the perfect opportunity. However, for Lin Qiye to reach the level required for competition in such a short time, he would have to study tirelessly. Yet, Jiang Bai was confident with his support. Moreover, Lin Qiye was not foolish. He could certainly comprehend relatively straightforward competition questions. Lin Qiye, while munching on a fried egg, was momentarily taken aback his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Me? I have only just grasped some knowledge. Isn't it too soon to delve into the complexities of competition? Jiang Bai, having detected Lin Qiye's unease and resistance after another sip of milk, acknowledged that it was indeed premature for Lin Qiye to engage at this level. However, time was not on their side, and this was the only way for Lin Qiye to secure a place at university. The notion of learning during the training camp was absurd. The daily training was already exhausting enough without adding academic pressures. Jiang Bai, ever mindful of Lin Qiye's well-being, resolved that while other matters could be set aside, Lin Qiye's health must be preserved, alongside his academic aspirations. Lin Qiye could not leave Songnan. But if he could negotiate successfully regarding his awakening potion with the Night Watch's higher-ups, he might be able to propose a few modest requests. However, Lin Qiye's resistance was somewhat significant. If he persisted in this manner, Jiang Bai would struggle to assist him effectively. Qiye, do you realize? Jiang Bai paused, observing Lin Qiye's increasing agitation before continuing. If you wish to pursue the ordinary college entrance examination, time is not on your side. After all, if you want to keep pace with me, your daily training cannot pause. Lin Qiye lowered his gaze, fixating on the fried egg in his hand, his fingers absently tracing the tabletop. After a lengthy silence, he finally managed to utter, "Am I truly capable?" His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with a lack of confidence, as if the competition were not merely an examination but a daunting trial akin to crossing a narrow bridge amidst a throng. Moreover, having been blind for a decade, could the gap truly be bridged? Seeing this, Jiang Bai gently set down his cup, leaned closer, and spoke softly. "Qiye, I have witnessed your recent progress. You grasp those difficult problems with ease. That is potential. Although the competition is challenging, we shall take it step by step. I will be by your side. So do not fear." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye bit his lip, swallowing hard. "But if I do not perform well, it will hinder my training and waste time." As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and his head lowered further, as if evading an unbearable outcome. Jiang Bai reached out, gently resting his hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder, a reassuring gesture that was not forceful but rather comforting. "That will not happen. We will simply give it a try. Even if the results do not meet expectations, the experience is still a reward. Look, if you allocate a little time each day after training, it will not be exhausting. Your aunt hopes for a bright future for you. This is also an opportunity to test how far you can go. Isn't that worthwhile?" This prompted Lin Qiye to lift his head, his gaze still uncertain. Is it truly possible? His eyes seemed to seek confirmation, as if searching for one last spark of courage. Jiang Bai smiled encouragingly, his eyes brimming with support. "Of course it is. I have it all planned out to ensure that training and study coexist harmoniously. You must believe in yourself and trust me just this once, all right?" After a prolonged silence, Lin Qiye finally nodded gently. Although still somewhat anxious, his clenched fist gradually relaxed, as if he had made a decision. Observing this, Jiang Bai smiled and patted his back. "That's the spirit. I'm here for you." A warm sensation enveloped Lin Qiye's heart, but then he suddenly remarked, "Hey, if I succeed in this competition, could you reward me?" "A reward? What kind do you desire, magic, treasures, or weapons?" Jiang Bai leaned down, his forehead nearly touching Lin Qiye's, or perhaps something else entirely. The innocent young man wrapped his arms around the youth before him, whispering, "What I desire has never been any of those." As Lin Qiye felt Jiang Bai's embrace tighten around his slender waist, his breath deepened, yet soon became uneasy. Master, I was unable to bring your black brick, so I carry the entire wall instead." Man Yo's earnest voice broke the tender moment shared by the two, causing Lin Qiye to look up in astonishment at the sight of Man Yo cradling an entire wall in his arms. A jolt of electricity coursing through him while Jiang Bai's phone lay dust-covered. Instantly, Lin Qiye released his hold on Jiang Bai, fully aware that Jiang Bai's current mood was far from pleasant, and if he failed to exhibit some awareness, he might end up sharing a bridge shelter with Man Yo. "What did you say?" Jiang Bai's voice trembled with barely contained fury. Yet Man Yo, oblivious to the urgency of the situation, continued to loudly recount his actions in dismantling the wall, detailing the precautions he took to avoid drawing the attention of Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye. Jiang Bai's anger teetered on the brink of explosion, while Lin Qiye dared not glance in his direction. This fierce Jiang Bai was undeniably handsome, yet the timing was crucial. Lin Qiye could guarantee that if he dared utter those rebellious words to Jiang Bai at that moment, he would likely be met with a beating. After reviewing the messages sent by Zhao Kongqing, Jiang Bai tossed his phone to Lin Qiye before glancing at the bewildered Man Yo, who had taken a few steps back. "Little Yo, come here and let your master see if all your parts are intact." Chapter 48, Meetings with Qing on the bustling street. A handsome young man raised his ice cream cone high, exclaiming, "Long live ice cream." Behind him, a black-haired youth hung onto a bag filled with an assortment of snacks. The black-haired boy was notably taller than the one in front, standing at approximately 6 feet, but his gaze remained fixed intently on the youth ahead, unwavering. However, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai turned and waved at Lin Qiye. Lower your head, suddenly prompted. The young man lowered his fluffy head, and the midday sun spilled over his obsidian hair, illuminating his large, watery eyes that gazed back at Jiang Bai, momentarily leaving him spellbound. The fluffy little pup seemed to offer everything to the one before him, awaiting his master's selection. For reasons unknown, Jiang Bai felt an inexplicable sense of guilt rising within him. In a moment of panic, he even checked Lin Qiye's level of affection for him. Lin Qiye's affection level, 50. Upon seeing this number, even the flames that had ignited within Jiang Bai's heart were extinguished. What did it matter if he was intentional? This fellow before him was still merely a child. Was he expected to take advantage of a child? Moreover, it seems that Lin Qiye has never entertained any other thoughts about himself. If that is the case, why should he be so eager to approach him? Deeply saddened, Jiang Bai merely extended his clean hand to ruffle Lin Qiye's hair, his slightly hoarse voice whispering in Lin Qiye's ear. How have you grown so tall in just 2 days? For some reason, Lin Qiye sensed a tinge of sorrow in Jiang Bai's heart. I don't know, but it seems that being with you for these 2 days has accelerated my growth. Although he desperately wished to understand Jiang Bai's troubles, Lin Qiye knew that if Jiang Bai was unwilling to share, his inquiries would yield no results. Thus, he refrained from asking, though the hint of worry in his eyes lingered. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's explanation, Jiang Bai promptly dismissed any thoughts regarding Lin Qiye's affections. In matters of the heart, Jiang Bai was indifferent, but he could not afford any mishaps concerning Lin Qiye's health, as it directly impacted the continuation of his plans. And there was also a hint of selfishness involved. Jiang Bai firmly grasped Lin Qiye's wrist, saying, "Let us find a bench to sit for a while. I will help you check your physical condition to rule out any side effects from that potion." Listening to Jiang Bai's earlier words of concern, Lin Qiye smiled. However, upon hearing the latter part, his previously cheerful expression dimmed somewhat. Throughout this time, the bull-like figure remained silent, yet obediently followed behind Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye, fearful of being left behind. As flocks of birds flew across the sky, the midday sun blazed even more fiercely. Eventually, Jiang Bai led Lin Qiye to a CAF. Though it was bustling with people, at least it was cooler. Lin Qiye disliked the heat and preferred not to be in excessively warm places. Almost instinctively, Jiang Bai chose this venue. Observing the familiar decor, Jiang Bai sighed, realizing that this place might not be ideal. Wasn't this where Lin Qiye had praised someone just the last time? Sitting on a stool, Lin Qiye patiently awaited Jiang Bai's thorough examination. With a gentle tap of his fingers, an invisible boundary began to envelop the CAF from their seated position, isolating them from the rest. In an instant, they were separated from others. A silvery light flickered in Jiang Bai's hands, and he pondered why Lin Qiye's body had grown so significantly in such a short span. Just days ago, during a bath, Lin Qiye had appeared quite youthful, yet now he seemed capable of being referred to as a young man. His well-defined muscles and perfect physique were now accompanied by the beginnings of stubble, with masculine traits becoming increasingly evident. Such changes had not been as pronounced in Lin Qiye before. If this were the effect of that potion, Jiang Bai would certainly not allow it to be used by anyone else. Furthermore, he was determined to find a solution for Lin Qiye. However, after a thorough examination, Jiang Bai found no particular anomalies. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze toward the system. Tell me, what has transpired with Lin Qiye's body? Why has he grown at such an accelerated pace, and does it not appear to be ceasing? The system, receiving his thoughts, also grappled with the issue. It was equally perplexed by the awakening potion's unexpected effects. Fearing that Jiang Bai might impose further demands, the system promptly conducted a comprehensive scan of Lin Qiye, and the results finally reassured Jiang Bai. Host, there is nothing amiss with Lin Qiye's body. It seems that the residual energy from that Night's potion is being autonomously converted by Lin Qiye's body. This overwhelming power has enhanced Lin Qiye's physical condition, facilitating his rapid growth. However, host, you must be cautious. Lin Qiye's accelerated growth may result in stretch marks on certain areas of his bones, and you should apply some ointment to prevent them from becoming permanent. Initially expecting a cautionary message from the system, Jiang Bai was taken aback by the triviality of needing to apply ointment to Lin Qiye. After swatting away the system's nonsensical chatter, he redirected his attention to the youth before him. No, he should be referred to as a young man now. Lin Qiye's long, slender legs were awkwardly pressed together, and his fingers were nervously entwined as he awaited Jiang Bai's findings. Jiang Bai suppressed any feelings of sadness regarding Lin Qiye's unspoken worries and patted his shoulder, saying, "Xiaoqi, let us go." "By go. Is there nothing serious concerning my body?" Lin Qiye hastily adjusted his anxious words, but Jiang Bai, still engulfed in his own sorrow, merely proceeded to seek out the bull-like figure outside. Watching Jiang Bai walk away, seemingly avoiding conversation, Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable agitation within. He could not comprehend why Jiang Bai had suddenly distanced himself. Everything had seemed fine before. Nevertheless, he quickly caught up with Jiang Bai. As Jiang Bai walked ahead, he too harbored sadness, but he swiftly concealed it, adjusting his emotions. He was about to engage in discussions with the higher echelons of the Night Watch and could not afford any significant errors, lest it jeopardize his plans. Silence enveloped them as the three made their way to the Peace Affairs office. Along the way, Jiang Bai continued to initiate conversations with Lin Qiye, though the intimacy they once shared had diminished, settling into a more normal dialogue. This demeanor from Jiang Bai made Lin Qiye feel as though he was being distrusted. He longed to clarify everything with Jiang Bai. But what could he clarify? What was there to discuss between him and Jiang Bai? Their relationship seemed to be merely one of companions. In this manner, they fell into silence once more until they pushed open the office door and beheld the young man seated in the conference room. At that moment, Jiang Bai finally composed himself. The young man extended his right hand towards them, greeting, "Hello, I am Zhuo Qing." Chapter 49. Let us formalize the contract. The quartz clock in the conference room emitted a faint hum, and as the minute hand passed the Roman numeral 7, the projector before Zhuo Qing flickered to life. A three-dimensional molecular model hovered at the center of the long table. The pale purple benzene ring structure twisting and reassembling in a manner contrary to chemical norms. The half-life of the catalyst has been reduced by 15 hours. Chen Mai suddenly interjected, the tip of his pen hovering at the edge of the data sheet. Given this decay rate, Jiang Bai, your awakening potion may not necessarily succeed. Lin Qiye's fingers curled into a fist beneath the table, sensing the fabric of Jiang Bai's jeans growing damp with body heat. Inside him, he felt as if a ferocious beast was ready to break free and tear apart everything in its path. Captain Chen overlooked the mutation coefficient of the tricarboxylic acid cycle. Jiang Bai consolidated the information he had received from the system into a disk. He slid the metallic disk across the table, its silver-gray exterior producing a cool, resonant sound upon contact with the marble surface. Using mitochondrial telomerase as a buffer, the mortality rate can be compressed to below 0.3. A series of fluorescent numbers danced across Zhuo Qing's irises as the Night Watch's specialized contact lenses decoded the data stream. When the molecular chain in the projection suddenly unfurled into a double helix structure, he subtly twitched his index finger resting on the armrest. This marked the third time Lin Qiye had witnessed this small gesture from the Night Watch member, always occurring within 0.5 seconds after Jiang Bai presented crucial data. We require the genetic map from the original culture dish, Zhuo Qing stated, his voice modulation device indicating that the amplitude of this sentence was 12 decibels lower than average, including the modified telomerase sequences. Jiang Bai suddenly chuckled lightly, the sharp sound of his fingertips grazing the rim of the glass resonating through the air. Lin Qiye noticed remnants of silver-white crystals lodged beneath his nails, the remnants of spatial energy usage. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, these crystals refracted tiny specks of light, resembling stardust scattered across the negotiation table. Do you know that for every mutation of the telomerase, a culture medium made from the host's spinal fluid is required? Zhuo Qing inquired, his tone steady yet probing. Jiang Bai suddenly grasped Lin Qiye's nape, his thumb pressing against the protrusion of his second cervical vertebra. Over the past 6 months, Qiye had been required to provide 200 cerebrospinal fluid samples daily. Would you like me to demonstrate the collection process through a holographic recording? At this moment, Lin Qiye was staring at Jiang Bai with wide, perplexed eyes. Me? He queried. Chen Mai's pen left a mark on the host's consumption rate statistics. Lin Qiye could distinctly hear the sound of his own blood vessels pulsing at his temples, while the warmth from Jiang Bai's palm seeped through his skin into his very marrow. Memories of last night, spent in slumber beside Jiang Bai, flooded back with unexpected clarity. He suddenly realized that the teak grain of the negotiation table bore an uncanny resemblance to the soft folds of the bed's plush fabric. Even the angle of the air conditioning vent perfectly replicated that of an old cooling system. As the coffee in front of Zhuo Qing created its 37th ripple, the holographic projection abruptly switched to a live monitoring feed. Lin Qiye hunched over, his face flushed as he pinned the sleeping Jiang Bai beneath him. Jiang Bai's night clothes had been hiked up, revealing his alabaster form. Turn it off. Chen Mai suddenly restrained Zhuo Qing's hand, which was reaching for the termination button. The usually amiable leader of Team 136, exhibiting an unprecedented authority. Is there truly no issue with this drug? Of course not. Moreover, the pharmaceutical system is also nurturing the host, Jiang Bai replied, releasing his grip on Lin Qiye's nape and lifting his shirt hem to the level of his thoracic spine. This was also information provided by the system, yet he had refrained from sharing it with Lin Qiye. However, Lin Qiye's gaze held no other sentiment. Merely staring blankly at Jiang Bai, Zhuqing's contact lenses suddenly emitted an overload warning, compelling him to remove and clean them. This motion allowed Lin Qiye's golden eyes to catch a glimpse of the faint blue halo lingering deep within his iris. Was the upper echelon of the Night Watch secretly endorsing such phenomena? This revelation instinctively drew the young man's gaze to Jiang Bai, only to find him wearing a knowing smirk. Since your side has conducted relevant experiments, you should understand my concerns. Zhuqing, now donning brown lenses, asserted. We require a comprehensive risk hedging plan. Jiang Bai suddenly slapped a metallic device onto the table, a hexagonal crystal slowly spinning atop its base. Lin Qiye recognized it as the device placed beside the astronomical observatory records the day before, when Jiang Bai had forbidden him from tampering with it. At that moment, the intertwined circuits reflected Chen Mai's pupils as they suddenly contracted. 321 live readings from the lab mice, including their electroencephalogram frequencies and telomerase activity levels. Jiang Bai tapped the crystal surface, and a myriad of green light points instantly spread across the ceiling. Each extinguished light signified a sample breaching its critical threshold. Can you guess how many extinguished in the past 24 hours? These data astonished Lin Qiye. He had no idea when Jiang Bai had conducted these experiments, nor did he realize he was one of his subjects. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's focus remained on Zhuqing, his hand beneath the table gripping Lin Qiye's clenched fist. Chen Mai's Adam's apple bobbed thrice before he spoke, based on curve fitting, at least 40, 0. Jiang Bai pressed a hidden button, and all the light points transformed into resplendent gold, for all risks had been absorbed by Qiye's nervous system. His hippocampus served as the most exquisite biological firewall. Lin Qiye felt the vertebrae at his nape begin to heat up, as if the substances Jiang Bai had administered were singing in jubilation. Yet, this was merely his own delusion. All the activity of those agents had been utilized for his physical development, culminating in a nascent awakening of power. The coffee before Zhuqing finally ceased its agitation, the dark liquid reflecting his contorted visage. We can provide some experimental materials. No need, Jiang Bai replied, his gaze piercing through the steam rising from the coffee to Zhuqing's face. The entire Night Watch was pondering how to resolve the issues faced by the lower-tier watchers. While the allure of divine power was undeniably formidable, its usage came at the cost of life's vitality. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly resort to it. Most of the watchers resembled Zhao Kongcheng, or like Hong Ying, possessed only mediocre talents. If there existed a drug akin to Jiang Bai's, Zhao Kongcheng and others could awaken their potential, while Hong Ying could enhance her innate abilities through such substances. As his hand traversed the void, Jiang Bai's palm reappeared, holding a scroll. It radiated an inexplicable aura of mystery, while Chen Mai's eyes fixated intently on it. Such an artifact held the utmost significance for him. Observing the scroll, Zhuqing was uncertain of Jiang Bai's intentions, yet the essence of a contract emanating from it hinted at his underlying motives. Let us sign a contract directly. Jiang Bai paused. After all this time, it seems you still harbor doubts about my technology. If that is the case, let us formalize a contract in the name of the divine. This way, you can trust me, and I need not expend further breath. Zhuqing gazed deeply at Jiang Bai before unfurling the scroll. Chapter 50, Devil Fruit, Treasure, Contract of the Rock King. Effect, an exceptional item to be signed during negotiations. Due to the earthly embodiment of a powerful rock entity governing the power of contracts, who once lacked the means to even afford a meal, he accepted the system's invitation, binding an infinite strength contract with his own power of contracts. Those who break their word shall face the inexorable punishment of the rock. Thus, this scroll became an unparalleled tool for signing contracts. Suggested retail price, 3 mora. Jiang Bai, not fully grasping the implications of the system's dealings, remained indifferent to how much it had cost him. However, this scroll was indeed what he required at this moment. So, secretaries what? You must also perceive the divine essence within it. Jiang Bai spread the contract of the Rock King before Zhuqing for his perusal. I have already filled in all the specific provisions and terms. Should there be any deficiencies, I hope you and Team Leader Chen can complete them. Zhuqing held the contract of the Rock King in his hands, scrutinizing each stipulation. Among them were clauses prohibiting the Night Watch from imposing any restrictions on Lin Qiye under the guise of their identity, ensuring the purity of the Watchers. Otherwise, as an ally, Jiang Bai would be obliged to advise the upper echelons of the Night Watch on various matters. Almost all provisions pointed towards Lin Qiye. Aside from the freedoms Jiang Bai had secured for himself, the rest were entirely advantageous to the Watchers, such as transferring all experimental data and products related to awakening agents to the higher-ups without further involvement from Jiang Bai. After meticulously reviewing the document 18 times, Zhuqing confirmed there were no further omissions. In this regard, Jiang Bai was indeed formidable. He casually handed the contract of the Rock King to Chunmai for his examination, then propped his chin on his hand. What do you hope to gain from this? The unusual light gleamed in his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. He was uncertain of Jiang Bai's true intentions, but he suspected they were significant. Moreover, this matter undoubtedly concerned Lin Qiye. Otherwise, Jiang Bai would not have exchanged so many benefits for him. What could I possibly seek? I simply hope for my brother to lead a normal life. Jiang Bai spoke, his hand resting gently on Lin Qiye's head. There is little I can do for him now, save for considering his well-being to prevent him from being deceived by others in the future. His tone resembled that of a guardian's affection for a protege, yet at this moment, Lin Qiye stood taller than Jiang Bai and was more mature. In terms of appearance, Lin Qiye even bore the countenance of an elder. Listening to Jiang Bai's words, Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, but also sensed that such feelings were unwarranted. The rapid progression of my relationship with Jiang Bai feels as though it has materialized like an imposing edifice rising from the ether. And I have unexpectedly developed an indelible affection for him. Thank you, Brother Bai. After several attempts to rephrase, I find myself returning to this same sentiment. What of it? I am your brother, Jiang Bai replied, lowering his gaze, the depths of his eyes inscrutable. Chunmai rose to open the conference room door for both of them. Leading the way, glancing at their tightly clasped hands, Jiang Bai felt an inexplicable agitation within. He had come to this world to meet his idol. Yet it seemed he was now more akin to a great hero destined to save it. In his quest to rescue Lin Qiye, he was becoming unrecognizable to himself. At this moment, a sudden realization struck him. He broke free from Lin Qiye's grasp and slapped his forehead. The magic of space slipped into his consciousness, and Jiang Bai collapsed to the ground. Had Lin Qiye not been perceptive and acted swiftly, Jiang Bai would have fallen directly onto the floor. Observing the suddenly unconscious Jiang Bai, Lin Qiye sensed an air of strangeness and mystery about him. He had appeared out of nowhere, immediately capturing Lin Qiye's attention. And with his forceful personality, he had almost taken possession of Lin Qiye's heart. Jiang Bai, what schemes are you concocting? What drives you to draw so close to me? Risking everything, even if it leads to inevitable ruin? Gently caressing Jiang Bai's face, a golden thread drifted from his fingertips, connecting and weaving into Jiang Bai's forehead. Meanwhile, within the recesses of Lin Qiye's mind, the divine psychiatric hospital trembled violently. Nyx, clad in black hair and a dark gown, sat calmly in the courtyard, sensing the commotion but remaining silent and unperturbed. In the patient area, in the second room, the source of worldly magic, the legendary wizard Merlin, observed celestial sparks flickering in his wise eyes. Countless future possibilities intertwined within his gaze, ultimately converging upon one individual, a person distinguished by striking white hair and captivating violet eyes. Imbued with boundless causal and fateful energies, as if forever entwined with this world, it appeared that this unchanging future was poised to embrace transformation. Merlin traced a delicate circle in the air with his finger, the process seeming to shift significantly. The progenitor of magic generously bestowed upon this child the essence of spatial and transformation magic, hoping for swift growth. The essence of spatial and transformation magic penetrated the walls and, with the hospital's consent, entered a space still in the throes of evolution. In the sunlit south, beneath the pomegranate tree, they once reveled in joy. Now, she wandered alone, memories drifting like leaves in the wind. The music ceased, the poetry halted. The refined golden-haired deity embraced the harp in his arms, the deep green of his eyes reflecting an unmistakable nostalgia and love that could not be concealed. Nor did Bragi attempt to hide it. My dear wife Iden, how fare you in Asgard? I find myself confined in this small room, unable to express my feelings for you, yet I often recall the moments we shared in the gardens of Asgard. Bragi hesitated, sensing that someone was about to enter the room, but he had not left this space and was unaware of when he might see her again. In the fourth room, a monkey clad in luxurious robes sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed. Yet, at the moment the psychiatric hospital trembled, his fingers twitched slightly before returning to stillness. The remaining two rooms exhibited little reaction, but within the final room, a patient unexpectedly emitted a surge of power to the hospital. However, the hospital declined this offering, instead storing it in a glass jar. A golden thread gradually solidified from his fingertips, instilling him with confidence in the success of his endeavors. At this moment, Jiang Bai found himself standing in an abyss, surveying the surrounding darkness without much concern. Suddenly, a fruit appeared in his hand, spherical in shape, adorned with spiral patterns, vibrant with a red and yellow skin. The system's interface also made its presence known. Treasure, soul fruit. Source, One Piece. Description, a superpower fruit among the devil fruits. Ability, can extract the souls and lifespans of others. If a person feels fear during questioning, their soul will be drawn out, taking their lifespan as a toll. It can bestow souls upon inanimate objects, creating homunculi, or inject souls into bodily organs for healing, or sacrifice one's own lifespan to enhance oneself. It can also create soul avatars to extract lifespans from inhabitants and utilize soul intimidation to cause fear in others. Additionally, it can manipulate the weather and natural phenomena, conjuring storms, flames, celestial fire, thunder, and tidal waves. Weakness: cannot extract souls from opponents with silencing abilities, nor from those who are unafraid of the user. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai consumed the fruit. The soul-enhancing essence of the soul fruit, along with its unique flavor, surged into Jiang Bai's being. In that instant of heightened soul power, he swiftly grasped a crystal hidden within the void, radiating a pinkish glow. Though it seemed poised to escape, Jiang Bai firmly secured the surrounding space. It appears you are the source of all this trouble. Chapter 51. The psychiatric hospital. Lin Qiye stood in the courtyard of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, a place that should have been devoid of dark clouds and storms. Yet, it now gathered an overwhelming and terrifying force, thunder rumbling in the distance. And a fine rain began to fall. Was this truly rain? He extended his hand to catch the droplets, but before they could settle in his palm, they dissipated. In his attempt to retain Jiang Bai, he had unwittingly unleashed a fragment of his still-maturing power, indeed causing some disturbance. With a heavy heart, Lin Qiye lowered his gaze, melancholy spreading within him. Behind him, a beautiful lady, adorned in a gown shimmering with starlight, approached gracefully, lifting one side of her skirt while elegantly shielding the rain with her other hand. Upon reaching Lin Qiye, she gently inquired, "Daedalus, what troubles you? Why do you appear so sorrowful and despondent? Even the deities I have encountered, who embody the essence of grief, do not seem as troubled as you." Nix's hand gently patted Lin Qiye's back in a tender gesture of comfort. "Whatever has transpired, please do not keep it bottled up inside. Share it with me, will you? After all, I am your mother." Upon hearing these words, Lin Qiye's stiff form slowly turned to face Nix, his gaze landing upon her visage. As a deity, she was undeniably beautiful, and Nix was no exception. Yet, in this moment, her hair was dampened by the rain, and her once ethereal gown now dragged upon the wet ground. Appearing somewhat disheveled, Lin Qiye's mother suddenly realized that her heart was inexplicably shifting, a phenomenon on a spiritual level. In response, Lin Qiye grasped Nix's delicate arms. "Can you enter my mental realm? Or perhaps examine my body? I fear I may be unwell." Nix shook her head gently. "I am sorry, my child. If you wish for me to obliterate some foolish individual's head, I possess hundreds of methods to accomplish that. However, for matters of the mind, you must seek the assistance of my illustrious sister's offspring, who govern souls, Iapetos, or the goddess of memory, Mnemosyne. Only they have conducted research in this area, and I am at a loss." Upon hearing Nike's words, Lin Qiye reluctantly abandoned the thought. However, he whispered a few words to Nike's, though the content was unclear. Nike's brow remained furrowed. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai stood alone in the void, his right hand tightly gripping a crystal emitting a pink glow. His gaze filled with a desire to obliterate it entirely. Just as Jiang Bai intended to destroy the crystal, a golden thread of causality drew his consciousness to an unknown place, somewhere Jiang Bai was temporarily unaware of. Following the guidance of the golden thread, Jiang Bai gradually distanced himself from his spiritual ocean, his pure white soul traversing the boundless chaos of darkness. Having just consumed the soul fruit to enhance his spiritual power, Jiang Bai sensed that Lin Qiye was calling for him, yet the path ahead appeared perilous. Nevertheless, what did Jiang Bai have to fear? As he stepped into the obscured darkness, he sought to uncover the nature of the pink crystal. It was astonishing that it could evoke such emotions and feelings within him. While this stirring should be normal, it was remarkably swift. So swift, in fact, that in less than a week since their acquaintance, they had experienced emotions that others might take a year and a half to cultivate. Though they had yet to breach this barrier, both were acutely aware of it. Moreover, it seemed Lin Qiye too comprehended the unusual nature of these feelings, hence his invitation to meet. Item: Eye of Love. Description: Legend has it that there exists a deity known as the God of Love. He governs the affections of the world, yet after witnessing all things, he descended into madness, exclaiming, "What use have I for these eyes?" He pierced through love, yet never truly felt it, ultimately carving out the very eyes that perceive all love in the world. "Is this the God of Love, Tatya?" Jiang Bai murmured. "Host, why are you in this state?" The sudden voice of the system jolted Jiang Bai back to reality. It seemed the system had been concealing many matters from him. Now, it even dared to place the Eye of Love within his soul. If Jiang Bai's conjecture was correct, the other Eye of Love resided within Lin Qiye's spirit. Abruptly halting his advance along the causality line, Jiang Bai questioned, "Why am I this way? Does the system truly not know?" In response to Jiang Bai's inquiry, the system fell silent. Yet, just when Jiang Bai's patience wore thin, it finally spoke, and he continued on the golden thread. Since Lin Qiye had invited him, he would indeed go to meet this brother. "Host, You are aware that I am an energy entity, and I have my own performance metrics. Yes, I am aware. Since my arrival in this world, I have never ceased my pursuits. If I recall correctly, I have set a historical high, have I not? A fleeting glimmer of purple light shone in his originally pitch-black eyes, akin to a thunderclap from the horizon, startling the system that had been quietly observing Jiang Bai's situation in the void. Following this inquiry, silence ensued. Jiang Bai merely scoffed, "If you are unwilling to elaborate, I have my ways to extract the truth from you." Traversing through the thorns of profound darkness and the winding paths adorned with blooming white flowers, Jiang Bai wielded spatial magic, dispersing the mist that surrounded him. At last, he beheld a grand and ancient door, marked by an inscription in archaic divine script that read the Asylum of the Gods. "So this is the place," Jiang Bai murmured softly. He approached and gently knocked on the door, which resonated through the asylum, triggering a resounding chime from a great bell within. Boom, boom, boom. It rang out 6 times, as if welcoming Jiang Bai, the guest. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Qiye watched the suddenly dissipating storm clouds with a hint of panic, hurriedly seeking a mirror to tidy his appearance. Meanwhile, Nikes listened to the increasingly solemn chimes, curiosity piqued about the impending guest. In the 5 rooms yet unopened by Lin Qiye, the reactions of the patients varied. Chapter 52. Arrival. Lin Qiye meticulously adjusted his attire before the mirror, subtly ensuring the collar was appropriately open to reveal his fair neck and collarbone, while still maintaining modesty. He smoothed out his white coat until no creases remained, donned a pair of half-frame glasses, and hurried to the entrance of the asylum. With his hands resting on the door, Lin Qiye hesitated. He was unsure of what to say upon opening it and encountering Jiang Bai. He was well aware of his feelings for Jiang Bai, but these emotions felt abnormal, likely a calculated move. Yet, the truth of his affection for Jiang Bai was undeniable. Even if it was unusual, his love was genuine. To deny his emotions based on this would contradict his nature. However, he remained uncertain about how to communicate with Jiang Bai, for his arrival at the asylum indicated that Jiang Bai understood the purpose behind his search. As he recalled Jiang Bai's smiling face, a faint blush crept onto Lin Qiye's cheeks, quickly suppressed. He resolved not to appear overly eager this time. He needed to let Jiang Bai reveal his intentions first. With this determination, Lin Qiye finally opened the grand door. Beyond the ancient bronze gates of this secluded asylum, he finally saw the person he longed to behold, Jiang Bai, dressed in his earlier attire, though displaying a trace of impatience. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? If you do this again, I may not bother with you," Jiang Bai remarked, stepping forward with dissatisfaction. Lin Qiye stood there, momentarily dumbfounded by Jiang Bai's words, feeling at a loss. It was not a matter of overwhelming emotions. Rather, it was the simple bewilderment of a straightforward man confronted with someone he cherished. Jiang Bai, he stammered. Yet before he could finish, Jiang Bai discreetly patted his shoulder and moved ahead. "If words fail you, let us explore here first. After all, you invited me, so I presume you have your own thoughts." Reluctantly, Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Jiang Bai, hands in pockets and squinting slightly, scrutinized Lin Qiye, who felt a twinge of unease under Jiang Bai's gaze, uncertain if he had noticed his subtle schemes. The young man feigned calmness, hands tucked within the pockets of his white coat, with strands of hair clinging to his forehead, dampened by anxiety. His steps felt slightly unsteady on the firm stone path, leaving Lin Qiye in a daze. Since entering the asylum grounds, Jiang Bai had not received any messages from the so-called system. Thus, he was now certain that Lin Qiye was not under the influence of the eye of love. His actions were entirely his own. This realization suggested that Lin Qiye was indeed moved. Contemplating this, Jiang Bai felt a surge of excitement. Lin Qiye's affection. 50. Why? Could it be that all of this is merely my conjecture? So Lin Qiye has not pondered it deeply. Catching sight of this heart-wrenching figure, Jiang Bai clenched his teeth, feeling a hint of aversion towards Lin Qiye. However, he quickly shifted his focus, for that shadowy figure was none other than the one Jiang Bai had yearned for day and night. Before Lin Qiye could introduce himself, Jiang Bai had already rushed forward. Lin Qiye merely felt a gust of wind brush past his face. Nikes, who had originally heard the welcoming chimes of the hospital's 6 bells, was curious to see what could possibly warrant such a greeting. Jiang Bai stood before Nikes, his eyes brimming with unrestrained madness and adoration. Then, with a casual flick of his hand, Jiang Bai summoned a Polaroid camera from the void. After glancing at Lin Qiye, who remained stationary, Jiang Bai felt a touch of exasperation. When did this fellow become so oblivious? "Qiye, hurry and help me take a picture with my idol," he exclaimed, tossing the camera to Lin Qiye with an impatient shout. The Jiang Bai of today was no longer the aloof academic. He had transformed into a fervent fan. Though Lin Qiye was curious about why Jiang Bai idolized Nikes, he obediently snapped photos of the two. Nikes, witnessing their interaction, felt an urge to stifle a laugh but complied with Jiang Bai's request, striking various poses, including a heart sign. The intimacy between the two stirred a pang of jealousy in Lin Qiye, a palpable air of envy wafting through the courtyard. Yet oblivious, Jiang Bai continued to admire the pictures, murmuring to himself that he had never felt such value in his life. After the photo session, Jiang Bai sensed someone calling for him. Once he stored the photos away, he slowly made his way towards the ward area. Lin Qiye and Nikes exchanged a glance before trailing behind him, eager to uncover more secrets of the hospital, which they usually found inaccessible. As they walked down the corridor, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the hallway. Jiang Bai felt the call grow stronger, as if the voice were shouting directly at him, though he could not discern its origin. Lin Qiye, do you hear anything? Jiang Bai inquired uncertainly. However, upon meeting Lin Qiye's wise gaze, he sighed and continued forward alone, feeling increasingly uncertain. Finally, after passing through the first open ward and the second and third, Jiang Bai paused before the fourth ward, gazing deeply at the door. Even the dazzen of the great Xia questions his own heart? He mused. Resolving not to hesitate further, he pressed on. The legendary hero, long lost in the annals of history, would find it difficult to awaken if he did not do so soon. At the end of the corridor, the sixth ward on the left emanated a faint, holy glow, imparting a sense of warmth. Yet, Jiang Bai snorted derisively. The soul fruit not only augmented his spiritual strength, but also bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to create life and perceive the colors of others' souls. He understood that whoever resided behind that door could not possibly be the holy and radiant God Jehovah. Even confined behind that door, the stench of malevolence and a repugnant, murky green aura emanated from that being. However, it would take Lin Qiye reaching the pinnacle of human capability to unlock that door, and Jiang Bai felt no need to burden him with unnecessary worries. After calming himself, Jiang Bai listened intently to the call. Please remain here, and leave me a glimmer of hope. At last, he discerned the hospital's plea. He extended his hand towards the wall, and at that moment, a miraculous event transpired. Countless radiant hues coalesced, forming a portal. An eye was engraved upon the portal, and a plaque inscribed with special assistant hung above the room. Lin Qiye and Nikes, who had been following Jiang Bai, stood stunned. They had not realized the hospital could operate in such a manner. Yet, it was not too late to learn, and as Jiang Bai accepted the hospital's invitation, the gift bestowed by Merlin penetrated the wall and directly entered his body. Lin Qiye's vision was momentarily flooded with information. As your personally chosen ally, you can exchange the ally's favor for achievements. Whenever the ally's favor reaches 150 and 100, you will gain a portion of their abilities and memories. This was unknown to Jiang Bai, but even if he were aware, he would likely remain silent. After all, he could use this hospital to shield himself from the system's prying eyes, and he was willing to pay a price for that. Chapter 53. Heart-to-heart, Lin Qiye gazed in awe as the young man pushed open the portal and stepped into the newly formed room. Driven by curiosity, he followed suit. The room bore similarities to Nike's quarters, yet the furnishings were identical to those in Jiang Bai's apartment, save for the absence of Jiang Bai's collection of peculiar figurines by the window. After surveying his surroundings, Jiang Bai nodded in satisfaction. At least there was little discomfort. This would serve as a resting place when he grew weary, but the requirement to reside here was indeed a troublesome task. If he failed to meet that expectation, he feared the hospital's malice would befall him. Setting the beloved trinket on the table, Jiang Bai sat on the bed, eyeing Lin Qiye's curious appraisal with a smile. Qiye, can you now explain why you invited me here? Lin Qiye turned, pulling out a chair to sit. Following the master's will, the portal closed tightly, and Nikes cast a lingering glance before lifting her starry skirt and departing. The secrets within this room were too numerous. She was reluctant to leave her child so soon. So pretending not to understand was the wisest course. Inside the room, Jiang Bai casually kicked off his shoes and sat cross-legged, observing the unchanging smile on Jiang Bai's face. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile in return. How can you trust so easily that I want to harm you? After all, this is a meeting of souls. And should I harbor any ill intent, you might find yourself in a vegetative state in the real world, Lin Qiye explained, concerned Jiang Bai might not comprehend. To his surprise, Jiang Bai chuckled lightly, then clapped his hands in the air, sending forth a peculiar wave that resonated through the void. The energy within caused even Lin Qiye to feel a rush of trepidation. This was perhaps the source of Jiang Bai's confidence in accepting his invitation. It seemed Jiang Bai had never fully disclosed his true self. Everything shared had been inconsequential, but when it came to matters of personal safety, he retained some secrets. So this is Jiang Bai? Indeed, his charm is undeniable. Even though Lin Qiye felt reassured, he still kept a backup plan, never fully exposing himself to danger. At that moment, Lin Qiye was both astonished and secretly impressed by Jiang Bai's strategic thinking. Qiye, do you think I would engage in an unprepared battle? Jiang Bai chuckled softly. I know you invited me here to discuss that matter. Thus, I have come to alleviate your doubts. At these words, Lin Qiye straightened his back. Aware that his questions were finally set to be answered, including why Jiang Bai had chosen him and the roots of the intense feelings he harbored. Would these mysteries finally be unveiled? Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Qiye, whose eyes held a hint of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he began to speak. You know, I often enjoy putting on a show and indulging in things that others find perplexing. So on that day, when I emerged from the restroom and saw you draped in dark fabric, a mischievous thought sparked within me. However, upon realizing you were truly blind, a pang of guilt washed over me. Yet, when I discovered that despite your blindness, you could deftly evade my pursuit, I understood that you were far from ordinary. Much like myself, I have a mission, he continued, lost in his thoughts. What mission? Lin Qiye asked eagerly, desperate to uncover the nature of the task that had entangled Jiang Bai with him so intricately. What could possibly be so significant that it ensnared both of them? Jiang Bai continued, this mission is extensive and demands that I accomplish various feats to achieve successive rewards. Yet, Lin Qiye, do you know? The past week spent with you has yielded far greater rewards than any achievement I garnered over the last 6 months. Just the simple act of pulling you into the restroom granted me a transformative spell. Even the slightest gesture, like playfully tousling my hair in your presence or inadvertently revealing my waist, has bestowed upon me countless treasures. Thus, I found myself pondering the nature of our relationship. Is it romantic? Yet, we have never broached the subject. Or is it one of mutual exploitation? However, you have gained nothing from me, save for the awakening potion I willingly provided. I contemplated for a long time, even considering whether we were in a subordinate relationship. But now, I believe I understand. Jiang Bai pointed to the love I resting on the table. Do you see that, Qiye? That I belongs to a deity of love. It has never experienced love but has witnessed the myriad forms of it across the world. Thus, it sacrificed its own eyes and cast them into the mortal realm. I have just magically separated one of those eyes, and if my suspicions are correct, the other resides within your soul. This explains why we have grown so intimate in less than a week of acquaintance. Lin Qiye's realization dawned upon him, yet a torrent of complex emotions surged within him. He gazed at Jiang Bai, his expression a blend of relief and confusion. The love eye, hidden deep within their souls, formed an invisible yet unyielding thread that bound them together. He looked down at his trembling hands, contemplating. So, everything was not mere coincidence. From our very first encounter, I had been under the influence of this small love eye. But why do my feelings for him feel so genuine, as if not dictated by any external force? Jiang Bai observed Lin Qiye's shifting emotions and raised an eyebrow, seemingly discerning his thoughts. He stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the surreal yet tangible scenery of the hospital, and spoke softly, Qiye, you are questioning whether this love is an external imposition or if our hearts are truly in sync. Lin Qiye abruptly lifted his head. His gaze locked onto Jiang Bai's silhouette, which appeared somewhat ethereal at that moment. Could it truly be the influence of the love eye? If not, why has our emotional progression been so rapid, far beyond the ordinary? His voice carried an urgent tone, as if seeking clarity from Jiang Bai. A definitive answer to untangle the chaos within him. As Lin Qiye listened to Jiang Bai's words, his heart raced uncontrollably. Jiang Bai extended his hand, gently grasping Lin Qiye's. The warmth of the touch sent a shiver through Lin Qiye. Perhaps this is the answer. Even without the love eye's influence, we have already forged a deeper bond. The connections severed by this hospital are merely material. They cannot sever the emotions that intertwine our souls. Lin Qiye looked at their intertwined hands. His heart a tumult of feelings. On one hand, he was astonished by this sudden revelation. On the other, he felt a warmth and reassurance from Jiang Bai's words. Yet, new worries soon crept in. What should we do next? This world seems far from safe, in this love eye. Jiang Bai gently squeezed Lin Qiye's hand, reassuring him, do not fret. Now that we understand the truth, we shall face the future together. While the love eye has its influence, it is merely a catalyst. Our task is to prepare for the upcoming challenges and to carefully unravel the emotions that bind us. Lin Qiye nodded, a quiet resolve forming within him. He looked at Jiang Bai, his gaze now imbued with determination. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room, though tinged with the weight of truth, was also warmed by the newfound understanding and trust between them. Chapter 54. Solren. Lin Qiye sat on a wooden chair, at a loss for words. The room was enveloped in silence. Jiang Bai, after staring at the floor for an extended period, finally spoke softly. So, Qiye, will you extract the love eye from your soul? That way, we will no longer be affected by its influence. No, Lin Qiye replied. Though our relationship began because of it, I believe our feelings are genuine and impervious to external influences. I feel it is best for the eye to remain within me, as it allows me to know whether I still love you. If, for any reason, I were to stop loving you or even come to loathe you. Yet I could conceal those emotions, ensuring that I would forever hold love for you. Jiang Bai stared at Lin Qiye, momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. He stood and approached the table. His gaze fell upon the love eye shimmering with a soft glow, his fingers gently caressing the surface, as if lost in thought. However, Lin Qiye felt a surge of unease at Jiang Bai's demeanor. Just as he was about to inquire, Jiang Bai suddenly lifted the love eye. A radiant light blossomed in his palm, enhancing his features with an air of beauty and enigma. He spoke, raising the love eye to his heart. What will happen now? Jiang Bai interrupted, his eyes meeting Lin Qiye's with a gentle smile. Rather than allowing it to linger between us, I would prefer to place it myself. As he spoke, the love eye transformed into a stream of light, flowing through his fingertips and into his chest. Jiang Bai's body shimmered with an extraordinary aura. A resonance at the soul level, Lin Qiye could almost discern the contours of his soul within the light. Lin Qiye instinctively stepped forward but was met with an invisible barrier. He watched Jiang Bai's furrowed brow and the slight tremor of his body due to the impact on his soul, feeling his throat tighten. Jiang Bai, don't come closer. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. This is my choice. His soul quaked within the radiance, the power of the love eye surging like a torrent. Each impact rendering his soul's outline clearer. Lin Qiye could see the cold sweat beating on Jiang Bai's forehead, but could only clench his fist in frustration. Time seemed to stretch as the violent force gradually subsided. Jiang Bai exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Qiye's. His eyes sparkled brighter than ever, as if a veil had been lifted. See, it's all right. Yet, Lin Qiye, filled with worry, suddenly stepped forward and grasped Jiang Bai's shoulders. If you ever do something like this again, at the very least, don't make me worry so much. The latter part of his statement remained unvoiced, but lingered in the air between their gazes. Jiang Bai chuckled suddenly, reaching up to wipe the sweat from Lin Qiye's brow. All right, I promise to tell you next time. His fingers glided across Lin Qiye's cheek, imbued with the warmth of their entwined souls. It was then that Lin Qiye noticed the faint light swirling in Jiang Bai's eyes, a testament to love interwoven with spirit, yet also reminiscent of a hidden sentiment that quietly burned deep within. In that moment, Jiang Bai spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Between us, there remains no reservation. As he leaned closer, their breaths intertwined. Lin Qiye gazed at the face so near to him, suddenly feeling that this moment was more authentic than any other, devoid of the allure of love, merely two souls drawing nearer in mutual recognition. With ambiguity and profound emotion swirling in the air, like waves caressing the shore, leaving a trace of moisture behind. However, just as Lin Qiye was poised to take the next step, Jiang Bai interrupted. Qiye, help me activate the mortal realm. I require the aid of a miracle. Jiang Bai's eyes held a light, accompanied by an undeniable seriousness that left no room for refusal. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Qiye, in confusion, initiated the activation of the mortal realm, utterly perplexed by Jiang Bai's mention of miracles. Yet, Jiang Bai was acutely aware that although Lin Qiye had not undergone the intense pressure of the ghost-faced man to awaken the mortal realm, the awakening potion had compelled Michael to intervene personally, thereby enabling Lin Qiye to awaken. This resulted in Lin Qiye's divine ruin having the capacity to sustain the entirety of Songnan while still possessing the energy to conjure faint miracles. At this moment, Jiang Bai needed precisely that subtle miracle. In Lin Qiye's bewildered gaze, Jiang Bai unfolded the domain of space, perfectly enveloping the miracle Lin Qiye had released. Simultaneously, Jiang Bai's figure began to waver into the ethereal. His fingers rested on Lin Qiye's wrist, the lingering pain of a torn soul causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. A golden, sacred halo seeped from the edges of the mortal realm, cocooning the two of them. Lin Qiye could clearly see the cold sweat beating at Jiang Bai's temple, glistening like ice crystals, refracting fragments of light. Hold for 3 more seconds. Jiang Bai tightened his grip on Lin Qiye's wrist, the power of the divine ruin wrapping around the trembling soul of the other. Those glassy strands of light were being drawn from Jiang Bai's chest, each one pulling delicate droplets of blood, coalescing into dark crimson buds in the void. Suddenly, Jiang Bai tilted his neck back and let out a muffled groan, his Adam's apple bobbing beneath his pallid skin like a struggling butterfly. Instinctively, Lin Qiye reached out to support the back of his neck, feeling a dampness that was not sweat, but rather a luminous liquid seeping from the burns of his soul, dripping through his fingers onto the carpet, scorching holes into the fabric. Are you mad? Lin Qiye's voice, wrapped in the resonating hum of the divine ruin, trembled as he observed silvery wisps dispersing from Jiang Bai's pupils, remnants of pure memories being stripped away. They swirled around the chandelier in the room, transforming into a swarm of fireflies drawn to the flame. Jiang Bai suddenly chuckled, his blood-stained canine piercing through his lower lip. Qiye, your hand is trembling. His bloodied fingertips traced across Lin Qiye's taut hand, dragging crimson lines across the barrier of the divine realm. I didn't see you hesitate when I yanked off your blindfold in the restroom. Jiang Bai was propelled forward by the force, his nose nearly brushing against Lin Qiye's collarbone. The warmth of his breath seeped through the bloodied shirt, igniting a series of shivers upon his skin. Yet, Lin Qiye was unaware that as he felt the wound on Jiang Bai's neck, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. In that moment, Jiang Bai's body radiated a faint golden glow as his soul tore apart, akin to honey flowing beneath the moonlight. He suddenly recalled how Jiang Bai had intentionally concealed this area while cooking the previous night, a detail he had overlooked at the time. Lin Qiye had only noticed the starlight that fell into the corners of his upturned eyes, transforming provocation into intoxicating wine. The temperature within the domain abruptly surged, and Jiang Bai's fractured soul emitted crystalline sounds like glass striking glass. Lin Qiye watched as he bit into the bloody bandage, his suppressed breaths rasping like sandpaper against eardrums. Those stripped strands of pure goodness transformed into luminous butterflies, alighting on Jiang Bai's shoulder, rendering the collar of his sweatshirt nearly transparent. Revealing the winding dark red curse marks beneath, the patterns that emerged when their souls resonated with love. Have you seen enough? Jiang Bai suddenly tore the bandage away. Blood-stained bite marks etched upon his pale lips. He grasped Lin Qiye's hand and pressed it against his heart, the skin beneath his palm shockingly hot. There are still 731 strands of light remaining. Shall we take a gamble on which one connects to your half of love? Lin Qiye's pupils constricted. The vibrations at his fingertips were not the rhythm of a heartbeat, but rather the ripples of two love strands resonating across dimensions. He saw the dark golden specks floating within the depths of Jiang Bai's soul. Reminiscent of the scene he had secretly witnessed that night when the ice silk pajamas slipped down to Jiang Bai's waist, the same golden light having once flickered in his own eyes. The barrier of the divine ruin trembled violently as the last three primary soul strands stretched into straight silver lines. You did this on purpose. Lin Qiye wiped away the droplet of blood that was suspended in midair, about to fall. The body in his arms felt alarmingly light, as if it might shatter with the slightest pressure. Jiang Bai leaned his forehead against Lin Qiye's shoulder, blood-stained hair brushing against his neck. Lord Lin, you cannot back out now. There's no time to crush this remnant of my soul. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and torrential rain poured upon the barrier of the mortal realm. Lin Qiye looked down at the trembling lashes of the person in his arms, recalling the tenderness with which Jiang Bai had cradled a stray cat. At this moment, his blood-stained fingertips intertwined with his own pinky, reminiscent of that day when the silken clouds had ensnared his heart. Outside the barrier, the thunder and rain clashed violently, yet within, two hearts beat in a dissonant rhythm. Lin Qiye suddenly grasped the back of Jiang Bai's head, and as the next bolt of lightning struck, he bit down on the corner of his bloodied lips. Amidst the mingled taste of blood arose an uncanny sweetness. The strands of love resonated deep within their souls. Jiang Bai chuckled softly, deepening the kiss, his fingers weaving through Lin Qiye's hair. As the last thread of pure goodness withdrew, he whispered in Lin Qiye's ear, "Take away my filthy parts, little seven." When the torrential rain ceased, the sound of Nixus's footsteps echoed through the hospital corridor. Lin Qiye rose, cradling the unconscious Jiang Bai, whose soul felt as light as a handful of extinguished ashes. The remnants of pure goodness swirled within the glass jar, reflecting the fragmented moonlight outside. That light was indistinguishable from the soul fire Jiang Bai had left in the human realm, yet it forever lacked certain fervent warmth. He leaned down to gently touch Jiang Bai's icy forehead, suddenly recalling the last words Jiang Bai had spoken before the soul was torn apart. "If I were to become a monster, would you be the one to tie the noose around my neck?" Suddenly, Nix grasped a luminous butterfly attempting to enter Jiang Bai's ear. The delicate wings melted into a syrupy liquid under her divine influence. Fortunately, she managed to apply the melted butterfly essence onto Jiang Bai's heart, causing the previously tumultuous soul fire to quieten, effectively safeguarding the core of his malevolent thoughts. The treatment persisted until the ominous clouds outside the hospital dissipated, and the first light of dawn emerged, finally causing the ice crystals on Jiang Bai's lashes to transform into droplets of water. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with Lin Qiye, whose visage was alarmingly close. The memory of last night's blood-tinged kiss erupted in his mind, flushing his ears a deep crimson. Upon awakening, "Drink this," Nix instructed, placing a glass filled with stardust on the bedside. Her gaze swept over Jiang Bai's fingers as they attempted to hide beneath the covers. "Next time you treat your soul as a toy, I shall summon a certain bat, fond of drinking others' blood, to be your attending physician." It was not until the door had closed again that Jiang Bai abruptly threw off the covers. The fabric of his hoodie, soaked with cold sweat, clung to his skin, pulling uncomfortably as he rose. Affecting nonchalance, he reached for his coat by the bed, but the sluggishness from his unhealed soul caused him to topple the medicinal cup. "Don't move," Lin Qiye interjected, swiftly pressing down on his wrist. As the golden patterns in his palm illuminated, the scattered stardust in the room suddenly coalesced into a galaxy. Is your soul currently akin to shattered blue and white porcelain? Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, scoffing, his pale lips deliberately biting down to draw blood. As he rose with Lin Qiye's assistance, he unexpectedly flicked the soul light concealed at his fingertips towards a wooden chair placed outside the window, fragments he had stealthily hidden during last night's treatment. The chair's back suddenly rippled, and 3 pairs of amber eyes opened in the depression where Nyx often sat. The armrests twisted into branch-like limbs, and from the center of the chair, a gaping mouth filled with sharp teeth emerged. Heavens! I can see the emotions wafting through the air. The chair sprang up on its 6 legs, hopping in circles, its voice akin to sandpaper scraping. Master, the man in black is secretly worried about you. And the one beside you is lamenting his roughness from yesterday. The 3rd potted succulent on the windowsill is actually in love. Silence, Jiang Bai snapped, flicking a finger against the highest chair leg, sending wood shavings flying as the chair revealed its flustered, embarrassed demeanor. Speak another word, and I shall chop you up for firewood. Lin Qiye's hand had moved to Jiang Bai's waist, his chin resting against Jiang Bai's shoulder, slowly caressing his waist. Explain. Morning light filtered through the chair's newly sprouted branch-like arms, casting fragmented shadows across Jiang Bai's recovering complexion. He casually tugged at his collar to reveal the healing ant returning pattern, where the lingering golden spots of their souls intertwined flickered beneath his collarbone. Home eyes, a branch of soul creation abilities. Suddenly, a ghostly blue soul fire surged at his fingertips, and his once broken soul now solidified like steel. After all, it had been nearly shattered by someone's antics, and it was time to collect some interest. The newly emerged home eyes extended its branch-like arms, diligently smoothing out Jiang Bai's disheveled collar. Jiang Bai, exasperated, kicked at home eyes. The 6 amber eyes squinted in delight. Master's current soul strength has restored to 736. Immediate sugar replenishment is advised. There's a lava cake hidden in the 3rd drawer of the kitchen. Who permitted you to access the pantry information? Jiang Bai's kick towards the chair leg softened, and the azure soul fire flowed into the wooden chair at the point of contact. Home eyes suddenly emitted a purring vibration akin to a cat, and the backrest displayed an identical ant returning pattern to Jiang Bai's collarbone. Lin Qiye observed the dark golden glow circulating within the pattern and suddenly reached out to stop Home eyes, which was stealthily tugging at his garment. So these creations inherit your personality. Abilities? Jiang Bai leaned in closer, his lips, now regaining color, almost brushing against Lin Qiye's earlobe. He pressed Home eyes' newly formed 2nd arm against his heart, where 731 strands of soul were dancing wildly within the ghostly blue flames. How about you guess what you regretted while I was unconscious last night? Home eyes' 6 eyes blinked in unison, and the ant returning pattern on the backrest burst forth with brilliant light. In an instant, Lin Qiye was plunged into a vision of the collapsing city of Songnan engulfed in a torrential downpour, while Jiang Bai's soul, scattered like stardust, slipped through his fingers. This scene unfolded in mere moments in reality, yet it caused Lin Qiye's mental fortitude to uncontrollably tear the carpet. Jiang Bai. The morning breeze swept through the stardust Nyx had left on the windowsill, and Jiang Bai suddenly chuckled. He casually snapped off 2 of Home eyes' branches that were attempting to pilfer the lava cake, the rebellious spark igniting anew in his brow. Why be so tense? It's merely a test of new abilities. His fingertips, dusted with cake remnants, suddenly touched Lin Qiye's heart, the dark golden pattern spreading from the point of contact. After all, you know of the existence of affection. Why should I fear that you might not like me? Home eyes promptly extended its remaining 4 legs, enveloping the 2 beneath a canopy woven from branches. The amber eyes glimmered in the shadows like candle flames, humming an odd melody. Lin Qiye gazed into Jiang Bai's eyes, where the soul fire flickered, suddenly recalling the dark golden hue that had remained unextinguished deep within Jiang Bai's soul when he had been on the brink of shattering last night. As the first ray of complete sunlight penetrated the barrier, Home eyes was in the midst of devouring the 7th piece of cake. Jiang Bai leaned against the newly sprouted branch throne, the marks of his soul's burning having transformed into gilded tattoos that sprawled across his neck. The way he tossed the ghostly blue soul fire in his palm resembled a fallen deity wielding life and death. So what is the upper limit of Home eyes' abilities? Lin Qiye severed yet another branch attempting to snatch his belt. Theoretically, Jiang Bai suddenly pressed the soul fire into Home eyes' gaping maw, causing the chair to swell into a towering war statue of 3 meters. It depends on how frenzied the soul fragments I detach are. As the giant lifted its toothy limbs to crush the morning light, Jiang Bai's eyes curled into a familiar mocking arc. Those feelings of weakness and fragmentation seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving only the 731 scars of burning soul, a testament to last night's near self-destructive madness. The home eyes behind Jiang Bai would likely be preserved, but the manner in which it would leave the psychiatric hospital remained a conundrum. At the very least, It resolved the emotional dilemma with Lin Qiye and provided him a refuge. Although it severed parts of love and kindness, it at least offered a semblance of security. Chapter 56. Master, Grandfather Lin Qiye observed the rosy hue of Jiang Bai's ears, that vibrant red reminiscent of the most exquisite flower in spring, standing out even more against his pallid complexion. He swallowed hard, the memory of last night's blood-tinged kiss swirling in his mind. Jiang Bai's lashes fluttered, his gaze evasive yet unable to resist stealing glances at him. Jiang Bai. As soon as Lin Qiye began to speak, Jiang Bai abruptly sat up. But the swiftness of his motion elicited a soft groan due to the sluggishness of his soul. Lin Qiye immediately steadied him, the golden patterns in his palm glowing once more, a gentle power soothing Jiang Bai's spirit. This is the power of miracles. Jiang Bai bit his lip, turning his head away. I'm fine. Home Eyes twisted its branches beside them, its six eyes spinning, suddenly exclaiming, Master, his heartbeat is so fast. Hearing this, Jiang Bai shot at a glare, yet Home Eyes remained unafraid, instead using its branches to offer a piece of lava cake, sugar replenishment. Jiang Bai swatted it away. But upon meeting Lin Qiye's concerned gaze, he fell silent. Lin Qiye gently traced the ant-returning pattern on Jiang Bai's collarbone, the golden spots flickering like the emotions stirring within him. Jiang Bai, about last night. Before he could finish, Jiang Bai suddenly grasped his hand, his fingers icy. Lin Qiye, do you regret it? Do you regret? Lin Qiye gazed into Jiang Bai's eyes, which were filled with a flurry of emotions he had never seen before. He recalled the near collapse he had felt when Jiang Bai's soul shattered, the mingled sweetness and bitterness of that kiss. No, I'm just afraid you don't care. Afraid it was merely a fleeting impulse. Jiang Bai chuckled, his lips still somewhat pale, yet his smile radiated like light breaking through the clouds. I have no regrets, he softly declared, recalling the events of the previous night. He remembered the kiss, the trembling hands of Lin Qiye holding him, and the profound sense of security that resonated within his soul. Just as their sweet moment unfolded, Home Eyes suddenly emitted a gurgling sound, seemingly choking on a piece of cake. Its branches flailed wildly, while its six eyes fixated on the pair. Master, it's thinking about your kiss. Jiang Bai's face flushed crimson, and he waved his hand, conjuring a wisp of soul fire. Home Eyes quickly ducked behind Lin Qiye, muttering, well, it's true. Lin Qiye couldn't help but laugh, gazing at Jiang Bai with soft eyes. Jiang Bai, actually, I... Before he could finish, Jiang Bai leaned in closer, their lips nearly touching. I know. Their breaths intertwined, Jiang Bai's soul fire flickering at his fingertips, while Lin Qiye's golden patterns swirled in his palm. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Nike's voice rang out. What are you two doing? Jiang Bai stumbled backward, nearly falling off the bed. Lin Qiye, quick to react, steadied him and looked up at Nike's, who regarded them with a bemused expression. Your soul is recovering well, Jiang Bai. Don't joke with it next time. She paused, her gaze drifting to their tightly clasped hands. Some things, once shattered, are difficult to restore. Jiang Bai lowered his head, replying softly. After Nike's left, silence enveloped the room once more. Jiang Bai suddenly asked, Lin Qiye, do you know why I tore my soul apart? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, about to speak. But Jiang Bai continued, because only in doing so can I better protect you. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Jiang Bai looked at him, his eyes resolute. Ever since I realized that being close to you could enrich my abilities, I understood that you must possess your own strength. My fists are tightly clenched. I will not allow anything to happen to you. This concerns not only my heart but also other matters. Lin Qiye gazed at him, touched. But what you're doing is too dangerous. Jiang Bai smiled lightly. Yet I have succeeded. He did not wish for Lin Qiye to face any issues because of him, which is why he had promptly administered the awakening potion to Lin Qiye, hoping he would awaken from the arbitrary cause, a law of causality that belonged to him. Lin Qiye sighed in resignation, yet he couldn't help but tighten his grip on Jiang Bai's hand. Please don't do this again. It worries me. His tenderness made Jiang Bai's ears flush red, but he nodded gently. Home Eyes, observing from the side, suddenly whipped up 2 pieces of cake with its branches, offering one to Lin Qiye and the other to Jiang Bai. Eat cake. They both laughed. Jiang Bai took a bite of the cake, the sweet flavor blossoming in his mouth. He looked at Lin Qiye and suddenly said, Lin Qiye, once my soul recovers, let us go out. Hearing this, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. So soon? But your soul still. Time waits for no one, and I believe that esteemed human pinnacle will soon arrive. We have already wasted much time, Jiang Bai replied, a glint in his eyes. Lin Qiye nodded. All right. He looked at Jiang Bai, a resolve forming in his heart. Once Jiang Bai was fully restored, he would express his feelings to him, not merely worry or care, but a deeper, inextricable emotion. In the following hours, under Lin Qiye's miraculous care, Jiang Bai's soul recovered rapidly. Homais was incessantly sneaking bites of cake and occasionally uttering embarrassing comments, such as how its master was thinking about his waist, each time being reprimanded by Jiang Bai's soul fire, yet it remained undeterred. Eventually, Jiang Bai's soul strength reached 78. At that moment, the sunlight was just right. Jiang Bai stood by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, as Lin Qiye approached his side. "Are you ready?" Jiang Bai turned, smiling. "I am." After nodding, they exited the psychiatric hospital, where the gray mist made Jiang Bai realize they were within Lin Qiye's mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye suddenly said, "Jiang Bai, there's something I've always wanted to tell you." Jiang Bai turned to face him. Lin Qiye grasped his hand earnestly. "I like you, not as a fleeting impulse, nor merely because of that kiss, but for a long time now." Jiang Bai was momentarily stunned, then smiled, his soul fire dancing around him, mirroring his current emotions. "I feel the same way." They exchanged smiles, sunlight cascading upon them. Homais wiggled its branches behind them, its six eyes sparkling. Master, together." Jiang Bai shot at a glare, but the smile on his lips was unmistakable. Lin Qiye tightened his grip, and they began to explore a way to leave. Previously, Lin Qiye could simply depart, but now with Jiang Bai, he felt uncertain about how to proceed. However, Jiang Bai, utilizing his own capacity for learning, attempted several times and successfully discerned the differences in the soul fluctuations between himself and Lin Qiye. Looking back, Homais was still joyfully laughing, its branches fluttering. Upon reflection, Jiang Bai decided to leave Homais in the psychiatric hospital, as it was safer here than outside. This child would also benefit from the guidance of Nikes and the others, so it would likely fare well. Subsequently, he glanced at Lin Qiye, who was tightly grasping his hand and persistently attempting to escape, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, if you can't do it, I can initiate the departure myself." Jiang Bai quietly slipped his hand from Lin Qiye's grasp, though the next entry might prove a bit challenging. Lin Qiye was perplexed by Jiang Bai's words but remained transfixed, watching Jiang Bai's figure gradually dissipate, transforming into light and shadow as it departed. At the Peace Affairs office, Jiang Bai sat weakly on the sofa, while Left Qing and Chuunmai lingered nearby. Just as he intended to inquire about Jiang Bai's condition, an elderly man with graying hair, holding a ruler, leisurely sat down beside him, supported by Hong Ying. "Grandpa Chen, had I known it was you, I wouldn't have slept so long." The Confucian scholar chuckled, stroking his beard with one hand. "I didn't realize it was you, Xiao Jiang. You truly are a promising young talent." Chapter 57, Demands. Confucian Master Chun, one of the 5 human pinnacles of the current Great Xiao, possessed the formidable defensive realm of Mindscape. Even deities might lack the power to breach its defenses. Complemented by a bronze chariot capable of reaching any location in Great Xiao within a day. As for how he came to know Jiang Bai, it could only be attributed to a resonance shared among educators. Half a year ago, Jiang Bai descended into this world. In pursuit of survival and to gain rewards from the system, he began with education, gradually relearning the knowledge he had once acquired. Subsequently taking charge of the ruffians in Sangnan, while also guiding the aimless students in his school towards a better path. Each successive achievement and accomplishment solidified his reputation as a rising star in the educational field, attracting the attention of Master Chun, an educator himself. That night, Jiang Bai wielded a stick made from discarded furniture, attempting to reason with the ruffian leaders from another school. Just as he was about to begin, he inadvertently spotted Master Chen picking up trash nearby. Sighing, he called for a pause. Holding the wooden stick, he bowed to Master Chen and smiled. "Since you are here, esteemed elder, might you serve as a judge and see how this reasoning unfolds?" At the time, Master Chen was still clad in his Zhongshan suit, and he found the situation amusing, sitting down with the branch he had collected, his eyes holding a glimmer of appraisal, knowing that this seemingly amicable elder had agreed. Jiang Bai turned to face the group of ruffians and declared loudly, "Today, I invite the elder to witness, if one wishes to establish a foothold in this world. Beyond chaos, there lies the path of learning and skill. You lament my restraint over the youth of Sangnan. Yet have you contemplated how one might truly forge a presence in this world? How long can one rely solely on brute force?" Among the rogues, some murmur, "We have long been underestimated. What chance do we have for scholarly pursuits?" But Master Chen interjects, "Destiny is crafted by oneself. I observe that this young scholar is earnest in his efforts to guide you. It may be worth a try." His intention was merely to jest. Yet he soon witnessed Jiang Bai earnestly plotting a path toward learning, martial arts, and craftsmanship, his expression growing increasingly serious. From that moment, Master Chen discreetly observed Jiang Bai, noticing his dedication to seeking mentors and preparing lessons late into the night. It became clear that this young man was genuinely invested in educating others, and as time passed, they formed a deep bond despite their age difference. Seeing Jiang Bai again in this setting naturally surprised Master Chen. He was already aware that the vast spiritual strength within Jiang Bai had reached a remarkable level, yet he refrained from mentioning it. As he engaged with Jiang Bai in the capacity of an educator rather than as a peer among the elite. However, Jiang Bai continued to astonish him. Having developed a groundbreaking awakening elixir at such a tender age, truly a testament to youthful vigor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai produced the contract of the Rock King and presented it to Master Qin. Jiang Bai was somewhat taken aback by Master Qin's presence. For the elder was not often idle. The fasting sanctuary of the Great Xia was under his watch, and he occasionally dealt with various apprehensions. In Jiang Bai's mind, it would have been more fitting for Yi Fan or Lu Wuwei to undertake this task. Among the current 5 apex humans, Master Qin had a considerable workload. If not the most demanding, especially given his advanced age, one could hardly expect to continue placing burdens upon him. As for Yi Fan, being the current commander of the Night Watch, it made perfect sense for him to sign the contract with Jiang Bai. However, the commander's numerous responsibilities were understandable, leaving Jiang Bai uncertain about the remaining options, one a courier and the other a programmer, neither of whom seemed adept at such matters. What? You inquire about Zhou Ping? Pray. Our great Xia's sword saint merely needs to vanquish the wrongdoers, who would dare entrust him with negotiations. Lost in thought, Jiang Bai inadvertently noticed Lin Qiye, who had been watching him from the periphery. With a smile, he beckoned, "Qiye, come over here." Lin Qiye approached steadily, and Jiang Bai turned, his gaze earnest and proud. "Master, this is Lin Qiye, a person of utmost importance to me." Following Jiang Bai's introduction, Lin Qiye performed a respectful bow. His demeanor calm. "Master Qin, your esteemed name resonates far and wide. It is a privilege to meet you today." Master Qin, with his hair now silver, scrutinized Lin Qiye and, observing his upright posture and the steadiness in his gaze, nodded approvingly. "Well done, young man. You possess a spirited essence that complements young Jiang well." Having experienced the myriad vicissitudes of life, Master Qin did not adhere to outdated conventions. As long as the younger generation found joy in their pursuits, why meddle further? Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai smiled and leaned in. "Master, to speak candidly, we plan to participate in next month's competition. However, we currently lack classic examples to ponder. Your vast collection must contain abundant materials. Might you?" Upon hearing this, Master Qin chuckled reproachfully. "You rascal, were you waiting for me here? I had a hunch you were up to something clever." Though he pretended to scold, the twinkle in his eyes betrayed his amusement. He turned and led the group outside, grumbling as he walked. "I knew you were scheming to exploit us old folks." Outside the peace office, beside a bronze carriage, Master Qin cautiously opened an ancient wooden chest, revealing a neat array of classic text and notes. He gently brushed his fingers across a yellowed tome, reflecting, "These treasures have accompanied me through many travels. Who would have thought they would find their way to you today?" Jiang Bai's eyes lit up at the sight of the tomes. He hurried over, opening one to reveal the strong, vigorous handwriting of Master Qin's annotations, accompanied by simple diagrams. "Master, this is truly invaluable." Jiang Bai cradled the notes as if they were rare jewels, his heart brimming with joy and gratitude. Lin Qiye stood nearby, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Witnessing Jiang Bai's reverence, he understood the profound significance these collections held for him. He stepped closer, glancing over the notes and feeling the depth of the effort and wisdom contained within. Master Qin continued to chatter, "Be careful, don't crease them. These are all treasures of this old man." Jiang Bai nodded eagerly, like a child who had just received a cherished toy. At that moment, Zhou Qing and others peeked in from outside, initially expecting Master Qin, the apex human, to be imposing. Yet they found him bantering with Jiang Bai like an ordinary grandfather engaging with his grandson. Hongling nudged Sishaon beside her, whispering, "Look. Jiang Bai and Master Qin truly resemble a grandfather and grandson." Sishaon nodded repeatedly, eyes wide with astonishment. They observed the scene by the carriage, Jiang Bai cherishing the notes while Master Qin chattered away, a tableau that exuded warmth and familiarity. Suddenly, Jiang Bai recalled something and looked up. "Master, for this competition, we not only wish to test our skills, but also to bring glory to our school. Your notes will undoubtedly prove invaluable." Master Qin, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not flatter the old man. Since you are earnest, I shall certainly support you. Just remember, competitions are not simple affairs. Caution is paramount." Lin Qiye stepped forward. "Rest assured, Master, I will protect Jiang Bai and face the competition with full resolve." Master Qin regarded Lin Qiye and then Jiang Bai, smiling. "With your assurance, I am at ease." Jiang Bai held the notes, contemplating how to integrate this knowledge into his teaching and training. Suddenly inspired, he opened a notebook and pointed to a particular problem. "Qiye, look at this question. The solution is ingenious. If we combine it with the ideas we previously discussed, we may achieve a breakthrough." Upon hearing his name, Lin Qiye immediately leaned in, and the two became engrossed in a spirited discussion about the problem. Master Chen watched them, his heart filled with contentment, reminiscent of his own days spent in scholarly pursuit with his mentors and friends. Chapter 58. Returning to school, Jiang Bai gazed at the vigorous characters in the notes, his heart soaring with joy. He had long desired to pry such treasures from Master Chen, and now, thanks to Lin Qiye, they were finally within his grasp. This filled Jiang Bai with exhilaration, and Lin Qiye, witnessing Jiang Bai's elation, felt a sense of happiness for him as well. Their relationship, though only partially understood by them both, added to the thrill of their connection. Repressed yet ever-present possessiveness. How could it not be exhilarating? Just as Jiang Bai was about to admire the notes further, Master Chen interrupted with a scroll. The mysterious parchment, glowing with an ancient brownish-yellow hue, was handed to Jiang Bai, signifying that it was time for him to make the subsequent arrangements. Both parties had signed a contract, but the question of preservation remained. As Jiang Bai's fingertips brushed the edge of the scroll, a tingling tremor surged up his spine. The scroll, exuding a bronze-like aura, bore swirling patterns that resembled living vines, undulating under the sunlight, depicting the contours of mountains and seas. He paused, catching a glimpse of Lin Qiye's hands instinctively curling in response to an instinctive sense of danger. Then, Master Chen's voice, rough like sandpaper against bronze, broke the tension as his slender fingers gently tapped the bottom of the scroll. In an instant, a dragon's roar resonated. The elm trees along the street rustled, and dust from the pages of books and notes scattered in the air. Lin Qiye suddenly pressed against his throbbing temples, dark golden light flickering through his tousled hair. As Jiang Bai grasped the scroll, his pupils trembled. The skin of his palm where it met the scroll erupted with intricate oracle bone script, those characters weaving into his very veins. He heard the rhythmic beating of his heart harmonizing with an ancient chime, and in a daze, he envisioned bronze chains cascading from a towering precipice, the ends tethered to a fractured stone spear. Upon a colossal stone spear that seemed to have descended from the heavens, a towering figure clad in a white robe and brown attire stood, exuding an undeniable and magnificent dragon's might, impervious to any form of desecration. The murmurs of the Rock King's contract drifted in through the crack of the door. Si Xiaonan, on tiptoe, perched upon the window ledge, her nose nearly brushing against the glazed tiles. It appeared to be an artifact of immense significance, though its true power remained uncertain. Before her words could fully escape, Jiang Bai suddenly pinched his fingers together, directing them towards the center of the scroll. Almost simultaneously, Lin Qiye raised his hand to form a seal. At the moment their fingertips met, the scroll erupted in a blinding golden radiance. The bronze lanterns at the corners of the bronze carriage extinguished all at once, leaving only the scroll suspended in midair, casting shadows that traced the serpentine form of the great wall upon the walls. What is he about to do? Si Xiaonan suddenly grasped Hong Ying's sleeve. Jiang Bai bit his forefinger, allowing droplets of blood to trace the formation of the Big Dipper on the scroll. Lin Qiye's old scar on his palm cracked open, and the mist of blood coalesced into the 28 lunar mansions, seamlessly merging with the Big Dipper formation. The tearing sound startled a stray dog lying by the roadside, causing it to flee in alarm. Fortunately, Zhao Kongqing and Leng Xian had already initiated the void domain. Otherwise, such commotion would have inevitably stirred a considerable uproar. As the scroll split in two, countless azure blue roots surged through the cracks in the floor tiles, as if an ancient tree had sensed the pain of creation. When Left Qing caught the flying half of the contract, inscriptions resembling those on Jiang Bai's skin appeared at the base of his palm, the characters coursing through his veins toward his heart. What has Jiang Bai done? Si Xiaonan leaned against the door, her eyes wide with astonishment, the small silver bells adorning her hair jingling softly. The contract, torn asunder, did not fade. Instead, emerald-hued new patterns blossomed from the severed edges, akin to twin lotus flowers shimmering in harmony. Jiang Bai placed the half of the contract into Left Qing's palm and turned to Lin Qiye with a wink. One copy remains with Secretary Left as a backup, while the other is with me, serving as evidence. As he spoke, Zhao Kongqing regarded Jiang Bai with concern, suddenly fainting. It seemed that forcibly splitting such a divine artifact as the Rock King's contract had left him in a precarious state. The cicada's noon chorus pierced the silence at that moment. He tugged at Lin Qiye, preparing to dash toward the school, but soon halted again. 30,000. Jiang Bai raised 3 fingers at Left Qing. Your Zhao Kongqing damaged my floor and must compensate me. Additionally, the formula for this potion, along with the current concoctions, is something I sold to you. You need to remit payment. The 30,000 is what Zhao Kongqing owes me. Do not forget. After leaving his contact details with everyone, Jiang Bai pulled Lin Qiye away. Zhao Kongqing glowered at Jiang Bai's retreating figure, grinding his teeth in frustration. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, feeling that the day was exceptionally beautiful. When Shima had taken Leng Xian for patrol, while Wu Xiangnan bid farewell to the teacher. As for Chun and Left Qing, they seemed oblivious to the conversation, heading toward the milk tea shop by the street. The figures of the two boys racing down the long street startled a flurry of petals into flight. The old candy vendor squinted, watching the young boys lightly tread over his grass target. Unexpectedly, the phoenix-shaped sugar wings seemed to flutter with life. Today's students, he muttered, adjusting his straw hat, only to notice a glowing fragment of the contract hidden in the shadows beneath the brim. Shortcut. Jiang Bai suddenly veered into a narrow alley. The damp seams of the green brick walls oozed crimson moss, and Lin Qiye frowned as he sidestepped the illegal refuse cluttering the pedestrian walkway. Suddenly, the sound of heavy dragging echoed ahead, and Jiang Bai abruptly halted, his silhouette backlit at the alley's entrance, where three waitstaff clad in serene restaurant aprons tossed garbage bags into a bin. Before Lin Qiye could finish his whispered comment, Jiang Bai had grasped his wrist, lifting them both into the air. The boys' sneakers crunched over the withered ivy on the wall, eliciting shouts of discontent from the pedestrians behind them. Once within the confines of the school wall, Lin Qiye caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Jiang Bai's collar. The preparatory bell signaling the end of lunch began to ring, yet Jiang Bai abruptly shoved Lin Qiye into a wisteria trellis. Lin Qiye is on the second-floor corridor. They crept along the wall, their shadows blending seamlessly with the columns. Passing the honor wall, Jiang Bai suddenly covered Lin Qiye's eyes with his hand. Do not look at that. But it was too late. The glass display showcased photographs of the physics competition gold medal, with the youthful Jiang Bai standing proudly on the podium, flanked by peers from other schools, his red and white uniform appearing somewhat jarring. As if recalling something, Jiang Bai turned, grasping Lin Qiye's hand and steering him toward the office. The scene before the office was unexpectedly chaotic. Director Li's thermos rested on the windowsill, the goji berry swollen from soaking. He was yelling into his phone. What did you say? Repeat that? Special approval from the Education Bureau? Upon seeing the two, the elderly teacher's temples throbbed with agitation. Jiang Bai? What have you done now? Just then, Jiang Bai realized that if he wanted Lin Qiye to participate in the competition, he must first secure Lin Qiye's place in the school's team. Otherwise, all practice would be in vain. Thus, after conveying a message to Teacher Chun, he had brought Lin Qiye to seek out Director Li. However, as soon as Director Li heard Jiang Bai's intention to enroll Lin Qiye in the competition team, he flatly refused. Typically, Director Li could overlook Jiang Bai's antics, but the competition team represented the honor of the entire school, and he could not afford to be careless. Regardless of how Jiang Bai extolled Lin Qiye's virtues, Director Li remained steadfastly opposed. After Jiang Bai urged Director Li to make a call to the Education Bureau, the director's gaze toward Jiang Bai bore a hint of resignation. Let us hear what abilities he possesses, he said. Qiye is a gold medal prospect. Jiang Bai pushed Lin Qiye forward, channeling a glimmer of soul light into the doorframe, the radiant spark seeping into the wooden grain's crevices, casting a sudden chill throughout the room. He seized a black pen from the desk, swiftly inscribing on the back of the transcript. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper resonated, and outside, ginkgo leaves fluttered without wind, each revealing a pattern reminiscent of counting rods. Director Li's initial exasperation and resentment gradually transformed into astonishment. As Lin Qiye penned the final character, the director's expression shifted, no longer dismissive of Lin Qiye, for this was ample proof of his prowess. Last month, the Archaeology Institute sent over the repaired bamboo slips. Director Li's voice trembled. The fragment that even professors struggle to decipher requires the simultaneous deduction of the covering heaven and the primordial heaven theories. Lin Qiye's fingertips still bore traces of charcoal. As he suddenly grasped Jiang Bai's hand, their palms igniting sparks where they met, akin to the duality of yin and yang, seemingly oppositional yet fundamentally intertwined. Jiang Bai seized the moment to interject. So, what is the issue with adding another member to the competition team? Perhaps together we could conjure a Taiji diagram. He paused, tilting his head with a mischievous smile. At that moment, the evening sunlight streamed into the office. Director Li gazed at the dappled shadows of trees outside the window, suddenly reminded of a stormy night 20 years prior, when two youths stood in the same spot, vowing to rewrite the star charts. Eventually, one became an academician, while the other vanished into the sands of the Lop Nur. It was not in vain that he had taken the time to impart mathematical knowledge to Lin Qiye. Fortunately, Lin Qiye was not one to be oblivious, and he could at least replicate what was taught. As dusk deepened, the two stood on the rooftop of the school buildings, drawing the competition's true exam papers. Jiang Bai suddenly folded the test paper into a kite, biting his finger to draw a symbol at the tip of the wings. As the kite soared into the sky, 3 blood-red stars illuminated the northwestern night. Chapter 59. The Summons as Day Breaks and Night Falls. The incessant cicadas in the outskirts of Jinan Mountain create a symphony, while the elm trees by the window rustle in the wind. The youth glimpses a powdery butterfly alighting on the paper, unaware that it symbolizes the freedom of his beloved. Since the signing of the contract of the Rock King, more than a week has passed. The Night Watchers have adhered to their agreement and have not disturbed Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye again. However, the two have been rushing to the Peace Affairs office every evening after class, not for any other reason, but because Lin Qiye's close combat skills require further honing. Throughout Songnan, even Jiang Bai cannot claim that Zhao Kongqing, Qin and Wu Xiangnan are lacking in close combat ability. Moreover, Jiang Bai has been surreptitiously learning from the three, quietly enhancing his own skills. Such fulfilling days swiftly flew by. And upon learning that Lin Qiye was specially recruited into the school's competition team, his aunt was so excited that she wanted to treat Jiang Bai to a nice meal. After politely declining, Jiang Bai insisted on waiting until Lin Qiye received the admission letter from Shangjing University before celebrating. This left his aunt grinning from ear to ear. But she still cooked a few eggs for Lin Qiye and Jiang Bai, reminding them to nourish themselves. In order to fully tutor Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai brought him into his home, tirelessly imparting mathematical knowledge day and night. This meant that Lin Qiye was perpetually engaged with Jiang Bai's teachings, by the bedside, on the way to school, during meals, and even in the bathroom. The now-numb Lin Qiye found respite only during training sessions with Zhao Kongqing and the others. Yet the results were undeniably significant. In just a week, Lin Qiye had completed 3 years' worth of high school knowledge, and next, he would tackle university-level calculus and similar subjects. On the training field, Lin Qiye was engaged in a sparring match with Zhao Kongqing, wielding a standard longsword as he diligently sharpened his swordsmanship. Although Lin Qiye's movements were still somewhat unrefined, he was already capable of counterattacking under Zhao Kongqing's guidance. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Si Xiaonan inquired, holding a bag of coffee. "Would you like a cup?" Jiang Bai accepted the coconut latte she offered and took a sip. "Thank you, Xiaonanjie. You have to push." The competitors this time are quite formidable. If Lin Qiye wishes to secure the admission letter from Shangjing University in one go, his performance must be exceptional. As he spoke, Jiang Bai placed the coffee on the bench and stretched his neck. Si Xiaonan observed the faint red marks on Jiang Bai's fair neck and chuckled lightly. But isn't this pressure on Lin Qiye a bit too much? Furthermore, if he wishes for the admission letter, you could request one directly through the Night Watchers channels. Even our captain could apply for such an opportunity with the headquarters. And such a request is hardly unreasonable. Given your contributions with the awakening potion, the headquarters would not refuse. At this, Jiang Bai straightened up. "I certainly understand that obtaining the admission letter through the Night Watchers is possible, but that feels somewhat like taking shortcuts." Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment before speaking. He was acutely aware that the current pressure on Lin Qiye was perilous, keeping him in a constant state of high tension. Yet, the results were evident. Just last night, during an intimate moment, Lin Qiye's mental strength had surpassed the threshold, officially entering the next realm. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with youthful exuberance as he shared this news with Jiang Bai, who felt a surge of joy for him. This was also Jiang Bai's selfish desire. He hoped that Lin Qiye would remember him more fondly. Although Lin Qiye's affection level remained at a mere 50, Jiang Bai had come to terms with it, suspecting that Lin Qiye's heart still belonged to someone else. Listening to Jiang Bai's explanation, Si Xiaonan, though puzzled, noticed that Lin Qiye did not exhibit any signs of distress, suggesting he might be in agreement, a realization Jiang Bai likely possessed as well. Thus, Si Xiaonan refrained from further inquiries. However, Jiang Bai then broached another topic. "Xiaonanjie, what do you think of the current situation in Daxia?" Si Xiaonan's expression shifted at this sensitive topic, but she concealed it well. "The current circumstances in Daxia are not something we can discuss. When the sky falls, there are tall individuals to hold it up. We merely need to focus on our responsibilities. There's no need for undue worry." As the agent of Loki, the god of trickery, Si Xiaonan's intellect was not inferior to that of Qin in later stages. Yet, Jiang Bai, standing before her, was equally astute. "By the way, Xiaonanjie, do you like the green bean flower?" The green bean flower symbolizes hope and change, and it is among Si Xiaonan's favorite flowers. "Indeed, I have heard many stories about it. When we have time later, I will share them with you." "That sounds wonderful. I absolutely adore stories. We just need to find a time that works for both of us. And you mustn't flake on me. I detest untrustworthy individuals. Rest assured, I am not that type of person. I believe you." The sharp whistle of a blade slicing through the air erupted in the training field. Zhao Kongqing, gripping the starry blade, suddenly illuminated it with icy blue patterns, the edge trailing comet-like light as he swung it at high speed. This was the 7th slash, which grazed past Lin Qiye's ear, and the youth finally discerned the lethal pattern, every time the blade traced a 270-degree arc. The right wrist of the Special Forces soldier would involuntarily tremble for 0.3 seconds. The coarse grip of the standard longsword left blood marks in Lin Qiye's palm as he bent low to evade the 8th vertical slash, suddenly twisting the hilt to angle the blade at 45 degrees. At the moment of metallic collision, he tightened the muscles in his forearm, pushing in the direction of his opponent's force. Sparks erupted as their deadly weapons brushed together, igniting a burst of light before their noses. Clang! The counterforce that should have sent a regular weapon flying instead surged back along the energy grooves of the starry blade. The high-frequency vibrations pierced his eardrums, and the icy blue arcs suddenly spiraled out of control toward the ceiling. At the instant Zhao Kongcheng's fingers went numb, the priceless starry blade spun through the air, embedding itself into a rubber wall 10 meters away. Beads of sweat dripped from Lin Qiye's trembling eyelashes as he maintained his thrusting position, the tip of his blade hovering half an inch from his opponent's throat. A faint blue glow belonging to the starry blade flickered and slowly extinguished. Wow, Qiye, you were amazing. Jiang Bai instantly dashed to Lin Qiye's side, shouting his praise. He lowered his head, seeking a reward. This had become a customary practice over the past week. Whenever Lin Qiye accomplished a problem or another feat, Jiang Bai would bestow upon him a small reward. Zhao Kongcheng had intended to tease the two, but suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the training ground. The captain was summoning everyone. Chapter 60. Campus Crisis. Jiang Bai placed the takeout of Korean fried chicken he had retrieved from outside onto the table. Across from him, Li Fei stared at the delicious dish, saliva pooling in his mouth. However, Jiang Bai paid little attention to his antics. Qiye, have a piece. Lin Qiye opened his mouth to accept the fried chicken Jiang Bai offered, dismissing the curious glances from Hong Ying and the others. It was a rare moment when Jiang Bai was not averse to physical contact, and he thought if he held back now, it would be a waste of the opportunity. Everything continued along its original trajectory, with the Yifei still haunted by the terrifying scene of Lu Xiaoyan devouring a teacher. Terrified, he approached Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye for help. This was due to the fact that when Hydra's monsters had dragged Lin Qiye into that secret realm, Li Fei and Wang Xiao had also been pulled along. Although they had not suffered significant harm, they had witnessed Jiang Bai summon an immense hurricane, effortlessly dispatching those monsters with nothing more than a toy sword. Afterwards, they had only signed a confidentiality agreement with the Night Watchers and received some compensation. Now, faced with a predicament, Li Fei's first thought was to seek Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye's assistance. After stealthily following them to the Peace Affairs office, Li Yifei hesitated for a long moment before finally pushing open the door. After Chunmai listened to Li Yifei's account, his expression turned grave. You mean that creature swallowed a full-grown man in one bite? Chunmai was astonished by the monster's prowess, wondering whether it was sheer gluttony or merely an indication of its enormous maw. After sipping his cola, Jiang Bai reached for a box of fries. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he hesitated before pushing another box of crispy bones toward Li Yifei and the others. Lin Qiye chuckled, ruffling Jiang Bai's hair. His wife was undeniably adorable. However, Li Yifei was somewhat overwhelmed by Jiang Bai's demeanor. In a state of mild panic, he exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, Bai Shun, what time do you think it is? How can you still eat at a moment like this? If you continue like this, Sun Si and the others might end up being devoured, and soon, there won't be a single normal person left in the entire school." Li Yifei trembled at the thought, especially with Wu Shuqin still inside the school. He could overlook others, but not her. Moreover, if this mission went well, he might even earn a place in this mysterious organization. Huh? Jiang Bai tilted his head. Why are you so worried? Setting aside the fact that everyone here is a guardian of this city, even if you're anxious, we must first devise a plan before taking action. Acting on your whims based on a few words is the truly irrational course. Just as Jiang Bai spoke, Wu Xiangnan placed a tablet on the table, projecting a three-dimensional map of the school before them. He pointed to several locations. These were the entrances and exits of the school, which required vigilant guardians, particularly those of considerable strength to prevent the monster from emerging. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai raised his arm, declaring, I have a solution. I possess the ability to create home eyes, and I can summon a few to guard the doors. If that doesn't suffice, the Minotaur can assist as well. Since the Nantoa serpent demon had initiated this plan, he saw no harm in playing along, especially since Lin Qiye needed a moment of respite. This little game of cat and mouse promised to be quite entertaining. With the stones to block the mouse holes already in place, Wu Xiangnan proceeded to allocate tasks. However, when it came to Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye, he hesitated. According to their agreement with the Night Watchman, their relationship was merely collaborative and did not extend to task assignments. Yet Jiang Bai interjected, Lin Qiye and I will scout the campus alongside Hong Ying and the others. After all, Qiye is the only one among us with investigative skills related to the Forbidden Ruins. His presence will surely expedite our efforts. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. Now that Jiang Bai had suggested it, he had no objections. After finalizing their respective tasks, Jiang Bai, patting his round belly, departed with Lin Qiye. Li Fei, however, was adamant about not returning to school, prompting Hong Ying and Zhao Kongxing to exchange glances before stretching their necks and cracking their wrists, smiles gracing their faces. Jiang Bai, with his partially unbuttoned white shirt, reclined by the bed, engrossed in dream of the red chamber, the silvery moonlight cascading down and illuminating his ink-black hair. Fresh from a shower, Lin Qiye, still slightly damp, observed the scene with a grin as he climbed onto the bed. His wet hair brushed against Jiang Bai's legs, leaving traces of moisture. Setting aside the book, Jiang Bai's hand cupped Lin Qiye's face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just thinking how handsome you are. I really like you." "Flatterer," Jiang Bai teased, pinching Lin Qiye's nose. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled mischievously as if recalling something. "Bai Ge, do you remember that request?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Bai felt a surge of frustration, wishing fervently that Lin Qiye would forget all about it. "But I don't have the equipment right now. How can I fulfill it?" "Actually, I do," Lin Qiye replied, curling his toes against the cool wooden floor, his nails gleaming like seashells. He leaped about joyfully, his fluffy hair brushing against the small vermilion mole on the nape of his neck. As his fingers delved into the sofa's crevices, they grazed the velvety fabric of a cushion, revealing a misty blue bag still tied with an unbroken lavender ribbon, each fold imbued with the delicate scent of iris. Witnessing Lin Qiye retrieve a complete dress set with ease, Jiang Bai felt overwhelmed. It seemed Lin Qiye had been plotting this all along. "All right. Bai Ge must keep his word," Lin Qiye insisted, playfully pushing Jiang Bai into the bathroom. The humid air, infused with the scent of sandalwood soap, enveloped him. The mirror fogged slightly, and as his trembling fingertips traced a waterline, the blue and white checkered pattern seemed to pour moonlight into his palms. The silk lining clung to his waist, igniting subtle shivers, while the waist tie created a delicate indentation of 2 fingers, the hem brushing against his knees, reminiscent of fluttering butterfly wings. As he draped his cool white hair over his shoulders, the synthetic fibers felt warm against his skin. The weight of the strands cascading down his chest made each breath feel heavy. A soft knock echoed from outside the door. "Need help with the necklace?" Lin Qiye's voice, laced with mirth, wafted through the doorframe. As Jiang Bai turned suddenly, the skirt flared out like ocean waves, the pearl buttons grazing the inner side of his thigh, where old scars lingered. The reflection in the mirror revealed flushed cheeks, softened contours obscured by the mist, blurring the lines of gender, while beads of sweat gathered in the hollow of his collarbone, slowly trailing down the lace choker. When Lin Qiye lunged forward, a gust of cedar-scented air followed, his fingertips playfully entwining a strand of Jiang Bai's hair. "The waist tie needs to be tightened a bit more." Before he could finish, Jiang Bai's hand, already blushing, swatted his away, and he chuckled as he playfully bit the green vein pulsing in Lin Qiye's wrist, revealing an honest heartbeat. "Lin Qiye, do you think just because you've grown up, I want to dare to discipline you?" Jiang Bai snapped, his voice nearly a growl, yet Lin Qiye merely laughed, pulling out a pair of white knee-high socks from his pocket. Once Jiang Bai caught sight of them, he snapped his fingers, illuminating the entire apartment, causing the socks to tumble to the floor. Lin Qiye's fingers hovered in the air, the porcelain cup clinking against the coffee table, producing a crisp sound. His pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks as he felt a tightening in his throat, as if suspended by some invisible thread. The warm light spilling from the bathroom adorned Jiang Bai's hair with a golden hue, the skirt rippling with movement as he opened the door, revealing faintly bluish veins behind his knees. "You." His voice emerged as a breathy whisper, tinged with the freshness of mint. His fingers unconsciously pressed against his pants, leaving crescent-shaped impressions. Following the pearl buttons upward, his gaze lingered on the red marks left by the lace choker, before he fell into the glistening depths of Lin Qiye's collarbone, where remnants of sweat and steam still clung. As Jiang Bai lowered his gaze, his lashes cast a spiderweb-like shadow beneath his eyes, synthetic strands entangled with the metallic clasp of the leather belt, pulling it taut as he retreated, releasing fine silver threads. The flush creeping from his ears had spread to his chest, glowing softly beneath the lace fabric. "If you've seen enough, just..." His words were abruptly silenced by the warmth that pressed closer. As Lin Qiye's nose brushed against the vein in his neck, tiny goosebumps erupted on his skin. "Don't move." The boy's raspy voice mingled with warm breaths, his fingers trailing along the belt's intricate patterns, and when he reached the dip of Jiang Bai's back, he felt the muscle twitch beneath his palm, discovering the hidden vermilion mole. Gently tugging at the tie around Jiang Bai's neck with his teeth, he watched the red mark emerge from his pale skin, appearing utterly delectable. Jiang Bai swiftly seized Lin Qiye's mischievous wrist, turning around just as the skirt swept off the lemon candies from the shelf. The glass-like candies bounced on the floor, reflecting his current appearance, hair tousled. The corners of his eyes tinted rosy, lips stained as if dipped in rose juice, and his knees taut with embarrassment. softened by the cascading layers of the skirt like budding willow branches in early spring. Lin Qiye suddenly dropped to one knee, picking up a piece of candy, the sound of the crinkling wrapper echoing sharply in the still air. He tilted his head back, pressing the amber-hued candy against Jiang Bai's lips, his thumb gently caressing the lower lip. Can you guess if this one is sweet orange flavor? The words faltered as a cool fingertip pressed against his Adam's apple, leaving his breath in disarray. If you keep talking, you can go sleep on the sofa. As Jiang Bai wrapped himself in a plush blanket, the sensation of a silver chain slipping down his spine made him stagger. His flushed ankle collided with the bedpost, and Lin Qiye stifled a laugh. Burying his face in the crook of Jiang Bai's neck, his warm lips brushing against the pulsing blue veins. But even your toes are blushing. The night stretched endlessly. Chapter 61. Entering school morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, scattering like shards of gold across the wooden floor. Jiang Bai stood before the dressing mirror, his fingertips repeatedly stroking the blue and white checkered pleats of his skirt, the silk school uniform tie swaying gently at his collarbone. Standing tall in the embrace of light, his alabaster fingers brushed against the faint pink mark on his neck, his brows furrowing unconsciously, the tips of his ears flushing with embarrassment. How am I supposed to face people? He muttered softly, just as he turned to search for concealer. A sudden warmth enveloped him from behind. Lin Qiye wrapped his arms around Jiang Bai's waist, resting his chin affectionately on his shoulder, his amused gaze sweeping over Jiang Bai's flustered reflection in the mirror. What are you hiding, darling? His voice, thick with the unique languor of morning, sent a gentle breath across Jiang Bai's ear. Jiang Bai froze, instinctively tugging at the neckline of his nightgown in an attempt to conceal the mark. And no, it's nothing, he stammered, trying to wriggle free from the embrace. But the arm around his waist tightened, anchoring him firmly against Lin Qiye's warm chest. Thanks to the awakening potion and the nourishment from the past few days, Lin Qiye's physique was notably impressive, now towering over Jiang Bai by a head. His gaze lingered on the pink mark, his eyes deepening in color, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. The mark from last night? Doesn't it look lovely? Before his words could settle, he lowered his head and gently bit down on the skin beside the mark, his teeth applying a slight pressure. Jiang Bai shivered unexpectedly, a hint of shame lacing his voice. Stop it. We have to go to school later. Go to school? Lin Qiye chuckled softly, the sound reverberating through Jiang Bai's back, insisting that a mark be left so that everyone would know he belongs to Lin Qiye. He pressed Jiang Bai's flailing hands down with one palm while cradling the back of his neck with the other, compelling him to tilt his head back. Their lips and tongues danced over his delicate skin, gently sucking and nibbling, new red marks blossoming like petals around his neck. Jiang Bai's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and urgency coursing through him, yet the hand at his waist held him like a vice, rendering him unable to escape. In terms of strength, Jiang Bai could easily break free from Lin Qiye's hold, but he had no desire to do so. In the mirror, their figures intertwined, morning light casting a golden halo around them, the air thick with an intoxicating atmosphere. Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai called his name, a blend of embarrassment and frustration, only to receive a more audacious chuckle in return. All right, don't rush. He finally relented, his fingertips gently tracing the new red mark, his eyes filled with satisfaction and affection. How beautiful it looks. Jiang Bai shot him a glare, but when met with his burning gaze, he succumbed, turning his face away, allowing his heart to race uncontrollably. This rascal always managed to disrupt his peace so easily. Jiang Bai, let us go. The youth leaning against the doorframe spoke with a hint of tension. His gaze swept over the slender calves wrapped in white stockings, quickly diverting his eyes. Jiang Bai lowered his head, staring at the crooked bow, suddenly finding the sight of his outfit reflected in Lin Qiye's dark pupils far less intolerable. He tucked a stray lock of white hair behind his ear, the sound of his leather boots echoing crisply against the floor. Let us go. Aren't we in a hurry for morning classes? The morning breeze rustled the phoenix tree leaves, and Lin Qiye maintained a half step ahead of him. Whenever a morning runner passed by, he would subtly shift his body to shield Jiang Bai, the hem of their red and white uniforms resembling outstretched wings. Jiang Bai noticed the thin sheen of sweat on Lin Qiye's neck, realizing that he had fastened the top button of his shirt tightly, even though he was the one feeling the most uncomfortable. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's relentless teasing the night before, leaving him with a lingering ache in his waist, he would have changed out of his clothes long ago. Be careful. At the third puddle, Lin Qiye suddenly turned, grasping Jiang Bai's wrist. Jiang Bai stumbled into his embrace, the scent of sandalwood mixed with the boy's warmth enveloping him. The sound of silk brushing against his school pants echoed softly, and as he hurriedly stepped back, he heard a restrained sigh from above. As the iron gate at the school entrance snapped shut, Si Xiaonan, with a straw in her mouth, waved at them, the large bun in her mouth oozing yellow filling. Upon seeing Jiang Bai's outfit, Si Xiaonan choked, her face turning crimson. Wow, that has quite the impact. Honging circled around Jiang Bai, exclaiming, Little Jiang. Turns out you're quite the looker. Interested in coming to my room tonight to discuss how to subdue Lin Qiye? Don't worry, my cat can do backflips. Yet her words were cut short by a warning glare from Lin Qiye, causing her to awkwardly point at the towering wall. Climb over directly? Jiang Bai looked up at the gray brick wall, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his skirt, just as he was about to reach for the wall. A sudden warmth enveloped his waist. Lin Qiye's arms wrapped around his waist, lifting him high as if he were a fragile piece of glass. His voice muffled against Jiang Bai's back. Hold on tight. As the hem of his skirt flared, the red and white uniform enveloped him like a night cloak. When Lin Qiye vaulted over the wall, the morning breeze lifted the hem of his pristine shirt, revealing his lean waist. He stretched out his arms towards the ground, resembling a dragon guarding a treasure. Close your eyes. As Jiang Bai landed, the tips of his ears brushed against Lin Qiye's Adam's apple. His voice tinged with an unusual fluster. He knelt to smooth out the creases of Jiang Bai's skirt with a reverence akin to polishing a prized blade. His fingertips grazing the delicate fabric, causing Jiang Bai to notice the tremor of his eyelashes as if he were holding back something. On the other side of the wall, Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying exchanged knowing glances, curiosity and intrigue flickering in their eyes. In an instant, they solidified their plan of action, splitting up to gather as much information as possible. On the shaded path leading to the academic building, Lin Qiye maintained a half-step distance. Whenever curious glances fell upon them, he would position his body to shield Jiang Bai, the taut lines of his shoulder betraying his restless mood. It was only when Jiang Bai tripped over a protruding brick that Lin Qiye finally grasped his hand, the warmth of his palm seeping into Jiang Bai's heart. As Jiang Bai gazed at their overlapping shadows, his voice barely audible like falling cherry petals, if it's the dress you chose. The latter part of his sentence was lost in the morning breeze, but Lin Qiye's suddenly tightening fingers betrayed his emotions. He turned his head away. His ears flushed to the point of bloodshed, yet he gripped Jiang Bai's hand even tighter. Si Xiaonan trailed 5 steps behind, watching Lin Qiye use his body as a shield against the crowd for Jiang Bai, observing Jiang Bai steal glances at Lin Qiye's profile, suddenly finding the last sip of his soybean milk overwhelmingly sweet. Hong Ying, frustrated, tossed the remaining half of her bun to the ground, feeling that there was nothing special about it. Jiang Bai pushed against Lin Qiye's solid chest, and, all at once, his face flushed again. Hong Ying, let us first discuss how to gather intel. He turned away in a flurry, fearing that Lin Qiye might once again catch him off guard in front of everyone. Chapter 62. Splitting up. Hong Ying, let us split up. Lin Qiye, you go find Li Yifei in class first, check on the situation there. If it looks dire, we should prepare for a fierce battle. Sister Xiaonan, please patrol the administrative area of the school and assess which leaders may be trustworthy. If you find yourself uncertain, apprehend those individuals to prevent any potential conflicts later on. Sister Hong Ying, you should head to the girls' dormitories. Given that it was a female student who consumed one of the directors, the dormitory could very well be one of the nests. Shortly, I will have Qiye inform you of Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory number, so do exercise caution. As for myself, I shall endeavor to transform the entire school into a veritable island. Jiang Bai methodically assigned tasks to each person, with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan expressing no dissent. Chen Mai had previously apprised them that they were to follow Jiang Bai's directives to ensure compliance from the two sisters. He revealed that Jiang Bai's mental prowess had reached the realm of the sea. Although they still did not fully regard Jiang Bai as a formidable master, they nonetheless held him in high esteem. Presently, Jiang Bai was the strongest among them, and the assignments were well suited to each individual's strengths. Hong Ying's rose fire feather garment boasted the most potent single-target attack and explosive capacity among them, making her suitable for the relatively perilous exploration of the girls' dormitory. On the other hand, Si Xiaonan's surface-level, unfathomable veil was more appropriate for logistical support, augmented by her combat skills acquired at the training camp, rendering her leadership of that area not overly hazardous. As for Lin Qiye, he was nearly the weakest among them, and Jiang Bai was naturally inclined to protect his beloved husband. Otherwise, how could they continue their endeavors? Once it was confirmed that there were no objections, Jiang Bai prepared to send them off swiftly, but Lin Qiye suddenly grasped his arm. A flicker of concern crossed Jiang Bai's mind as he stepped forward slightly, his voice unconsciously softening. Qiye, what is the matter? Lin Qiye bit his lip, gently tugging at the hem of Jiang Bai's clothing, and after a lengthy pause, he finally raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Brother Bai, this is far too dangerous. His voice trembled slightly as he recalled the perilous moments from previous missions. The situation with Li Yifei remained unclear, and the girls' dormitory might indeed be a mysterious lair. Now, you intend to turn the school into an island? What if you encounter a formidable adversary? Foolish boy, when have I ever faltered? Jiang Bai tenderly wiped away the tear from the corner of Lin Qiye's eye, his fingertips lingering briefly on his flushed cheek. exuding unspoken concern and affection. Look, Hong Ying possesses explosive power, and Xiao Nan's unfathomable veil can control the situation. The division of labor is well calculated. Jiang Bai understood Lin Qiye's inner fears. He was afraid of being abandoned again. Even though this danger paled in comparison to the antics of those foolish creatures known as hydras. Yet Lin Qiye's still somewhat fragile nerves compelled him to hold Jiang Bai's hand tightly. Jiang Bai leaned in closer, rising on his toes to press his forehead against Lin Qiye's, their breaths mingling. Last time was an accident. This time, we must both be safe. He took Lin Qiye's other hand and placed it over his own heart, its steady rhythm resonating with assurance. See, my heartbeat is right here. How could I let it falter? Lin Qiye's face flushed slightly, yet he did not relinquish his grip. Then you promise me, if you encounter danger, call me immediately on the communicator. Don't try to bear it alone. Jiang Bai sighed, filled with both exasperation and tenderness, ruffling Lin Qiye's hair and pulling him into a gentle embrace, patting his back. Be good, Qi. Your task is of great assistance to me. Once this is over, I shall treat you to chocolate ice cream, all right? Lin Qiye lowered his head, resting his forehead against Jiang Bai's for a considerable time before muffling a nod. Pinky swear. He extended his pinky, and Jiang Bai immediately linked his own, their fingers intertwined. Then let me be punished by washing your white socks for a month, Jiang Bai replied with a smile, straightening Lin Qiye's school badge on his uniform with a gentle yet resolute gaze. Now go, and be careful. Lin Qiye cast a lingering glance at him, gripping the communicator tightly, and as he turned, his hair fluttered, yet he finally set forth. Jiang Bai watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as he twirled the tactical knife in his hand. It seemed he ought to provide Qiye with some amusement, otherwise the tension would remain unbearable. Upon witnessing the affectionate scene between the two, Hong Ying tugged at the still distracted Xiao Nan, urging her to get to work. What are you doing lingering here while the young couple engages in flirtation? At a height across from the school, Long Xian temporarily disassembled the scope of his sniper rifle to clean it, reattaching it only after the two had separated. This dog food. Those who wish to consume it may do so. Once Lin Qiye had departed, Jiang Bai, donning his polished brown leather shoes, hopped to the school's rear entrance. The school had 3 exits, the main entrance with its large iron gates, the back door where Jiang Bai stood, and a small dog hole beside the boys' dormitory. Typically, those with a modicum of courage would steer clear of the dog hole unless they were utterly reckless. With a delicate hand raised, a sword shimmering with 5-colored brilliance materialized in Jiang Bai's grasp. The 5 gemstones adorning the blade of the ultimate soul ray sword sparkled with a luminous radiance, the crescent-shaped white gem gleaming like stars, while the crown jewel glimmered in golden hues, and the remaining 3 gems, though less radiant, continued to shine brightly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai gripped the ultimate soul ray sword, its tip directed at an old locust tree by the entrance, its branches draped with withered vines. A brilliant white divine light emanated from Jiang Bai's form, surging forth to coalesce with the tree's trunk. After a brief moment of anticipation, just as Jiang Bai was about to lose patience and strike the old locust tree, it stirred. Its withered and aged appearance evoked a sense of reluctance in Jiang Bai, yet its vigorous swaying of the withered vines inspired a measure of reassurance. What is your name? Jiang Bai inquired aloud, addressing the tree. The ancient locust tree seemed to sense his presence. Turning its murky eye to scrutinize Jiang Bai's slender figure, adorned with flowing white hair, a flawless visage, and long legs encased in delicate lace, save for a modest chest. Everything else was a testament to ethereal beauty. However, as a lowly, it was somewhat understandable. Thus, the ancient, seemingly immortal locust tree spoke with a cheeky tone. My dear master, I am known as the withered locust. How may I assist you? Within the rings of my nearly century-long existence lie countless delights that shall leave you with unforgettable experiences. Surround the entire school for me. Should even a single mosquito or any other creature escape, you shall face dire consequences. Chapter 63. The demon cave. Jiang Bai stood at the school's back door, and a colossal spatial vortex suddenly appeared behind him, exuding a subtle yet palpable aura of terror, as if it threatened to consume the world. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Jiang Bai turned to observe the approaching silhouette. The imposing figure of the bull lowered itself, bowing before Jiang Bai. Respected master, I have completed my upgrade. Please assign me a task, and I shall fulfill it without fail. After the bull had recklessly demolished the walls of his own apartment, Jiang Bai promptly sent him for an upgrade. Indeed, there are no foolish robots in this world. Only inventors who fail to program them correctly. As for Shibola, the fool, always demanding this and that without reflecting on his own shortcomings. After assigning the bull the directive to prevent anyone from leaving the campus, Jiang Bai departed. The withered locust's decrepit vines gradually formed an invisible web, enveloping the entire campus. including the oft-ignored dog hole. Should anyone attempt to leave, they would inevitably trigger the withered locust snare. Once activated, breaking free from this web would require a significant amount of time. During this time, Manyo had already instantaneously transferred to the location set by Jiang Bai's spatial magic on the withered locust tree, delivering a blow as powerful as a basketball to the face. At this moment, the entire school had transformed into an isolated island, accessible only from within. Just as Luo Wang was about to completely cover the escape route, a shadowy figure suddenly darted into the campus, quickly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye entered the classroom where lessons were in progress, his expression dark. Li Yifei, who was lazily seated yet visibly restless, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Qiye, his previously tense posture relaxing instantly. He waved joyfully at Lin Qiye, eager for him to join him soon. However, before Lin Qiye could acknowledge him, the piercing gaze of Teacher Sun from the podium had already shifted towards Li Yifei. Despite Li Yifei being an athlete, his disruptive behavior in class was undeniably disrespectful. Moreover, during last week's history test, he had failed to answer a single one of the 15 multiple-choice questions correctly. This was, in itself, a provocation. The thought of Li Yifei mistakenly identifying Emperor Xuanzong as Emperor Dizong made Teacher Sun seethe with frustration. It was incorrect to say he was wrong, yet it was also disheartening to admit he was right. Consequently, Teacher Sun had been scrutinizing Li Yifei's mistakes these past few days, and having finally caught him in error, he was determined to make Li Yifei explain himself. Lin Qiye observed the friendly interaction between Teacher Sun and Li Yifei and decided to refrain from interrupting them. After exchanging pleasantries with Teacher Sun, he proceeded to his own seat. Meanwhile, Li Yifei stared at the questions on the blackboard, feeling utterly perplexed. After struggling for a while, he finally sighed and declared, "Teacher, I don't know." Today, he had grander matters at hand, for he was about to confront a monster. It was unlikely that Teacher Sun would hold it against him for being unable to answer a question, considering that no one could concentrate when a youth with such pressing matters was present. How could a child with such thoughts even be taught? Lin Qiye sat upright in his seat, the sunlight of May filtering through the gauzy curtains, casting a golden hue upon the back wall of the classroom. He gazed at the clock in the upper right corner of the blackboard, each tick of the second hand causing the fine hairs on the back of his neck to bristle. The screeching sound of chalk against the geographical map on the podium suddenly reminded him of the monstrous tentacles in the realm of mundane deities. "Lin Qiye, what are you daydreaming about?" A piece of chalk struck his textbook with precision, startling the youth and causing him to clutch the sleeve of his school uniform tightly. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed 3 indistinct shadows writhing at the back of the classroom, as if someone had spilled ink into the air, their forms grotesquely stretching between the walls and desks. The leftmost shadow had 2 bulbous protrusions that slowly turned towards him, resembling a creature locking onto its prey. Swallowing hard, Lin Qiye could hear his own heartbeat drowning out Teacher Sun's lecture. The silver bracelet on his wrist shimmered faintly with a blue light, the flickering glimmers amplifying his rising panic. He counted the shadows, 3, precisely matching the 3 red dots flickering on his bracelet. Last night, Jiang Bai had given him this bracelet during their playful banter, enabling him to sense the presence of hostile beings nearby. However, it would only register life-threatening intentions, which now filled Lin Qiye with trepidation. This was merely the state of Class 2. Already, 3 monsters had disguised themselves as humans. What, then, could be said of the entire grade? It was known that Lin Qiye's school housed at least 10 classes per grade. If this trend continued, the entire school, even with Jiang Bai's formidable presence, would become an extraordinarily terrifying place. The school had evidently morphed into a den of monsters. "Teacher, I need to go to the restroom." As he stood, the chair screeched against the floor, and the youth intentionally hooked his backpack strap on the corner of the desk, causing his textbooks to scatter across the floor. In the moment he bent down to gather his books, he caught sight of Li Yifei standing in the back of the classroom, his bangs plastered to his forehead with sweat. However, upon seeing Lin Qiye, he straightened up. His eyes, normally filled with a playful glimmer, now fixed intently on the blue light emanating from Lin Qiye's wrist. A breeze wafted through the hallway, carrying the scent of camphor leaves, as Lin Qiye leaned against the restroom door, taking a deep breath, and heard footsteps behind him, deliberately muffled. Li Yifei shook a loosely capped thermos, pure water spilling from the mouth and tracing a winding path on the tiles. "Did you see those things?" He tugged at the collar of his uniform, revealing a grotesque scar beneath his collarbone, making Lin Qiye feel that this guy was still putting on an act. The distant sound of the class bell buzzed, and Lin Qiye reached for the dagger in his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the textured grip. From the direction of the classroom came the sound of overturned desks, and a shadow suddenly flitted past the window, casting a distorted silhouette on the ground. Chapter 64. Trouble in the corner of the boys' restroom on the third floor of the teaching building. The fluorescent lights flickered in the humid atmosphere. Lin Qiye pressed his back against the cold porcelain wall, the blade of his dagger reflecting the serpentine mold patterns on the ceiling. Li Yifei was curled up beneath the sink, trembling, droplets from the faucet splashing onto his curled knees, darkening the fabric. Don't make a sound. Lin Qiye lowered his voice, his gaze locked onto the black viscous liquid seeping from the corner. The puddles spread through the gaps in the tiles, glinting with a peculiar metallic sheen in the dim light. Suddenly, the door to the restroom stall creaked ominously, causing Li Yifei to clamp his hand over his mouth, his nails nearly digging into his cheek. 3 hunched figures emerged from the shadows. A loud thud echoed as a soap dish fell to the ground, resembling a starting gun. The scaled monster lunged, its bony claws slicing through the air, targeting Lin Qiye's throat. The youth swiftly evaded, his dagger sparking as it grazed the creature's ribcage. The sound of metal clashing startling the crows roosting outside. The stench of decay assaulted Lin Qiye's senses as he leaned back to dodge a sweeping tail, the back of his head colliding painfully with the mirror. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated through the glass, reflecting Li Yifei's pale face. He watched in horror as a second monster lashed out with its long tongue, the viscous substance shooting towards Lin Qiye's back like an arrow. In that critical moment, Li Yifei grabbed a bottle of disinfectant and hurled it, the green liquid colliding with the viscous substance mid-air, exploding into a noxious chemical cloud. Get to the stall. Lin Qiye seized the opportunity to roll to the side of the sink, his dagger slicing at the monster's knee. The blade became lodged in the crevice of its scales, producing a jarring, grinding sound, prompting an ear-splitting roar from the creature as it thrashed its head, shattering the entire mirror. Glass fragments rained down like a violent storm, causing deep cuts to appear on Li Yifei's hand. The smallest monster let out a high-pitched shriek, the sound waves causing the ceiling lights to explode in succession. As darkness enveloped them, Lin Qiye felt icy, sticky fluid wrapping around his ankle. The third monster had inexplicably circled around behind him, its maw gaping wide, revealing circular, serrated teeth threatening his neck. Lin Qiye. Li Yifei screamed in a voice tinged with panic as a ghostly blue lightning illuminated the corner. A spherical flash of electricity tore through the darkness, revealing a figure clad in a blue and white dress stepping forth from a spatial vortex. Jiang Bai's slender fingers formed a spell, static electricity crackling around him like sparks, his pale visage glowing in the electric light like a deity. Thunderbinding. The youth's clear voice pierced through the monster's roars. The dancing electric serpents ensnared all 3 creatures, blue-white arcs of electricity coursing between their scales and the viscous substance. The bound monsters thrashed violently, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. Seizing the moment, Lin Qiye severed the sticky substance around his ankle and hurled his dagger at the compound eye of the scaled monster. Watch out! Jiang Bai suddenly shouted. The long-tongued monster, which should have been confined by electricity, forcibly broke free from its restraints, its corrosive slime pouring down like a torrential rain upon the gathered crowd. Lin Qiye instinctively lunged towards Jiang Bai, and the two collided into the innermost compartment. The slime grazed Lin Qiye's ear, melting a honeycomb-shaped hole into the stainless steel door. Jiang Bai pressed his back against the partition, acutely aware of Lin Qiye's hurried breath brushing against his neck. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Bai whispered, the lightning coalescing at his fingertips illuminating the bloodstains on Lin Qiye's forehead. They are targeting me. Then we must not let them succeed, Lin Qiye declared, tearing off his tie to bind the flow of blood from his right hand, the bloodied silver school emblem rolling into the toilet bowl. Outside, muffled sobs from Li Yifei mingled with the squelching sounds of the monster dragging its body, and the small creature suddenly emitted a sharp screech. 3 pairs of compound eyes turning simultaneously towards the window. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted. Sunlight pierced through the shattered glass, casting slender beams of light at his feet. What does this mean? We are in trouble. He swiftly retrieved his phone and entered a secret code, the blue light illuminating his taut jawline. Qiye, I need 30 seconds. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye kicked open the compartment door. The long-tongued monster was gnawing at the metallic exterior of the vending machine and, upon spotting its prey, sprang towards them. The youth sidestepped the deadly lunge, and with precision, the bloody dagger plunged into the monster's tongue root. Fetid black blood splattered onto the tiled wall, corroding it into sizzling pits. 19 seconds, Jiang Bai's voice echoed from behind. Leaning against the water pipe, he closed his eyes and formed seals, fine beads of sweat trickling down his neck into his collar. Lin Qiye spun around, kicking away the attacking scaled monster. Catching a glimpse of the small creature stealthily retreating towards the corridor, suddenly realizing they were stalling for time. As if to validate his suspicion, the entire building trembled violently. The small monster emitted a triumphant shriek, using all four limbs to dash towards the stairwell. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to pursue, Jiang Bai seized his wrist. There's no time. We must deal with these two first. Suddenly, Li Yifei burst from the compartment, raising a fire extinguisher and bringing it down hard on the scaled monster's head. White powder erupted, temporarily obscuring the monster's vision. I'm here to help you. His voice trembled yet remained resolute, swinging the extinguisher towards the monster's knee. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiye thrust the dagger into the gap between the monster's scales, twisting his wrist to pry apart the two pieces of armor. Jiang Bai's incantation reached its zenith at that moment. The lightning erupting from his fingertips was no longer a vibrant blue but a strange dark purple. The electric chains ensnared the two monsters, yet gently diverted around Lin Qiye as they approached. Close your eyes. With his low command, the tempest roared to life within the confined space. The blinding light rendered everyone momentarily sightless, and when their vision cleared, only two charred remains, still emitting smoke, remained. Your hand. Lin Qiye suddenly grasped Jiang Bai's wrist. The boy's palm was covered in burned blisters, the edges still crackling with residual sparks. Lin Qiye tore at his shirt hem, carefully wrapping the fabric around the ghastly wounds, the drooping eyelashes casting trembling shadows beneath his eyes. Li Yifei slumped to the ground amidst the dry powder, suddenly pointing towards the corridor in alarm. That one got away. Sunlight streamed through the broken window, illuminating a few drops of evaporating black slime around the corner. Yet Jiang Bai looked at his phone screen with a cold smile. Don't worry. I left a tracking curse on it. The school bell suddenly rang, and the distant sounds of students chatting echoed. Lin Qiye wiped the dagger clean on his pant leg and turned to Jiang Bai, a complex emotion swirling in his gaze. Next time, avoid using such a self-destructive tactic. Likewise, Jiang Bai replied, shaking his bandaged right hand, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. He bent down to retrieve the school badge that Li Yifei had dropped, and with a flicker of lightning at his fingertips, the scorched monster slime peeled away from the plastic casing. Li Yifei, hurry to the playground and try to buy us some time. After addressing Li Yifei, Jiang Bai turned back to Lin Qiye. Qiye, what's the situation on your end? Lin Qiye shook his head. Not good. Just in class 2 alone, there are 3 monsters. We could be in serious trouble. Chapter 65, Beautiful Lady, shall we raise the flag together? Jiang Bai listened to Lin Qiye with a solemn expression. Although the situation was no different from the original trajectory, an inexplicable unease gnawed at him, as if something ominous were lurking. Thus, he raised his gaze to meet Lin Qiye's. Qiye, perhaps you should hide? The gravity of this incident felt profoundly unsettling, as if something was watching them in the shadows. Before he could finish, Lin Qiye pushed him against the wall, his back colliding with the cold porcelain tiles. I will not hide. Lin Qiye's voice was deep and resolute, carrying an unyielding authority. Jiang Bai attempted to dissuade him, but the boy cupped his face with his palm, the warmth of his hand contrasting with the roughness born from battle, leaving no room for negotiation. In the next moment, Lin Qiye's kiss descended fiercely, imbued with an assertive energy that swallowed Jiang Bai's unspoken words. He pried open Jiang Bai's lips, deepening the kiss insistently, as if to etch a sense of safety into the other's very soul. Jiang Bai's pupils constricted, yet in an instant, the fervor of this assault disoriented his thoughts. Lin Qiye's breath enveloped him, mingling the familiar metallic scent of blood with the unique clarity of youth, like a shackle that bound all his turmoil within this confined space. Look at me, Lin Qiye murmured as he released him, his thumb grazing Jiang Bai's reddened lips, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. We stand side by side. You are not merely shielding me. Should you dare to mention hiding again, I shall bind you to my side. His words, laced with a tender dominance, struck deep into Jiang Bai's heart. Jiang Bai gazed at the boy before him, the flames dancing in his eyes burning away the fear that resided in his chest. The electric arcs at his fingertips ceased their chaos, instead sharpening in response to Lin Qiye's proximity. After a slight adjustment of his skirt, the two exited the men's restroom. But as they did, a boy entering to use the restroom caught sight of Jiang Bai's feminine attire, startled beyond measure. Following the scattered crowd, Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye walked closely together, resembling a couple lost in their own world. However, they were undeniably eye-catching. Their features alone were a formidable weapon, not to mention the fervor surrounding the rumors of their relationship. Yet now, Lin Qiye held the hand of another girl, inciting frustration among those who harbored secret crushes on Jiang Bai. Lin Qiye tugged at the hem of Jiang Bai's school uniform, the morning breeze carrying the scent of the plastic track into his nostrils. Look, the flag-raising team. Jiang Bai followed his gaze and saw students clad in neatly pressed uniforms gradually gathering at the center of the playground, the flag-bearer at the forefront holding the national flag, its edges glinting in the sunlight. In that moment, he comprehended Lin Qiye's intentions. Thus, under such constraints, if they wished to uncover the full situation of the school, this was indeed their only option. Jiang Bai lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the burn scars from the previous battle. Switch the flag bearer, Lin Qiye suddenly suggested, his eyes scanning the flag in the bearer's grasp. This way, we can control the movement range. Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. You certainly know how to simplify matters. However, before that, they needed to inform Sister Hongying. Pressing his finger to the earpiece, he spoke, Sister Hongying, Qiye and I are heading to the playground to survey the overall situation of the school. Please be cautious on your end. The two navigated through the throng of students, Lin Qiye making a beeline towards the flag bearer. The flag bearer, of the same age as them, was about to inquire as they approached but froze upon noticing Jiang Bai, the lingering chill of the lightning binding technique still emanating from him. His pale face exuding an undeniable aura of authority beneath the morning light. The flag bearer opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Most importantly, Jiang Bai's icy visage instilled in him a sense of reluctance to refuse. He was acutely aware that this was his leader, just borrowing some clothes. Lin Qiye spoke swiftly, not waiting for a response, as he deftly pulled the flag bearer aside. Leaning against the tree trunk, Jiang Bai's sleeves flickered with arcs of lightning, causing the surrounding students to instinctively step back, though they dared not peek too overtly. The flag bearer, observing the electric sparks dancing at Jiang Bai's fingertips, swallowed hard and silently removed the flag bearer uniform, offering it to Lin Qiye. Swiftly donning the attire, Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, nodding at Jiang Bai. The moment he adorned the flag bearer uniform, it was as if he had become a meticulously calibrated instrument of fate, each contour reflecting a breathtaking brilliance under the sunlight. The uniform, a deep shade of forest green, resembled satin soaked in nocturnal dew, hugging his form closely. The sharp tailoring at his shoulders and arms sculpted his elevated shoulders and taut muscles into a striking silhouette. He adjusted the collar, the tendons in his wrists rippling with movement, glistening like warm jade in the sun, his throat subtly bobbing, as if an invisible magnet were drawing gazes. Jiang Bai, leaning against the tree, felt a sudden tightness in his throat. His sword-like brows slanted towards his temples, his starry eyes sharp yet slightly lifted at the corners. And beneath his high nose, his thin lips bore a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, the curve akin to a blade tempered with honey, captivating the onlooker. Have you been mesmerized? Lin Qiye suddenly leaned in, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Bai's ear. It was then that Jiang Bai realized he had been holding his breath, hastily averting his gaze, only to be pulled back by Lin Qiye, colliding with those profound eyes at close range. Lin Qiye's lips curled into a smirk, tinged with a hint of mischievous pride, the scent of leather mingling with the crisp aroma of soap from his youthful frame enveloping Jiang Bai, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict and his mouth to dry. He gazed at the collar of Lin Qiye's uniform, where his collarbone peeked through, its contours akin to a finely sculpted masterpiece, stirring an unexpected pang of longing within him, for this was no mere mortal form, but a soul-ensnaring enigma. Coughing, Jiang Bai turned his face away, his ears burning, urging himself to leave hastily. Yet, his peripheral vision couldn't help but sweep over Lin Qiye from head to toe once more, the uniform subtly revealing an aura of strength, the taut lines around his waist and abdomen causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he found himself utterly breathless when Lin Qiye lifted his gaze again. In a flurry of panic, Jiang Bai grasped the national flag and departed, leaving Lin Qiye to chase after him. As they approached the podium with the flag in hand, Lin Qiye felt the cold sweat pooling in his palms. Passing by the observation platform, Jiang Bai suddenly whispered, "The creature that fled, the tracking curse is still active, and your mortal realm needs to be deployed promptly." However, upon reaching the center of the podium, Lin Qiye abruptly halted. The flag-raising stand was at the opposite end of the playground, and heading directly there would render the mortal realm ineffective. Jiang Bai immediately understood his intent. They exchanged a glance and turned around, walking in the opposite direction. Students around them cast curious glances, but Lin Qiye remained oblivious, focusing intently on the shadow beneath his feet, silently counting his steps. 10 more meters. Jiang Bai suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "We're almost there." "Is that Lin Qiye from our class? Who's that girl in the dress beside him?" "I don't know, but don't they seem oddly suited for each other? The long-haired girl with white hair and this cool, aloof boy. I don't care. I'm shipping them." After circling most of the playground, Lin Qiye's back was thoroughly soaked with sweat. The collar of the flag-bearer uniform chafed against his neck. He felt like a hamster trapped in a wheel, endlessly spinning along a predetermined path. Grasping the rope, the national flag unfurled in the wind, blood red as if soaked in life. "Lin Qiye, look." Jiang Bai suddenly turned his head to the greenery bordering the playground. The morning light pierced through the fragmented leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, where, In the depths of the shadows, familiar strands of black viscous liquid writhed ominously. Now, the crowd on the playground was far too dense. Otherwise, he would have dealt with those wretched creatures directly. Lin Qiye hesitated momentarily before quickening his flag-raising pace. Don't panic. Jiang Bai shielded his actions, aware that they wouldn't dare act openly under their mother's command. Let's discuss what outfit you plan to wear tonight. Jiang Bai suddenly broke the silence. Lin Qiye was taken aback, nearly dropping the rope. Huh. He gazed at the flag ascending, recalling the wildness of the previous night with Jiang Bai, and the struggles of this morning to maintain his composure. Let us finish this first, he murmured. Those lurking in the shadows must be confronted. Jiang Bai said nothing more, merely observing him quietly. As the flag reached its pinnacle, Lin Qiye felt a chill on his back, an ominous gaze from the creature, akin to a sticky spider's web. They're here, Jiang Bai whispered, just as startled students around the playground erupted in cries of alarm. Lin Qiye turned, witnessing a surge of black viscous liquid emerging from the greenery, the smallest creature lurking within, its 3 pairs of compound eyes glinting with an eerie light. Run? Lin Qiye tightened his grip on Jiang Bai's wrist. Jiang Bai shook his head. In the domain, we possess the advantage. His fingertips sparked with arcs of lightning, illuminating the surroundings with a blue-white glow. Students screamed in terror and retreated, while Lin Qiye advanced towards the creature. This time, let us not let it escape. He recalled the burn on Jiang Bai's palm and Lin Yifei's resolute defense against their attackers. The creature emitted a high-pitched shriek, causing the flag on the pole to flutter violently. Jiang Bai's lightning binding technique was poised for action, yet at that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly spotted a strange shadow darting behind the creature, a wolf-like beast with black fur. Be careful. He yanked Jiang Bai aside, rolling to avoid the wolf beast's claw, which grazed Jiang Bai's sleeve, leaving deep gouges on the ground. They've grown clever. Jiang Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. An unknown wound marred his pale visage. Lin Qiye gripped the rope on the flagpole tightly, inspiration striking him. Jiang Bai, summon lightning, he shouted, simultaneously swinging the rope toward the creature. At the same time, Jiang Bai enveloped the bewildered students and teachers who were frozen in place, and some attempting to flee into his spatial pocket. Jiang Bai instantly comprehended. Arcs of lightning shot forth from his fingertips like silver serpents, coiling around the rope. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth and exerted force, the electrified rope striking the creature, which held in pain as black viscous fluid oozed from its wounds. Now, Jiang Bai commanded, and Lin Qiye felt the rope lighten in his hand. The electrified rope shot forth like a piercing arrow, penetrating the creature's compound eye. The playground fell into a brief silence, with only the crackle of electricity and the creature's whimpers echoing. Lin Qiye panted, watching Jiang Bai form another seal. This time, the arcs of lightning surged even more fiercely, taking on a bizarre dark purple hue. Close your eyes. Jiang Bai barked, a blinding light flashed, and the armored creature was reduced to cinders in the storm of lightning. Yet, the wolf beast vanished in an instant as the lightning struck. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and Lin Qiye stared at his trembling hand, then at Jiang Bai, whose steps were equally unsteady, before breaking into laughter. We're both still all right, he said. Jiang Bai wiped his face, the blood smeared with dirt appearing somewhat comical. Indeed, all is well. They exchanged smiles, their laughter carried by the morning breeze. In the distance, Lin Yifei stumbled towards them, and upon seeing they were unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. You guys, he began, but Lin Qiye interjected. Let's leave this place. It's not safe here. As for the students and teachers, Jiang Bai thought it best to reach the school gate first. Otherwise, these creatures would not relent easily. In contrast, the terrain here is rather flat, devoid of significant ravines or hills. Even from a distance, one can perceive the horizon. This has resulted in the entire topography of the high school where Jiang Bai resides being somewhat low-lying, making it troublesome to dismiss students. Jiang Bai stands at the school gate, one hand gripping the ultimate soul ray sword as if it were a mere toy, while the other hand is open, creating a spatial vortex through which students emerge one by one from their personal spaces. Lin Qiye stands behind Jiang Bai, his fingers playfully tracing along Jiang Bai's waist, a smirk of nonchalance adorning his lips. The white-haired Jiang Bai, stationed at the entrance, momentarily hesitates with the hand that maintains the spatial vortex, softly admonishing, Qiye, be serious. Yet, there is no genuine reproach in his tone, but rather a subtle undertone of indulgence. The atmosphere at the school gate is taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. As students continue to exit the vortex, their expressions are fraught with fear and uncertainty. Amidst the chaos, a few figures attempt to flee. 2 students exchange a glance, suddenly turning on their heels and sprinting away, kicking up dust in their panicked retreat. Upon noticing the attempted escape, Jiang Bai's expression darkens, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he raises his hand without hesitation, summoning a crimson flame. The fire, akin to an enraged beast, swiftly engulfs the fleeing pair, the intense heat rolling through the air. In an instant, they are reduced to ashes, scattering like dust in the wind, trying to flee under my very nose, as if I do not exist. Jiang Bai's voice is frigid as frost, devoid of warmth. Another student, terrified by the scene, collapses to the ground, trembling as he pleads, "Brother, please spare us. We were just scared." His voice quivers, his body shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Bai frowns, his gaze filled with disdain as spatial magic gathers in his palm, a black rift appearing abruptly, tearing the pleading student apart. Blood splatters onto the ground, prompting the remaining students to gasp in horror, unable to make a sound, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It seems these individuals, dulled by the comforts of human existence, lack any sense of organization even in such dire circumstances. They are poised to be ensnared by Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye before any of them can speak. Jiang Bai casts a cold glance, and the students suddenly emit anguished cries. Their bodies contort grotesquely, their skin rapidly covered in a layer of grayish-green serpentine scales, limbs transforming as they morph into monstrous forms encased in snake skin, hissing and rendered incapable of uttering human speech. The other students widen their eyes in terror, retreating a few steps, no longer daring to voice any dissent. It is a grim joke. Surrounded by such monsters, Jiang Bai, wielding formidable power, has become their savior. As he speaks, Lin Qiye's hand playfully squeezes Jiang Bai's waist. "We will heed your commands." The remaining students quiver, their eyes filled with dread. They are uncertain whether the figure beside them is also a serpentine monster, but Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye are undoubtedly not, thus they have no one else to trust. Jiang Bai surveys the group with an icy glare, declaring, "If you wish to survive, remain obedient." His voice, laced with mockery and pride, sends shivers down their spines. Slightly turning, Jiang Bai blocks Lin Qiye's hand, whispering, "Stop fooling around. Keep an eye on our surroundings." Lin Qiye, however, seems unconcerned, leaning in closer, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Bai's ear. "What is there to fear? With you here, can I really be afraid?" Jiang Bai shakes his head in exasperation. Yet a subtle smile plays at the corners of his lips. The atmosphere at the school gate is thick with tension. Almost all the students stand trembling, afraid to make any sudden movements. Listen closely. In this situation, running will lead to death. Jiang Bai's voice is firm and resolute. Though he harbors contempt, he understands that in this moment, he cannot afford to abandon anyone. "If you wish to live, obey me and do not cause trouble," he adds, his gaze stern. Lin Qiye, observing Jiang Bai's profile, smiles slightly, murmuring, "Do not worry, I am here." Jiang Bai, upon hearing this, feels a stir in his heart but merely nods in silence. Amidst the turmoil, the two lean on each other. Jiang Bai's fearlessness and his affection for Lin Qiye vividly manifest in their every action. The students, under this bloody intimidation, dare not move, compelled to follow Jiang Bai's commands as they await the next directive. "Now, line up one by one and pass through the school gate," Jiang Bai coldly instructs, his expression displeased. "Zhao Conqing is far too slow. It is inefficient to take half a day just to arrange for a memory-erasing artifact." Previously, Zhao Conqing had awakened his unique forbidden realm, Mingxing Shanyu, yet due to its high risk, Qianmai would never allow him to undertake missions alone until he had mastered it thoroughly. Thus, Zhao Conqing remains one of the logistical support members of Team 136. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Jiang Bai finally receives news from Zhao Conqing. While Lin Qiye vigilantly scans the surroundings to prevent any monsters from exploiting the chaos, Jiang Bai suddenly pivots, rising on tiptoe when Lin Qiye is unprepared. This prompts Lin Qiye to widen his eyes instinctively, only to find Jiang Bai's hands gently resting on his shoulders, drawing closer with an irresistible force, and then, unexpectedly, Jiang Bai kisses him. The act is so sudden that the surrounding students gasp in astonishment, and Lin Qiye stands frozen, forgetting to breathe. Jiang Bai's lips, imbued with a faint, electrifying heat, transform into tenderness upon contact, as if proclaiming a resolute intention. In mere seconds, Jiang Bai releases him, lightly patting Lin Qiye's shoulder, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "Why are you dazed? We have work to do." Only then does Lin Qiye snap back to reality, his ears flushing crimson. Yet he chuckles softly under Jiang Bai's subtly smiling gaze, murmuring, "All right, I will follow your lead." With that, he swiftly composes himself, unleashing the full extent of Fanqing Shenyu. The bewilderment from the kiss dissipating entirely, leaving only a cold focus on surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai grips the ultimate soul ray sword, its blade crackling with lightning, appearing vigilant while subtly keeping an eye on Lin Qiye's movements. This blend of affection and dominance leaves the surrounding students awestruck, etching the undeniable status of the two in their minds. Yet, before they can indulge further in this spectacle, Jiang Bai directs the ultimate soul ray sword towards the school gate, ushering the students past Lin Qiye's gaze one by one before they finally exit. Chapter 67, The Black-Backed Wolf Demon. When the silver moon is summoned by the wolf demon, none have yet to react. The resonating howl of the wolf tightens the hearts of all present. Such a being, capable of invoking celestial changes, must possess either a formidable lineage or an inherent power strong enough to influence the fundamental laws of the world. However, if such a powerful entity were to descend upon Songnan, no, as soon as it sets foot in the realm of Daxia, it would inevitably be detected by Yi Fan and others. Thus, this wolf demon, hiding within the Songnan High School, undoubtedly derives its strength from its innate abilities and formidable bloodline. It is highly probable that it is some mythical creature that has come to ravage Songnan. At the moment Jiang Bai and Lin Qiye hear the wolf's howl, half of the students have already exited, with nearly the other half still unaccounted for within the campus. Regardless of the wolf demon's intentions, Jiang Bai must first ensure the safe exit of all students at the gate before addressing anything else. After casting a glance at Lin Qiye, Jiang Bai promptly dismissed the notion of seeking assistance. It was absurd. Lin Qiye still needed to help him identify the non-Tuas serpent demon. Mighty Bull, Withered Vine, manifest. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Bai called out loudly towards the vacant space to his right. In an instant, a formidable spatial pressure enveloped the area, and the imposing figure of the mighty bull strode to Jiang Bai's side, while a desiccated vine swiftly ensnared him high above. Master, master, behold the mighty bull's prowess. Master, master, the accuracy of the withered vine has greatly improved these past few days. I assure you it will not harm you or your boyfriend. As Lin Qiye focused on shooting the non-Tuas serpent demon with a pistol, he turned his attention to Jiang Bai, sensing that Bai Gu seemed a bit frivolous. However, within this realm of the mundane, he could hardly be blamed. What a gray situation, he muttered. What are you saying? I know nothing. Observing Lin Qiye's cheeky demeanor, Jiang Bai chose to disregard it, deciding to deal with him later that evening. The exquisitely crafted ultimate sword, Solei, was firmly gripped in Jiang Bai's hand, and he promptly delivered a decisive blow to both the mighty bull and the withered vine. What time is it? How dare you toy with me? Faced with Jiang Bai's scathing curse, both the withered vine and the mighty bull quivered, recognizing the severity of the punishment that awaited them. The mighty bull's horns abruptly twisted, and the withered vine tightened its grip. Then, with a resounding crash, the mighty bull vanished from sight. Jiang Bai's expression eased slightly. Otherwise, these two would continue to loaf around, eventually facing his wrath. Turning back, he saw Lin Qiye had already slain 8 serpent demons, which reassured him. At least the situation here remained stable and was progressing steadily. Qiye, Jiang Bai called softly. Lin Qiye, eyes gleaming, replied, I am here. Could you perhaps enlarge the spatial vortex a bit more? It would expedite things. Larger? This is already at its maximum. Meanwhile, on the school playground, a colossal wolf demon, towering like a mountain, was howling incessantly, its broad back contrasting with its silver-gray fur. Before it could react, the mighty bull launched itself from a vast pit, its hooves striking the ground, causing the entire campus to fracture like a spider's web. With a thunderous boom, its massive fist, imbued with tremendous force, smashed into the ground before the black-backed wolf demon, shattering the hard concrete as though it were mere paper and creating a gaping chasm. Debris flew like cannonballs, and dust mixed with the acrid scent of smoke billowed skyward, forming a dense fog that obscured the sun. The wolf demon narrowed its blood-red eyes, surveying the sudden assault. But the mighty bull had already rebounded from the ground, its muscular arms surging forward like dark pillars aimed at the demon's face. Simultaneously, the withered vine, riddled with cracks, sliced through the air like black lightning, its grayish-brown decay power swirling like toxic mist, striking towards the wolf demon's back. Yet, at that moment, the black-backed wolf demon let out a piercing howl, its sound waves expanding like a tangible force, shattering glass within a 100-meter radius and uprooting trees in the distance. Before the echoes faded, its form split like mist, dividing into 3, each exuding the same ferocious aura, charging towards the mighty bull and the withered vine. Come at me, roared the mighty bull, its massive form flickering in the dust. Spotting an opening in front of one wolf demon, it unleashed a punch, enveloped in swirling air currents, creating a deafening whoosh. However, the wolf demon deftly dodged, its claws slicing through the mighty bull's arm, sending droplets of blood flying. Almost simultaneously, another wolf demon lunged at the withered vine, its claws aiming for the vine's core. The withered vine hastily wrapped itself with its tendrils, snapping as several were severed by the wolf demon's claws, splintering into its shavings. What of your clones? The withered vine hissed, the remaining tendrils suddenly swelling. weaving through the air like countless black pythons. Spotting a gap in one wolf demon's defense, it swiftly ensnared its neck, barbs sinking deep into the demon's fur. In agony, the wolf demon's form flickered, and the vine struck the ground with a thud, carving a deep trench into the playground. Meanwhile, the mighty bull grappled with two wolf demons. Its immense strength countered by their superior speed, resulting in several wounds across its body. Watch this. The mighty bull suddenly crouched, muscles bulging as its skin darkened to an eerie hue. In an explosive leap, it charged at one wolf demon like a small mountain. The wolf demon reacted swiftly, sidestepping, causing the mighty bull to crash into a nearby classroom building, which collapsed with a resounding roar, clouds of dust billowing forth. The campus had now transformed into a chaotic battleground. The rubber track was torn to shreds, revealing branches that had been shaken loose. The air was thick with dust, as sunlight filtered through, casting grimy beams that lent a somber tone to the conflict. With a furious roar, the mighty bull veered, narrowly avoiding a claw that grazed its cheek, leaving behind 3 crimson gashes. "This won't do," shouted the withered vine, trembling violently. "Mighty bull, concentrate your strength and break one." Gasping for breath, the mighty bull's eyes glinted with resolve. "Watch me." Drawing a deep breath, its mechanical muscles expanded, veins bulging ominously. The next moment, it opened its mouth wide, exhaling a cloud of black mist that spread like dense smoke, enveloping the battlefield. The 3 clones of the black-backed wolf demon appeared to be affected, their movement slowing. "Now's our chance." Seizing the opportunity, the withered vine ensnared one wolf demon's limbs, pulling with all its might. The wolf demon's form dissipated like an illusion, revealing it was merely a clone. Seeing this, the remaining 2 wolf demons roared in fury, their black fur bristling, each hair glimmering ominously. Their bodies expanded rapidly, growing even larger and more muscular. The black-backed wolf demon's eyes turned a deep crimson, its massive jaws exposing sharp fangs as it charged at the mighty bull and the withered vine. Each step reverberated through the ground, stirring clouds of dust in its wake. The mighty bull growled, meeting the charge head-on, their collision generating a tremendous shockwave that echoed through the air. The withered vine, meanwhile, sought an opportunity, its tendrils snapping like whips towards the wolf demon's legs in an attempt to trip it. Though the wolf demon was in a frenzied state, its agility had diminished. It suffered several strikes from the withered vine, blood oozing from its legs, yet it seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly attacking the mighty bull. At that moment, the mighty bull was covered in wounds, blood staining its fur, yet it gritted its teeth and persevered, pouring every ounce of strength into each strike. "For Master Jiang Bai, we cannot lose," the withered vine cried out, its barbs glinting menacingly as they lashed out once more at the wolf demon. The wolf demon, in pain, momentarily released the mighty bull, turning its wrath towards the withered vine. In that instant, the mighty bull seized the opportunity, tackling the wolf demon from behind, pinning it to the ground. The withered vine quickly coiled around the wolf demon's limbs like ropes, and together they pressed down with all their might. The black-backed wolf demon thrashed violently, its body writhing in a desperate attempt to escape. The mighty bull and the withered vine exerted every ounce of their strength, sweat and blood mingling as they dripped onto the cracked earth. "Hold on," the mighty bull growled, its legs sinking deep into the ground to maintain balance. The withered vine tightened its grip, cracks multiplying along its tendrils, yet it refused to relent. Not far away, Jiang Bai had just unceremoniously hurled the remaining adversaries out, and immediately rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, his gaze sharpened, and with swift movements, he formed intricate hand seals while murmuring incantations, Kong Yao, Xing Hen. As the spell was invoked, the clouds above churned, and a silvery beam of light descended, illuminating the wolf demon. The creature howled in agony as its dark aura gradually waned. Man Niu and Ku Jiu, sensing the wolf demon's diminishing strength, exerted all their might to suppress it. Finally, under the radiance of the silver beam, the wolf demon's form began to shrink, losing its capacity to resist. Jiang Bai stepped forward, an aura of coldness enveloping him. Gazing at the collapsed black-backed wolf demon, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. This enigmatic being, though malevolent, possesses a measure of strength. He raised his hand gently, a soft glow enveloping Man Yu and Ku Jiu, their injuries swiftly mending. As he turned his attention back to the wolf demon, he prepared to employ spatial magic to drag it into another realm. Even if he could not extract any useful information from it, he could allow his companion to vanquish it, thereby augmenting their combat prowess. Those presences writhed like living entities, tearing through the clouds and emanating a suppressed roar. As if an ancient and formidable existence had been roused from slumber by this battle, slowly awakening its eyes. Chapter 68. The fierce battle the silver moon summoned by the black-backed wolf demon did not dissipate. Rather, it began to transform into a crimson hue. tinged with madness amidst the inky darkness, as if an elusive figure was preparing to descend here, using the silver-red moon and the aura radiating from the wolf demon as a medium. Observing this strange aura, Jiang Bai, wielding the ultimate soul ray sword, pointed it directly at the black-backed wolf demon, demanding, "Who is the master behind you, daring to brazenly attack us? You must be longing for death." At this moment, Jiang Bai's expression darkened, filled with a desire to slay the nearly lifeless wolf demon instantly. However, if he were to be the one to deliver the final blow, the outcome would not be maximized. It was essential for Lin Qiye to eliminate it, thereby transforming it into a more formidable ally. Yet Jiang Bai was convinced that this wolf demon regarded him with disdain, and thus he resolved to utilize a newly developed magic against it. Soul magic. A unique form of sorcery he had crafted following the consumption of the soul fruit, was a testament to his innate magical talent. While others might boast about such an achievement for a lifetime, Jiang Bai felt it was insufficient. This magic harvested the souls of others through fear, a capability intrinsic to the soul fruit, thus not entirely attributable to Jiang Bai himself. To prevent stagnation, he had contemplated further development of this ability even while working on assignments with Lin Qiye. At last, inspiration struck. If the soul fruit utilized the fears of others to reap soul power, Jiang Bai would employ the love of others to garner soul strength. Standing amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, he moved his hands with the grace of fluttering butterfly wings, weaving intricate and mystical seals. In an instant, a pale golden light of soul magic erupted from his being, enveloping the dying black-backed wolf demon like a soft yet resilient veil. His eyes shimmered with a profound and enigmatic gleam, as if concealing unfathomable mysteries, and he intoned softly, "With love as the guide, the soul as the mirror, manifest." The light, seemingly alive, transformed into delicate yet sturdy threads, gently penetrating the depths of the wolf demon's consciousness. In the dark, chaotic ocean of its awareness, Jiang Bai found himself in a serene and mysterious forest. Moonlight draped like silver gauze, surrounding him with tranquility, the only sound being the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. The black-backed wolf demon nestled closely with its kin, whose dark fur mirrored its own, their eyes brimming with protective love for their pack, sending forth a long and heartfelt howl toward the high-hanging silver moon. Within that sound resided boundless affection and warmth, as if narrating their cherished bonds and guardianship. "Ah, so you two once held dear connections," Jiang Bai murmured, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Yet, the moment it chose to attack them sealed its fate. He exerted a subtle pressure with his hands, guiding an invisible force. That faint thread of love began to crystallize under his influence. The soul magic commenced its potency, and the soul power within the black-backed wolf demon flowed like a gentle stream toward Jiang Bai, drawn by the resonance of love. As the soul energy was steadily harvested, the wolf demon's essence grew increasingly faint, teetering on the brink of demise. At that moment, hurried and disordered footsteps echoed from afar, resembling the sound of heavy objects scraping against the ground. Lin Qiye, clutching the deep, bone-visible wound on his arm, approached, his pallor akin to that of a specter, each step seemingly draining his very essence. The black toxin coursed through his veins, slithering like a serpent beneath his skin. With every stride, he left behind a trail of bloodied footprints, each telling the tale of his arduous journey. Just as he called out to Jiang Bai, he stumbled, nearly collapsing against a nearby crumbling wall. Behind him, the imposing figure of Li Qiye emerged, now transformed into a formidable snake demon. His body had swollen, scales glinting with an eerie shade of bluish-black, casting an ominous presence under the moonlight. His elongated tongue flicked in and out, producing a hissing sound reminiscent of whispers from the abyss. Jiang Bai's expression darkened momentarily, though not surprisingly. After all, they had nearly eradicated Li Qiye's serpent progeny, and if he failed to reveal himself, it would have been truly suspicious. "Ah, so you could not contain yourself any longer?" Jiang Bai scoffed coldly, gripping the soul ray sword tightly, the blade glimmering with an icy radiance in the moonlight. However, a more bizarre occurrence unfolded. The serpent progeny, once slain by Jiang Bai and his companions, began to writhe and stand again upon contact with the azure glimmer emanating from Li Qiye. Their eyes sparkled with a hollow, chilling light, resembling reanimated corpses, encircling Jiang Bai, Lin Qiye, and Manuel. Jiang Bai's countenance shifted dramatically, muttering, "These serpent demons have been resurrected." His voice bore an edge of surprise and gravity. This unforeseen development had caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that Li Qiye possessed such capabilities. Clearly, he had recklessly reignited this conflict, backed by some unseen force. Yet, this revelation did not instill fear in Manuel. He remained undaunted. "What is there to fear?" he roared, his aura swelling with dark energy, akin to flames of shadow. "Even if I die, I shall slay them once more." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with fearless courage. Lin Qiye, despite his injuries, gripped his specially crafted firearm tightly, Although the toxin spread within him, his gaze held no trace of fear. Only determination and resolve. As long as Bai Ge did not retreat, neither would he bring shame upon Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai swiftly swung his sword, scattering starlit glimmers like a gentle stream into Lin Qiye's arm. The luminous points gradually mended Lin Qiye's wounds, imparting a cooling sensation, alleviating the pain and drawing the black toxin out of his body. Hold on, Qiye, Jiang Bai urged firmly. We shall be fine. His voice was steady and powerful, like a tonic of resolve injected into Lin Qiye's spirit. At that moment, two figures dashed forward, revealing Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying brandished a long sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, poised to rend the enemy asunder. Holding the Weiyuan Sha, Si Xiaonan's eyes brimmed with anxiety, as if she were deeply concerned for the safety of her comrades. Jiang Bai, we have come to provide support. Hong Ying's voice rang out, clear and resonant, cutting through the tumult of the battlefield like a tolling bell. She charged directly into the throng of serpent demons, her sword dancing as several foes fell before her, blood splattering onto the ground and staining the ruins below. Si Xiaonan swiftly arranged the Weiyuan Sha, radiant beams of light rising to form a diminutive defensive formation, shimmering as if cloaking everyone in a protective shroud. Jiang Bai felt a warmth envelop him with the arrival of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. The tide of battle had slightly eased. However, he remained acutely aware that Lin Qiye, as a non-Tua serpent demon, was a formidable adversary, and the resurrected serpent demons posed a significant threat, especially given that Lin Qiye was backed by an unknown entity, and there was still an enigmatic figure yet to arrive. With a glance at the silvery moon hanging in the sky, Jiang Bai's heart sank. This moon had originated from the black-backed wolf demon, yet now it seemed detached from that entity. Clearly, the wolf demon was merely a sacrifice summoning some unknown presence. Due to Jiang Bai's consumption of its vast soul power, the sacrificial ritual was progressing sluggishly. Most likely, Lin Qiye would become a victim of this grand and grotesque ceremony. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Lin Qiye, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Qiye, do you think these resurrected serpent demons can contend with us? His expression bore a hint of disdain and mockery. Lin Qiye's serpent-like eyes glimmered with hatred, burning with an endless fury. His voice hissed like a viper. Jiang Bai, how about we strike a deal? Let me go, or I shall ensure that you pay for your blood today. His words dripped with resentment and a thirst for revenge. Upon uttering this, he waved his hand, and the resurrected serpent demons surged forth like a tide of darkness. He himself charged toward Jiang Bai, clearly perceiving him as the greatest threat. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bai's soul magic sparkled around him, resonating with the brilliance of the ultimate soul ray sword. He understood that this battle would be extraordinarily arduous. Even retreating now would be futile. Come, Jiang Bai bellowed as he lunged at Lin Qiye, simultaneously warning, everyone, be cautious. Although these resurrected serpent demons are weakened, we must not underestimate them. His voice boomed across the battlefield like a thunderclap. Under Jiang Bai's healing, Lin Qiye's injuries had improved, and he lifted his pistol, accurately targeting the serpent demons around him. Each shot echoed with a gunfire's crack, yet with each discharge, a bullet was wasted. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Bai withdrew his mental energy, continuously employing spatial magic to nullify Lin Qiye's missed shots. Man Yo barreled through the throng of serpent demons like a black mountain, each punch sending several foes flying, the force of his strikes howling through the air as if it could tear apart reality itself. Hong Ying's sword sliced through the horde like a crimson flash of lightning, felling serpent demons and painting the ground in blood. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan recited incantations, her luminous spells cascading down upon Lin Qiye, striving to disrupt his movements. Lin Qiye roared in fury as he charged toward Jiang Bai, his hands transforming into massive serpent claws, striking at Jiang Bai with lethal intent. The claws gleamed with a chilling light, capable of slicing through steel. Jiang Bai sidestepped, thrusting his sword toward Lin Qiye's chest. Lin Qiye swiftly retreated, his serpent tail whipping around to strike Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai hurriedly raised his sword to block, feeling a tremendous force reverberate through him, as if struck by a heavy hammer. What immense power! Jiang Bai's heart raced, compelling him to respond with heightened caution. Though Lin Qiye was ostensibly only at the level of a river realm, he now stood toe-to-toe with Jiang Bai of the sea realm, their clash intensifying. While Jiang Bai faced Lin Qiye, he surveyed the battlefield. Lin Qiye, Man Yo, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan had temporarily held back the onslaught of resurrected serpent demons. But the prolonged battle was draining their stamina, and they would soon find themselves in dire straits. Lin Qiye must be dealt with swiftly, Jiang Bai thought resolutely, determination flashing in his eyes. He activated his soul magic once more, seeking Lin Qiye's vulnerabilities. Through the probing of his magic, He discerned that although Li Yifei's aura was formidable, it was increasingly dispersed due to the presence of the resurrected serpent demons. Now was the moment. Jiang Bai seized the opportunity, darting past Li Yifei's assault, aiming for his exposed flank. Sensing the impending threat from behind, Li Yifei pivoted sharply, his serpent claws lunging toward Jiang Bai. Ah! Li Yifei howled, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Jiang Bai, I will see you dead. His voice rang with fury and defiance. The battlefield's conditions grew ever more dire. The already dilapidated campus had become a scene of utter devastation amid the fierce combat. Ruined walls lay scattered, the ground riddled with cracks and craters as if torn apart by colossal forces. Dust swirled through the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The moonlight filtered through the haze, casting an eerie and terrifying glow upon the scene. Each of Jiang Bai's strikes was imbued with both power and finesse, while Li Yifei countered with his formidable physique and the serpentine abilities, retaliating fiercely. Lin Qiye, Man Niu, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan battled valiantly against the resurrected serpent demons, their figures flickering in the dust, yet steadfast in their defense. Everyone, hold your ground. Do not act recklessly, Jiang Bai shouted, striving to steady the resolve of his comrades. Though his voice was firm, it carried a note of fatigue. The prolonged conflict had drained him significantly, yet he understood that vigilance was paramount at this juncture. Li Yifei launched another attack, his serpent tail snapping like a colossal whip aimed at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai leaped to evade, the tail crashing heavily against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Jiang Bai unleashed his soul magic, and a flash of light momentarily stunned Li Yifei, causing him to falter. In that instant, Jiang Bai's sword found its mark, piercing Li Yifei's chest. Thud. The blade embedded itself, and Li Yifei let out a piercing scream, blood erupting from his mouth, staining his dark scales. The resurrected serpent demons seemed to falter as well, their movements sluggish in the wake of Li Yifei's injury. Jiang Bai seized the opportunity to shout, everyone, unleash your full strength. Do not let this chance slip away. At his command, the group surged forward. Hong Ying's sword slashed with renewed fervor, a whirlwind engulfing the surrounding serpent demons. Man You's fists, imbued with tremendous force, trembled the earth with each strike. Si Xiaonan's ethereal threads of light intensified, powerful strikes raining down upon Li Yifei, as though seeking to obliterate him entirely. The final blow was delivered as Jiang Bai, pulling Lin Qiye along, thrust his sword deep into Li Yifei's serpentine form. Chapter 69. The Cloaked One. The head of the Nantua serpent demon's core thudded onto the chaotic ground, but after rolling a few times, it morphed back into Li Yifei's likeness. Lin Qiye stared at the severed head, momentarily unable to accept the reality that a classmate he had spent so much time with was, in fact, a monster, leaving him feeling perturbed. Yet, for reasons unknown, he turned to observe Jiang Bai, whose expression was far from normal. Brother Bai, did he want me to personally slay Li Yifei because he knows the secret of the hospital? Even after having slain the incomplete version of Hydra earlier, Lin Qiye had become aware that the hospital had granted him a reprieve. For eternity, his soul would endure torment there. In pursuit of greater power and the desire to uncover more secrets about the divine asylum, Lin Qiye had been attempting to subdue Hydra, yet for some inexplicable reason, Hydra had remained obstinately defiant. In a moment of desperation, Lin Qiye had no choice but to confine it within the hospital. Now, having participated in the demise of Li Yifei himself, he was left with no chance to see Li Yifei again. As Li Yifei's life force was absorbed by the silver moon hanging in the sky, the moon began to expand slowly, releasing an endless flow of crimson energy. Jiang Bai watched the silver moon with cold eyes, sensing the strange aura emanating from it. It was evident that some being was preparing to enact something upon Songnan, and it was likely that both he and Lin Qiye had piqued their interest, prompting them to expend such a significant cost to force their arrival. The silver moon loomed high, and the crimson energy slithered through the air like venomous serpents, each ripple concealing lethal intent. He turned to Lin Qiye, his gaze fierce. Qiye, take Hong Ying and Xiaonan and leave. This place is not meant for you. Lin Qiye hesitated, about to retort, but was taken aback as Jiang Bai's spatial laws surged violently around him. The ultimate Solii sword glimmered with the brilliance of 10 stars. Green light bursting forth as azure golden patterns surged like living creatures, instantaneously weaving an array beneath Lin Qiye's feet. Brother Bai, we can help you, Lin Qiye exclaimed urgently. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Survive. There will be ample opportunities to fight later, but for now, leave. With a wave of his hand, the force of space enveloped the astonished Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan, whisking them away in the blink of an eye. Jiang Bai exhaled deeply, his tense shoulders still unwavering. He understood that the true crisis was just beginning. Come forth, hiding in the shadows. What kind of hero are you? Jiang Bai tightened his grip on the ultimate Solii sword, the cross-shaped green gemstone on the blade shimmering ominously, echoing his current state of mind. With a chilling shout, the air around him twisted suddenly, and a figure emerged from the void like a wraith. Draped in a deep gray cloak, the figure's shadow obscured much of its face, revealing only a pallid chin and lips tinged with a bluish hue. The cloaked figure moved with an eerie grace. With each step, the ground's debris seemed to levitate slightly, as if drawn by some unseen force. In an instant, the figure halted, slowly lifting its head to reveal bloodshot eyes. A mix of mockery and coldness etched within. You may call me the Reaper. As for Songnan, it suddenly chuckled, the sound akin to nails scraping a chalkboard. It is merely a place shrouded in disaster. Even if I do not touch it now, it will eventually fade away because of you. My purpose has been you from the very beginning. Jiang Bai's heart sank, though his expression remained impassive. Just you? He retorted, shifting aside to call forth, Mighty Bull, whither? Protect your master. No sooner had he spoken than the ground erupted, a colossal bull bursting forth from the earth. The bull's bloodstains resembled the scars of history. Yet it stood resolutely behind Jiang Bai, unyielding. As Jiang Bai anticipated the retreat of the timid old locust tree, the spatial energies swirled around him. And a massive locust tree suddenly appeared, casting an enormous shadow. At that moment, the silver moon in the sky began to spin rapidly. The crimson energy coalescing like a tornado, forming a gigantic blood pillar that shot into the heavens. The figure laughed heartily. Jiang Bai. Today you shall find it impossible to escape. This blood energy of the silver moon is a gift from a certain master, specifically designed to trap you, to claim you. They have paid a hefty price. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Bai felt as though the laws of heaven and earth around him were being suppressed by invisible hands, making every exertion of power exceedingly arduous. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his hold on the sword. Even a cornered beast can retaliate. With that, he swung his sword towards the figure. The ultimate Solii sword shrieked through the air, its azure golden brilliance intertwining with the green gemstone's eerie glow, resembling a magnificent, yet lethal bolt of lightning. Yet, the figure did not flinch or evade, allowing the sword's tip to pierce its form. In the next moment, Jiang Bai's pupils constricted. The figure was merely an afterimage. Right here, a cold voice drifted from behind him. Jiang Bai spun around sharply, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc, but only struck emptiness. The figure moved like a shadowy wind, darting around Jiang Bai, each appearance accompanied by a chilling laugh. Jiang Bai, are you not weary? A sheen of sweat broke from his brow, his breath becoming labored. He sensed that with each passing moment, the oppressive force of the crimson energy from the silver moon grew stronger. Mighty Bull, confine him. Jiang Bai bellowed. The mighty bull roared, its hooves striking the ground with such force that the earth cracked open, a wave of decaying energy surging forth to form a massive barrier, ensnaring the figure within. Humph. Mere trifles, the figure scoffed, forming hand seals and murmuring incantations. In an instant, countless tendrils of black mist erupted from the fissures, revealing distorted human faces that emitted piercing cries of anguish. The mighty bull trembled slightly, its steps faltering. Prepare to meet your end. Jiang Bai seized the opportunity, charging forward with his sword. Withering vines lashed out towards the one who called himself the Reaper, piercing the air with fierce intent. However, just as he approached, the figure suddenly vanished, and Jiang Bai's blade cleaved through the void, only to see a shadow dart towards the mighty bull's neck like a dart. The withering vines struck the ground instead. No, foolish bull, dodge. Jiang Bai cried in despair, lunging towards the mighty bull. The creature's bodily functions were temporarily sealed, its once bright eyes now clouded. Jiang Bai slowly rose, his aura beginning to falter, the ultimate Solii sword no longer radiating its former brilliance but trembling slightly. Just as the withering vines prepared to strike again, Jiang Bai locked them alongside the mighty bull within his spatial realm. Now, it is your turn. Jiang Bai gripped his sword tightly, his mind racing for a strategy. At that moment, he felt a warmth emanating from within his ropes. It was the rune he had left for Lin Qiye, conveying a message. The thought that they were safe allowed Jiang Bai to regain his composure. He raised his head. Determination rekindled in his gaze. Do you think victory is assured? You are far from it. With that, he gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling all his strength into it. The face beneath the cloak turned pale with fear. Jiang Bai had seemingly exhausted all his spiritual and physical energy against the blackback wolf demon and Lin Qiye. How could he still wield such formidable power? The green gemstone of the ultimate Solii sword blazed brilliantly, overshadowing the crimson energy. Let us see whose blade is stronger, yours or my dagger. The figure roared, transforming into a dark shadow and charging at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai shouted fiercely, swinging his sword. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The light of the sword and dagger converging in the void, erupting in a blinding radiance. A powerful surge of energy swept through the surroundings like a tempest. tearing the ground apart and fracturing the silver moon above. Chapter 70, Creation. The silver moon at the horizon was beautiful, surrounded by the golden hues of the setting sun. Yet, the moon was marred by fine cracks, resembling a porcelain artifact on the verge of shattering. Beautiful and pure, yet too delicate to touch. A mere misstep would lead to its destruction. Jiang Bai gasped for breath, gazing at the gray-robed figure before him, his eyes laced with disdain. Is this all your capability? If so, then you are destined to lose. His tone was arrogant, devoid of any hint of fear, as he instructed the withering vines to seal this place. Unease first flickered in his heart. He understood then that someone was scheming behind the scenes. However, Jiang Bai refrained from voicing such suspicions. Everyone's attention was fixated on the campus crisis triggered by the Nantua serpent demon. No one noticed this matter, leaving Jiang Bai to slowly lay his plans. Yet, there was fortune in this, for the mastermind remained unaware that Jiang Bai might have unraveled their intentions. The figure cloaked in gray fixed his gaze upon Jiang Bai, who was half kneeling on the ground. The ultimate soul ray sword in his hand seemed to gain momentum with every strike, yet the battle had reached its end. Regardless of whether Jiang Bai still possessed the will to fight, his physical condition had long since deteriorated. From the outset, he had utilized the power of the soul fruit to create a withered form, a process that inherently inflicted trauma upon his mental state. Subsequently, he had confined nearly the entire faculty and student body within a spatial realm, a tremendous expenditure of energy that, even for someone at the sea realm like Jiang Bai, was monumental. Not to mention the exertion required to subdue the black-backed wolf demon and slay Lin Qiye, who had briefly possessed the power of resurrection. Each of these actions had been orchestrated by the gray-cloaked figure to exhaust Jiang Bai. You have already lost, the gray-cloaked man asserted confidently. However, what he did not anticipate was that Jiang Bai did not plead for mercy as he had imagined. Nor did he resolutely point his sword at himself. Instead, he casually sat upon the cracked ground, indifferent to whether his skirt might reveal too much. Oh, I'm wearing safety shorts, so it's fine. The gray-cloaked man mimicked Jiang Bai, sitting down as well. With a smile, Jiang Bai retrieved 2 lollipops from the spatial realm and tossed one over. He raised his hand, catching it effortlessly, as he regarded the lychee-flavored lollipop in his hand. The gray-cloaked man couldn't help but chuckle. You are so optimistic? Not even afraid of death. He then unwrapped the lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Of course I am not afraid. I do not believe you would expend such tremendous effort only to kill me without gain. That would be a considerable loss. Moreover, those entities behind you wish to use me to leave this place, do they not? Am I correct? Jiang Bai, with a lollipop in his mouth, tilted his head. His once beautiful face was now dulled with dust, and his long white hair was soiled, losing its purity. Upon hearing Jiang Bai's words, the gray-cloaked man nodded in agreement. Indeed, he would not wish for such a prodigy to perish, especially when it concerned their own escape. With this thought, the gray-cloaked man stretched lazily and removed his cloak. Beneath the gray robe was a handsome visage, with deep-set eyes reminiscent of an abyss and distinctly Western features. Jiang Bai was certain he was one of those visitors from the West. However, the manner of his arrival was indeed peculiar. Having first cast a wolf demon into the fray before claiming Lin Qiye's life to fully manifest, the black-backed wolf demon had indeed perished, its life force extinguished. This bizarre scene resembled a sacrificial offering. But who, then, was the anchor point for this sacrifice? It appeared this guest was truly enigmatic. Clap, clap, clap. The gray-cloaked man, with appreciation in his eyes, remarked, You are indeed clever. No wonder you are an otherworldly visitor, or perhaps I should refer to you as an extra-mundane demon. Upon hearing this designation, Jiang Bai seemed to recall something, laughing with unabashed delight. Then how should I address you? The creator of the divine system? Or perhaps a pitiable being feared by the world? Jiang Bai showed no fear of provoking the gray-cloaked man. Yet, in an instant, the gray-cloaked man vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Jiang Bai, now adorned with his cloak once more. His voice was ethereal, tinged with discomfort, akin to the sound of wood being split. But he remained unperturbed. Jiang Bai, I am genuinely curious about how you came to know this. But alas, he quickly covered his lips with his hand. I nearly forgot. I cannot speak of this here, lest that fly over here. With a snap of his fingers, both vanished from sight. The hastily arriving Lin Qiye found himself grasping at shadows, while the others, including Hong Ying, dared not approach the visibly irate Lin Qiye. Yet, to their astonishment, the ruins of Cangnan No. 2 middle school began to slowly restore themselves. The earth rejuvenated, buildings reconstructed amidst the gray mist, and vitality blossomed from the deathly atmosphere. Even the once deceased black-backed wolf demon shrank in size, curling up at Hong Ying's feet. Meanwhile, a bespectacled youth hiding on the 3rd floor of the teaching building observed the dozens of slain Nanta serpent demons sprawled on the ground, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In another realm, A void resembling the exterior of Lin Qiye's psychiatric hospital for the gods lay deserted. After noting the gray-cloaked man's lack of response, Jiang Bai resignedly grasped the surrounding intangible mist, and with a flash of the transformation magic's brilliance, a chair materialized out of thin air. After a contented sigh, Jiang Bai reclined, his eyes fixed on the gray-cloaked man, doubting his ability to remain composed. After all, he had many cards left to play, and he was not afraid of exhaustion. After a moment, it was the gray-cloaked man who conceded. I spoke of a place filled with light, grassy lawns, sweet cakes, and fine wines. No sooner had he spoken than the items he described appeared before them. The gray-cloaked man then carefully seated himself on the grass. This display confirmed to Jiang Bai that this individual was far from ordinary. After a lengthy deliberation, Jiang Bai selected a strawberry cake, a smudge of cream already on the corner of his mouth. The gray-cloaked man conjured a handkerchief, unwittingly cleaning the smudge away. You look quite like a child. At this remark, Jiang Bai chuckled softly. Child? It's been a while since anyone referred to me as such. Then would you like to be my child? I can offer you everything. Wealth, affection, love, even myself, should you desire it. The gray-cloaked man's words were nothing short of a bombshell. Jiang Bai coughed twice, scrutinizing the gray-cloaked man's face, which was indeed handsome. However, Lin Qiye was also quite handsome, wasn't he? Chapter 71. The agent. The misty light exuded a familial warmth as the sun's rays penetrated the soil, coaxing tender green grass to sprout. Turning to the newly emerged verdant sea, Jiang Bai affectionately stroked it, the healing energy bestowed by the 10 stars emanating from his fingertips and settling upon the blades of grass. You seem to have quite the leisure, the gray-cloaked man remarked with a teasing tone. But isn't this a bit wasteful? Your control over energy is rather poor. In response, Jiang Bai merely smiled and remained silent. The energy from the 10 stars was a gift from the ultimate soul ray sword, and he had scarcely tapped into this power. Thus, he felt no remorse. After all, once depleted, he could simply request more from the sword. It appeared the blade was gradually accepting him, no longer resisting all bearers except for Princess Naya. Yet Jiang Bai was indifferent. After all, it was merely a sword, should it prove unsatisfactory. He could always seek another from that dead system. Noting Jiang Bai's lack of engagement, the gray-cloaked man ceased his attempts at amusement, lifting a chocolate pie to his lips. Jiang Bai plucked a rose, its crimson petals glistening with dew. After inhaling its fragrance, he found it overly sweet. Aren't you going to reveal your intentions? He inquired. Returning the rose to the ground, it withered almost instantly. The gray-cloaked man clenched his hand towards the void, summoning a scythe glimmering with dark light before Jiang Bai's eyes. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from the scythe, Jiang Bai felt a twinge of confusion. What exactly did this gray-cloaked man intend? To draw him into this space and summon a scythe? Was he seeking death? Are you seeking death? Jiang Bai uttered, his words laced with venom, leaving no room for pretense as he filled the gray-cloaked man's amber eyes with disbelief. Yet the gray-cloaked man merely turned away, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. If only I could die, that would be something. Quickly, he regained his composure. The despair and sorrow he had just exhibited had caused the verdant surroundings to wither. If he continued in this manner, the entire space would soon become a lifeless void. Very well, I shall reveal this to you. The gray-cloaked man adjusted his sleeves. Do you know the origin of the gods? The origin of the gods? Jiang Bai murmured. The principles, divine form, and personage constitute the Trinity, thus bestowing upon the deities a prolonged lifespan and formidable power. This elicited admiration from the man in gray robes, whose encouraging gaze prompted Jiang Bai to continue his discourse. Receiving such acknowledgement, Jiang Bai ventured forth, asserting that divinity need not be exclusively held by gods. Mortals too can ascend to such heights. However, in comparison to humans, deities possess inherently superior physiques and the status gifted by the cosmos, along with the unique favor of the laws. These are their advantages. Yet, as Jiang Bai coldly chuckled at this juncture, he mused that such privileges also become their greatest shackles. Upon their birth, the might of the laws imposes limitations on the deity's development. Yet, those favored by fate remain audacious, seldom engaging in self-reflection or striving for advancement. While there may exist a few among them who are ambitious, their progress does not signify the advancement of the entire pantheon. The majority of deities, or demigods, are predetermined in their future paths and developments from the moment of their inception. They are bereft of choice, for their futures are already inscribed. In the vast expanse of their enduring lives, this has ceased to be a secret. As long as they possess power, life, and overwhelming authority, who among the myriad of beings could challenge their supremacy? Who would dare to defy their commands? Jiang Bai's critique was piercing, yet the man in gray remained noncommittal. How could the current gods not embody Jiang Bai's assertions? In their quest for survival, they would willingly sacrifice countless devotees. What value do followers hold if one can ensure their own existence? What of kin and friends, if one's own life is preserved? As long as I endure, the lives and deaths of others are of no consequence to me. Had the gray-robed man not feared jeopardizing the plans of certain individuals, he might have long since cast aside his own life. However, years of repetition had dulled his emotions. Throughout this protracted span of time, he had indeed come to cherish familial bonds more deeply, yet his own well-being remained paramount. After a while, Jiang Bai had consumed the last morsel of cake, his belly now unable to accommodate any further sustenance. The gray-robed man then spoke once more, inquiring whether Jiang Bai had considered becoming his agent. Jiang Bai retorted, "Are you not going to introduce yourself before attempting to ensnare me into your schemes? What are you even thinking?" It appeared the gray-robed man recognized his overreach and continued, "While I cannot disclose my name, I can assure you of my strength. You are indeed powerful. Your chaotic omnipotence is adeptly wielded. I cannot ascertain your precise identity. Yet I am certain you are not a singular entity," Jiang Bai replied languidly, reclining on the grass as the gentle sun bathed his face, prompting a contented sigh. The gray-robed man gazed intently at Jiang Bai, asking, "When did you become aware of this? How did you discern that I am more than one?" The gray-robed man's mastery of transforming chaos and creation was evident. Even if unrelated to the pantheon of creation gods, there were undoubtedly intricate connections. Yet, this revelation left him feeling somewhat foolish, as if he were being scrutinized. In that moment, a gray mist swirled around the gray-robed man's hand, coalescing into a necklace adorned with silver light. Before Jiang Bai could refuse, the necklace was fastened around his neck by the gray-robed man. Turning to face this entity, Jiang Bai's eyes burned with fury. Was this not akin to coercive trade? Where was the second lieutenant? "Bring forth my artillery." Before he could voice his inquiries, he was hastily dismissed. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself seated by the seaside. The briny sea breeze caressed his face, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Meanwhile, in that realm, the gray-robed man turned to regard the approaching goddess with trepidation. Although they shared a common objective, each harbored their own schemes. Should their subtle maneuvers be unveiled, they could face dire consequences from their counterparts. Yet, the goddess, possessing unparalleled beauty, paid no heed to the gray-robed man, instead stooping to collect the rose that Jiang Bai had discarded. "Chaos, you have overstepped your bounds.